Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became Harry Potter Action from Hogwarts Part 2. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 6, The Great Food Wars. Naruto was concentrating hard to finish the final exam questions. Final exams started on Monday, and over the weekend, everyone scrambled to study for their finals. Both Hermione and Naruto were well prepared for them and were asked to tutor their housemates. The Gryffindors learned that Hermione could be as strict as Professor McGonagall, asking them to review their notes until they could memorize them over and over again. She was even more forceful with Ron and Harry. She criticized every note, every word spoken, and every wand movement until it was perfect. The Slytherins regretted asking Naruto. It didn't feel at all like he was training Konohamaru, who, incidentally, was in the same boat as them. Naruto was sent the test questions and forced Konohamaru to study until he said them in his sleep. Naruto had them do physical labor if they got them wrong. 20 push-ups for the first wrong answer and double that for any other wrong question. The next set of questions was sit-ups, then jumping jacks, then back to push-ups. By the end of the weekend, the Slytherins were very sore and Crabbe and Goyle had lost 100 pounds. They needed the most help. They were also fitter than they had been at the beginning of the weekend. So all week in every class, the students sat there taking their written and practical exams. When everyone finished on Friday, it was noticed that the first-year Slytherins had the highest scores besides Hermione, combined unseen in the history of Hogwarts. Usually, the Ravenclaws were at the top. So much for their intelligence. They should have gotten themselves a Shinobi. The only reason Hermione was at the top and Naruto was second was because Naruto still had a tendency to fall asleep in history of magic classes. As the last Friday final ended, many students ran outside cheering for the end of the week. Naruto walked out with his friends, happy that finals were over and looking forward to summer. He listened as they talked about their plans for the summer before Draco turned to Naruto. So, Naruto, what are you going to do over the summer before next year? Well, same old stuff. Kill people, save princesses, and maybe even find the time to rest and relax for once. Everyone laughed at his joke. Naruto wasn't joking. As Konoha's Anbu, he took on the most dangerous missions. He was also used as an infiltrator at times. Who would suspect a little kid of being an elite ninja? And Kumo didn't count. Ankoni was with him and she's crazy as hell. On Saturday, Naruto, Fred, George, Lee Jordan and Peeves worked on the ultimate New Year's prank. Naruto kept his hands still and slowly drew a few more lines. Come on, Naruto, hurry up, Peeves whispered to him. Shut up, Peeves. I'm trying. This shit takes time and precision. Naruto whispered back, drew a few more lines, and retreated. Just a few more and we're good to go. Fred looked at something behind him and then leaned towards Naruto. You better hurry, buddy, McGonagall is coming right for us. Naruto spoke. On it, boss, Lee said. He rushed to intercept her before she figured out what they were up to. We have Filch and 2 coming in the opposite direction, George informed Naruto. Peeves go crazy. Yahoo! Peeves shot off to cause Filch as much misery as he could. Lee ran down the hall and turned the corner just as McGonagall arrived. Good morning, Professor, you look stunning today, he complimented her. Why thank you Mr. Jordan. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few more things to do before the day begins, McGonagall replied. Did you do something with your hair? You must have, you're just radiating beauty at your age. Mr. Jordan, if that was meant as a compliment, you really should work on your delivery. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I didn't mean to insult you, I was just admiring your new look. Your short hair really complements your eyes and makes you look more dignified. McGonagall's face turned a shade of pink at that. Thank you, I was trying out new hairstyles. Maybe I'm past my prime, but I try to stay informed and fashionable like you youngsters. As he continued his talk about how he's trying to keep up with the younger generation, Peeves circled around Filch, waving a photo while singing, Filch in a dress, Filch in a wig. Patrol, strut, down the hall. Pretty in pink, he certainly is. After the last verse, he runs off down the corridor and starts singing again, and Filch chases after him. Peeves takes him as far away from the pranksters as possible, while Filch runs after him shouting, take it back, you disgusting, slimy piece of ectoplasm. Suddenly, Peeves stops in the middle of a corridor and turns to Filch with a kicked puppy look. That really hurt, you know, he said, his gaze deepening. Filch also stops, looking confused as he looks at Peeves. Sorry. Ha. Peeves shouts as he continues flying down the corridor singing. Filch in a dress, Filch in a wig. Pause, strut, down the corridor, pretty pink dress, it certainly is. Damn you Peeves. Filch yells, chasing after him. But the 2 threats distracted, Naruto finished the preparations with a flick of his paintbrush. And we're done, he said as he stood up. Come on, we still have one more place to prepare. Fred and George hurried past Lee and McGonagall. Lee, let's go. Lee Jordan was grateful for Naruto. He was listening to the teacher as if she were Professor Binns, who was about as interesting as staring at a wall. "Sorry, Professor, I have to go," he said before following them out. After preparing their prank, the four friends and a ghost headed to breakfast. As they ate, many students were talking about how they were looking forward to summer. Naruto looked across the tables to see that Harry didn't share their excitement. It looked like he would miss Hogwarts. Naruto couldn't blame him. Hogwarts seemed like a great place to be. As everyone was leaving the Great Hall, an older hand landed on Naruto's shoulder and stopped him. He turned to see Dumbledore smiling at him. "If you have a moment, Naruto, may I speak with you?" "Of course," Naruto said, greeting his friends. They waited until everyone had left the room before Dumbledore turned to him. "I just received a letter. The Minister of Magic has agreed to meet with us this afternoon at 2. So be sure to be in my office around 1:30. Naruto just nodded. Minster's confident dose of taking his sweet time answering. It was about time. Dumbledore's office. As the clock struck 1:30, Naruto entered Dumbledore's office, ready for his appointment with the minister. Dumbledore was dressed in blue robes and a cap, while Naruto was still wearing his school uniform. "All right, Naruto, let us be on our way," Dumbledore said as he led him towards the fireplace. He took some flue powder from a small bowl and threw it into the fire, saying, "Ministry of Magic." As they exited the fireplace, Naruto looked around his new surroundings and noticed a long hallway filled with fireplaces like the one they came out of. The ministry appeared to be made of black bricks, and the offices were haphazardly stacked on top of each other. Dumbledore led him up a flight of stairs to a desk with a sour-faced woman sitting behind it. "Hello, we have an appointment with the minister." The women look at Dumbledore and then at Naruto. She grabs a stack of papers and hands them to him. "Please complete these and take them to the third-floor office on the right. It'll be the documents file, and he'll help you with the rest." She told them in such a monotone, it sounded like she was so used to saying it that it became second nature. And so they filled out the paperwork and headed to the office they were directed to. As they approached the office window, a man with a bored, squinting look looked at them. Dumbledore approached and handed over the paperwork they had filled out. "We're here to see the minister. And we were directed here to hand in the paperwork we needed to complete." The man doesn't say anything, but he received the papers and reviews them. "Everything's in order. Just go to the next floor and get a form that needs to be filled out before meeting with the minister. Then give it to the minister's undersecretary on the 6th floor." Naruto just sighed as he and Dumbledore headed off to do what they'd been told. "I thought you did all this ahead of time," Naruto told him. "There are procedures that must be followed. Although I agree that all this rushing through a short meeting is a bit redundant," Dumbledore replied. As they made their way to the undersecretary's office, Naruto caught a glimpse of the woman at the desk. He stepped back and looked away before his eyes could burn at the sight. The woman wore the brightest pink he had ever seen, and he swore he would never make fun of the Harunos again. Her hair may be pink, but this woman puts them to shame. The walls are just as pink as the clothes in here. He swore she blended in so well with her surroundings that it was hard to see her. When they reached her desk, she simply snatched the paper from Dumbledore's hands and proceeded to look through it while completely ignoring them. "Well, good afternoon, Dolores," Dumbledore said with a smile. She continued to ignore him. "You seem to be redecorating a bit, I see." Again, she ignored him. When he finished reading the papers, he turned to finally acknowledge them and smiled as if nothing were wrong. "Well, good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. I see you have an appointment with the minister in a few minutes. Head downstairs to the reception desk and the minister will be with you." "Thank you very much, Dolores," Dumbledore said as he and Naruto left. They returned to the first floor and Naruto was getting nervous when he realized they ended right at the beginning. "Shit. Language, Mr. Uzumaki," Dumbledore said with a damn tingle in his eyes. "Fuck, shit, damn," Naruto mumbled softly so the Dumbledore wouldn't hear him. When the old professor turned to him again with the same damn beauty in his eyes, he stopped babbling. 2 hours later. "Teacher?" "Yes, Naruto. The first hour I could forgive, even an hour and a half I could forgive. But 2. I'm starting to suspect he's doing this on purpose. Do you happen to know why?" "I think the minister is showing us that he has power over us. By making us wait so long, he shows how much political influence he wields. Although he's never made me wait so long before." At that moment, Naruto's stomach decided to make its own grumbling statement. "Well, if he's going to make us wait that long, then we might as well eat something, because now I'm hungry from all this waiting and all the political crap." Dumbledore's stomach also decided to make a statement and seconded Naruto's stomach, growling. "You know, that sounds like a good idea." Dumbledore takes out a piece of parchment and writes a note to leave at the front desk. "Come on, Naruto, I think the cafe on the 2nd floor makes a great lemonade. Do you have ramen? I think something can be fixed." So the duo headed to the cafeteria to get some food. When they got there, Naruto was amazed by the amount of food that appeared on the tables. One table had finger foods, another had soups and salads, a third had roasted meats and shepherd's pie, and the last table had desserts. And at the end of the tables, there was another table offering different drinks. Naruto quickly sniffed the ramen on the second table and practically squealed when he saw that there were 27 different types of ramen. And he was determined to try them all. As Naruto returned to the table with his second round of ramen, he ran into a group of people coming the other way. "Watch where you're going, brat," one of the boys said. "You're the one who hit me, shouldn't you apologize to me? I might have dropped my ramen. Do you know who I am? I'm Michael Fudge, son of the Minister of Magic and Aurora of the Ministry." "Who? Fudge?" Naruto looked toward the dessert-covered table. "If you want fudge, it's over there," he said, pointing toward the table. Some of the boy's friends snickered at the comment. "No, idiot, Fudge is my last name." "Well, I'm sorry this cruel joke was played on your family." Miguel gritted his teeth. This kid was getting on his nerves. "Who does this idiot think he is?" And Uzumaki. "You know, folks, it looks like this young man could use something to drink," he said with a smile. "No thanks." Naruto told them and walked away. The best way to eat his ramen and make them even angrier was to ignore them. "I insist," Michael said before taking Naruto's call. He then reached out and grabbed a huge glass of pumpkin smoothie and proceeded to empty it over his head. The guy and his cronies laughed as he wiped some of the cold drink off his face. They looked to be in their 20s, so they must be new to the Auroras. A gleam appeared in his eyes as he decided to play their game. They let go, and he pretended to stumble, vomiting up his now wasted bowl of ramen as the milkshake got into it. With perfect aim, it landed right on top of the team's head. The room fell deathly silent. Dumbledore was watching the interaction, not stopping it, but watching to see what Naruto would do. He saw the glint in Naruto's eyes and knew this place was about to become a war zone. An hour later, the entire cafeteria transformed into a war zone. Tables were overturned as makeshift barricades as those behind them threw food across the room to their posts on the other side. There was a hallway in the middle, running from the entrance to the wall on the other side of the room. This was a no man's land, where anyone would be immediately pelted with food if caught there. Naruto was able to enlist the help of Dumbledore and some of the more sympathetic Auroras when they faced the other side, which was with what Naruto now called Fudgy. Crouching behind the barricade with him were Dumbledore and a new Aurora named Nymphadora Tonks. She hated her name and demanded to be called Tonks. Naruto liked it, she could be just as deceptive as he was. During the battle, he made his way to the other side and, using his Metamorphomagus ability, transformed into one of their allies and snuck into the group. Michael turned his head and saw Moby approaching them. "I'm glad you can finally join us, friend. Do you have any suggestions on how to stop their assault? If we can stop their food supply, we can advance and take advantage of their vulnerability. Although I can't believe Professor Dumbledore is helping them. Take him out along with that blonde idiot and the rest will succumb." Before they could react, Tonks shoved a meat pie at the two men crouching next to Michael, then pulled out another and headed towards him. She ducked and rolled to the side, but was hit in the shoulder when the pie hit the table. With her disguise now useless, she reverted to her original form and, donning bright red hair, hopped the barricade and crossed no man's land towards her allies. Naruto watched her head towards them and noticed their mission was a success. He turned to his group and covered his mouth with his hands, covering fire. He shouted, and everyone began casting or using magic to rapidly fire their ammunition to hold the other side down, so Tonks could return. Tonks crossed unharmed and knelt beside Naruto and Dumbledore. "Thanks for the whiskers on the deck," she said, rubbing her head. "Good work, Mrs. Tonks. But I think they're planning something over there. See that table on the right? There seems to be a large group behind it. Do you think they could charge?" Tonks asked. "We're running out of ammunition. Their leader said something about stopping our supply." "That's no good at all," Naruto said, peeking over the edge of the barricade. He quickly ducked when the enemy fire missed his head. "We'll have to think of something fast. If they stop our supply, then we'll be vulnerable to their counterattacks," Dumbledore told them. Naruto put his chin in his hand, wondering what to do. A red-haired, middle-aged man was climbing to the second floor with an old warlock stumbling beside him. "Come on, Perkins. I hear they have a good treacle tart at the cafeteria on the second floor." "Wait, Arthur, I can't walk that fast, these stairs are killing me." They reached the second floor and headed for the cafeteria entrance. When they reached the entrance, they stopped when they saw overturned tables and food flying across the room. One unfortunate guy got a face full of flambeat bananas and fell. Those within reach were covered in the splatter and fell as well. At that moment, Perkins was hit with a face full of treacle tarts and collapsed to the floor. "Oh, Arthur," he groaned. "Perkins?" Arthur shouted, kneeling down and lifting Perkins' head onto his lap. "Come on, buddy, you'll make it," he said, trying to wake him. "Why, you were right," Perkins said. "About?" Arthur asked, trying to keep him awake. "The treacle tarts are really good," Perkins said, licking some off his face. Then he fainted. "Ooh, oh, Perkins," Arthur yelled. Just then, a wave of food was being thrown at him from the left side and he rolled to the right behind the cover, barely avoiding being hit. As he knelt on the barricade, he raised his hands in peace as those behind the right barricade were ready to bombard him with everything they could find. Whoa whoa whoa, I'm here to help. They took out my partner, and I want them back. Head to the center where the commander is, said one of the men. Arthur made his way to the center of the barricade and saw Professor Dumbledore talking to a blonde boy who looked to be the same age as his son Ronald. There was also a young Aurora with them, and they seemed to be arguing. He approached Dumbledore and tapped him on the shoulder. Why, hello Professor Dumbledore. What seems to be going on here? There's a group over there bombarding us, and if we don't find a way to stop them from cutting off our supply, we're done for. The blonde boy said, smiling at one of the opponents who had kept his head on the table for too long. Well, Arthur, young Naruto and I had a meeting with the minister today, and it looks like he's going to be late. So we came here to get something to eat because I heard you had a delicious lemon cake. It seems there was an altercation between Naruto and one of the young Auroras, and thus this battle of wills began. Dumbledore said, holding up a plate of lemon cake and taking a bite. Tonks reached over and took the plate and threw the cake at an enemy who strayed too close to her side. Dumbledore frowned at the stray dessert. I wasn't finished eating that. Yes, but he saved our lives, Tonks replied. Well, Perkins and I want to grab a quick bite before we head out on some work. There's a tea set that a muggle dog ate after he bought it from an antique shop. But one of them knocked it over. So what can I do to help? I want to avenge Perkins. Naruto looked at the man more closely. He had flaming red hair like the Weasleys, so he must be Ron, Fred, and George's father. He raised his hand to shake his. Naruto Uzumaki, welcome to the resistance. Uzumaki. Arthur and Tonks' eyes widened. Your mother wouldn't happen to be Kushina? She asked. Did you know my mother? Well, my wife Molly knows her, she was the one who helped us get together. Arthur said fondly. Kushina terrified him, but he was grateful to her for putting him and Molly together. Sweet Kushina is like my all-time hero, I'm trying to be like her. You have an amazing mother. Tonks said starry-eyed. She always got like that whenever someone mentioned her. Naruto just blushed at the compliment. He really wished he could meet her mother after hearing how great she was. My sons are home with you all the time. You seem to have grown quite fond of the twins, Arthur said. Did the last letter you sent say something about you planning one last New Year's prank together? He said, raising an eyebrow. Dumbledore also turned to Naruto and raised an eyebrow. Damn it, you ruined the plan, I have to think. Naruto turns to both of them with an innocent face. I don't know what you're talking about, I have nothing planned. Arthur looked like he might have bought it, but Dumbledore didn't. His facial features might have been perfect, but Dumbledore saw the glint in Naruto's eyes that betrayed him. Naruto noticed that Dumbledore might have seen the glint in them. Damn twinkle. Why did you betray me? He screamed in his head. Everyone quickly ducked as a few cupcakes flew over their heads. It's getting hot out there, what can I do to help? Arthur asked. 2 hours later. The battle heated up, with both sides unwilling to give ground. Naruto was able to launch successful raids into the enemy line, and Tonks was able to sneak away to take out some high-priority targets. Everyone ducked as the enemy returned fire. For his part, Dumbledore sat with his back against a barricade with a plate of lemon cake and ate it with relish, as well as advising Naruto on his battle plans. Whenever Tonks tried to take the cake to use as ammunition, a warning glint entered his eye, and he made sure she saw it. After that, she no longer tried to take his present. Arthur had proven his worth by outwitting his opponents by enchanting their ammunition to explode before they could throw it. It was when the battle was reaching its peak that the worst happened to the resistance. Naruto and Tonks had just finished throwing the last of the firebombs when Arthur crawled up to them. I don't know how they did it, but they cut off our supplies. Now we're left with nothing. Shit. Tonks cursed loudly. Across the war zone, Michael heard the loud curse and knew Jetson had managed to cut off his supply. He turned to his allies and covered his mouth. All right, men, your ammunition's gone and you're gone. Charge. He shouted. They all jumped the barricade and charged across, cupcakes and pastries in hand. Tonks leaned over the edge of the wall and cursed again. Buck his cargo, now what the hell are we supposed to do? Naruto thought for a moment, looking around to see what he could do. It would be best if we could get more out of the shadows, Dumbledore said through his mouth full of cake. He was the last one, and he cursed one of his own allies to keep it. That's it. Naruto shouted, coming up with a plan. Good work, Professor. Hey, Wolfcom. Can you understand it? Tonks looked at Naruto. Bring me, he paused before smiling, the turkey. The turkey? Asked one of the rebels. He wants the turkey, another said. Soon, the others were whispering about what Naruto might do with the turkey. The turkey was what they used to help them break through the barricade on the other side. It wouldn't be much use to an attacking horde. What are you going to do with that? Arthur asked, handing the turkey over. I also need the rest of our supplies. That will leave us defenseless, how are we going to fight them? Tonks asked nervously. Just do it. Naruto shouted. He began stuffing the turkey with the remaining food they had. Dumbledore was about to take the last bite of his delicious lemon pie. He speared it with his fork and brought it to his mouth. Just as he reached the entrance, the fork and his divine treasure were yanked from his hands and stuffed into the turkey with the rest. "Hey, I was eating that," he said. "Well, you're done, old man, and now it's your turn. Use your wand and shoot this toward the center of the treasure. It has to be in the center for this to work." "I hope this works," Tunk said incredulously. "He will," Naruto replied. Dumbledore made the turkeys run, and the whole group held their breath. Naruto performed some hand signals, which he learned from his Jiji. Flashback. "Hey, old man, teach me a jutsu, please," 5-year-old Naruto asked a third Hokage. Hiruzen looked at Naruto and sighed. "Naruto, you're learning the 3 jutsu at the academy first. They're really important." "But they're boring," Naruto complained. He decided to play his last trump card. Without any hand signals, Naruto used a puppy face jutsu on the old man. The moment Hiruzen saw her face, he collapsed. Okay, I'll teach you a jutsu." "Yes." Naruto cheered. "But not until you graduate from the academy first. This jutsu is very useful, but it requires a lot of control over your chakra, and that's what the academy will teach you. That's why every shinobi of the leaf first learns the 3 basic jutsu." "Oh, but it will take so long, can't I take the graduation exams earlier?" "You can, but it will be very difficult with only a small amount of training. But I promise you that as soon as you graduate, I will teach you one of my signature jutsus," he said. It was a good way to motivate Naruto to study hard. "As soon as I graduate, right?" Naruto asked. Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine at Naruto's tone of voice. "Yes, as soon as you graduate." "Promise?" "I promise." "And you never go back on your word, do you?" "Yes, I always keep my promises." "Okay then," Naruto said in a cheerful voice. "See you in a year, Jiji." Naruto, you're due to graduate in 5 more years." But before he could finish, Naruto had already bolted out the door. "Ah, he'll be fine. He's only 5. Just because I let him enter the academy a year early doesn't mean he'll be a genius. He'll learn how tough the academy is." "I'm back, Jiji." Naruto shouted happily as he walked into the Hokage's office wearing his new hit I-8 with a leaf symbol in the middle. Now 6 years old, he was so excited to learn one of the 3rd signature techniques that he didn't want to wait. It was also because he didn't want to be stuck there with teachers and students ignoring him or sabotaging his education. He worked hard and studied harder than everyone else. There were some good people, like a girl named Tenten and a boy just as energetic as him, Rock Lee. Hiruzen's jaw hit the desk. How but year, what were his thoughts? He ended by smiling at the new ninja and shaking his head. "I should have known better than to bet against you." "Well, a promise is a promise. Watch and listen carefully, Naruto, this will come in very handy in the future." With that, he led Naruto to his private training ground. He threw a shuriken toward a group of wooden poles. He made some hand signs that Naruto watched closely and then shouted the name of the jutsu. End retrospective. While performing the required hand signs, he shouted, "Mass Turkey Shadow Clone Jutsu." The turkey turned into a dozen, then 2 dozen. The charging troops widened their eyes when they saw a single turkey turn into 2 dozen heading their way. The defenders were shocked to see a young mage perform such a complex spell without a wand. He must be a genius. The turkeys hit the front lines, knocking down the invaders along with those behind them. As the rest rushed forward, charging at their comrades, the turkeys exploded with their stuffing. The rest collapsed in the explosions, wiping out the invading army in one fell swoop. It was the last food-based nuclear bomb ever detonated. "Whoop," Tonk said, impressed by the boy. "We won," Arthur shouted, raising his arms in the air. The rest of the troops also cheered, patting Naruto on the back for a job well done. They also hugged and shook each other's hands and retold their version of what happened once they arrived. It hadn't been more than a minute and they were already making up stories and exaggerating their part in them. This would turn into one of the biggest food fights anyone had ever been a part of. Dumbledore quickly glanced at his pocket watch and clicked it shut. "Well, then that was quite the adventure we had, wouldn't you all agree?" They all nodded and smiled at him. "Well, then young Naruto and I should be off now. We have a meeting with the minister. We wouldn't want to keep him waiting, would we?" he asked with a twinkle in his eye. "I'll go out with you guys," Tonks offered. She wanted to get out of here before one of the more serious and tense Auroras showed up, well, mostly because she wanted to avoid Moody. "Well, Perkins and I should be going, by the way, Mr. Uzumaki." "Naruto." "That. Just call me Naruto, I don't want to deal with all this sh." Before he could finish, he saw a dark glint in Dumbledore's eyes. "Stuff," he finished. "Well then Naruto, I hope to see you again soon, don't be shy to write, my wife and I will be delighted to hear from you. And Fred and George can tell you about their exciting time during their first year at Hogwarts. It's not every day they steal the Hogwarts Express steam engine." "Yes, that was quite disconcerting," Dumbledore agreed. "No one at the ministry knew what happened and no one could find anything," Tunk said, laughing at the situation. They all left the cafeteria, only pausing so Arthur could drag Perkins behind him. They reached the stairs and split up there. Tonks headed to the third floor where she would receive her homework. Arthur took the elevator, dragging Perkins, and headed to the flue chambers. And Naruto and Dumbledore headed to the first floor to meet with the minister. With a quick flick of his wand, Dumbledore cleared them both of any stray food particles and tucked his wand back into his sleeve. As they walked down the stairs, Naruto saw a man. Well, he had an eye patch over his left eye and a peg leg. "Hello, Professor." "Yes, Naruto." "So there are wizard pirates too?" he asked, pointing at the approaching man. Dumbledore turned to where Naruto was pointing and saw Lister limping up the stairs. He chuckled as he greeted the man. "Good morning, Ulster." "Ah, good morning, Professor Dumbledore." Ulster Moody said, pausing to greet the two. "And who's the first one you're dragging along?" he asked, looking at Naruto. "Well, this young man is Naruto Uzumaki, Kushina's son. Naruto, this is Ulster Moody, he helped train your mother to be an Aurora." Moody and Naruto stood there studying each other. At that moment, Moody broke the silence. "She doesn't look anything like her," he commented. "Well, you look exactly like your mother," Naruto replied. Dumbledore just stared at him, and Moody laughed. "Ha, she really wasn't very pretty," he replied, finally shaking his hand. "Pleased to meet you, little fighter. Since no one in the wizarding world has met you before, that means you must be from those elemental countries." "That's right, I'm from Konoha." "Ah, the village hidden in the leaves. It's been a while since I've been there." "Have you traveled through the elemental countries?" Naruto asked. "Tons of times. I even know about shinobi ranks and missions." "So what are you? Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Anbu?" "No, you look like a genin to me. Did you at least graduate from the academy?" "Yes, I did, and for future reference, no matter how old you are, it all depends on your abilities." Naruto irritably told her that she would underestimate him. Dumbledore saw the vein twitch in Naruto's forehead and decided to intervene. "Well, Lester, Naruto here is something of a prodigy back home, and he's the youngest Anbu who ever lived." "You're joking, you're pulling my leg, aren't you?" "Looks like someone already did it and ran away," Naruto said, looking at Moody's peg leg. "Ahaha, oh, you're a joker, aren't you? You may not look like her, but you sure have her attitude," Moody replied. "I agree," Dumbledore agreed. "Well, I'll see you guys some other time. I'm going to get something to eat. I heard there's a delicious spice cake in the cafeteria on the second floor." Moody told them, starting up the stairs and heading to the right. "Should we tell him?" Naruto asked. "I think it will be fine. We should go. The minister will be expecting us any moment," Dumbledore told her. They returned to the reception area, only to find a receptionist coming to greet them. "The minister wants to see you now." With Moody. After leaving the two, Alistair Moody headed for the entrance to the second floor cafeteria. He heard that the elves had somehow found a way to remake his mother's famous spice cake. And damn anyone who stood in their way. Upon entering, he paused in the doorway as he surveyed the room. Food was everywhere. It was hanging from the ceiling, on the floor, and even the painted walls couldn't be seen because they were completely covered in food. All the tables were overturned, and he saw unconscious bodies strewn across the floor, and some young Auroras chatting idly while sitting with their backs to the overturned tables. Merlin's white creamy jizz. What the hell is going on here? The scream. The room fell silent as they looked to see who was screaming. They panicked when they saw one of the larger Auroras, Ailster Mad-Eye Moody, looking at them with his artificial eye swerving to see who was there, and he had a scowl that promised retribution to everyone involved. "Who started all this?" he barked. By that time, Michael was coming back to his senses and raised his head to look around the room in confusion. Hadn't he and his crew won? If so, why was his sight all down? When everything came into focus, he saw that many of the conscious ones were pointing directly at him. "Why is everyone pointing at me?" he thought. "Fudge!" a voice shouted. He looked in the direction the voice was coming from and nearly shit his pants. It was Mad-Eye. "Oh shit. Everyone except Fudge, Michelson, and Jetson, get out," Moody barked. Everyone jumped at his words and ran out of the room as fast as they could, wanting to avoid Mad-Eye's wrath. Once the room was clear and the unconscious people were carried out as well, Moody turned to the troublemaking trio, as he liked to call them. Whenever there was an altercation or a mess, they were usually right in the middle of it. "You three are going to clear this whole room by yourselves, and you're not going to ask the elves for help." "My father will find out about this," Fudge complained. Moody fired a zapping spell at him, and he screamed as it hit him. "I don't give a damn who your father is. I'm your superior, and I'm your boss." Moody glared at him. Michael was wise enough to back off. "Hey, Mad-Eye, what's going on here?" Tonks asked innocently as she walked towards him. "They've done it again," Moody said, waving in the general direction of the trio. Tonks looked around the room, seeing him for the second time, but acting like she was seeing him for the first time. She whistled in amazement. "They sure did a number on this place. By the way, Moody, we need to go. There's work to be done." She told him as she walked away before any of the three could implement her. Yeah, whatever, Moody said, squatting down. He looked down and saw a perfect plate of untouched spice cake. Before Jetson could take a step that would have resulted in him smacking into the cake, Moody quickly cast a freezing charm on him, and it hit just in time. "And I'm taking this with me," he said, grabbing the plate. He took a bite and moaned. Not like mothers, but damn close," he said, stepping out. Michael pulled out his wand along with the other two. "Let's hurry, I'm going to talk to my father about that arrogant jerk who was here with Dumbledore." The little shit acted like he was in Uzumaki, ha. As they were about to cast a cleansing spell to finish the task instantly, they were suddenly disarmed and their wands flew towards the entrance and straight into the waiting hand of Mad Eye Moody. He was back and no wands. He roared and glared at them again before stalking off. "Shit. But the minister." 3 hours. Cornelius Fudge shouted, "Can you believe it, Amelia? That headmaster has me waiting for 3 hours." "Well, in his defense, you made him wait an extra hour," Amelia Bone said. She was the head of magical law enforcement. She was there to discuss the baby dragon found in the possession of the Hogwarts groundskeeper. That, and the last Uzumaki was willing to sponsor the man to raise the dragon. The only problem was that he was underage. "The only reason I haven't cancelled this meeting is so I can meet Mr. Uzumaki," Fudge said from behind his desk. "Yes, what Maxwell's report said, that the boy has blonde hair and 3 whiskers on each side of his cheeks. I guess he didn't inherit the crimson hair. Sounds adorable." They were soon interrupted by the door opening and Albus Dumbledore walking in, followed by a small boy who looked like he was a first year at Hogwarts. She was absolutely right, he was the most adorable thing she'd ever seen. She longed to stroke those whiskers on his cheek. "Well, good morning, Minister Fudge, Amelia. May I introduce Naruto Uzumaki?" Dumbledore greeted as he gestured to the boy beside him. "You're 3 hours late," the minister shouted. "I don't have time for such ridiculous nonsense as to waste my time." The minister's face was red with anger as he glared at Dumbledore. "And what took you 3 hours?" Naruto saw an older man standing behind the desk with his hands resting on it and a red face that would make Weasley's hair jealous. Sitting to one side was a woman with dark hair and a stern face. When Naruto heard the minister start yelling at them for being late, he rolled his eyes at the hypocrisy. Soon, a gleam appeared in his eyes. Dumbledore looked at him and saw the gleam. He smiled and hid it from the other occupants. Amelia was watching the minister speak to Dumbledore. The professor stood there with a calm, smiling face throughout the minister's entire tirade. Just as the minister finished, they both heard soft sniffling next to Dumbledore. Standing there was a teary-eyed Naruto with his fearsome puppy dog eyes, and he pointed at the two of them. Fudge and Amelia stared at him for a moment until their hearts went out to him. Amelia fell almost instantly. "Damn, if that isn't the most adorable face I've ever seen," she thought. Naruto sniffed, raising his puppy dog eyes slightly. I'm sorry, I was the one who made him late. There was a really mean lady in pink on the 6th floor and I tried to say hi to her and she told me to shut up or else." At this, he sniffed harder. "We were waiting for you when I got hungry and Professor Dumbledore took me to the cafeteria. There was a very mean man who said he was Michael Fudge and he poured a milkshake on my head and pushed me to the floor. The headmaster was just trying to calm me down. By the time he finished, tears were streaming down his eyes and he sniffed harder. He had a scared look on his face, like he was going to be punished. After that, it was putting in his hands. One. Oh, poor thing, Amelia said through tears. She picked Naruto up and hugged him close. He sniffed again and she glared at the minister for making them wait so long. She had also warned him about his son's behavior. The minister gulped and Dumbledore smiled. Too easy, Naruto and Dumbledore thought at the same time. After that spectacle, the meeting passed without a hitch. They went over small matters that didn't interest Naruto much, then the subject of the dragon came up. "I trust your faith in Mr. Hagrid, my lord," but Amelia was interrupted. "Naruto." "What?" she asked. "You don't need to call me sir, just Naruto is fine," he replied while smiling at her. She cooed at him. She smiled back. "Well, Naruto, I know you want to sponsor Hagrid to keep the baby dragon, but I'm afraid you're underage, and underage wizards can't sponsor someone." "I understand," Naruto said with a nod. "However, where I come from, which is the Elemental Nations, we are given the option to enter the Shinobi Academy to learn how to bend it. We enter at 6 years old and usually graduate at 11. And once we graduate, we are considered adults, which would make me of age." "So you're saying that before coming to Hogwarts you graduated from the academy?" Fudge asked incredulously. "Well, no." Fudge and Amelia sighed. "Actually, I graduated when I was 6. It only took me a year." 6. They both shouted. "You were considered an adult at 6. Fudge couldn't believe what he was hearing. Amelia just stared at the boy in amazement. "Naruto here is quite a prodigy at home," Dumbledore told them, smiling at Naruto. "But she's so young," said Fudge. Before he could continue, Amelia interrupted him. Considering Naruto is a resident of a foreign government, he falls under its jurisdiction, just as Kushina did before. And if he's considered an adult in the eyes of your government, then we must acknowledge him, Amelia told the minister. But. So if Naruto wishes to sponsor Hagrid, then he has the right to, is that okay, minister? Amelia was still clinging to Naruto, hugging him closer. She glared at the minister, daring him to disagree. Fine then. The minister said as he took out some papers. If you agree to sponsor a Mr. Rubius Hagrid and Headmaster Dumbledore agrees to allow the dragon onto school grounds, then all that needs to be done is for a professional dragon trainer to assess it, and that should be that. Fudge said. Because it was in Uzumaki who wanted to sponsor a dragon keeper, Fudge didn't want to end up with him. It could be very bad for his image. But that done, Naruto and Dumbledore decided to head back to Hogwarts before dinner starts, but not before Amelia Bones was reluctant to let the adorable boy go, but since school didn't end for another 3 days, she let him go, but not before giving him one more hug. He really was an adorable boy. As Naruto and Dumble walked away, the older professor turned to the young student. I can say that, it was a great performance, said Dumbledore. Thanks professor, it took me a while to master it. Yeah, that look you gave them seemed to have done wonders for your cause. I hope it works, I had to use it to save my life once. Naruto said when they reached the flue floor. Flashback. Damn it, Anko, this is the 3rd time you've caught me. You suck at sneaking around. An irritated 10-year-old Naruto glared at Anko. They were both tied to a post in the middle of a circle of kunai-wielding kunoichi. Shut up, brat, it's not my fault. Anko responded with a glare. You jumped on a kunoichi to steal her dango, how is that not your fault? The hitch was eating dango the wrong way, she doesn't deserve it if she ate it like that. And don't curse me for this Mr. Kumo. You were the reason the Raikage saw us. Who the hell smashes a cage's head into a desk and takes their ramen? You, it's you. Be silent. One of the kunoichi shouted. You two have trespassed into the Nadeshiko village, where men are not allowed. The kunoichi points to Anko first. You will reimburse the poor young woman for the dango you stole and fix the shop you destroyed. And you, she pointed at Naruto. You will be put to death for your crimes, she said with a smirk. Naruto's eyes widened, as did Anko's. Hello, Chibi. Yeah? If you have a super clever ninja trick up your sleeve, now would be the time to use it. Prepare to face judgment, the woman said, drawing her sword. She took her stance and prepared to pierce Naruto through the heart. Please don't smell. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her eyes swelled, the blue in them brightening. Her lower lip trembled and she occasionally snorted in sadness. She'd perfected this technique last year and convinced her Jiji to allow her to enter Anbu. It would be remembered as one of her most powerful manipulative jutsu. The dreaded puppy dog face. At that, every woman in sight cooed in her face. Oh, he's too adorable, let him go. A woman ran over to untie Naruto and crush his head against her chest. The other women sheathed their swords and choked him as well. Oh, I can't do it. There's no way I can kill such an adorable face. Please forgive me, she said, snuggling Naruto close to her. Fine, Naruto said. Anything to keep my head glued. The women surrounded him, and when they stroked his cheeks and he purred, they squealed and ran with him to do various things. The clearing was empty of everyone, leaving Anko tied to her pole. Someone there, hello. No one answered her. Damn. End of the flashback. Hogwarts. When both Dumbledore and Naruto returned to the headmaster's office, they both seemed to be radiating great amusement. That went rather well, I might say, Dumbledore commented. Before Naruto could respond, the front door burst open, and 3 students were ushered into the office, followed by Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape. It was another moment when they both realized it was Ron, Harry, and Hermione being led towards them. Ron and Harry looked a little battered with a few cuts and bruises, while Hermione looked completely fine. And what happened while I was gone? Dumbledore asked, looking at the trio with a hint of humor in his eyes. Damn, Naruto commented. Looks like they had to get past a 3-headed dog, then escape a carnivorous plant, then fly through a bunch of enchanted keys that tried to impale them. Then play some sort of death-defying game and solve a riddle that turned out to be a complete failure. Only to be found by a professor standing there with the corpse of the last poor fool trying to get through. My money's on Professor Quirrell, he always annoyed me. As Naruto spoke, the trio and the 3 professors behind them had their mouths hanging open. So, what really happened? Naruto asked innocently. That's what happened. Ron shouted, waving his hands in the air as if he was giving up on something. How did you know? Harry asked in amazement. I set that particular trap and discovered that every bottle contained poison. Snape said, frowning at Naruto. He always hated messing with his work, and even though it was a good thing, he was still angry. I'd like to know how you received that particular information as well. McGonagall said, frowning at Naruto. Dumbledore just looked at Naruto and caught that damn twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes filled with joy. He discreetly transformed one of the quills on the headmaster's desk into a butterfly and it flew past him and up. "Ooh oh, what a pretty butterfly," Naruto said looking down at the butterfly. It waved at him as it flew up. "Goodbye, little butterfly," Naruto said in a happy tune. He turned to look at everyone and realized they were still staring at him. "What?" "That was one of my favorite quills. It was made from a phoenix feather," Dumbledore said, no longer mirthful. Naruto quickly cast a spell on the butterfly, turning it back into a quill. It floated back down onto the desk. Lobby. The next day was spent with Naruto's friends and walking around the school grounds. He would also spend time in the library with Hermione, going over some books for the upcoming year. It was just before curfew that Harry ran into Naruto. They were alone, and Harry had decided to tell Naruto about the mirror that was now in another classroom. "Hey, Naruto, do you have a moment?" Harry asked. "Yeah, sure, what do you need?" "Well, there's something I want to show you, but I'll have to sneak out after curfew. Meet me at the Transfiguration classroom in 3 hours after curfew." "Okay." After Naruto answered, Harry just nodded and ran off. What is a walk?" Harry waited in the Transfiguration classroom, behind a suit of armor in case a staff member walked by. He kept an eye out for the corridor where he knew Naruto would be coming from. A moment later, he felt a strap on his shoulder and a voice spoke to him in a whisper. "What are we waiting for?" "It's been 30 minutes already," the voice said. "Where are you waiting for Naruto? He's late," he replied. "Or maybe you're the one who's late." "Merlin's buttocks," Harry said in surprise as he turned to see who was talking. He ended up knocking the suit over and making a loud metallic sound that echoed through the hallway. "Oh boy," Harry said in a panic. "Someone definitely heard that." "This way," Naruto said, pulling him along. They walked down a few paths until they came to a hallway lined with many empty classrooms. "Peeves," Naruto whispered. Pretty soon, Peeves pops out of the wall right next to them. "Boo. Get down," Harry says to Naruto trying to get him off of him. "Haha, I still have it," Peeves said with satisfaction. "Damn it, Peeves, stop doing that." "No," Peeves replied immediately. "So what can I do for you, friend Naruto and not so friend Harry?" Harry sighs, he can't rest with this guy. "We need you to play decoy," Naruto said to Peeves. "A sure thing," Peeves said, running and laughing. He loved being Naruto's decoy. It always gave him some entertainment for a while. "How do you get Peeves to do what you tell him?" "Every time Ron and I try." "Ron and I," Naruto corrects him. Harry just sighs, "Don't pull a Hermione. Ron and I can't get her to do anything we say. How do you do it?" he asked the shinobi. Naruto opens his mouth to answer when Harry interrupts. Yeah, I know, ninja." "So why did you ask?" "I thought your answer would be different." "It never is." Eventually, they made their way to the same classroom where Harry had found the mirror of eyes. It was an ornate mirror with clawed feet and a gilded frame inscribed with a phrase. "So this is what you wanted to show me, a fancy mirror, what does it show the future?" "No, well, I could, but this mirror is supposed to show your deepest wish." "For me," as he spoke, he walked over to the mirror and smiled when he looked into it and saw his parents. "I see my parents. You told me you were an orphan and that you didn't know who your parents were. Maybe you can see them if you look inside," Harry said. Naruto was someone he could relate to, also being an orphan and struggling without knowing who his parents were. Just by being around Naruto, Harry felt like everything would be better, that he could always be there to lean on when he felt like everything was going down the drain. Naruto walked over to the mirror and Harry walked away. For a few moments all Naruto could see was his own reflection. Then, suddenly, he saw 3 silhouettes appear around his reflection. The first to appear was his mother, Kushina. She had a slender but feminine build, fair skin, violet eyes, and the common Uzumaki red hair. It was ankle-length with shoulder-length strands framing either side of her face and a black clip parting her hair to the left. She usually wore a sleeveless, high-necked blouse under a long, loose-fitting dress with a wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. She smiled widely at him and placed a hand on his shoulder. He could feel the touch of her hand and fought to keep control of his emotions. The next figure to appear was the one behind him and became his first sensei, Itachi. Itachi was a fairly tall man with a fair complexion. He had onyx eyes, beneath which were long, pronounced teardrops. He had jet black hair tied back in a low ponytail, and his face was framed by center-parted bangs that extended to his chin. He was dressed in casual clothing consisting of a black shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back, bandages around his ankles, and black sandals. He wore tan pants with a weapon pouch strapped to his back. He smiled at her as well. The last figure came into focus and Naruto sucked in a breath. No, he thought as he stared at the last person. He had sky blue eyes, spiky yellow blonde hair, and jaw-length bangs that framed each side of his face. His attire consisted of a standard Konoha uniform with 2 bands on both sleeves, a green flak jacket, a blue forehead protector, and blue sandals. He also wore a long, short-sleeved white haori over his outfit, held closed in the front by a thin orange string. The Haori was decorated with red flame-like motifs around the edges, with the kanji for fourth Hokage written on the back. He was an exact copy of Naruto, but with slightly more defined features. Naruto couldn't believe it. The man standing there smiling was definitely his father. There was no denying that what made his eyes widen was the fact that his father was the man he admired the most, dreamed of being like him. And he just found out that he was his father. A father who sealed a demon inside him, his own son. Naruto clenched his fist, drawing blood. Why? He thought, tears forming in his eyes. Why did you choose me? Harry? Naruto said almost in a whisper. Yeah, Naruto. Harry said, watching him tremble. That's how I felt when the mirror showed me my parents. He thought as he watched his strong friend tremble. This mirror can show you what you really want, but it's cursed. What do you mean, Naruto? Harry asked, his eyes widening. Why would Naruto say he's cursed? Show me what you most desire, but only what you will never have. Naruto said, bowing his head down, covering his face. It can't be cursed, Harry said, convinced it wasn't. It showed me my parents, and I bet it showed yours too. If it was cursed, then why show us our parents? Because we grew up not knowing them at all. All children want to know their parents. It's our wish. This mirror shows them to us because we'll never really know them. In its own way, it's torturing us by hanging them in front of us. Tell me, Naruto, are you happy to see what they looked like? Harry asked his friend. Of course it's me. Naruto yells. It just hurts that I'll never be held by them and don't think you don't think the same way. Of course. Then you see what I'm talking about. This will break you if you look too long. I do, Harry whispered. He knows that looking in the mirror hurts as he stares at his parents. Never to be hugged, never to hear them laugh and play with him. Naruto was right. God, he's just like Hermione. Harry, can you give me a moment alone please? Naruto asked. Harry could hear the sad tone Naruto used. During Christmas break, he would sit in front of that mirror and just stare at his parents. It seemed Naruto wanted to do the same. Sure thing, mate. He said, walking to the door just before leaving and looked at Naruto, who was just staring at the mirror. Good night, Naruto. Good night was the reply. Naruto waited a few more moments after the door closed before a small sob escaped. He sank to the ground, hugging his knees to his chest, and sobbed some more. Soon, he was crying. In that moment, he wasn't a shinobi, not the strong cunning prodigy of the leaf. He was an 11-year-old boy who had just learned who his parents were. He continued to cry, only witnessed by two figures standing behind the pillars behind him. One of the figures made to go toward him, but the other stopped it with a raised old hand. Then the figure took a step back and they continued watching Naruto cry. I hadn't cried so much since then. After what seemed like hours, Naruto cried himself to sleep. That's when the figures came out of hiding. One of them came to pick Naruto up. He had his normal black robes and greasy black hair. As he placed Naruto in a comfortable position, he looked in the mirror and saw his best friend and the women he had always loved standing side by side, smiling at him. This mirror must be destroyed, Headmaster. I quite agree with you, Severus Dumbledore said, looking down at Naruto in Snape's arms, who had fainted. His cheeks were tear-stained and he didn't look like the confident ninja he once was. It seems this mirror is more trouble than it's worth. They both turn to leave and Dumbledore stops in front of the mirror and looks into it. It only took a moment and he smiled at the blonde-haired blue-eyed man wearing a white haori with flames at the bottom. Great Hall. The last day of school made everyone wake up with a skip in their step. Naruto woke up like everyone else and smiled and laughed with all his friends. When Harry looked at Naruto across the hall while eating lunch, it seemed like last night had never happened. He's putting on a strong face, Harry thought. At the Slytherin table, Naruto was listening to his friends excitedly talk about how well they did on their final exams. There's no way we're losing the House Cup this year, Draco said as he looked around the table. Thanks to you, Naruto, we outsmarted the smartest house at Hogwarts, Ravenclaw. Yeah, though maybe you'll hold back a little next time when you help us study, Theodore said. I still haven't finished all those push-ups you gave me. No, and if you want my help next time, I suggest you finish them quickly. Naruto said, smiling. Come on, even Konohamaru finished before you, and he had 3 times as many. Children are a monster, Theodore said jokingly. He suddenly froze at the look Naruto gave him. It was filled with such complete hatred and contempt that everyone else around him froze as well. Naruto glared at Theo for saying something like that. Whether he was joking or not, Naruto hated the word monster, along with a few others. Don't ever say something like that again, he said with a growl. Or next time, I'll show you a real monster. Theodore nodded quickly, flinching at the killing intent Naruto was radiating. Fine, Naruto said with a smile and went back to eating his ramen. Everyone flinched at how quickly he flipped between emotions. Eventually, everyone finished packing, and Draco, Blaze, and Theodore watched as Naruto gathered and stacked his trunks on top of each other. That's a lot of trunks you brought, mate. What on earth did you bring, and how did I not notice? Draco said, scratching his hair in confusion. Because, Naruto said, tossing a portion of a scroll onto the pile. There was a poof, and suddenly the trunks disappeared. The three friends gasped at that. Naruto picked up the scroll and turned it over to show them intricate runes written on the parchment. Ninja seals are amazing. But the Theo. Boo but Blaze. Oh how, Draco. Is it possible to put bodies in the parchment for storage? It could be really useful if you could hide the evidence so thoroughly. No body, no crime, just like that Muggle policeman on TV said. Daphne said from the doorway. All the boys, except Naruto, turned to her and only dripped sweetly. Anzi was right next to her and slapped her across the face at such a comment. Daphne, I don't think Whiskers would do such a thing. Actually yes, I can store corpses in it, but not living ones, something about the life force interfering with the alternate dimension, and frozen in suspended animation not working well, why he said with a flourish, as he showed them a black scroll with 2 white strips on each end, and the kanji for generosity. This is my bounty scroll. After I find someone in the bingo book with a bounty, I remove their head and keep it in their ear as evidence to collect the reward. Though some of my magic went haywire and transfigured them and now there's no reward. He said dejectedly. Now the whole room turned to him, even the Quidditch team was standing in the doorway with the girls looking on in astonishment. They came to wake Naruto up to celebrate his championship this year. With Naruto as the seeker, he won every game in under 30 minutes, setting an all-time record in Hogwarts history and some in the world. They heard Daphne's comment about Naruto murdering someone and then hiding the bodies. They laughed, oh, good old Daphne is so funny when she talks. It was Naruto's response that made them stop. He simply admitted to killing people and storing them with a rune which is northeast proof. Oh, I knew it. Daphne said laughing and clapping. Draco laughs hesitantly, but it's empty right now right? Naruto thought for a moment before opening the scroll and looking at the runes that no one in the room could read. Oh, no wonder I didn't see any deposits in my account. I forgot to turn heads. It's completely full. Naruto laughed as he scratched the back of his neck. Boss, you're an idiot. Konohamaru laughed, while everyone watched with a drop of sweat. Daphne just smiled. Maru? Yes, boss. Konohamaru groans, he knew what that look was. He assumes the position by getting on his hands and knees. So, who didn't get a ride yet? Naruto asked the room. Slowly but surely, Crab and Goyle raised their hands. Alright then, you two can share this time. Naruto said gesturing for them to ride. As the two jumped on Konohamaru's back, everyone else groaned with him as he took the weight. They spent the rest of the day walking and talking about anything that came to mind, trying to keep Daphne from talking about what was on her mind. They headed to the Great Hall for the end-of-year party, while Konohamaru spent the day carrying Crab and Goyle on his back. They returned to their dorms to get ready for the end-of-year party, went down to the Great Hall, and sat at the Slytherin table waiting for the party to begin. Just before the party began, Dumbledore stepped up to the podium, and the noise quieted to listen. Here we are, another year. I hope that after this year, your heads will be a little fuller, and don't worry, you'll have all summer to empty them and bore them for next year. Now let the party begin. The headmaster waved his wand, and food appeared on every table. Everyone dove into their favorite foods. When Draco watched Naruto slurp his 10th bowl in 7 minutes, he noticed that the bowl was slightly larger than the entire year. In fact, he looked at both ends of the table and noticed that the other bowls were larger. The table had unanimously decided to send all the raiment to Naruto unless they were willing to protect it from him. After what happened to those who hid the raiment from him, it really wasn't worth it. Hey, is it just me or are all the raiment bowls tonight bigger than they were? Yeah, the house elves are apparently sad because they won't be serving in Uzumaki until next year, Blaze told him, eyeing a rib of beef, but so was Theo. Before either of them could reach it, Konohamaru snatched it away and just smiled as he continued to consume the delicious meat. Everyone also noticed that Konohamaru also had a large amount of ribs and dishes beside him. When the desserts came out, Dumbledore stood at the podium once more. And now, I believe it is time to distribute the House Cup. In 4th place, Gryffindor with 275 points. He paused as there was light applause. In 3rd, we have Hufflepuff with 328 points. In 2nd, we have Ravenclaw with 353 points. And with 395 points, Slytherin is in 1st place. The Slytherin table cheered their victory. After seating them, Dumbledore continued. However, I have some last-minute points to give. The Slytherins groaned. To Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the most outstanding game of wizard's chess this school has seen in many years, I award 50 points. The Gryffindor table cheered. Next, to one Ms. Hermione Granger, for the use of cold intellect while others were in danger. I award 50 points. To Mr. Harry Potter, for pure love and exceptional bravery, I award Gryffindor 60 points. Now the Gryffindors were going crazy, they defeated Slytherin. We beat Slytherin, Hermione said to the table. Everyone smiled at that. Dumbledore raised his hands to calm everyone. To Mr. Naruto Uzumaki, the Gryffindors groaned. To the finest Quidditch ever played since its founding, I award 50 points. At this, the Slytherins cheered again, and the Gryffindors slumped in their seats. But Dumbledore wasn't finished yet. And finally, it takes great courage to stand up to your enemies, but even more to stand up to your friends. So I award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Neville looked confused, but the table cheered and patted him on the back. Way to go, mate, he saved our asses. Ron told Neville, grinning. Across the aisle, Naruto applauded Neville. There you go, Neville, that's the way to do it, Naruto thought. Yes, although we're tied with Slytherin now, Hermione told everyone. They all had looks of surprise on their faces. Now, if my calculations are correct, we have a tie between Gryffindor and Slytherin. This has been a great year, said Dumbledore. Snape watched as the points were awarded, and it ended in a tie. Dumbledore was always soft on lions, and that shows how well Naruto stayed under his nose. He knew, of course. How could he not? His best friend's son is an elite ninja who excels at hiding and can sabotage even a magical trap. That, and threatening to never allow Raymond at Hogwarts again unless he told him the truth. It worked once with Kushina, and damned if it still worked with his son, who's just like her. After the incident in the dungeons, Dumbledore told him that he and Flammel were going to destroy the stone. It was too dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands. They should have done that when he suggested it the first time, and every time after that. He turned to look at McGonagall, and realized that even she wanted to settle the score so her house could win the cup, and truth be told, so did he. But since it was the headmaster's decision, he sat back and ate his dessert. I always liked treacle tarts, he thought. He looked back at his house and noticed Naruto seemed to be deep in thought. That's not good. Sure enough, when she saw the smirk on his face, she quickly cast a shield charm around himself to survive whatever plan he had in mind. Before Dumbledore could congratulate both houses, a banana cream pie flew across the room and directly hit Gryffindor prefect Percy Weasley. He fell, knocked out of his seat. It was then that everyone turned to see who threw it and saw Naruto standing on top of the Slytherin table with a determined look in his eyes. No. We will not share the prize we worked hard for. My Slytherins, didn't we just win the Quidditch Cup? Yes. Shouted the table. Didn't we get the best grades in years? Yes. They shouted louder, even Konohamaru joined in. Then if we must, let's step forward and take it. We'll have that cup. Fire. Naruto shouted and each Slytherin shot whatever they could onto the table. After the flying dessert drink, some of the Gryffindors came down, leaving fewer numbers. The twins looked at each other and smiled. After surviving the bombardment, they caught up quickly before the momentum wore off. They knew what Naruto was doing, and by Merlin, they weren't going to waste that opportunity. They both jumped onto the Gryffindor table. Gryffindor. Fred yelled. We're not the bravest house at Hogwarts. George shouted. Yes. The table shouted. Even Hermione screamed, angered by Naruto's trick. We will not back down. Fred. We'll fight. Jorge. And we'll get that cup. They both shouted. Fire. And the Gryffindor retaliated. A few Slytherins fell, and the others took cover. When the two tables clashed, it was apparently the Hufflepuffs who couldn't take it anymore. One Hufflepuff named Cedric Diggory stood up and pointed at the cup. Hufflepuff. He shouted. If this is a fight over the cup, shouldn't we have a chance? We work as hard as any of them. So let's claim what's rightfully ours. The Hufflepuff table screamed and joined this now three-way battle. The Ravenclaws soon joined in. Most of them wanted to prove once and for all that the Ravenclaws were the smartest and that they wouldn't be left behind by the Slytherins or that Granger girl. The teachers were stunned to say the least. The Great Hall turned into a four-sided battle, with the winner taking the House Cup. Never in the history of Hogwarts had anything like this happened. Perhaps I can put this in the Hogwarts history books. Dumbledore thought as he saw Hufflepuff fall. McGonagall was astonished and disturbed that the students were like this. She turned to look at the headmaster and could see that he was slightly enjoying this. Albus, she said in a harsh tone. Dumbledore looked at her and nodded. Well, these students need to know that we will not tolerate this. Enough. Dumbledore roared. The students stopped as they looked towards the staff table, and Dumbledore glared back. You have all lost your minds. If this is how you act in this school. At this he paused. McGonagall nodded in agreement that this was unacceptable. Then none of you will have this trophy. Indeed, we members of staff have worked hard all year tirelessly to provide you with the best education. And if anyone should deserve this cup, it is the Hogwarts staff. And after shouting the last thing, Dumbledore threw a cupcake at one of the Ravenclaws, and it hit one on the head. One. Albus. McGonagall shouted, standing up. It was too late. The students roared in defiance and fired at the staff table. Hagrid. Dumbledore spoke, and Hagrid acted quickly. He tipped over the large staff table, and the teachers ducked underneath it. Well, everyone except McGonagall, who stood and stared at the headmaster as if she'd finally lost her mind. Albig never ended as the students' munitions reached them and showered her completely in sugary delight. She fell, and the war continued. The second one not to duck under the staff table was Snape. He sat sprawled all alone, eating his dessert. When Hagrid turned the table over, he grabbed another plate and started eating it. Miraculously, nothing hit him. But Slytherin. It's been a long battle with 5 sides fighting for the ultimate prize. Theodore gathers the Quidditch team and heads to the right wing to make those teachers suffer. Right. Marcus on me. Theodore shouted and Marcus turned and nodded, signaling his alpha team to follow Captain Theo. Draco gets the 3rd years and has them play decoys, while the 5th years surround the Hufflepuffs to eliminate them. Once their Gryffindor is gone, they're wide open. Draco smiled and nodded. He was having the time of his life. "Okay Naruto, can we tier the cakes?" he asked. Those were fun to watch. They exploded and could take out an entire squad. Squads usually had a group of 7. It was fun to watch them fall. He didn't know where Naruto found the curse to make the food explode and cover a larger radius, but it came in handy. "No, except those where we are absolutely sure we will not fail. Let's hit them with this," Daphne said, holding up a large bowl of steaming hot ramen. "Ooh," Naruto complained as he took the ramen from her hands. "We don't waste ramen, let's never waste ramen," he said as he began slurping down the best food ever. "But Gryffindor. What do we do now?" Ron asked, throwing a muffin at a Ravenclaw. "Hermione?" Harry asked, looking at her. "No Hermione," he shouted as he saw Hermione get thrown a 2-tiered cake by the Ravenclaw general in retaliation for her pulling his patrol out of the north. "Fred, George, anything?" Rand said, turning to her older brothers. "We're a little busy right now," Fred replied. "We just heard that the Slytherins are moving into Hufflepuff." Jorge. "We need to keep Ravenclaw busy enough to sabotage Slytherin." Fred. "It's our only hope of holding them off long enough for us to take out the Ravenclaws before moving on." Jorge. "Merlin, I wish Percy was here, he's good at organizing people," Ron commented sadly. "Fred caw George Ron," said Percy Weasley as he crawled across the floor towards them. "Percy?" His 3 younger brothers shouted as he caught up with them. Percy stood up from his prone position. "Did you think we lost you at first?" Fred said, looking at his messy hair. He used to keep it so neat. "Yeah, that cake hit hard," Jorge said. Percy puffed out his chest. "This battle isn't over. Wood grabs the team, you're going to be hot in 5. "Yes, sir," Wood greeted, lowering the table to gather the Quidditch team. "Harry Ron, go with Seamus and see what havoc we can wreak on the Ravenclaw reserves." "Of course Harry." Me, Ron replied, running off with Harry and Seamus. "What can I do to help?" Neville asked, approaching Percy. "We need a distraction to keep everyone from noticing Wood and his team from reaching the Slytherin side, do you think you can help with that?" "Right distraction. Do you have any cakes?" He was handed 2 banana cream pies and encouraged himself to take charge. Percy continued to organize the Gryffindors and get them working efficiently. "Lee." Percy shouted. "Yes, boss." Lee Jordan asked, approaching him. "I need you to deliver a message to Hufflepuff. I think it's time for an alliance." As Lee ran off to do his errand, Fred and George stopped to watch Percy work. "Dear brother." "Yes, dear brother. He is good. He's in Gryffindor for a reason." "Brayaya." Everyone heard the battle cry as Neville leaped up and ran down the center aisle toward the staff table, wielding double cakes. "But the staff." "He's coming, Headmaster," Hagrid said to Dumbledore, pointing to Neville running towards them with cakes. "Hit him with a tiered cake." "We're leaving, sir," Trelawney said, nearly getting hit by a cupcake. "I have an idea," Flitwick said, grabbing a plate of lemon cake. "This should finish him off." "Ooh," Dumbledore said quickly, grabbing the plate. "Never waste a drop," he told them, laughing at the little pun he made. "But Sir Flitwick." "No," Dumbledore said, finished. He took a sip and enjoyed the delicious moist treat. "All right then," said the short-arms professor. He picked up 2 of his own banana cream pies and turned to Hagrid. "Throw him to me. I can take him," he said finally. With that, Hagrid raised it and pointed it. "We've only got one chance, big fella, make it count." When Hagrid got his sight set on it, he tossed Flitwick and looked right on the spot. "Brah!" Flitwick shouted as he flew through the air towards Neville. "Brah!" roared Neville running towards the flying professor. They soon collided and Flitwick won the match. He crashed into Neville and shoved the pies in his face before Neville could expose his own. When Flitwick scrambled off the prostrate body of his defeated advisor, he roared in victory. So did the other staff members. He was as short-handed as the professor when a pie the size of the miniature professor collided with him. He landed completely covered. There was no hope for his survival. Snape had just finished the last of his dessert, stood up and walked around the table. He walked down the middle of the street, stepping over the prostrate forms of the students and Flitwick. As he walked towards the doors, not a single object hit him. He grew quite afraid of the students, none of whom dared to throw anything at him. He was a member of staff so they wouldn't attack his own. And Naruto wouldn't attack because he was the head of his house, so any victory of his was also Slytherin's victory. He continued calmly and collectively, and with a swish of his cloak, he left the Great Hall as clean as he had entered. Naruto and Draco watched as Professor Snape walked across the middle of the battlefield without being hit once. When he left, Naruto turned to Draco. "That was actually pretty rude." Draco just nodded. As Snape turned the corner into the corridor, he grinned. "Now that was rude." But Naruto. 4 hours, that was how long the battle lasted. Now everything was quiet, too quiet. Naruto moved from hiding place to hiding place. He would even use the prone figures of unconscious bodies as cover. He was the last Slytherin. Many were eliminated by the alliance between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, but they also had Ravenclaw on their side, so they were able to turn the tide. It was so calm. He may be the only one left to claim the cup. He continued on his way to the podium where the cup resides. There was no movement at the staff table. He crawled the last few meters to the finish line, tired of any hidden enemies. He reached the podium and was ready to claim his prize when he spotted a pair of purple shoes. He looked up and saw intricate purple robes, and up to where a long white beard was braided, and up to an elderly face with blue eyes that held a glint of mischief. That bucking beauty roared in his mind. Dumbledore looked at Naruto and smiled. In his hands was the largest bowl of ramen Naruto had ever seen. "You took the last bite of my delicious lemon cake back at the ministry." Naruto gulped. "Revenge," was all Dumbledore said before unleashing it on Naruto. Just before the bowl of ramen was thrown at him, one last thought crossed his mind. Shit. At last, the battle was over, and Dumbledore claimed the house cup on behalf of all the teachers who worked hard at Hogwarts and received no recognition. Dumbledore slowly raised the cup above his head and held it in a victory pose. As he looked around, there was no one left. Everyone was face down on the floor, completely covered in food. And so ends the great Hogwarts food wars. May all who come after us remember the sacrifice these great food warriors gave for the chance at greatness. And I, Albus Percival Wulfric Dumbledore, shall remain at the top. He roared. Finally done review. Oh, and here's something extra. Ever since that incident in the trophy room, Naruto had been wondering what that three-headed dog was guarding. And like any good ninja or curious fox, he planned to return the following night. Everything went according to plan, and no one suspected he'd soon be traveling to the third corridor. He dressed in his training gear and made sure it was the darkest. "Okay, guys, I'm off." "Boss, wait for me," Konohamaru said quickly, putting on his gear. "Not tonight, Konohamaru." Konohamaru clapped silently and headed to bed. "Don't die," Daphne said in a wave. She used to say that every night he went out, it was his way of saying goodbye. And, as usual, everyone shakes their heads and Naruto laughs and leaves. He trained a little. He was still working on how to put chakra through the wand and combine it with magic. At 2 in the morning, Naruto knew that even the teachers who ran the school were sleepy and not really paying attention. It didn't matter if they weren't, he was a ninja anyway. He headed to the third corridor and stopped at the door where the three-headed dog resided. The first task, getting past the dog and to the trapdoor, was easy. He took out his wand and pointed at the door, Alohomora, and with that, the door opened. Slowly, he opened the door just enough for his head to fit through. He saw the dog sleeping and looked toward the trapdoor. Fluffy woke up and looked around the room. Nothing seemed to appeal, so she lay back down and fell asleep. After passing through the trapdoor, Naruto landed on something soft. He created a soft light with his wand and saw that he was on some kind of plant. Suddenly, it became entangled in vines and seemed to sink. Ah, devil's snare. He learned about this plant when he and Hermione were studying some additional plants for extra credit in herbology. He took out a kunai and brought it to his chest and lay still. It was swallowed and he fell through the lower landing onto his feet on the ground beneath the plant. Ha. He came to a room filled with flying keys and a door at the far end. He tried to open it and even tried the unlocking spell, but he couldn't. So one of these keys opens it. It looks different from the others. He looked around above him before spotting an old key that looked different from the rest. "Looks easy," he said. He saw a broom. "Ah, I see, it's Quidditch. Though unlike the game, here I can cheat." He used chakra to speed across the room grabbing the key. The moment he did, the other keys went crazy. He was still moving fast enough where the keys had a hard time finding him. Maintaining his speed, he opened the door and walked through it, closing behind him. A moment later, the sound of banging against the door told him they'd found him, that he was too late. Then he came to a large room with a giant illuminated chessboard and pieces placed on both sides. He walked through the white pieces and headed toward the door on the other side. As he approached the other side, the pieces on that side drew their swords and blocked his way. "So I need to play." The king nodded. "I see." He took a step back and made some hand signs, spiked garden style. Suddenly, spikes shot up from the ground, destroying all the pieces except the king. "Checkmate," Naruto said, and the king lowered his sword. Naruto stepped through and reached the door. As he did, he turned around and saw the board reassembling itself. Cool. As he walked through the door, a purple fire erupted behind him and black fire blocked the door he needed to go through. The only other thing in the room was a table with 7 potions of different sizes and colors and a sheet of paper. He picked up the paper to read it. It was some kind of riddle. Danger is in front of you, while safety is behind. 2 of us will help you, whatever you find. 1 of us 7 will allow you to advance. Another will transport the drinker back to his place. 2 of us only have nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you want to stay here forever. To help you in your choice, we give you these 4 tips. First, no matter how cleverly the poison tries to hide itself, you will always find some on the left side of the nettle wine. Secondly, those at each extreme are different. But if you move on, neither is your friend. Third, as you can clearly see, they are all different sizes. Neither the dwarf nor the giant keeps death in their bowels. Fourth, second from the left and second from the right. They are twins once you try them, although different at first glance. Eeny meeny miny moe. Naruto wasn't very good at riddles, so he resorted to an old trick to help him choose. He landed on the 5th bottle and drank a little. He walked over to the black flames and reached out to touch them. Nothing happened and he walked through the door. He had to be in the last room because there was no other door besides the one he came in through. It was a circular room and the center was completely clear except for a pedestal where a glowing red rock sat. Surrounding the pedestal was a white circle made of magic. There must be a trick to this, he said, walking to the edge of the circle. He poked the white circle and nothing happened. He walked across and up to the stone. Is this really it, just a glowing stone? He picked it up and tossed it from hand to hand. Ooh. Ah, damn it, Peeves. Naruto yelled, jumping in fear. As he did so, he accidentally dropped the rock, which flew through the air until it crashed into the wall, shattering into pieces. There was a swirl of red in front of the pieces of rock, and the red swirl was no more. Oh, they said at the same time. Ooh, you broke it, Peeves joked as he flew around Naruto. Shit, what do I do? Naruto said, panicking and pulling at his hair. Maybe replace him? Peeves suggested. Usually, he'd rat out the unfortunate student, but he liked Naruto, he was fun, so he was going to help. Well, see if you can find a very large stone, he said to Peeves, using his hands to show him. Peeves finally found one that matched the one they broke and brought it to Naruto. Now what? This one is gray while the other one was bright red. How are you going to make it look the same? Easy, said Naruto, taking out an orange bag with a kangi in it. What's that? This is my joke bag, full of everything I need to make jokes. Ooh, oh, that's dedication, Peeves congratulated him. Naruto took out some paints and began slowly painting the stone. I don't think painting it will work, Peeves commented. This isn't ordinary paint, it's Shinobi paint, he said, holding up his finished work. The stone was red and shiny. Wow, it looks just like the original. Am I good or am I good? Naruto said, placing him on the pedestal. And Peeves, don't tell anyone what happened. I promise. I'll take this secret to the grave, Peeves said, laughing as he passed through the ceiling. Omnic 2. Quirrell passed each test with ease. It helped that his master gave him the answers. The Dark Lord played the chessboard for him. He wasn't very good at it, but his master was. Eventually, they reached the potion riddle. After reading it, his master spoke. Take the 5th. It will take us onward. Drink it all, we don't want anyone following us. He took the small bottle and drank it all. He grimaced. The potion tasted like centuries-old socks. He noticed something at the bottom of the bottle. He brought it up to his eyes and looked inside. It was a note. You got it right too. You just became a ninja. Shit, Quirrell said before feeling his throat close and he slowly suffocated. No, the Dark Lord screamed, leaving his subject's body. Omnic 3. Harry and Hermione made their way through the opposite door into the chess room. Ron told them to go ahead and limped back the way he came to get help. As they entered, flames burst forth and they were trapped. As they made their way to the table full of potions, they noticed a body on the floor. It was Quirrell. What's Professor Quirrell doing here? I thought it was Snape. Harry asked. Professor, Hermione replied. It's Professor Snape. Before continuing, the fires went out and 3 professors entered the room. What on earth are you doing here? Asked Professor McGonagall. Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape followed her. Oma 4. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood next to his old friend Nicholas Flamel and Professor Snape. Sitting on the desk was the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas stepped forward and pointed his wand at the stone. After he destroyed it, everyone stood there staring at the broken pieces. I thought there would be more, Nicholas said. What were you waiting for? Dumbledore asked him. I don't know, maybe a swirling red energy and the energy evaporating the stone. Well, at least no one will ever lay their hands on the stone again, Dumbledore said, nodding. Chapter 7. Safe location. In a dark room, 4 or 5 figures sat at a round table and placed their hats on it. The men sitting there were the strongest ninja from their villages. They were the Cage. We've received a report that information about the elemental nations and their inhabitants has been leaked, and now someone is selling it to a reporter who will expose us. The Raikage spoke first. Yes, and this that Tsuchikage paused as he flipped through some pages. Ah, this John Squealer obtained documents and maps not only of our dealings with outside governments and the underworld, but also the locations of our villages. How is that possible? He finished shouting. Well, the Kazuki said. Rather than trying to figure out how that information got out, the more important thing is, how are we going to prevent him from taking it to reporter Casey McWilliams? We have 3 days before they meet and we need someone to take care of this. Hokage-sama, I'm sure you're calm. Do you want to share your thoughts? Yes, Saratobi finally spoke. He says they'll meet in London in an alley near the King's Crossing train station. It just so happens that in 3 days, one of my ambus will be in King's Crossing by 3, which is enough time to intercept the package before they meet in 4. And who is this Anbu? Asked the Raikage. Saratobi replied. Damn kid took my ramen, the Raikage muttered as he grabbed the edge of the table. That bastard assaulted my granddaughter. Arg my back. The Tsuchikage shouted, rubbing his back. Now, there's no need to hold a grudge. We're here because this could expose our world to the outside world. The Hokage chuckled. If everything is settled then, Hokage-sama, please end the scroll. Kazuki said as the 4 cages signed the pure black scroll. The only one who didn't sign it and didn't show up for the summit was the Mizukage. That was due to the civil war going on in the Land of Water. 3 days later Greethal. In the morning, the students were enjoying their breakfast before taking the train back home. As Naruto and his friends finished, a beep was heard above. Only one owl flew by, and its pure black wings and golden eyes could only be Kaneko's, Naruto's pet owl. She flew down and landed right in front of him. Naruto petted her and gave her some of his sausages. She squealed happily and flew away, leaving a scroll behind. Naruto looked at the scroll along with everyone else and his eyes widened. He immediately lost all emotion on his face and body. His friends turned away from him, worried about what had upset him so much. There, in front of him, was a pure black scroll with the kanji for cage on the front. Konohamaru noticed the scroll as well, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, Konohamaru commented. What does that scroll say? Pansy asked. Naruto ignored her and opened the scroll, reading it. Before any of them could take a look, he rolled it up and stood up from his seat. I need to speak to Professor Snape. I need to make a quick stop before he takes me home. And with that, he strode off to speak to the Slytherin head of house. Once Naruto left, Theodore turned to Konohamaru. Okay, Maru, spill, what was in that scroll? The rest of the group nodded in agreement. Well, I don't really know. He said, laughing nervously while scratching the back of his neck like Naruto. What really? Draco shouted before leaning forward. What's inside that parchment? Well, I've never seen that scroll before, but the kanji on the front said cage. This could be something big like saving a country, rescuing another princess. Another princess? Pansy asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, or it could be a suicide mission. I hope not. Konohamaru finished. No. Pansy and Daphne gasped. Why would your leader send Naruto on a mission that could kill him? Draco asked, worried about never seeing Naruto again. Don't worry, it's probably not a suicide mission. If it was, Naruto Nai would have sent me to Snape. Professor, the group said. Yes, Professor Snape. He would have simply left and taken nothing with him. Yes, but he could still die on a difficult mission, Daphne said. She worried about Naruto. The chief wouldn't have been chosen if he wasn't a truly strong ninja. It just means he's the best for the job. Konohamaru's words helped calm them down. Wow, so Naruto must be really good if he was chosen to do this mission. I wonder if he'd let me help him hide the bodies. I have a devil's trap in my basement, easy to clean. Daphne commented, looking into the distance. And again, everyone could only shake their heads and laugh. Draco looked towards the entrance Naruto left. How ridiculously strong are you, Naruto? Potions lab. Naruto knocked on the door and waited for the deep enter before opening it. He walked over to Snape's desk and showed him the scroll. Before we head back to Konoha, would it be too much to ask if we could make a quick stop along the way? It's in London if that helps. Snape looked at the parchment, unsure of the color's significance, but he could read the kanji on the front, which was cage. It must be something important if it involved the leader of his village. Very well, where will we have to go? Oh, nowhere, just King's Crossing, well, a muggle one. Naruto said, scratching his head and laughing. Oh, was all Snape said before nodding. Shall I set the portkey for 4 then? Do it for 5, I might need a little more time. Naruto said smiling as he walked out the door. Snape looked at the door Naruto left and shuddered. Oh, I think I just ruined someone's day, he said in a monotone. I don't care, he decided as he took inventory of his stock again. As the students were taken away by self-driving carriages, Naruto saw a skeletal horse with wings and a beak. He read about them in some of the magical creature books in the library. Thestrals, it seems I'm the only one who sees them. No, don't forget that Snape sees them too. I wonder who he saw die. Professor Snape, do you see Thestrals too? Who did you see die? Snape turned to him and stared. Naruto sat there innocently, waiting for an answer. Snape raised an eyebrow, really? Really what? Naruto. Didn't you just decapitate a man in front of me when we met less than 5 minutes ago? Draco, Pansy, and Daphne's mouths were open. Snape just said Naruto killed a man right in front of him. In my defense, I was doing my duty as a ninja. You were the one who turned him back from a fish. It was an ugly fish. Yeah, he really was ugly, I enjoyed seeing him that way. Either way, you're responsible for him killing a man in front of you. Could you have taken it? It was very heavy and I felt lazy that day. Everyone sweated at that. Snape glared at him. Naruto was being pointed out by the twins in another carriage. He raised his left hand and made a seal. Kai, he said softly, just after a large explosion of colored smoke shot into the sky through the windows of the school buildings. The fireworks spelled goodbye Hogwarts, the students witnessing it cheered and laughed all the way to training. Snape turned to Naruto and frowned. If my potions lab is a mess, I'll demand you replace everything in there. It might be a bit much, don't you think? You can afford it. Snape smiled as they were led away. King's Crossing. Naruto stood with Konohamaru and Professor Snape, saying goodbye to his friends as they joined their parents. Pansy stopped hugging him and stepped back. Oh, I almost forgot, she took out an envelope and handed it to Naruto. That's an invitation to my birthday party, it's for the second week of July, can you come? Yeah, I'll watch it and let you know if I can or not. Pansy squealed and hugged him goodbye and stroked his whiskers once more. Of course, she missed, and her hand was on Konohamaru's cheek. "No!" she screamed. Once everyone left, Naruto, Snape and Konohamaru walked toward the exit and stopped. The reason they stopped was because Konohamaru shook his head. Nah, this is a trick, you're going to act like there's nothing there and then suddenly stop and let me walk facing the wall. Konohamaru said, backing away. There's really nothing there, I swear, Naruto told her. This is ridiculous, move it, Mr. Sarutobi. Snape ordered the boy. Fuck you too, Konohamaru said. There were a few other magical people around and a few witches gasped at the vulgar language. Really? Naruto asked as his and Snape's eyes narrowed on him. Philip Jenkins has worked at King's Cross train station for 50 years and was always on time. He's kept the trains moving smoothly for years and never had a single delay. He stood next to a pillar marked with the numbers 9 and 10. He looked at his watch and blew his whistle, and just before he blew, he was struck by a flying blur. Naruto walked through the pillar with Snape and looked at Konohamaru, who was just getting up from the ground. See, I told you, nothing there. Soon, both Snape and Naruto looked at the guy Konohamaru knocked out. Why did you attack this guy? He questioned him. You threw me through the wall while he was standing in front of it. Come on, we have to hurry before the portkey activates, Snape told them, walking away in muggle clothes. The two followed the professor. Philip woke up a few moments later and sat up rubbing his head. What hit me? He asked to no one in particular. He looked up just in time to discover that all the trains had been delayed an hour and were still waiting for him. No. He screamed, ruining his perfect record. He was going to find out who knocked him out and he was going to kill them. He was hit by a fast-moving car. His head hit the wall and he was knocked out again. Very panicked after seeing that he accidentally ran over someone with his trolley. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what am I going to do? I could get expelled. No, I can't let Uncle Vernon find out. He'll make sure I never return to Hogwarts. What would Naruto do? At that moment, he tilted his head to the side and shook his head humorously. He knew exactly what Naruto would do. So, he stood up and looked around to see if anyone had witnessed the incident. When the coast was clear, he grabbed his trolley and left, pretending he wasn't part of it. The trio exited the train station and Naruto turned to look at the two of them. Okay, I'll be right back. Just wait here. I'll be quick. He explained before running down the street and into an alley. Konohamaru and Snape turned to look at each other. So, what do we do while we wait? Konohamaru asked, already bored. We'll wait here, was all Snape said. Konohamaru looked around the street until he found a small ice cream shop just a block away. Why don't you go get some ice cream? He asked, pointing to the shop near the station. Snape followed his finger and looked toward the shop. He didn't say anything for a moment before walking toward the shop. Konohamaru hurried after him. Allie. A.C. McWilliams waited for Mr. Squealer to arrive with evidence that an organization existed and was behind many unexplained incidents. She had proof of where they operated and who they had dealings with in world governments and black markets. This could be her big chance. If she could get her hands on a story like that, her aircraft carrier would be shot. She'd better hurry, she muttered. She was slowly growing impatient with the boy. She could sense that story. There was a sudden noise behind her and Casey quickly turned to see what or who it was. There was nothing there except an overturned trash can. Hello? A sudden noise came from her left. When she turned around, there was nothing there either. "Whoever's in there, stop this shit and get out," she demanded, stomping her foot. "Hi," a cheerful voice spoke from behind her. She quickly turned around and looked at a boy about 11 years old. "I'm helping raise money for the foster care program. And we were making little dolls to sell," he said, holding up the doll. "It even talks," he said excitedly. He squeezed the doll and said, "I like the way you pet me." The boy smiled at him and even purred as he rubbed his whiskers against his cheek. It was too adorable, and she squealed. She noticed that the doll looked so much like the boy. In fact, it was the cutest boy she'd ever seen. "I'd love one so much. £25 and you get the second one half price," he said in a happy salesman's voice. It was just cuter on him. He seemed so excited to be selling her one. "Well, that's fine then." He took the second one and smiled at the cut boy. "Now run off, you should get back to your guardian." "Okay, bye, pretty lady," the boy said, running. He clutched his purchase and laughed at the purring noise she was making. Soon the two dolls were laughing and wouldn't stop. She looked at them and frowned. At first it was cute, but now the sound was irritating her. It went on for about 10 minutes and she was about to explode. "Stop laughing," she yelled at them. "Okay." The dolls stopped laughing and responded. "Huh," was all she could say before one of the dolls opened its mouth and spewed smoke, covering her part of the alley from view. She couldn't see anything but smoke around her and it was getting hard to breathe. "Hello," said a familiar cheerful voice behind her. Wasn't she facing the only exit from the alley? He turned, trying to see beyond the smoke, only to find himself face to face with the same boy as before. "You," he growled. "I'm raising money for the foster care program and we're selling gas masks," he said, holding up a bright orange gas mask. "Buy one, get one free." He smiled again. "What have you done to me?" she said. Her vision was blurring and the alley was spinning in circles. "What do you mean?" the boy asked, looking around as if he didn't see the smokescreen nor that she was unsteady on her feet. "Give me one of those," she demands, reaching for one of the gas masks. The boy quickly pulled it back, shaking his head. "Nah, you have to pay the first lady. It's 50 for the mask, the second one's free." He never lost his smile. She quickly threw the money at him and put on one of the masks. When she looked back at the boy, he was gone. She began to panic. What if the organization found out about her spying and was going to kill her? She turned toward where she knew the entrance to the alley was and ran toward it. When she emerged from the alley, she cried with joy. She opened her mouth to call for help when she took another step and everything went black. As she fell, she landed in the water. She looked toward the only source of light and saw that a circular manhole was being covered up. "No!" she screamed in despair. She stood in the water up to her knees, looking around in the total darkness. "This can't get any worse." "Hello," said a cheerful voice behind her. Soon there was a beam of light coming from the now familiar boy. He was wearing a headlamp and still had the innocent smile on his face. "I'm raising money for a foster care program. Would you like to buy a flashlight?" he said, holding a flashlight that he turned on and off. "It's only £100 or a box of matches for £10. "You little shit." Casey screamed and lunged at him. He easily sidestepped her. "I'm just trying to raise money, ma'am, what's your bucking problem?" "My problem is you." She decided to reach out and try to snatch a flashlight, but the boy pushed it out of her way. "Nah, that's 100 for the light or 10 for the matches." "Give me that. Now." "Hey, ma'am." "Fine." Casey growled irritably and searched her purse for her wallet. She pulled out all her money and shoved it toward the small menace. "I only have £99 here, that should be enough." "I'm sorry, ma'am, but it's £100, the matches are 10 if you're interested." Another grunt came from her. "It's only £1, surely you can let go of £1. "Sorry, ma'am, but every pound counts." He still never lost his smile. Casey gritted her teeth and handed him £10. "Then I'll keep the matches," she said, her teeth grinding in her mouth. "Thanks for your boss, you're a bit stingy, aren't you?" "Bastard." She lunged at him. She turned off her headlamp before she jumped on him. When she landed where she was last seen, all she hit was water. She jumped up, took out her matches, and lit one. When the small flame of light flickered on the wall, she realized she was alone again. Damn child of the corn. There was a giggle behind her. She turned around, only to come face to face with one of those cute dolls. It was sitting on a red barrel with a cute smile. It started giggling again, and Casey glanced at the barrel randomly, and her eyes widened at the large highly flammable label on the front. She looked back at the laughing doll and leaned back and dropped the match. The doll had a fox-like grin and looked menacing. She soon realized she had dropped the match and looked down just as it fell into the open top. He looked back at the smiling doll and shouted, "Book." But the Weasleys. As the Weasleys packed their trunks into the back of the car, they all piled in and headed home. Ginny sat between her parents in the front, while Ron sat between his older twin brothers. Percy was in the back row, scribbling in a notebook. She listened in amazement to the stories her brothers told about their year at Hogwarts. She was so excited for next year that she couldn't wait. The twins were finishing their story of the end-of-year feast, which turned into the biggest food fight in history. Her mother gasped to hear that even the teachers were participating. Her father just laughed and wiped a few tears from his cheek. Oh, that must have been something. This is the first time two houses have been linked. Let me guess, the person who started this was Naruto, right? The boys laughed. Molly looked in the rearview mirror and looked at Percy. How was your year, dear? Percy didn't answer. He was too busy writing furiously in his notebook. Fred looks back at Percy and looks at what he's writing and smiles. He's just mad because the Slytherins outmaneuvered us, Fred comments. We'll get them next time. Percy grunts. How do you know there's going to be a next time? Ginny asked innocently. His brother, including his father, all laughed. George leaned forward to speak to him. Wait until you meet Naruto, then you'll know why. When did you meet Naruto's dad? Ron asked. Well, it started when me and Perkins. Perkins and I, dear, Molly corrected him. Yeah, well, Perkins and I were heading to the second-floor cafeteria when, as he spoke, they drove over a manhole cover when there was a loud varump and the car jumped as if they'd hit a pothole. Arthur quickly stopped and looked at his family. What did we hit? Everyone shrugged and got out to see what it was. There were denser scratches on the car and nothing underneath. Everyone scratched their heads in confusion. That's when both Fred and George turned around and stopped when they saw a manhole cover open and a familiar blonde, mustachioed face pop out. They greeted him and shouted, "Hey Naruto." Fred. What are you doing? Jorge. Naruto turned to look at the twins. He smiled and waved back. The rest of the Weasley family turned and saw him. They all walked over to him and he greeted his friends and nodded to Percy. Arthur walked over and shook his hand. Merlin's beard, it's good to see you again, Naruto. Be with Mr. Weasley. Please call me Arthur, this is Ginny, she'll be starting Hogwarts next year, he said, gesturing for Ginny to say hello. Hi, she said softly, hiding behind Arthur. She was shy around new people. And this is my wife Molly, he was quickly cut off as Molly pushed forward and wrapped Naruto in a hug. Oh, it's so nice to finally meet you, Molly said after finally releasing him from her crushing hug. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Weasley. Now, none of that formality, call me Molly. Kushina and I were very close during our younger years. There's no way I can repay her for helping me and Arthur. Arthur and I, darling. Arthur corrected his wife. Molly punched him lightly on the shoulder, causing a slight pain. Don't correct me, Arthur. It's rude. But, are you in the car? Molly patted him on the shoulder again. Shut up. Now, Naruto, why are you here alone? Aren't you going back to Konoha? Naruto smiles innocently as he scratches the back of his neck. Just running some errands before I head back. Everyone tilted their heads, wondering what errands he had. Unfortunately, the glint in his eye gave him away with the twins. They both smiled at each other, wondering what trouble he was getting into. And from the looks of it, Molly didn't seem too convinced either. She'd just come from dealing with the twins' problems. What errands do you have in the Muggle world? Ron asked. Ninja errands. Naruto said, sliding the manhole cover with his foot over the hole. The Weasley children looked at him in confusion, but both Molly and Arthur's eyes widened. They were friends of Kushina's and she'd told them all about being a ninja and the duties they were supposed to perform. So seeing her son so young performing ninja duties. Molly hid a tear from the group and straightened. Well then, it was a pleasure meeting you, dear. If you ever get the chance, please write to me. I'd really like to get to know you better. Alright, gang, back to the car, let's go. But Mom, Ron and the twins moaned. Darling, Arthur groaned as well. He wanted to ask Naruto about Shinobi culture. Learning about new cultures was a favorite pastime. Now. And Naruto, dear, I'll see you. She smiled at him. The twins walked by and patted her on the back. Ron smiled too. See you next year, mate. You too, Ron. When Naruto looked at Ginny, he smiled at her and she smiled back shyly. Honestly, she reminded him of Hinata when she was younger. He reached behind him and pulled out one of the Naruto dolls and handed it to her. Thank you. Ginny smiled and ran after her parents. Naruto went to the next alley and removed the silencing seals. They prevented the person in the alley from hearing any noise outside. John Squealer. That hitch is over an hour late. If she doesn't hurry, I'll go with the next reporter. John snarled. Casey McWilliams had him waiting an hour past the agreed upon time. She needed to get these documents out to the public. The longer she held onto them, the more likely they were to find her. That's why she was here in the first place, to get rid of her involvement. Even though it's only been 2 weeks since she received these documents from an unknown source. A noise came from deeper in the alley. John quickly turned around, searching for any movement. He stood there for another 5 minutes before relaxing a little. Hello, a cheerful young voice sounded behind him. John quickly turned around and found himself face to face with a cute little boy with a mustache. His eyes widened. And I didn't even buy ice cream. Snape and Konohamaru. "And here's a double scoop of mint chips and a scoop of lily-o'-the-valley sorbet," said the cashier, handing the 2 ice creams to a cute little boy and a handsome man in a dark suit. "That'll be £12, he said, still smiling. Both Snape and Konohamaru were finally at the end of the long line. At first, it wasn't so bad. Snape stood up with his ever-present scowl. And Konohamaru was just grinning excitedly. Many women passing by and even those in the line looked at the tall, dark man, and many drooled. Soon Snape and Konohamaru moved to the middle. "How much longer?" Konohamaru asked, irritated by the wait. Naruto would be back soon, and he wanted ice cream before he left. Snape stood there silently, waiting. Snape saw 2 men crossing the street without using the crosswalk and headed to the other side. "Hey, why don't we get some ice cream before we go?" With the agreement of his friends, they lined up directly in front of Snape and Konohamaru. "Hey!" Konohamaru shouted. The 2 boys turned around and looked at him just before turning away and ignoring him. "You can't jump the line, go to the back." The 2 men turned around, looked behind the boy and the pale man, and saw the line stretching around the corner. It was a very long line. "No, I think we're okay," said the first one. "We'll be quick," the second said before turning back to the front. It would be another hour before they reached the front. Snape's eyebrow twitched slightly before he stepped forward and placed a hand on each of their shoulders. "I believe you're right. Everyone here wishes to have ice cream. It's very rude to cut them all off. I ask you, gentlemen, to move to the back of the line." "Who are you?" Number 1 shrugged. "Severe Snape." Both men snorted with laughter. "Severus, really?" asked the first. "Sounds like Snivellis to me," commented the second. With that, Snape's patience ran out. Konohamaru looked at Snape and with training in reading facial expressions, like a good little ninja, he realized that Snape was going to do something about it. He smiled. If being around Kushina taught Snape anything, it was how to cast spells discreetly without anyone knowing, and if they can do it under the noise of wizards and witches, then muggles would be too simple. He and Kushina used it to get revenge on James Potter and his cronies without them realizing it was them. He decided to take a page out of Naruto's book. Even Konohamaru didn't know how it all started. He was looking at Snape to see what he would do. The next thing he remembered was that the 2 boys suddenly seemed to stay where they were. They began to squirm and clench their buttocks. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I have to go, why can't I move?" One of the men said in intense pain as they tried to hold back their loosened bowels. They felt like they were going to explode. They wouldn't have time to get to the bathroom in time. Suddenly, his feet were free and moving. A guy saw a trash can on the street with the lid open, jumped toward it, and shamelessly pulled down his pants and spilled his guts. There he sat on the side of the road, shitting in a trash can with his pants around his ankles. "Don't look at me," he yelled at everyone he saw looking. Then the police came and took him away, crying in shame. The other guy took off for the nearest alley. He reached the alley and ran to the nearest dumpster and relieved himself. Once he was done with that episode, he closed the lid inside. "I might as well wait here for this reporter Casey McWilliams. I don't know when my bowels will explode again." An hour later, when John Squealer heard a child's cheerful voice behind him say hello, his bowels loosened once more. When Snape and Konohamaru finally reached the end and received their cold treats, they turned to look at each other. It wasn't a minute later that Snape raised an eyebrow. "Well?" Snape asked Konohamaru. "Well what?" Konohamaru asked. "This was your idea, to pay young women. I'm 9 years old, I don't carry any money. You're the adult, take responsibility." "I don't carry muggle money," Snape replied. Are you going to pay or what?" the cashier asked. The 2 continued to ignore her and stared at each other. "What are you 2 doing?" a voice sounded behind them. There stood Naruto, staring at them. "We wanted some ice cream while we waited for you, but this guy is a cheapskate," Konohamaru replied. Snape simply smacked the back of his head. "Ow," Konohamaru said, rubbing the back of his neck. "It seems none of us have any muggle money," Snape told him. "I'll take care of this." Naruto approached the woman behind the register and activated his jutsu. "Can I have orange sherbet, please?" he asked with his puppy dog expression. "Oh, of course, little one," the woman said, giving him his gift. After receiving the ice cream, Naruto smiled at her and she squealed at his expression. "How much for 3 ice creams, pretty lady?" She still had her puppy dog look and she was putty in his hands. She leaned across the counter and smiled broadly at him as she rubbed his whiskered cheek. When she heard him purr, blood trickled from her nose and she was lost in the tenderness. "Oh, don't worry, little one, it's on the house." She received another radiant smile. "Thank you, beautiful lady," Naruto said before dragging Snape and Konohamaru away before she could change her mind. "That was pretty impressive back there," Snape commented as they looked for a secluded spot. "Thank you, it's a genjutsu I developed when I was training." "And how many times have you put teachers and students under illusion?" Snape demanded. "Only when I'm making a joke. If it helps, I did it with the minister." "No, that doesn't help," Snape emphasized with a frown. They headed to a deserted alley and waited 2 minutes for the port key to activate. Naruto's last thoughts as he heard Konohamaru gulp, feeling twisted, were. Did I remove the trap seals from Ginny's wrist? Oh well, the king of pranks never forgets. Here's to Christmas. Back with the Weasleys. Make it stop. Quick out the window. No. Damn it, Dad. Nuo. Eyes. Ginny honey, see if there's a way to get it down. Ever since they left Naruto and were heading home, the doll Ginny was playing with had been misbehaving, and their journey had been fraught with terror. Ginny was playing with the doll, stroking its whiskers and laughing as it purred. She laughed again when it purred in her hand. Fred leaned forward and spoke to her. You know, Ginny, Naruto really purrs when you stroke his whiskers. Actually. Yeah, and if he was interrupted by the doll laughing again. Ginny laughed too. As the doll continued to giggle, everyone stared at her, wondering when she would stop laughing. Ron's giggles began first. Ginny. Make him stop laughing. Hey? Come on, Ronald, let her have her fun, Fred told him. Yes, and if she marries Naruto, we'd be her relatives. George whispers back. Tung Ching, the twins' fist bumped. Ron still looked confused. Which was normal, considering Ron always loses track when the twins ramble. 15 minutes later, the twins join Ron and ask him to either throw it away or blow it up. And every time they suggested such a thing, Ginny always shouted no. And Molly told the boys to shut up. Another 15, and every man in the car wanted her gone. Molly shut them down. She always shuts them down. Ginny is her favorite. This continued until they turned onto the dirt road back to the lawn. It seemed like Arthur had been trying to hold back a scream the entire ride home, but during the last 40 minutes of listening to that constant laughter, he finally lost it. He quickly grabbed the doll sitting in Ginny's lap. Shut up. At that moment, the laughter stopped. Everyone let out a gasp. See? It stopped, Arthur said to his family. Good. Said a cheerful voice. Everyone slowly looked down at the doll Arthur was holding. Who? Was the last sound they all made before the little doll opened its mouth and spewed out colored smoke. The car stopped abruptly, and the car filled with smoke. They were covered in different colors. They quickly opened their doors and jumped out. They wiped whatever was on their faces and coughed out colored smoke. After they finished coughing, they stood up and looked around in confusion. They seemed disoriented by all the smoke being thrown in their faces. They looked toward a house that looked stacked and stiff. Oh, we're home, Malloy said once he saw it. The giggling started again and everyone screamed. There was a sudden boom as the doll was flung into nothingness. It seemed Ginny's patience had finally reached its limit as well. With a scream, she exploded the doll with accidental magic. Small tears were in the corner of her eyes at losing such a cute doll. Good work, Ginny, Arthur told his daughter. Evil, said Ron and the twins. Percy stood there staring at the spot where the doll exploded. Well, now that that's all settled, let's have some tea, Molly told everyone as they crossed the yard. They were almost at the house when more laughter sounded behind them. Everyone stopped mid-step at the sound. They turned slowly until they saw the row of Naruto dolls lying in the garden. And every single one was laughing. Dear brother with a trembling voice. Yes, dear brother. He did us good, didn't he? Yes, he did, brother. Yes, he did. Konoha. After watching Konohamaru vomit for 5 minutes, Naruto, Snape and Konohamaru returned to Konoha and headed to the Hokage Tower to report. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the three in front of him. Konohamaru had a big bright smile on his face, Snape looked as impassive as ever, and Naruto. He shuddered as he looked at the boy. His gaze was one of betrayal and anguish. The Hokage knew Naruto was holding back. That look could only mean one thing. He knew who his parents were. I knew this would happen one day. Konohamaru. Why don't you go home? I'm sure your mother would love to see you, the Hokage said to his grandson. Okay bye Naruto Nai, bye Snape. Teacher. That. It's Professor Snape, Snape told the 9-year-old. Konohamaru only grins wider at the inside joke. Goodbye Snape. He shouted running before Snape could interrupt. Sarutobi looked at Naruto's grades. Looks like you've done well at Hogwarts. Old man, Naruto said in a serious tone. He called him old man to let him know it was a personal matter. So the elderly Hokage pressed a seal under his desk and the room was soundproofed. How can I help you with Naruto? He asked, looking at the young ninja in front of him. Tell me the truth. Did you know who my father was? Naruto asked as he looked at the Hokage. Snape tried to leave discreetly, but whatever room the Hokage used to keep their conversation from leaving this room also seemed to be preventing the doors from opening. He was trapped here with them. He'd rather be brewing Deligite potions. The old Hokage just sighed. Yes, Naruto, I did. But I needed to keep it a secret because of the enemies it made. There would have been assassination attempts on your life. I know, but you could at least tell me. I know how important it is to keep that information from leaking out. I was planning to tell you when I knew you'd be able to defend yourself. Anbu was all Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes. Yes, the Hokage laughed. Sometimes I forget. Seeing you so young and already an Anbu. Sometimes, Sarutobi regretted letting Naruto attend school early. I want my inheritance too, Naruto demanded. It's mine by birthright and by clan law, I'm the head of the family since I was promoted above the genin. That's true. I'll do the paperwork, even if the council doesn't like it, but the property and everything in it is rightfully yours. The Hokage replies, grabbing a new piece of paper to begin the paperwork. Though it's worth it to see the looks on those arrogant council members' faces. Naruto turns to leave, by the way, Naruto, about your little errand. Naruto turned around and looked at Snape for a second before turning back to the Hokage. The leak has been plugged for now, I'll take Anko with me to deal with the source. Since today is Saturday, I'll go out with Anko tomorrow. Sarutobi just nodded in acceptance. By the way, Naruto then smiled at him. A small shiver ran down the Hokage's spine. Since I have 2 months off after this mission, I'd like to spend it visiting friends in London. You know, before I have to return to Hogwarts. Sarutobi simply slaps him across the face. How could he forget that Naruto would be away studying to be a magician for most of the year? After this mission, he'll have the entire summer off before returning to school. And since he's now the head of the Uzumaki clan, the village can't interfere. Very well, Naruto, permission granted. After your mission, report to Anko. Naruto just nodded as the Hokage undid the seal. Oh, and I need some genin to move my things to the new place. I think 3 squads should do it. And have Hinaheim's group there as well. She can help organize where things go. Naruto says as Snape leaves and he follows him. The Hokage laughs, oh ho, are you going to ask him to move in with you, huh, little Naru? The Hokage grins. With most of the paperwork done, he decided to indulge in his favorite hobby. Ichigo paradise. He opens the secret door and looks down to see his precision book missing and that he left a note. Panicking, he grabs the note and opens it to read. Listen to that. Good luck finding your book. Here's a hint. At that, the corner of the paper got wet. Sarutobi brought it to his nose and sniffed quickly. His eyes widened in horror. The women's bath at the hot springs. He shuddered at the memory of his student Jiraiya and him being punished for peeking at the women that time. Uzumaki residence. After retrieving the address of the Uzumaki compound, Naruto and Snape headed there. They stood in front of enormous gates with the red swirl in the center. The walls were enormous and went all the way around. It was the second largest compound in the village, the first being the Senju. Apparently the Uzumakis were the supreme masters of Fuinjutsu. The walls were lined with them to keep out unwanted guests. They glowed for a second as Naruto walked towards the gates, before turning invisible again. There was no way past the wall because of the force field covering the entire complex. That same force field made it impossible to see inside from above and even blocked the Sharingan and Byakugan. Naruto stood there just staring at it, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what he had just inherited. It's quite impressive, isn't it? Snape said, looking at the familiar doors. He had spent many summers here. He was always welcome, Lily too. Awesome. That's it. This is bucking huge. Shit, am I rich here too? There was a pause in his rant. Snape looked at him, wondering what was going through his mind. Those damn bastards. Naruto yelled. He looked like he had something to add to that, but one look at Snape and Naruto closed his lips. Are you finished? Snape simply asked. Naruto just nodded and Snape knocked on the door. I thought nobody lived here. No one does. The Uzumaki house elf, on the other hand, has probably kept the place locked up. Oh, like Draco's house elf, Dobby. Yeah. Suddenly, the doors opened and it felt like everything changed once you stepped inside. The air was cleaner, the light seemed to shine, enhancing the scenery around them. There was a giant stone path with tall crimson-red flowers, taking up every available space on both sides of the path that led to a circular clearing. Stone statues that looked like samurai with terrifying-looking helmets stood in a straight line across from each other on both sides of the clearing. Woo, Naruto said before being interrupted by a flying orange blur. MMA, Oster Naruto. Shinobi instincts kicked in and Naruto's arm shot out and caught the blurry bullet. He looked down to see a house elf crying in his arms. The difference with this one compared to the other house elves Naruto saw was that she looked cleaner and was wearing a bright orange and black dress. She was sobbing into his arms, reaching out to hug him. Oh, Robin-chan is so happy. Master Naruto has returned. Robin-chan has been waiting for the young master to return. Robin here. Chan. Snape looked at the elf as Naruto put her down. What was that? This Kashino always calls Robin-chan, so you should address Robin-chan as Robin-chan. Said the now identified Robin-chan, looking at Snape with a small glare. Snape just rolled his eyes at her antics. It seems she's never changed. Robin-chan here was your mother's personal house elf and now she serves you, he said to Naruto as they walked down the path. What's with the dark roses? Naruto asked, looking at the sea of red on both sides. Those aren't roses, your crimson blood flower. If an intruder breaks into the grounds, the flowers will stick to them and drain their blood. Hence, the blood flower. They're also very useful in healing potions and potions to help replenish lost blood. They're also quite poisonous, so be careful. Snape also told him about the statues that came to life to protect the property. When they reached the clearing, Naruto nearly fainted from what he saw. He'd been to some of the other clan compounds. They were like small villages behind their walls. That was what he expected. It seemed the Uzumaki were as unpredictable and eccentric as he was. Apparently, since this was built by Mito Uzumaki, it was so she could stay close to her family, and when she passed away, Kushina took over and became the clan head. Snape said, looking around to see if anything had changed since his last visit. Alice. That's right, Master Naruto. Lady Mito wanted her clan to be close, so she just set everything up. Robin-chan replied, smiling at him. Alice. Yes, I believe you've already mentioned that, Snape replies. Alice. Snape looked at him and sighed. Seems to have cracked a bit. He punched the back of Naruto's head. It seemed to have worked, but Snape was suddenly assaulted by the house elf. She jumped on him, pulling his hair and scratching his face. Not this shit again, damn it, Robin, get off. It's Robin-chan, and you can't hit Master Naruto. She yelled, knocking him to the ground. Shit, it's a palace. This thing is huge, I'm going to get lost. A freaking palace, it's bigger than the Dynamo Palace in the capital. Naruto continued before looking at the pair wrestling on the ground. They both stopped and looked back. How about a tour? He asked, scratching his cheek. This way, master. Robin-chan said, taking his hand and leading him to the palace. Snape stood and dusted his robes. He watched a pair enter. I never liked that insufferable goblin. Then he walked to the only room he knew well. The potions lab. It was a large, handsome room, and the Uzumaki stocked their supplies with their own homegrown ingredients. They were far more potent than any grown elsewhere. Kushina said something about mixing chakra into the plants. All he knew was that he'd most likely be visiting it more often. As Naruto was given a tour of the palace, Robin-chan told him about every feature this complex has. It was built in the Japanese style. The palace had hundreds of rooms. There were several dojos, twice as many armories, and a giant garage. There was a large dining room, a large kitchen, family rooms, living rooms, game rooms, 4 large ballrooms with intricate work on every inch of the rooms, and large fireplaces in each one. There were so many guest rooms. The library was huge. It was even bigger than Hogwarts. He only fainted twice, and Robin-chan would splash him with water to wake him up. They showed him his nursery that his mother had set up for him, but he never got to see it in use. He could tell she put a lot of love into it. The room was orange and blue, the furniture matching. Naruto decided to keep the room closed. He wasn't going to change anything there. He saw many pictures hanging on the walls of different red-haired people. Some of them were magical images, so they moved around and waved at him. You couldn't hear what they were saying unless you could lip read. His relatives probably just didn't want to hear them nagging. He started seeing childhood pictures of his mother and then some with his Snape and a green-eyed red-haired girl. He also noticed that Snape had a Gryffindor tie while his mother and Snape wore Slytherin. He was shown the master bedroom, which was right next to the nursery. It had a king-size bed with a blue comforter with a red Uzumaki swirl in the middle. Pictures were shown around him of his parents' room and the life they lived. The bathroom was almost as big, with a tub that could fit 4 people and an equally large shower. This would be his room. This was where he would come after Hogwarts. This was his family home, his house. After that, he was shown the rest of the palace. There were 7 gardens on the premises. They were the training yard, the Uzumaki's personal hot springs. The hot springs could help heal wounds and make people feel young again. It was thought to be filled with phoenix tears. There was a magic garden to help supply the potions lab and the dungeons. A poison garden in which some of the most poisonous plants in the world grow. There was also a field that had a Quidditch pitch. The next garden over was filled with the most beautiful flowers in the world. Naruto saw a small stone path that led to a circular platform with a red octagon-shaped roof directly in the middle of the garden. The last garden was empty, and Robin-chan told Naruto that he could put anything he wanted here. Oh, good, this is perfect for Naru, Ruto, and Tu. Naruto said, smiling. Apparently, the Uzumaki had some green thumbs, and Naruto was no exception. They grew huge bonsai plants, far larger than they should grow. If you put them all together, that spells out Master Naruto's name. Robin-chan said looking at Naruto. I know, right? It's totally awesome. They came up with it to cheer me up. They're awesome. Naruto said with stars in his eyes. After getting Snape out of the dungeons with the promise that he could return after his errands were finished. Snape had decided to stay until August to help clean up the magical garden and organize the potions lab. Naruto knew Snape talked about wanting to play in the lab. Snape then followed Naruto as he made quick stops, one of them being a very small raiment stand owned by an elderly gentleman and what appears to be his daughter. Hey old man, I'm back and I need 10 pork ramen. Oh my best customer is back, hey guess who's here? Shouted the shop owner Tucci from the back. Ooh, father. A 16-year-old girl comes out wearing an apron and a blanket on her head. She sees Naruto and shouts, rushing to him and giving him a hug. "Oh, it's so good to see you again, Naruto. It's been so slow without you." Naruto scratched his cheek. "Sorry, by the way, this is one of my teachers from my magic school." Snape just nodded at them, and they awkwardly nodded back. In the elemental countries, everyone is born with the potential to wield chakra. But very few become shinobi. Most people don't want to fight for most of their lives, so they don't awaken their chakra network. Since they are considered squibs, the statue of secrecy is still kept. As Naruto sat there talking to the two workers and eating his ramen, Snape just stared at him. All I've ever seen him eat is ramen, and even 10 bowls. I also noticed that most of the civilians were staring at him. I wonder. He thought as he ate his single bowl. It was very good ramen. Naruto knows his food, the Uzumakis usually do. When Naruto said his goodbyes, Snape told him he was going back to the compound to make a list of the potions inventory. Naruto knew he wanted to go play with his potions. So he beckoned and jumped onto the nearest rooftop. "Shall we go and see?" He closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the person he was looking for. A moment later, he ran off. "Got you." Training Camp 8. Nuo Akamaru. "It's too late, Kiba, we must leave him behind." "We can't. Remember what sensei said. Avenge your comrades. No matter the cost." "I didn't say that." A female voice sounded to his right. "Kiba-kun on your left," said another female voice, sounding much younger. "Nuo, not the FA." His words were cut off when a palm landed on his face, then he felt like a giant explosion had gone off. He flew to the right and his sensei ducked to avoid his flying body. He crashed into a tree and his lights went out. The owner of the young female voice then turns to the last opponent. "You're almost out of chakra and your bugs are running out. Give up, Shino-kun." The now named Shino wore a large gray coat that reached past his nose, his brown hair was slightly spiky, and he wore sunglasses to hide his eyes. People felt uncomfortable looking into his eyes. So far, only 2 people, besides his clan, haven't shied away from him. One of them is his favorite teammate, though he'll never tell Kiba that. Hinata was the best kunoichi of her year, even though Sakura was ahead in the written term. Hinata dominated all the other tests and won kunoichi of her year. She said that her best friend, Naruto, was the one who really helped her get this far. And she said boy Naruto Uzumaki. He was Hinata's best friend and deepest crush. Naruto was okay in her books. That, and his bugs seemed to enjoy tasting his chakra. His bugs told her that it feels refreshing and abundant. Naruto interested her. As those thoughts ran through his head, Hinata was upon him. Her palm was an inch from his face when her bugs finally captured it. "That's all for today, guys. Go home and rest up for tomorrow's missions," the Jounin sensei Kurenai told them. She looked at Kiba, who was still out of it, then looked at Hinata. She pointed at Kiba. "You knock him out, you take him." "Hi Kurenai sensei," Hinata said, approaching Kiba. She had proven herself very capable in hand-to-hand combat and became his close-range fighter. No student wanted to pair with her or Sasuke. Kiba came in as a mid to close-range fighter. And Shino became their long to medium-range fighter. And together they make a reconnaissance hunter team. With their combined bloodlines, they were a formidable foe. Hinata knew she should hold back in training so she wouldn't hurt her teammates. Naruto taught her to never let it stop you from improving. She was sweating, but not out of breath. Naruto was much worse. But only because he believed she would be the best. As she approached Kiba, she stopped when she heard a faint sound in the distance. Kurenai and Shino also tilted their heads upon hearing the same thing. Kiba's ear twitched as the sound drew closer. "Hinai-himi." A large blur screeched as it slammed into Hinata and knocked her to the ground. "Eep, Naru-kun. You're back." Hinata said excitedly and hugged him from her position. Naruto was rubbing his head against hers, talking a mile a minute in his fast-paced voice that he uses when he's excited. "Hey Hina-hime, I missed you. How's your team doing? Any exciting stories you can tell me? By the way, I need your help tomorrow if you have some free time." Kurenai and Shino looked lost when Naruto spoke quickly. Hinata simply nodded, listening and waiting for him to finish. She knew she should let him get it all out before answering. "Naru-kun, how was magic school?" Kurenai tilted her head at that. All talk of magic was around her deceased sensei. Her sensei could use magic as well as chakra. She also knew that this person was Naruto Uzumaki, the son of her idol and sensei, Kushina Uzumaki. It seemed he turned out just like his mother. She had met him before when Anko and Yugao dragged him along for their annual girls' night out. They spent most of the time stroking his whiskers and dressing him up in different costumes. Naruto promised Anko on her birthday that he would let her play with him at night. But not sexually induced or painful ones. He should have included humiliation as well. When Hinata was put on their team, all she ever praised was how Naruto encouraged her and helped her get stronger. Even Kiba, who was quite dense, could read between the lines. She had a huge crush on Naruto, and Kibble learned that one bad word toward Naruto earns a slap in the stomach and not a gentle one, either. Gentle fist up my ass. Naruto, Kurenai said nodding. Hello, Kurenai ni. Naruto waved back. Of Konoha's 3 mistresses, Kurenai was kinder than the others. She really did her best to help Naruto with his genjutsu, but only ended up teaching him one. It really was just a simple C-rank genjutsu. It was the illusion that he disappeared and hid his presence, his voice could be heard coming from every direction if he wanted. The Uzumaki had somehow twisted that simple genjutsu into a powerful technique that led him to the Anbu. They could apparently also make it nearly impossible to break. Ninjas would need chakra equivalent to the Hokages. Even the third Hokage, the professor, god of Shinobi, fought hard to break Naruto's genjutsu. On the bright side, at least that's his only genjutsu. It's terrifying enough if you can't keep track of a trained killing machine who's 9 with a very powerful genjutsu. In Konoha, there are 3 women who became famous for their icy demeanor and lethal techniques. Kurenai was the Ice Queen and Konoha's mistress of genjutsu. Her genjutsus were said to rival those produced by the Uchiha Sharigan. Anko was the mistress of poison. Her poisons could kill 100 men with a single drop. Others she creates to last as long as possible so that her victims suffer more. Her current record is 3 days. It also helped that she was a great sadist. She taught Naruto all about poisons and how to make them. Enough said. Thanks to her, he excelled at potion making. Snape would love the fact that Anko could brew poison as well as she could potions, and he would hate her because it would annoy him to no end. Yugao Yuzuki was the assassin's mistress. She was in the Anbu with Naruto and taught him hundreds of ways to kill a person without the others knowing they were dead. Her record stood at a week. She taught Naruto how to move silently and the best way to infiltrate a building without being noticed. She was the only one of the 3 people who could sneak up on Kakashi, and she was even able to sneak up on the Hokage himself. She wouldn't teach that to Naruto until he became Anbu captain. She helped keep him and Anko from taking more extensive damage than they should have on an Anbu mission. Anko and Naruto have earned the title, CH plus Mu Saigai, Team Disaster. It was because of these 3 women, his natural resilience, and larger than imaginable chakra coils that Naruto earned the name Kid from his enemies. He was chosen because he looked extremely youthful and they felt like he was toying with them. And the fact that he could outrun a cage really amplified his reputation. He still only had a B rating in the bingo book. "Oh no Naru-kun, what's this about you moving?" Hinata asked as they got up from the floor. "Oh yeah, I got Jiji to finally give me my inheritance and it came with a clan compound. It's actually closer to the Hyuga compound than it is to my apartment at headquarters. I was wondering if you're free tomorrow. If you could help me unpack my things from headquarters." Hinata looks at Kurenai for an answer. "Go ahead, take the day off to help your friend Hinata. In fact, the whole team will be pitching in." "Awesome, thanks Kurenai-nichan. Come on, Hinaheim, let me show you the new place." "Okay, Naru-kun." With that, Hinata ran off with him toward the Uzumaki residence. Shino approached his sensei and looked at the unconscious Kiba. "He forgot about Kiba-sensei," he said in a monotone. Kurenai looked at Kiba and then at Shino. "Well, looks like you're going to have to take over then." She smiled and disappeared into an illusion. Shino looked at Kiba before leaving him a note to meet the team at the Hokage Tower tomorrow at 8, then left him there. But Naruto and Hinata. Hinata was mesmerized by the palace Naruto was showing her. It looked like the finest craftsmen in the world came together to put it together. She practically squealed when he showed her the grounds. She didn't know exactly which one the Quidditch pitch was, though Naruto wrote her letters about the sports team he was on. When she saw the beautiful garden with a circular platform in the middle, her eyes lit up. She loved pressing flowers and making healing creams. Naruto grew a small flower garden for her to press and herbs and other plants for her to make into healing creams. Her family would never let her grow her own garden, so Naruto made one for her. When he showed her the empty garden and talked about moving his bonsai garden here, she nodded. "Oh, they'd love it here. I think Naru would too. She always loved sunbathing." Naruto nodded at her comment. When Naruto first introduced Hinata to Robin-chan, the two seemed to adore each other. "Hinaheim, this is Robin-chan, apparently my house elf. Robin-chan, this is Hinata Hyuga, but I call her Hinaheim. She's my best friend, I want you to be nice to her, okay?" From that moment on, Robin-chan had addressed her as Princess Hina from that moment on. "By the way, Hinaheim, I'm going on a mission tomorrow, I'll instruct Robin-chan to let you in." "Okay, Naru-kun. I know how organized you like your things. Do you want me to put your Fuin books in the office for you?" Hinata said, smiling at how happy Naruto looks. "Yeah, that's a good place for now." Naruto also told her about his mother and a little about his father. Hinata's eyes lit up with wonder. "The 4th Hokage was your idol, Naru-kun. I'm so happy for you." "Yeah, but I still wonder, why me? How does that make you feel, Naru-kun? Are you angry because he was the one who sealed the Kyuubi inside you?" "No. I can understand why he sealed it for me. Who would ask someone to give up their child to be a Jinchuriki if they weren't prepared to do the same? I'm sure he truly loved you and wanted you to be seen as a hero, Hinata said, hugging him. They sat there, enjoying each other's presence, on a bench on the circular platform in the gardens. After Naruto finished his tour, he took a still stunned Hinata to Ichiraku Ramen. She was still beside herself from the tour of the palace Naruto now owned. While they ate, Hinata gave him an idea of where she planned to put everything they were moving into the Uzumaki residence. Naruto just nodded to everything she said. He wasn't an interior decorator or what colors clash with what. He was good at being a shinobi and balancing his checkbook and researching new jutsu and now new spells, that's about it. He liked gardening on the side. Hinata had helped him with his chores and taught him how to keep his apartment clean and tidy. She still helps him sometimes when he gets lazy. She also copied his handwriting when he helped fill out some of his mission reports. That, they kept a secret from everyone. It was through Naruto that she became so strong and determined. Her father allowed her to be Naruto's friend and encouraged her to spend time with him. Most of the village refuses to acknowledge him as a strong shinobi, but those shinobi who got to know Naruto, including Anbu, know that Naruto could soon surpass their sensei and maybe even the Hokage himself. Hinata would be there when his time came. She would support him no matter what. Hokage office. The Hokage sat there in his seat smoking a pipe as he looked at the people in front of him. Haruka sat at a small desk with mission scrolls in front of him. This would be the first C-rank mission these teams had taken. Though it was raised to C from D when the client offered to release 5% of the Konoha department to his family. The Hokage couldn't resist. Haruka looked at the client's name, interested in who could make the Hokage jump at their command. His eyes bulged at the name. Standing in front of the Hokage were two of the three rookie teams, Team 7 and Team 10. Team 8 had the day off, but Naruto told her they would help out as well, so she just called those two teams over. Team 10 consisted of his son, Asuma Sarutobi, who was the Jonin sensei. His students were the next generation of the Ino Shikacho team. Ino Yamanaka was the heir to the Yamanaka clan. She was very bossy and the president of the Sasuke fan club. Shikamaru Nara was the heir to the Nara clan and was said to be a genius with over 200 IQs, but he was lazier than his father, and Shikaku Nara was named the laziest Nara a few years back. He was hardwired. Up until the age of 9, he was a very active child. He was a hard worker and a great reader. His IQ surpassed his father's. Then, just as the new school year started, he became a typical Nara, if not worse. Joji Akimichi, the heir to the Akimichi clan, was a stocky boy who ate constantly. He was always kind to everyone, but quickly became angry when called fat. Standing next to them was just a part of Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha was the last Uchiha loyalist in Konoha. He had jet black hair that was somehow shaped like a duck's butt. He had charcoal eyes and a perpetual frown on his face. He stood there ignoring everyone, including Sakura and Ino fawning over him. I don't have time for this, I need to get stronger. He thought. Sakura Haruno was the second member of her team. She wore a red Chinese-style dress with spandex shorts. She also had bright pink hair. A few years ago, someone shaved off all their hair and watched it grow back, all because they wanted to know if her hair was naturally pink. They could have asked. She didn't know who it was, but by the time she found them, they were dead. She's also the president of Sasuke's other fan club. She and Ino were always fighting over random things, mostly over who would get with Sasuke. Unlike the other squads that have 3 genin to 1 jonin, Team 7 only had 2 genin. Apparently, their class was 1 person short and the council didn't want to place the last Uchiha in reserves until a full team could be formed. They were currently waiting for Kakashi, Team 7's jounin, to arrive. He was only 2 minutes away from being 3 hours late. This was nothing new to those who had known him for a long time. The only time he was on time was during an emergency or on ARS class missions. Somehow, Naruto was the only one who made Kakashi show up on time for missions. Just as the 3-hour mark approached, a puff of smoke billowed out and Kakashi emerged, waving with a smile in his eyes. He wore a mask over his nose. He also wore his headband sideways to hide his left eye. Yo, he greeted the silver-haired gravity-bending jonin. You're late. Sakura and Ino shouted at the same time. Asuma chuckled. So what's your excuse this time? Did the old woman need help walking around Konoha? No, actually, I was helping a friend pack his things at the Anbu headquarters. Ah, well, that's quite likely, Asuma said with a nod. At the name Anbu, the genin were interested in how Kakashi-sensei knows people in the Anbu. Sakura decided to raise her hand and ask just that. Sensei, how do you know people in the Anbu? Kakashi turned to his young genin and smiled. That's because before I became a jounin sensei, I was an Anbu captain. The Hokage cleared his throat as the young ninjas recovered from their shock at their sensei's power. Sasuke smiled. Well, I'll be trained by someone stronger than him. Now that Kakashi has decided to join us, both teams will be going on a joint C-rank mission. Ino was excited about her first C-rank mission. Sasuke didn't outwardly show his enthusiasm. Sakura was a little hesitant about this mission. There's a clan that has re-emerged in Konoha. There's a compound near the Senju living quarters. Your job will be to help them move into their home. The HHHH. All the genin shouted. But I thought the C-rank missions were outside the village. Ino asked, looking at her sensei. She promised that when they were ready, she would take them out of the village on their first C-rank mission. Yes, well, this clan has a long history with Konoha. In fact, the Jonin vests wear their crests on their backs. The Hokage said, as Kakashi and Asuma turned around to show the backs of their vests. BHH, they're nothing compared to an Uchiha. Sasuke says. You're right, young Sasuke, they weren't. The clan was on a whole new level compared to us. They wield powers that no one in the elemental countries could wield. They even helped the first Hokage build Konoha, and the first Hokage's wife was also from this clan. The Hokage tells them, giving them a small insight into Naruto's clan. Why haven't we heard of them before? Shikamaru asked. Because they were annihilated before the Second Shinobi War. Their history was erased from the books. Any more questions? Just one. Ino said, raising her hand. What are their names? Uzumaki. At that name, Shikamaru's eyes widened, Choji choked on his fries, Sakura and Ino just stared in ignorance. Sasuke clenched his fist tightly and gritted his teeth. His brother had a genin student named Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde boy was his age and graduated from the academy in a single year. His brother was talking to his parents about how fast and well his student was doing. Then, after the incident, the blonde boy seemed to double down on his training and was becoming powerful. He was a damn Uchiha. He'll get stronger than that boy, then he'll know he's ready to kill his brother. Now then, go. The third Hokage ordered. Hi Hokage-sama. They replied before leaving. Once everyone was gone and Iruka went to file the mission requests, Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, contemplating. He was amazed at how quickly he could get through Naruto's paperwork. Uzumaki luck strikes again. Flashback. Preposterous. That thing can't be the son of our beloved Yondaime. One of the council members shouted. Sarutobi glared, unleashing killing intent toward the idiot. The man withered under his gaze. The declassified birth certificates and blood samples presented before you, with authenticity proving that Naruto Uzumaki is the rightful leader of the Uzumaki clan and all of Konoha's possessions, will be handed over. Said the third Hokage, turning serious. He locked eyes with everyone in the room and won the battle of wills with each of them, thus proving why he is the god of shinobi. Even Danzo couldn't hold his gaze for long. If what he says is true, Hokage-sama, is there anyone here who can also verify that what he says is true? Asked a brave member of the civilian council. He was one of the many who truly hated Naruto. They would do anything to make his life as miserable as possible. We can't let this demon child live a luxurious lifestyle. Not after he killed thousands of people, the man thought. It was the only thing keeping him awake. May I speak? A voice called out. Everyone turned to look at Hyuga Hiashi as he waited for the Hokage to give permission. Sarutobi released his killing intent, causing everyone to sigh, and nodded for Hiashi to speak. I was a member of Team 7 back in my genin days. We don't need a life story, Lord Hyuga. Said Kaharu Udatane, one of the Konoha elders. Let him finish with Kaharu-chan. Said the Hokage, patting the air to tell her to be quiet. She hated it when anyone called her Chan. A shinobi needs to be professional, even at a council meeting. She kept her mouth shut and let Hiashi continue. Don't call Kaharu-chan Hiroseru, she muttered. Sarutobi grew irritated and Homura filed in and tried to hide it as a cough. Every ninja in the room saw it. As I was saying, as a genin I was placed on Team 7 and my jounin sensei was Lord Jiraiya. My teammates were Fugaku Uchiha and Minato Namikaze. At the revelations, many on the civilian side were shocked. This powerful clan leader was teammates with their greatest ninja yet. Minato and I became very close and we knew about Kushina's pregnancy. And it's impossible to look at Naruto Uzumaki without seeing his father. If you remove the whisker marks, it could be the fourth carbon copy, Shibi Aburam commented. These documents only provide further proof of this. It's astonishing how few people couldn't see the resemblance. End of retrospective. Even Danzo had voted for Naruto to receive his inheritance. He had been his greatest rival for as long as he could remember. Danzo was pressuring him to put Naruto in the root program. Sarutobi would die before he would let Naruto's emotions be taken away and turned into a mindless weapon. Even with everything Naruto has been through, there is still a bit of innocence in him, and that part is what he wished to protect. After another moment, the Hokage smiled. With Naruto gone all summer and him at school, maybe I can get in and use the Yuzu hot springs. He sighed contentedly, thinking of the effects the springs had on an old body like his. Uzumaki residence. Team 7 and 10 had their jaws rolling on the floor. Asuma's cigarette fell to the floor forgotten. Choji's bag of chips still remained in its owner's hand, but Choji couldn't eat with his jaw unhinged. Sakura and Ino had sparkles in their eyes, dreaming of playing prince and princess with their Sasuke. Sasuke was practically foaming at the mouth, they were just compensating. The Uchiha don't need a grand palace, we are power. This should be the Uchihas. Sasuke was even more determined to become more powerful than Naruto. Kakashi just raised an eyebrow. Seems like nothing's changed. Kakashi thought as he put his head back into his book. The large double doors opened and an orange blur knocked Kakashi to the floor before anyone knew what happened. "Oh Kashi-kun, you finally came to see Robin-chan," cried the little house elf, snuggling into his chest. "Robin-chan's boyfriend is so mean for not seeing Robin-chan sooner," she cried again. "One. It's not polite to keep your girlfriend waiting, huh Kakashi?" Asuma couldn't help but laugh. Kakashi managed to get up but he couldn't dislodge Robin-chan from his chest. She just continued to rub her face against his chest. Nice to see you too Robin." Move to the forehead, "It's Robin-chan, I can't believe Kashi-kun forgot your greatest love, ooh oh, what's this?" Robin-chan rambled while looking at the orange book in Kakashi's hands. "Oh hoo, you're so naughty Kashi-kun." Robin-chan might be willing to do some of these positions, but Kashi-kun must visit Robin-chan more often. Asuma couldn't take it anymore. He threw himself onto the floor and choked on his laughter. He fainted for just a second before waking up and laughing again. The genin were still frozen in shock in the palace where a clan resides. "Annoying. Palace meals." Licking his mouth. The couple of girls shouted, "Let's play princesses." And double high-fived. "HN give a guess." Sighing for the first of many, Kakashi spoke, "Let's hurry," he said as they entered the palace. Robin-chan continued to hug Kakashi tightly and rub her head against his chest. "That's why I didn't visit sensei when I was home." "Oh no Robin-chan," a young female voice said coming from her left. Hinata emerged from a side hallway. Robin-chan jumped off Kakashi and ran toward her. "Yes, Princess Hina, how can Robin-chan help you next?" She bowed. "Could you go help Kiba-kun with the larger items in the garage, please?" "Yes, Princess Hina Robin-chan will help." With another bow, Robin-chan walked away. Hinata turned to the newcomers and smiled, "Sakura-chan, Ino-chan, have your teams been assigned to transport Naru-kun?" Hinata asked, smiling at all of them. "But Hinata, wait, you know the Uzumaki?" Ino asked. "Naru-kun is my best friend. We've been best friends since we were 4. Sakura and Ino gushed and began to ramble on about Hinata. Sakura and Ino suspected that the boy she had a crush on was her best friend. Since she wasn't after Sasuke, she quickly became his favorite girlfriend. "Yes, we were assigned to help the new clan move," Asuma told the Hyuga heiress. "Ah, well, you're late," Hinata said in a polite tone and smiled at them. For some reason, Hinata's tone and smile seemed very threatening. A chill ran down the spines of the group. Even Sasuke began to worry about this Hinata. "Now Naru-kun has asked me to help him get settled and I will tolerate no more delays." Hinata seemed to have done a complete 180. She seemed confident and determined to get this job done. Sakura and Ino smiled at each other. Hinata was so in love with her friend Naruto. "Oh, and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto asked me to give this to you if you were late." She handed him a piece of paper. He opened it to read it. "If you're ever late to help Hina again, I won't teach you what I learned from Koko Nichin." Kakashi's eyes widened. "It's okay, Hinata, I'll be there on time." Hinata just nods and smiles kindly. The rest of Team 8 was also there helping Hinata put everything back together. Even Yuga was there helping. She, Kakashi, Anko and Naruto packed up everything at Anbu headquarters and Naruto moved his bonsai garden in. He and Anko left after Hinata arrived early to see him off. They told her to leave the magical and poison gardens alone. They told her Hogwarts professor would be in the potions lab in the basement. Yugao had converted 2 more rooms into armories to store all of Naruto's fun toys he uses on missions. She hangs out with Anko way too often. They all got to work under Hinata's watch. Sasuke, for some reason, didn't question her at all. Hiba and Robin-chan had just finished the last item in the garage. "Whoa, that was tough. What's someone like him doing with all these cars?" he asked Robin-chan. On one side of the garage were 3 shuttles, 1 orange, 1 blue, and 1 white. On the other side were 3 American muscle cars and they were the same color as the shuttles. Shinobi are taught a little about the world outside the barrier surrounding the elemental nations in their final year at the academy. Hiba always wanted to see what was beyond the barrier. He and his teammates would bond over what they thought of the outside world. Master Naruto said they were gifts. Robin-chan shrugged. "Ian, who gave him that?" Kiba said, pointing to a red, black, and gold steam train at the back of the garage with beautiful gold letters spelling out Hogwarts Express. "But Shimusai guy." James Harold worked as a black market information broker. He was really good at it. One day, someone he couldn't say who scared him half to death. He was given information about an organization working in the shadows. He couldn't believe anyone would find out information about the hidden organization. He was told to make these documents public. He wasn't given a reason and he was too scared to argue. They threatened to torture him if he opened the envelope until it became public. He was so tempted, but then the man proceeded to chop up 5 of his guards. So he gave the information to his broker, John Squealer, and asked him to sell it to Casey McWilliams. He knew the shadow organization would be after him. He gathered all his men and holed up in a safe house in London, confident he'd remain hidden. With the men and modern technology, he doubted they'd be able to get through. An explosion rocked the building. "What was that?" he demanded. His best guards immediately got on their radios. "Is Delta Squad responding?" "Delta Squad is down." Alpha proceed to another explosion, and the sound of men screaming could be heard over the radios. "Alpha down." Charlie reasons. "Come on, David, answer me, asshole." "Cough cough J. John." David radioed. He sounded like he was just holding it in. "Yes, friend, it's me," John said. James and the rest of the guards watched as John said goodbye to his best friend. "We can't stop them. They're monsters. Run, John gets away, they'll kill us all." "No." He yelled as the sound of metal piercing flesh came through the radio. The room was silent, praying for Fallon. "Go," John said to the room. He picked up another pistol and tucked a grenade into his belt. "Are you sure?" one of his companions asked, grabbing him by the arm. "The David. He was my best friend, he deserves revenge, even if it kills me." His comrade nodded and led James through a hidden passage behind the bookstore. The group headed into an underground passage that led them to a garage where James kept his getaway cars. "All right, head to your car and get the hell out of here. We'll trap them here. We should be able to hold them off. We'll need the keys to one of your trucks to escape." James nodded, handed him the keys, and ran down the hallway. John raised his 230-round semi-automatic pistols toward the double wooden doors. Waiting, anticipating the right moment to light their asses. A few minutes later, he starts shaking. A loud knock on the door makes him jump, and he pulls the triggers on both guns. "Ah, die, motherfuckers. This is for David." He soon ran out of ammunition and gasped for air, trying to catch his breath from all the screaming. He saw the doors still closed and no bodies. Giggles came from the other side of the doors. He chuckled as he dropped the now useless pistols and slowly extended his arms. He slowly turned toward the large glass window behind the oak desk. It was a beautiful full moon shining down. He knelt down and closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. "I'm coming, David." James slowed his pace as he reached the garage. He caught his breath and headed to one of his more discreet cars. Bulletproof, of course. As he approached the car, he heard voices arguing, and they grew louder as he got closer to his car. He should have left, but a man who loves to know everything is also too curious for his own good. He also saw figures in the backseat of the car. One looked like a child with spiky blonde hair, and the other was a woman in a trench coat with a short, messy ponytail that looked more purple. As he opened the back door on the woman's side, they seemed still preoccupied with their argument, so as not to notice him. However, he caught the end of their argument. "I'm telling you, this will work. I took it from Professor Snape's collection. It's Veritaserum, it'll tell us everything we need, and it can't lie." The blonde-haired boy lifted a veil of purple liquid. "But are you sure it works? It's important to be 100% sure." "Yes, I'm sure, it was right next to the bone-melting potion. I had to move fast though, because Professor Snape came in, but I'm confident enough to grab the right one, I think." He scratched the back of his neck. That's when they finally noticed him. The purple-haired woman turned to him as well. The boy smiled and waved at him. "Oh. Hey," he chuckled. A stunned voice sounded through the garage. James threw himself to the ground and a flustered Snape came into view. His hair was disheveled and his scowl turned into a glare. At least he was showing some emotion. "You left me behind," he said very deliberately, enunciating each word slowly. "And what are you doing with one of my bone-melting potions?" he yelled as he reached up and snatched it from Naruto's surprised hands. Snape?" Naruto asked. "Teacher?" Professor Snape, why are you covered in blood and guts?" Snape glared at him. A few moments before. John couldn't stand the suspense any longer. They were staring at him. They were denying him death. He was ready, waiting to join his friend. Soon he laughed. "I see, you like to watch others squirm before you kill them. Well, I won't let you." He pulled the grenade from his belt and cradled it to his chest. Slowly pulling the pin, he laughed aloud. "I'll show you, I'm not afraid, you won't kill me, I won't let you." The grenade exploded and the doors opened. Snape was furious that Naruto would leave him here. Okay, playing in the potions lab was fun, but he needed to get things ready for the school year. That also meant taking Naruto to Wizarding Britain for Mrs. Parkinson's birthday party. He sought out Robin-chan when he saw her with Naruto's young friend, Hinata, tidying up a room down the hall from the main hall. "Oh Snape-san, how may I help you?" Hinata asked, greeting him. "Teacher?" "Hey? It's Professor Snape," he said. Be nice to the princess, Hina, you idiot." Robin-chan yelled, jumping on her head while punching her in the face. Snape pulled her away and held her at arm's length. "You vile creature," Snape snapped at the elf. Robin-chan up. Professor Sen put Robin-chan down. Hinata said calmly. Now how can we help you with Professor Snape-san? I need this thing to apparate to Naruto. He left without me and I took him to his friend's house. Robin-chan simply stuck her tongue out at him. Naruto told her about the friends he'd made and she was happy for him, though the girls were a little worried. Robin-chan, would you do it? Robin-chan snapped her fingers and he disappeared. Unlike others who have to latch on to someone to apparate, the Uzumaki created a way to apparate without going with them. Robin-chan learned this as a thank you gift from her lover Kushina. Robin then turned to her current third favorite person, Master Naruto being first of course, then Kashi-kun because she loves her boyfriend, and now Princess Hina because she is Master Naruto's best friend. So Princess Hina, why are we moving some of your things into a room for you again? She asked innocently, tilting her head a little. Hinata smiled kindly at him and patted his head, just in case. Robin-chan appeared parallel to Snape on the floor and plopped down on top of him. He sat up on his right side and dusted his robes. He was in some kind of house, and he could tell it was a muggle. He needed to use his magic discreetly here. When he opened the double doors, there was a loud crash and he was covered in the blood and guts of a guy who decided to blow himself up. After wiping his mouth after vomiting, he straightened up. This better not be an anal thing. Finish it here, it was fun. Please review. Make time, yay. Amik hard work Nara. Shikamaru was different from the rest of his clan. They were lazy and seemed to want to nap all day. He couldn't do that. There was only so much time in a day and so much for him to do. He was a very active child. He and Choji ran around Konoha playing tag and competing with others. His clan was also cursed. His mother told him never to say that word again. His father was an excellent example. Like a good son, he promised. She was 9 years old when she met a blonde-haired boy her age with whisker marks on both cheeks. He was playing shogi with his classmate Hinata Hyuga. He enjoyed playing shogi with his father and even played with Choji. But since his father was busy all the time and Choji wasn't much of a player, he lacked competition. This boy seemed to know how to play well. Can I have the next game? He asked as he approached the pair. Oh no Shikamaru-kun. You're more than welcome to take my place. Looks like Naruto-kun already won. After Naruto claimed victory for Hinata, he and Naruto got ready to play. And Naruto won. Shikamaru was shocked, he lost so quickly. He decided not to hold back. Naruto won again. Another one. Shikamaru demanded. After an hour of playing and Naruto winning every single one, Shikamaru looked up again. He had a determined look in his eyes, he was going to beat him at least once. Again. Naruto just shrugged and set up the board. Naruto won again. What the hell? How are you hitting me, you troublemaking blonde stick with a stick bastard? Shikamaru yelled, finally losing his patience. He was smart, a genius even among the Nara. He had studied every strategy and shogi. This kid had to be cheating. There was no other explanation he could think of at the moment. That's when he realized what he just said. He quickly covered his mouth, hoping it was okay. He said the forbidden words his mother told him not to say. She was going to kill him. Troublesome. Hinata and Naruto were fascinated by Shikamaru's change. His posture began to slouch, his eyes drooping to half-mast. The most surprising part was that they saw all the motivation he'd had simply disappear from his eyes. When the transformation was complete, Shikamaru now looked like a typical Nara. This is too troublesome, I'm going home. With that, he walked away. Goodbye Shikamaru-kun, Naruto and Hinata said, waving. Shikamaru just raised his own hand in response. He put his hands in his pockets and headed home to a quiet place. When his mother saw him, she denied he had ever uttered that word. And when he did, she became violent and yelled at him to get motivated. She wouldn't let him give up on anything. Her husband now suffers the same fate as her son. I liked Shikamaru, how about you, Hinaheim? Naruto asked, walking down the street toward the shopping district. They held hands as they walked. It was natural for them, subconscious. They were almost inseparable, the only time they were together was when Hinata had to attend the academy, which Naruto would visit during breaks. Or when Naruto was on a mission. She always enjoyed the stories he told her when he returned. Ah no, Naruto-kun, that was mean of you. You shouldn't have cheated in every game. Hinata scolded him lightly. But Hinai, that was the only way I could win. If I didn't, he'd win every time. Naruto complains to her. But Naruto-kun, did you really need to take all his money? She said sternly. The bet's a bet, he didn't say I couldn't cheat. Besides, he held up a wad of bills. Now we can enjoy that new candy place you like. The owner already likes me, so we can eat there. I asked him about their cinnamon rolls and he said they were huge and the best in Konoha. Naruto told her excitedly. She'd told him that earlier today. Though not like Naruto couldn't afford it anyway. She ended up eating a total of 10 plates of cinnamon rolls. Naruto loves ramen, loves cinnamon rolls, and is more vicious than Naruto when someone touches her cinnamon rolls. Hinata clapped her hands to thank Shikamaru-kun for his donation. Anko is a big influence. Chapter 8. What are you doing here? You're too early, party's on Friday, and why the hell are you standing at my door in the middle of the night? He whispered harshly. Well, I was just in the neighborhood. So late at night? Draco asked, raising an eyebrow. He knew perfectly well that Naruto really wanted to see him and hang out with his best friend. Well, yeah, so late at night. How else could I sneak into a heavily guarded place, blow it up, take out some guards with my sword? Watching some guy go crazy, and I wasn't responsible. Okay, fine, I was, but he started it. Naruto replied, still grinning at the door. Draco just sighed and invited him in. He's starting to understand how Naruto can always understand the things Daphne says. You can sleep in my room tonight. None of the rooms are made up yet, and Dobby, that stupid house elf, is running errands for Dad. Thanks, I have the whole summer free to visit friends before school starts. Seriously, so you can stay with me all summer, the boys and I can show you around, Draco said excitedly. Well, I just came for a week to see you, Pansy, Daphne, and the other kids, then I'll go visit Hermione and Harry. Maybe the Weasleys, too. Ugh, why would you go visit them? Draco complained. He hated the fact that Naruto was also friends with Potter and his cronies. Because they're my friends too, and Harry's birthday is this month, too. Whatever, so you can really stay here for the week. Only if your parents let me. I'll ask them tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Naruto corrected him. Fucking idiot. Movie. Ow. How can a tap with your finger hurt so much? He cried in a harsh whisper that ended with a cough. Ninjas. With Hermione. Hermione was having a sweet dream where Naruto and she were re-securing each other with a very powerful spell that could defeat armies. Come on Naruto, we're so close, I know he's here somewhere. Here he is, he says, she mumbled in her sleep. Suddenly, his real hand shot up and slapped her face, jerking her awake. New, so close. She groans as she returns to bed. Malfoys. Lucius and Narcissa sat at the dining room table eating breakfast, waiting for their son, Draco, to wake up and join them. Draco's friends, Goyle, Crabbe, Theodore, and Blaze, would be spending the week with them before heading to the Parkinsons for Pansy's birthday party. The Malfoys and Parkinsons had been neighbors for a long time. Lucius was reading the Daily Prophet when an article caught his eye. It seemed Dumbledore was up to something. He moved on to another story. What's wrong, dear? Narcissa asked her husband. It seems there was a major bombing raid in Muggle London not far from here. Lucius replied as he ate. It happened late last night. Good morning, Mum and Dad. Guess who came to visit? It was only 6 in the morning and they couldn't believe Draco was waking up so early. Draco stood there wide awake and smiling as he signaled to Naruto, who stood there waving at them. Ah, that would explain it. Narcissa said. Lucius just nodded. Being friends with Kushina taught Narcissa that Shinobi could be very destructive. She even saw Kushina blow up Malfoy Manor because Lucius insulted her. Sorry for dropping you like that, Naruto said, scratching his head. Oh, Naruto dear. Narcissa squealed and walked over to give him a hug. No problem at all, we'd be delighted to have you stay with us, wouldn't we, my dear? Lucius just nods. He's learned that when Narcissa is choking, you don't stop her. Do you really like him more than me? Draco muttered, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. You always tell him to stop choking you. Naruto seems to enjoy the attention. Lucius replied, still reading the newspapers. Draco seemed to have decided not to push his mother away so much when he did this to him next time. He's secretly a mama's boy. The four of them finished their breakfast and headed into the living room where Draco played with Naruto. He still couldn't understand how he kept winning. Looks like you need a new strategy, Draco. Lucius took a moment to look up from his newspaper and watched him play for a round or two. I try, but every time I think I've got him, he wins. Maybe you're not thinking hard enough, Lucio told him. Why don't you try it, Mr. Malfoy? Naruto asked. I don't have time for small games, was the response he received. Naruto then turned to Draco and whispered. He's probably not a good player in the first place. He's just afraid of losing to a younger, smarter man. You know, male pride and all that. Narcissa covered her face with the book she was reading to hide her smile, and Lucius just frowned at Naruto for a moment. An hour later. You're trap. No, I'm not, you're just mean, aren't you, Draco? Leave me out of this. Draco said, reading the newspaper. After losing so much to Naruto, Lucius was going crazy. He couldn't win a single hand and used every secret cheating technique he knew. After seeing the fascinating change in his father, Draco quickly became annoyed with the same results. Naruto wins again, so he stopped and took his father's journal and began reading some articles. He came across the same article his father did about an explosion in Muggle London near them. He looked at Naruto over the top of the paper, was he telling the truth? Damn it, you little jerk. Lucio. Narcissa yelled at her husband. Don't yell at Naruto for your incompetence at the game. Lucius moved slightly away from his wife. Well, why don't you try it? He said to her. Okay, then I'll show you how it's done. I'm so into this. Draco said, skipping to 4th place. For the rest of the morning, the Malfoys and Naruto would play wizarding games, and Naruto even introduced them to some Muggle board games. This would stick in Draco's memory for years to come. He always dreamed of his family just sitting and interacting with each other like this. He had never spent so much time laughing and having fun with his parents, carefree and happy. I owe Naruto a lot for this, Draco thought, smiling at his family. Their fun came to an end with Naruto winning every time and the Malfoys vowing to find a game they could beat him at. There was a frantic knocking at the front door. "Where is that stupid house elf?" Lucius growls. "You sent him on an errand for a while, Dad." Lucius blinks. "Oh, is it? I'll grab it, dear," Narcissa said, stepping away to open the front door. After cleaning up their game and getting to their feet, the children heard two pairs of feet running quickly towards them. Soon Pansy burst through the door, still in her pajamas, her hair a giant ball of frizz. A moment later, Daphne did the same. Neither of the girls noticed Naruto yet when they tackled Draco. Pansy has been doing this since they were young. Now it only hurts when she does it. Daphne did it because it looked fun. Draco, we have a big problem," Pansy said in a panic. "Get out of the way, Pansy, you're annoying," Draco said, writhing beneath them. "Hey!" both girls yelled, hitting him on the head. "Ow. Why does everyone always hit me?" Draco complains. "Probably because of what's coming out of your mouth, Draco. Be careful what you say. You should apologize," Naruto said with a smile. "Deep whiskers," both girls yelled. Pansy dove in behind Draco to try and fix herself. Daphne just stood there smiling at Naruto. Unlike Pansy, Daphne looked refreshed. "Hey Whiskers," she said, giving him a hug. Pansy joined in once she was ready to. With a shared glance, both Pansy and Daphne reached out to stroke each other's whiskers. They ended up with Lucius in the middle. "No." Lucius just blinked. "What happened?" "Ninja dad stuff," Draco replied, shaking his head. His father was still confused. Draco turned to Pansy. "So, what was the emergency?" After Pansy and Daphne claimed one of Naruto's arms, they didn't go after the whiskers, so Naruto let them continue. Pansy turned to Draco. "Well, Daphne and I were in my room when we were suddenly attacked by gnomes." "Well, she was attacked. I watched from the sidelines. They seemed to like her hair." Daphne corrects her giggle. "Gnomes?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. "A magical plague. Extremely difficult to eliminate," Daphne replied. "Damn it, and since Malfoy Manor is next door, we'll soon be infested too," Draco cursed. Anzi's parents came in with Narcissus and told him all about the gnome infestation at their manor. Lucius approached Mr. Parkinson in a whisper that no one heard, not even Naruto, who had Pansy screaming in one ear and Daphne in the other. "Weren't those the same gnomes you sent to bother those blood traitor Weasleys?" "Yes, but something must have scared them. Whatever it is, it must be bad enough to scare the gnomes," Mr. Parkinson whispered back. "Let's visit the Weasleys." Ginny hurried to finish her chores and get back inside. It wasn't safe to stay in the yard for too long. That's when they come. How could something so lovely turn into a nightmare? The whole house could barely sleep. Afraid they'd get in. But they didn't. So they learned to stay inside as long as they could, hurrying through their chores and getting back inside. They hunted many of them down and destroyed them, only for more to appear. All was quiet for a week or so while they kept an eye out for those giggling horrors. Ginny was hurrying back to the safety of the house when she froze at the sound of giggling coming from her right. She turned slowly toward the noise. There, on one of the haystacks, sat one of them. She stared at him as he stared back. When she couldn't stand waiting, she finally spoke. "Can you stroke my whiskers, please?" she asked in a sweet tone. Her four-whiskered cheeks shone brightly. Did he grow another mustache? She thought before shaking off her daze. "No. I won't fall for that again," Ginny shouted as she turned and walked faster. They had learned that running alone meant they would be attacked immediately. So fast was walking. After she was halfway there, she turned back to the haylift only to find it was no longer there. Now she was really scared. She cursed herself for forgetting one of the most important rules. Not even the twins dared break this rule. Never turn your back on one of them. Keep them in your sight at all times. It's when you lose sight of them that they catch you. She walked slowly toward the front step when she saw a doll with messy black hair, round glasses, and glowing green eyes. She was wearing Hogwarts robes with a Gryffindor scarf wrapped around her neck. And a glowing scar on her forehead. Can't it be?" she whispered. "Harry Potter." She blushed hard at how cute he was. Even more so than Naru-chan. She had to have it. She ran over and picked it up and cuddled it close. She paused for a moment, afraid to hear the doll speak. She pulled it back and looked at it, waiting for a sound and to see if she could detect those whiskers. No sound came out and no whiskers glowed. She squeezed it again, hoping it would do something. Nothing. She smiled happily as she walked up the step and into her home with an adorable Harry Potter doll. At night, sitting just outside Ginny's bedroom window, sat a spiky blonde doll, four whiskered cheeks, an evil grinning doll. It looked at the bed Ginny fell asleep in with her hairy berry doll. A single seal lit up on the hairy berry doll. It was given enough power to do one thing. Unlock and open the front door, using another seal to get through the magical one as well. It was a Naruto special made while he was bored at Hogwarts. Then, with that done, it went back to where it started. After that, it would be just a normal doll. The next morning, they're in the house. Malfoy. The rest of the children arrived and gathered around Naruto, greeting him with smiles. The parents talked among themselves for a moment before Mrs. Parkinson approached the children. "Pansy dear, I'm so sorry, but we may have to cancel your party," she said as she hugged her daughter. "Sniff, but Whiskers is here. This was supposed to be the best party ever." "I'm so sorry, dear," her mother hugged her tighter. "There's also a meeting with the Board of Governors all week regarding something Dumbledore proposed," Lucius chimed in. Tears glistened in the corners of Pansy's eyes. Naruto coughed into his hand to get everyone's attention. "Well, is there anything I can do?" he said, smiling and scratching the back of his neck. "What do you mean?" Draco asked. "Well, you see, once I returned from Hogwarts, I asked the old man to give me my inheritance." "Old man? The Hokage is the leader of my village. Now. Isn't that disrespecting your leader?" Lucio asked. "Only when I'm on duty. Now, where was I?" Naruto thought, his head tilted to the right. "Your inheritance," Daphne supplied. "Yes, thanks Daph." Naruto smiled, rubbing his head. His smile widened. Naruto was really good with his hands. "As I was saying, my inheritance included the Uzumaki land and its residents," he explained. "Well, good for you, Naruto. I'm glad you have that, but how will this help Pansy's birthday party?" Theodore spoke sarcastically. A second after everyone heard the sound of Naruto stretching the duct tape, Theo was found mummified. "To answer your question, Theo. Why aren't we spending the week at my house? I think Robin-chan said the flu network is working. I just need to contact Chiji. I hope he'll allow it. If not, I have my ways." He smiled. "Really?" the other children shouted. "Party at the Uzumaki's house. By Merlin's beard, this is going to be amazing." Blaze's fist collided with Draco's. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Pansy squealed as she hugged him. Daphne hugged him too. It was so much fun hugging him. "Naruto, dear, are you sure it would be okay?" Mrs. Parkinson asked. "Yeah, no problem. Just give me your guest list and I'll let Gigi know. Give me about 2 hours." Naruto said when he was given the list. He took a quick look at it and his eye twitched. Then he turned to Narcissus. "Can I use your flu?" "Of course, dear." Narcissus said, stroking his head and smiling. She led him out of the room and toward the fireplace, smothering him with hugs and kisses on the cheek. "Looks like you're not his favorite anymore," Daphne commented to Draco. Draco puffed out his cheeks and walked away. After Blaze struggled to help Theodore remove the tape, Theo jumped up and turned to Pansy and Draco. "Hey, I have a great idea. How fast can we get a message out to everyone?" All Draco could do was return a mischievous grin. Father upgraded the flu to send instant letters. The rest of the Slytherin children smiled as well. Naruto taught them well how to seize the moment. 2 hours later. Twitch, so, you invited the entire Quidditch team to spend the week with us as well, is that correct?" Naruto asked, his eyebrow twitching. Apparently, they took this as an opportunity to expand their guest list and have more people sleep over at their house. He only had Hinata stay overnight at his house for a sleepover with her father's permission, of course, or spend the night at the Hyuga compound. Having a larger group spend the night will be a new experience for him. "Yes." Draco said with a quick shrug. "I'm so proud of you all, taking advantage of me, I'm such a big influence." Naruto cheered, hugging them all. They all had beads of sweat at his reaction. "Of course you can come," he told the team. "Though I need you to know, there are a few rules you'll need to follow. Generally, no one is allowed to leave Uzumaki grounds." Gigi said that's all he can let go, no one is to enter the village, if it gets understood, you can get arrested and you don't want to get sent to T&I. "What is T&I?" Flint asked. "Torture and interrogation, and they really enjoy it," Naruto grins. Everyone shudders at the thought. Daphne seemed to smile even wider. "Some of the gardens are also off limits because of how dangerous they are, especially the garden with the most poisonous plants and the magic garden." Marcus Flint whistled at that. "How big is your house?" Naruto smiled wider. "But the Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his Hokage chair and enjoyed his pipe while having shadow clones help him finish his paperwork. He smiled to himself. "I can't believe this was the secret Minato had all along. Allowing some kids to have a birthday party during the week was worth it in exchange for this secret." The elderly Hokage now had more free time to enjoy his pipe and read beautiful literature. He could even join Jiraiya for one of his research outings. "It's good to be Hokage," he sighed in satisfaction. He finally defeated his nemesis, paperwork. 1. Uzumaki residence. Palace. He's like a damn palace. Yay. A palace. This is going to be the best birthday ever, Pansy cheered as she hugged Naruto tighter and kissed him on the cheek. You're the best, Whiskers. Naruto just smiles as he enjoys the shocked expressions on his friends' faces. He turns around and puts his hands to his mouth. Robin-chan, I'm going home. Who is Robin-chan? Asked Teodoro. With a pop, a clean and adorable house elf appeared in front of them, wearing an orange dress bordered at the bottom with blue swirls. Finishing her outfit was a white belt with a Uzumaki crest as a buckle. Master Naruto, you're home. Robin-chan cheered. Is that a new outfit, Robin-chan? It looks great on you. Robin-chan blushes at her master's praise. No, Master Naruto, this is Robin-chan's uniform. Now that Master has claimed his birthright, Robin-chan must look good to show off the greatness of Master's family. Robin-chan smiles at her. Naruto dear, you know that by giving clothes to your house elf, you are freeing her as your servant. Mrs. Parkinson told him kindly. Only she and Narcissus had enough free time to spend a week with the children at Naruto's house. Lady Kushina gave Robin-chan these nice clothes. The lady said she wanted an independent servant who would wish to serve the lady's family. So Robin-chan made a shinobi vow to always serve the Uzumaki. What is a shinobi vow? Blaze asked. A shinobi vow is when someone dedicates their life to serving another person or family, and if that person dies before them, they must commit seppuku. Which is basically committing suicide. Naruto explained to them. Looking at Robin-chan, the group could see the fanatical adoration on her face when she looked at Naruto. Robin-chan nods at his master's words. By the way, Master, Princess Hina just finished lunch. Hina is here. Naruto asked excitedly. Robin-chan nods. Hina hee. Naruto shouted, running out of the room. Who is this Princess Hina? Pansy asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. Daphne bit her lip, great, more people to worry about. Hey, I can share. She thought with a shrug. Sorry, Robin-chan, which direction did he go? The mages were surprised when Naruto suddenly appeared next to them. Damn it, mate, I almost had a heart attack. Damn ninjas. Theo yelled at him. After re-mummifying Theo with duct tape, Naruto turns to Robin-chan. Master just needs to turn right, then 2 lefts and another right and head toward the kitchens. Thank you, Robin-chan. Naruto patted her head, then left again. Hina hee. Seriously, who is this person? Pansy couldn't believe this person could make Naruto act like that. She needed to find that secret. Robin-chan turned to her. Princess Hina is Master's best and most precious friend. She's very kind to Robin-chan, and Robin-chan also really likes Princess Hina. Excuse me, but I'm Naruto's best friend. Draco said, taking a step forward and puffing out his chest. Robin-chan just looked him up and down, then snorted and turned away from him. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? He called to the house elf. The Quidditch team laughed at him. Now then. Robin-chan said in a cheerful voice. Why don't Robin-chan give the master's guest a tour of the palace? Robin-chan asked everyone to follow her. She told them everything that resided in the Uzumaki compound, and when the children saw the hot springs and the Quidditch pitch, everyone's eyes lit up. This is going to be the best week ever. Flint told his team. They all cheered. Hey, if we can get some practice in before the school year starts, maybe I can make the team this year. Draco said to Flint as everyone nodded. Flint was already making plans for the team to practice this week the moment he saw the field. No other team will be able to have a summer practice. Now's the time to increase our chances. Flint smiled to himself. You're still underage. So you shouldn't use magic, I understand. Narcissus told those who weren't yet 17. His frowned at many of them. Actually, in the elemental nations, there are no age restrictions on magic. Mainly because of the shinobi work young Uzumakis do before they turn 17. Robin-chan provided an answer to their concerns. The group cheered, and the younger Slytherins were going to take this opportunity to practice their magic a bit. How old is this palace? Ms. Parkinson asked Robin-chan as they passed around photos of more Uzumaki members. Lady Mito built this palace when she married the first Hokage Hiroshima Senju. Wait, you mean Mito Uzumaki? One of the greatest rune lovers the wizarding world has ever seen. That Mito? Daphne asked as her eyes widened. Mito was her idol, someone who made Dumbledore look like a little kid. She and her twin brother Ashina Uzumaki were the most powerful witch and wizard in the history of the wizarding world. Daphne practically drooled at the mention of Mito Uzumaki. Robin-chan just nodded. That was about 300 years ago. Robin-chan finishes. Wait. That doesn't make sense. If Kushina lived with her aunt Mito, how can she be over 300 years old? Narcissus asked in confusion. Kushina told her about her aunt and how she's been shoving knowledge down Kushina's throat. Kushina wasn't very bookish, but she was still one of the best witches in her year. A fanatical look returned to Robin-chan's face, and her eyes widened. Oh, the glorious Uzumaki clan. Legend has it that the Uzumaki clan was once born by a phoenix in their ancestral lands. They have such a great source of life that they can live for almost 700 years. Robin-chan's eyes sparkled as she told them the legend of the Uzumaki clan's origins. She loved telling this story. 700 years. They all shouted. Yes, Mrs. Mito was 683 years old when she passed away. Robin-chan cried a lot when she saw the lady die. A tear fell from her eye. Does that mean Naruto will live that long? Draco asked in amazement. Everyone else was amazed as well. The Uzumaki family was powerful from what they were told, but no one had ever mentioned that they could also live such a long life. It was because of this that 3 of the 5 great nations and a few smaller ones combined their forces, which came to 65,000 against 248 members of the Uzumaki clan. Robin-chan went on to tell them that by the end of the battle, only 3,000 soldiers remained and they still feared the Uzumaki name. The only survivors were Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, who was 5 years old when she came to Konoha to live with her aunt Mito. They were learning things about the Uzumaki family that were never mentioned to the world, ever. So, if this place is still known, where did the Uzumaki live before? Thought. This palace is only a quarter of the size of the Uzumaki lands. The Uzumaki lived on a large island called the Land of Whirlpools. Their family crest is a red whirlpool. They ruled that land long before the other villages were created. They were the first hidden village. What was her name? Daphne. Everyone was enthralled by this story, following every word the little house elf said. Izushi Ogakure. Robin-chan cheered. That. Izushi Ogakure. Robin-chan cheered again. Who, what now? Theo finally asked, freeing himself from the tape. Translation please, English preferred. Oh, Eddie's hidden village. Robin-chan cheered. Wait, when do you say ruled? Draco asked. Just as there are kings and queens, the elemental nations have daimyos. Lady Mito's twin brother, Lord Ashina Uzumaki, was the Uzukijin daimyo of the Land of Whirlpools. So that means the Uzumaki are royalty? So Naruto is a prince, huh? Mark spoke. Pansy and Daphne's eyes lit up at the mention of Naruto being a prince. Not all Uzumaki are royalty, some are just distant cousins in some way. Master Naruto is part of the royal line. Lord Ashina was Uzukijin daimyo and Master Naruto's grandfather. How does a house elf know all this information? Asked one of the Quidditch players. Ms. Kushina had Robin-chan study Uzumaki history with her. Ms. Mito wanted Kushina to always remember her family. Robin finished before leading them on the tour. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, smoking his pipe. There was no paperwork in sight thanks to the secret technique Naruto shared with him. He was contemplating what to do with the rest of his time today when the door burst open. Hey, Gigi, are we going to the hot springs at Naruto Nai's house? Konoha Maru yelled, entering the office. You know what, Maru? That sounds like a great idea. Konoha Maru smiles at his grandfather's comment. With no more paperwork for the day, the two Sarutobi walked toward the Uzumaki compound for a nice swim. But Hinata was putting the finishing touches on the food. She decided to surprise Naruto and his school friends. She laughed at the irony. Naruto had only attended the Shinobi Academy for a year and here he is going back to school to learn magic. Are you sure you don't need help, Hinata? Yugao asked, entering the kitchen. She and Anko had decided to move into the Uzumaki palace. They were like older sisters to him, so it's only right that he take them in. No, it's okay Yugao-san, I just finished. Now all we have to wait for is Na. She paused as both she and Yugao heard a voice coming quickly down the hallway. Yugao smiled as a look of pure joy appeared on Hinata's face as she recognized the voice. Hinata braced herself, but it still wasn't enough. She was knocked to the ground and found Naruto hugging her tightly with a goofy grin on his face. Hina-hime, I'm so happy you're here, what are you doing here? Oh, you came for the hot springs, that's fine, you already have a room here whenever you want to spend the night. Oh I almost forgot, I want you to meet some friends from Hogwarts. Naruto rambled on. Yugao couldn't help but giggle at this. Naruto turned to her next. Yugao-ni, what are you doing here? I live here now. What? Hinata got up from the ground and smiled at Naruto. Naru-kun, welcome back. I thought since Yugao-san and Anko-chan were like older sisters to you, I'd offer to help them move in with you. I hope that's okay. I don't want to upset you at all. She told him. He knew he should have asked her first, but he wanted to have as many people of value to him as possible. It's okay, you usually know what to do, Hina-hime. Now come on, I want to introduce you to everyone. I know they love you, believe it. He grabbed her hand and ran down the hallway again. Yugao looked at them before deciding to see what Anko was doing at work. Maybe she'll try an interrogation. Just because she killed a guy while torturing him on a mission doesn't mean she can't conduct a proper interrogation. The end hour later. Damn it Yugao. I said don't kill him. Anko yelled at her friend. Yugao didn't have what it takes to slowly take away a person's pain and make it last without killing them. Just like Anko wasn't very cunning. Though she could still be very destructive. Back with the wizards. Robin-chan was finishing her tour by showing them the entrance to the palace. She told them that the crimson blood flower only shows the top half. The bottom half comes out to recapture the victim when it escapes from the flowery part. 9 torii gates lined the path to the village entrance. Each one was completely covered in runes. Just then, they saw 2 figures walking along the path. One looked as old as Professor Dumbledore, though he didn't have a beard and his hair trailed off. He was wearing red and white robes. The second figure was much smaller and appeared to be a boy. They instantly recognized the familiar yellow shirt and long blue scarf. The 2 figures spotted them, and the smaller one darted towards them. As he came closer, fast, they made out the sound of his voice. Pansy ni-chan, Daphne ni-chan. Meru. The girls screamed as they were approached by a flying Konohamaru. Konohamaru looked at them with watery eyes and snot running out of his nose as he cried with joy at seeing them here. What are you all doing here? Ooh, can we fly? You have to meet Jiji, he's the greatest shinobi in the village. Hey Jiji. Come meet everyone. He said, waving to his grandfather to hurry up. The Hokage chuckled as he reached them. Bowing slightly, he looked at the group before speaking, welcome to Konoha. I hope everyone has fun here. He said, smiling a grandfatherly smile. Thank you for letting us celebrate Pansy's birthday here. And we promise not to enter the village itself like you asked, Mrs. Parkinson said, bowing back. The rest of the party bowed when Robin-chan gestured for them to do so. Hiruzen raises an eyebrow at that before returning his facial features to normal and smiled. Hey, Jiji and I were going to use Naruto Nai's hot springs, why don't we all go together? Konohamaru asked, jumping up and down. The group had to admit that they missed Konohamaru's cheerfulness. That sounds perfect. Let's go find Whiskers first. I want to see him in his underwear. Pansy said with a happy, dazed look. Daphne did the same, liking the sound of it. Since they were here celebrating, they all agreed and went inside to change into their swimsuits. As they made their way back inside the palace, the group was surprised by their ninja friend once again. Hey guys. This is Hinata. Hinata, these are my friends from Hogwarts, Naruto introduced. Naruto's voice was boisterous, causing many of them to jump in the air on the starting element. Only Hiruzen was unaffected by his sudden appearance. Oh. Hey, Jij, Konohamaru, he said as an afterthought. Hello, I'm Hinata Hyuga, it's a pleasure to meet all of Naruto-kun's Hogwarts friends. Hinata smiled and bowed to them. Damn it, Naruto, stop. Theo yelled. Naruto looked at him for a second before reaching for his duct tape. Theo walks away, only for Naruto to pull out an empty roll. Ha. Here you go, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiles as she hands him a fresh roll of tape. Oh come on. Hey, you can't do that. Pansy said loudly to Hinata. Oovie. Oh, why mustache? Pansy complained. Naruto turned to Theo and smiled. Why do you only tap girls on the forehead and tape boys? Blaze asked. Mummifying Theo for the 3rd time, Naruto answers the question. Would you prefer if I shook your forehead? Yeah. Blaze said a little hesitantly. Oovie. Blaze was knocked out by Naruto's forehead movement. The rest of the Slytherins covered their foreheads to prevent what happened to Blaze from happening to them. Anzi and Daphne studied Hinata for a moment. She was really pretty, wearing blue pants and a tight-fitting top that showed off a bit of her stomach. Her bust was well developed and seemed to suit her. Hinata had a pixie haircut that looked almost blue when the light shone through it just right. Her eyes were pure white with just a hint of lavender. They would have mistaken her for blind, but she looked straight at them all and smiled. Anzi could tell that Draco and the Quidditch team were enchanted by her beauty. If they didn't know better, they would have mistaken her for a Vila. There seemed to be something about this girl that Pansy didn't like. She was sure they would get along quite well, but there was something. She looked down and saw Hinata and Naruto holding hands. Hinata seemed to be hugging her arms close to her to the point where her bust was pressing against his arm. He didn't seem to notice. He gritted his teeth before smiling at Naruto. He was about to run around to his other side to claim his other arm when Daphne beat him to it. Once again, Pansy gritted her teeth and smiled. Hey Whiskers, we were just about to go relax in the hot springs, why don't you join us? She said cheerfully, hiding the fact that she wanted to get him away from that girl. That sounds great, we can eat the food Hinata made while we soak for a while. What do you think, Hinata? Hinata just nodded. Just don't forget to put on your swimsuit, Naruto-kun. We don't want another incident like the one at the Land of Waterfalls. Hinata told him sternly. That incident led the women of that village to search for him for days. He ran away, of course Hinata, and he spent the night at each other's houses all the time. When they were around 5 or 6, Naruto usually spent the night at the compound. One time they discovered his father's stash of orange books. They would sneak them up to his room and read them together. At first they didn't understand any of it until Naruto decided to ask Haruka. They gave them the talk that very day, and she blushed so hard she fainted, although there was a smile plastered on her face. What happened in the Land of Waterfalls? Daphne asked curiously. Nothing. Naruto shouted. Hinata's face turned bright red, and the Hokage laughed. He read the report of that mission. He, Jiraiya and Kakashi were a little jealous of him. After a big lunch prepared by Hinata, everyone retrieved their swimsuits and headed to the hot springs. The hot spring was big enough to fit the entire Slytherin house. When the Hokage walked in, they were shocked at how fit he was for his age. The boys were jealous when Konohamaru jumped in. He also looked fit with a 4-pack showing. "The girls are going to be all over you," Pansy told him. He was wearing a frilly purple two-piece, while Daphne had on a green one. She and Daphne were staring at the entrance hoping to see Naruto topless. The entrance opened and Naruto and Hinata walked out together. Pansy smiled with her teeth together. Those two looked very close. Not good for their chances. When Naruto walked in his orange trunks, Pansy and Daphne looked petrified. Naruto had very defined muscles and a six-pack that looked very lickable. A little blood seemed to come from the two girls' noses, and even Narcissus and Mrs. Parkinson looked affected. The boys were in the same situation. Hinata seemed to fill out her swimsuit perfectly. Her curves fit her perfectly. Theo and Draco shoved each other to try and get a spot next to her. As Naruto and Hinata entered the water and sat down, Pansy was about to climb onto Naruto's other side when Daphne got there first. A pop was heard, and Robin-chan appeared, holding a bottle with a Uzumaki crest on it. "Master Naruto," Robin-chan brought a bottle of Uzusaki. It's a specialty the Uzumaki were well known for. She said, pouring him, Hinata, and the Hokage a cup. "Aren't you two a little young to be drinking alcohol?" Mrs. Parkinson asked as she received her drink as well. "Ninja," said the two shinobi, the Hokage and Konohamaru at the same time. "Hey? Don't worry, Mom, you'll get used to that answer," Pansy told her. Everyone else seemed to understand and nodded. "So, Lord Hokage, what can you tell us about your village?" Narcissus asked, changing the subject. "Please summon Lord Hiruzen." The elderly Hokage stepped forward and told them all about how the village operated and the balance between shinobi and civilians. The entire group of witches and wizards was fascinated. "Are you here, Whiskers?" Daphne asked, rubbing her finger up and down his torso. Pansy nearly had an aneurysm from jealousy. "When did you make your first kill?" And there he was, good old Daph. The entire wizarding community just broke out in a sweat at his comment. "4," he replied indifferently. "Wow, 4, wait what, 4?" Now everyone was looking at Naruto as if he had grown another head. "Yes, I remember that incident. We're still on shaky ground with Kumo," the Hokage commented, stroking his beard. "What happened?" Blaze asked this time. Everyone leaned closer to listen. It was still a huge shock that their friend Naruto had killed someone at the age of 4. Narcissus and Mrs. Parkinson looked horrified by this. Hinata hugged Naruto's arm close to her chest, which ended with his arm between her bust. Daphne now used her entire hand and continued rubbing her torso. He hadn't stopped her yet, so she was going to milk this for all it was worth. Pansy saw this and started to develop a twitch. "I'm starting to really hate this girl." She thought as she smiled with her teeth together, his arm should be hers to hug. Surprisingly, it was Hinata who began the story. "I was kidnapped by a Kumo ninja. They wanted to use me to raise ninjas who possessed the Byakugan." "What is a Byakugan?" Marco asked. "The Byakugan is the limit of my clan's bloodline. It is why my eyes look the way they do. It allows us to see 360 degrees around us, some can't see miles around, though I can currently see up to 5 miles. It even gives us X-ray vision and the ability to see chakra and the chakra network in people. Because of this lineage, my clan developed a fighting style that allows them to temporarily disable a ninja's ability to wield chakra or permanently disable them from accessing chakra again. Though I believe I can also see mages' use of magical energy. It seems weak, not as dense as chakra. I saw Robin-chan perform magic with my Byakugan and saw it flow through her body. Be able to affect wizards and witches like we can affect ninjas." She seemed to pronounce witch very clearly as she threw a small smug look at Pansy, making sure she saw her. Hinata smiled again before anyone else noticed her facial features had changed. Pansy felt a chill run down her spine. This girl was dangerous. It seemed that whatever trance the boys were in looking at the beautiful girl in front of them had been broken. Now they were more than a little afraid of angering her. "Wow, Hinaheim, we'll really have to practice that when we have time. It might come in handy," Naruto said, giving her a hug. She got a small blush when Naruto's bare torso pressed against hers. Pansy shivered with jealousy and Daphne smiled, keeping her jealousy down. There was always Hogwarts. "As I was saying," Hinata continued when Naruto let go and everyone calmed down. "I was kidnapped by a Kumo ninja. Naru-kun was able to save me and kill the ninja. My father appreciated his help and Hokage-sama rewarded Naru-kun by allowing him to join the Shinobi Academy a year early." As the group of wizards and witches listened to the story, they became even more amazed by Naruto's skill and dexterity. Hinata stared into space, recalling the incident. Flashback. She was scared. She was only 4 years old and couldn't see anything. Her father had just begun her training and looked so disappointed when she couldn't activate her Byakugan. She went to sleep only for a ninja to put her in a sack and leave with her. She tried to scream for help, but her mouth was covered with some kind of cloth. She shuddered as the night wind cut through the potato sack. She was in her pajamas and it did nothing against the cold night air. The next thing she knew, someone must have caught up with them because the ninja dropped the sack with her and it hit the ground and rolled out of the bag. She looked at her kidnapper and saw the Kumo ambassador punching and stomping a blonde boy her age. The damn kid's going to get me caught. Let me go, you bucking trash. The man continued stomping on the boy before deciding to pull out a kunai. Hinata gasped in fear that the brave boy who saved her was going to die. One last kick to the boy's face allowed the ninja to break free from her grasp and he began to run towards her again. Now she flinched at the murderous look on the man's face. A small bloody hand reached out and grabbed his pant leg, stopping him. The man looked at the annoyance and sneered at this kid who was ruining his escape. The ninja stares at her for a second. When this is over, I'll ask for money for your virginity, breeding cow. He mocked her before turning around and lowering his weapon. The boy seemed to look right at him with as much hatred as he could muster. Hinata thought she saw a flash of green light and gasped at the thought of the boy being killed. Her eyes shot open as the Kumo ninja fell dead. At that same moment her Byakugan awakened and showed her that the man was indeed dead. Moving free from her restraints, she saw the boy was still alive and rushed to check on him. He had beautiful blonde hair and the most adorable whiskers on his cheeks. When the boy's gaze fell upon her, she saw the purest blue eyes staring right back at her. She seemed to be lost in them and cried at the thought of this boy dying. A small bloody hand reached up and stroked her head, which startled her. No, don't worry, Haim, you're okay, the boy finally spoke, trying to comfort her. Even in his weakened state and most of the blood in him being his own, he still thought of comforting her. What's your name? I'm Hinata Hyuga. She stammered. Coughing up a drop of blood, Hinata, you have very pretty eyes. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata blushed at his compliment. The boy eventually overcame his injuries and fainted when his head landed in her lap. Hinata. The sound of her father's voice sounded as she turned the corner and saw him. Hinata, what happened? For the first time, Hinata saw the Hyuga mask fall from her father's face as he took her in his arms. Naruto-kun saved me, Oda-san. Hinata said to her father as she continued to stare at the boy. Hinata found herself sitting by his bedside as one of the Hyuga medic nin checked him over. She refused to leave his side until he woke up. His father seemed genuinely surprised to see Naruto and took him back to the compound for treatment, then hurried off to the Hokage tower. She couldn't help but reach out and run her fingertips over his whisker marks. She blushed brightly and giggled when Naruto leaned into her hand and let out a small purr. This was the beginning of her crush on the blonde boy and soon those feelings would turn into love. Flashback ends. The group retreated to one of the ballrooms that Robin-chan had transformed into bedrooms for the children to continue their sleepover. Duvets were laid out for each of them in 2 rows with the head toward the center and the 2 adults were given their own rooms near the hallway. The children were dressed in their pajamas. Even Konohamaru and Hinata stayed over. Hinata would have to report to her team tomorrow. Konohamaru was allowed to spend weeknights with them as long as he behaved. Anzi gritted her teeth again as that girl took a spot next to Naruto, and with that distraction, she missed Daphne, who was claiming Naruto's other side, causing her eye to twitch. With that, she took the spot in front of Naruto, shoving Theo aside, who was mummified for the 4th time today, for commenting on how terrifying Hinata could be. The group gathered around and talked about what the next year would be like and what new data teacher they might have. They soon changed the subject to what their careers would be like after Hogwarts. It was Flint and some of the other Quidditch teammates last year. As they talked, Pansy turned to Naruto. Hey Whiskers, if you weren't a ninja, what would you choose to be? She asked innocently. The room seemed to freeze as Naruto's smile slowly disappeared and he tilted his head to the left as he thought about it. Am I wondering too? He said in a soft tone. He quickly got up and left the room before anyone could ask him anything else. Everyone sat there watching him disappear, wondering what just happened. Hinata watched him go with a look of delight before turning to Pansy and gracing her with the infamous Hyuga glare. Everyone backed away from her, feeling as if she would take their magic away at any moment. What's wrong with wanting to know his dream? I was just trying to get to know Naruto better. I didn't mean to scare him, Pansy told the group. Now she felt terrible for making Naruto run away. Hinata's gaze softened when she heard the sincerity in his voice. It wasn't what you said, Pansy-chan. It's just that for some of us, especially Naruto-kun, we have no choice but to become shinobi. But the Hokage said all children are given a choice. Draco asked, remembering how the Hokage told them how the village worked. 40% of the elemental nations could use chakra, but most don't because they don't have the mentality to be so. True, although in my clan, Hyuga children have the choice to be shinobi or become servants. She told them about the segregation of the branch family and how they were forced to serve the main branch or be killed. They were horrified by it, even more so when Hinata told them about the clan protection laws. The village couldn't interfere in clan politics unless it endangered the village itself. It's even worse for Naruto-kun. He's disliked by the civilians and most of the lower-ranking shinobi, and some of the higher-ranking ones as well. The village council is against him at every turn. If he's not strong enough or smart enough, they would have done anything to bring him down if it weren't for the Hokage. Hinata stopped talking and left the room as well. "Where are you going, Draco?" Theodore asked, freeing himself from the dreaded duct tape. "To find Naruto. I'm his best friend after all." He heard some snorts from the group. "Oh, I know, call. Anyway, I'm going to go find him. I'm sure he's not mad at you, Pans, I just want to check on him." "I'm going with," Pansy declared, daring him to deny her, but Draco didn't and they both went off in search of their friend. Naruto's garden. Naruto lay there with his head in Hinata's lap as she stroked his whiskers to relax him. It seems an innocent question had really thrown him. He knew exactly what his future would be if he weren't a shinobi. Death. That was all that would happen to him. It was Hinata and a few very close people who saved him from such a fate. He didn't tell Hinata about that night 5 years ago. He promised Itachi-sensei that, but he looked back at that future and wouldn't leave, not now that he had precious people who would be in danger without him. Hinata would have ended up in the Branch family with a curse seal on her and most likely killed soon after. She hated violence, but her clan gave her no choice. She had a choice. Sometimes she wondered why she chose to be strong instead of ending the pain and suffering she'd known all her life. He looked at Hinata, he knew why he chose his path, to protect her and every one of his friends, even Kono-chan and Jiji trusted him. It was a huge burden, but he's more stubborn than a mule and 10 times more lethal than most shinobi. So he played the dumb coolest genin in the reserves when he wasn't doing Anbu ops. If he showed even a small amount of his true abilities, Civis would be up in arms against him. Few knew his true strength and they were all high command shinobi, with few others close to him. His statues as a clan member did nothing to reduce the glares and heated comments directed his way by civilians. He didn't want his friends at Hogwarts to see that or have their prejudices turned against him. They were against Muggle witches and wizards going to Hogwarts. If he could change their opinion of them, then maybe when they learned of his burden, then they would still wish to be his friends. It seemed Hinata could read his mind and knew he was falling into a state of depression. She reached up with her free hand and scratched a particular spot on his head while channeling chakra into her hand while also stroking his whisker marks at the same time. He let out a moan of pleasure as she continued her ministrations until he calmed down. He was very glad she taught him the massage technique. She only used it on him. "Naru-kun," Hinata said as she looked at him with a sad smile. She looked up meeting his eyes. "Hokage-sama didn't say you couldn't enter the village, did he?" "No, he didn't." Naruto shook his head. He stepped away from her. There was no reason for him to give her an explanation. She knew him better than her own clan. "If they're truly your friends, they'll support you no matter what," she said in a determined voice. She wouldn't let them use him as a tool or let them break her heart. She loved him, even if she wasn't brave enough to confess it. She would stand by him no matter what. That's her ninja way. "You should have seen them, Hinaheim. They became my friends so easily, even before they knew my family name. I want them to be my friends. I just don't want to lose them in the village." She scratched his head again, applying chakra to both of her hands this time, while also stroking his whiskers. Naruto's eyes rolled to the back of his head and he let out a lame groan. Blushing, Hinamonheim, "Stop, oh don't stop," he moaned. Hinata's face was beet red and she had a slight smile on her face as she listened to him moan from her technique. 3 figures stood by the closed door, eavesdropping on the private conversation. Draco and Pansy stood next to Robin-chan's list. All 3 had deep blushes on their faces. Pansy and Robin-chan had a small trickle of blood coming from their noses. Draco saw them and shook his head. Perverts, he thought. As Pansy imagined herself giving Naruto so much pleasure, Robin-chan imagined a certain scarecrow moaning like that under her ministrations. They both let out a small sigh at the happy thought. "What was that?" Naruto spoke from behind the door. The 3 of them froze for a second before running off. "It was nothing, Naru-kun," Hinata said, smiling. He groaned again when she scratched his head. The whole time, she wore a smile that seemed a little smug. She watched with her Byakugan as 3 figures ran down the hallway. The next morning. Ah. Pansy, Draco, Theo, and Blaze screamed like little girls waking up to see 2 nearly naked women with bloody purple hair cuddled up with Naruto. He seemed to be in a very deep sleep and had no problem with what was happening. Their screams woke the rest of the group up, though Naruto and the 2 purple-haired girls were still asleep. Hinata just opened her eyes and quietly stretched her back. "I think the Whiskers sleep murdered. I feel sorry for their roommates this year, I wonder who the victims were." Daphne spoke once she saw the women. Draco and the others shuddered. "Naruto doesn't sleep murder," Blaze said. "I hope." Hinata yawns once more before looking at them. Naru-kun hasn't slept since he was 7. He had to train hard to break that habit. Now everyone gulped. But, the bodies. Theo invited all the while stealing glances at the purple-haired women in their bras and pants. They were large-chested and seemed to be snuggling up to Naruto. One of them, the one with long, straight hair, seemed to wrap her entire body around Naruto, and the other, with a spiky purple ponytail, was spread out like an eagle and used her left arm to wrap around Naruto's head and push it between her breasts. Hinata looks down and smiles. Oh, it's just Anko-chan and Yuga-san. They're like older sisters to Naru-kun. At this, Pansy and Daphne let out a sigh. Daph didn't know if she could share Naruto with so many women. Pansy was glad that she only had Hinata to worry about. They must have gotten home late from work and decided to sleep here. They work with Naru-kun a lot on missions. Hinata finishes as she reaches out to wake the three of them. The three bodies stirred and yawned as they woke up and stretched their backs. The boys got an even better view of the two women's bodies. Both Pansy and Daphne looked down and patted their chests, hoping they would grow just as big. Good morning, Hinaheim, Naruto said, before noticing the two additional bodies. Good morning, Yuga-ni, Anko-ni, I take it work was interesting. Good morning, Naru-chan. Yuga said, hugging her head against her chest. Hey, brat, tell Yu-chan to stop trying to interrogate people. He just killed the guy we brought from London. Why did you let her do that? It was almost broken, so I thought I wouldn't need to do much to finish it. Now we've lost information about the leaked information. We're being punished by the old man. Hey, it wasn't my fault, I told him not to move or I might cut one of his arteries and he'd die instantly. Maybe I can teach you how to be someone's mental tutor. Even better if Ibiki teaches you, Naruto suggested. Didn't the last guy you did that to end up cutting off his ears and eyeballs? Anko looked straight at him. Good point. Naruto said, turning to Yugao. Ibiki better teach you. Yugao nodded. The children just watched as the three sat there talking as if women covered in blood and half naked were a normal sight. Naruto, you do know they're half naked and covered in blood, right? Blaze spoke for the group. You two got lost finding your rooms, huh? They both had the decency to blush. Yeah, it was dark and late and I didn't want to wait to sleep, so when we found them, we decided it was best to search our rooms, Anko explained. Okay. By the way, guys, this is Anko Midarashi and Yuga Yuzuki. Girls, these are my friends from Hogwarts. Naruto casually introduced them. The boys kept staring at the two half-naked women. Do you like what you see? Anko said, striking a hexy pose, causing all the boys to bleed from their noses. Dear Merlin, what are you two hussies doing here dressed like that? There are children here. Mrs. Parkinson screamed. She and Narcissus heard the screams and ran to check on everyone, only to see two grown women in their underwear and covered in blood. Hitch, who are you calling shameless? Anko yelled back. She's calling you shameless, Anko. Yugao told her. I know I'm shameless, I love it, but is it still rude to call someone that? Anko and Yugao continued arguing, ignoring everyone else. My goodness, Robin-chan should schedule a deep cleaning of the hot springs after Anko-sama and Yuga-sama use them. Nice nightcap, by the way, Whiskers. Daphne said randomly. You like it, it really helps me sleep. Naruto said. He took it off and put it on her. She looked a little silly with the cap on. It looks good. She blushed at his compliment. This better not become a common occurrence. Pansy grew quiet enough that no one would hear her. She caught Hinata looking at her with a smirk and her eyes told her she didn't stand a chance. We'll see, the school year will start soon and Whiskers will be all mine ha ha ha. She met his gaze with one of her own. Friday. The group spent the rest of the week exploring the rest of the palace and flying on their broomsticks on the Quidditch pitch. Naruto took Hinata on her first flight with him and her eyes widened with excitement. Konohamaru joined them every day, especially when they flew him around on their broomsticks playing Quidditch. Someday I'll play Quidditch. Konohamaru declared with fire in his eyes. The team just laughed, but they wouldn't ruin his dream. Sorry, buddy, but I think you need to be a magician for that, Adrian told him. Okay, almost no one. Give a touch. The next thing Adrian knew, he was on the floor, unable to move a muscle. Standing over him was Hinata, smiling, though it didn't look reassuring. It's rude to crush someone's dreams, Adrian-kun. What did you do? He asked, a little more scared of her. I'm just numbing your body for a while, she said, smiling. Hey Pans. Daphne whispered to Pansy. Yes. She whispered back. She's going to kill you, I know it. Daphne giggled when she saw Pansy's eye twitching madly. Apparently, Anko had taken a liking to Daphne. After hearing some of her colorful comments, she'd taken her under her wing. Now Daphne's comments hit where it hurts the most. Seeing her touch Adrian's forehead and letting him fall really put everyone around her on alert. She's worse than Whiskers. I hope someone else pisses her off. I want to see what she can really do to you guys. Daphne laughed along with Hinata and Naruto. The others were now filled with nightmares of being poked. Hinata was officially a scary girl. It was now Friday, and the guests were arriving through the fireplace in one of the ballrooms, then heading to the next ballroom where the party would be held. Konohamaru stood by with a magical camera provided by Theo and Blaze. He would snap a picture as they passed by and realize they were in a palace. This would make a great album. I can't believe you invited the entire Slytherin house. Naruto mutters to Pansy. I promise, it's going to be the best birthday party ever. Pansy squealed, jumping up and down. By the way, why are Ankoni and Yugani dressed like slutty bunnies? Naruto asked. By them being punished. Hiruzen said, stroking his beard. Anko was interrogating someone with high-class information and allowed Yugao to perform the task, knowing that she is incompetent in that area. Of course, Yugao is also a failure. So, until you return from Hogwarts, they will be doing D-rank missions, as well as helping serve at this party. He gave a small chuckle and blushed. Irojiji. Naruto muttered. Hiruzen let out a small cough and walked away to meet many members of the magical high society. Most of the students slowly made their way toward the Quidditch pitch. Robin-chan also seemed to be in her element. She was running around the place refilling drinks, handing out snacks, and ordering Anko and Yugao around. She had a bright smile and made sure to make her master's house proud. Anzi pulled out a vial of purple liquid and turned to Naruto. Suo Whiskers, since it's my birthday and all. She said with a pleading look. Where did you get another one of those? Naruto stepped away from the vial. I bought 2 from the Weasley twins. Why? So, can you do this one thing for me, turn into Naru-chan for me, pretty please? She begged, hanging her arms around his neck. Hello Pansy-chan, happy birthday. I hope you like my gift. A sweet voice sounded behind them. They turned around and saw Hinata. Pansy's face scrunched up a little. Oh you. Hey Hinaheim, try this. It's supposed to be some kind of magic drink. Naruto handed her a purple liquid in a cup. Pansy looked at the jar in her hand and saw that it was empty. When did he make it? Hinata swallowed before grimacing. It's a little disgusting. Naruto asked. Yeah, sorry. I still don't know how I didn't taste that potion when they put it in my ramen, Naruto commented casually. It's pretty strong, wait potion. Naru-kun. Hinata complained as she turned into a chibi version with snow white bunny ears and tail. Oh well look how cute Hinabone is. Naruto said, teasing Hinata a little by scratching behind her ear and making her melt at his touch. They were supposed to be whiskers. Pansy muttered. Naruto turned his back to her and she smiled. Silently, she sent him a binding spell, and with him taunting Hinata, he never saw it and was instantly tied up and thrown to the ground. Yes, it worked. She shouted in victory. Ans, why did you do that? Naruto complained from the ground. Me and Daphne. Daphne and I chibi Hinata corrected D looking at her. Anzi growled at her a little. Daphne and I she said, looking at Hinata. I've been practicing using our spells silently, just so I could surprise you like this and turn you into the cunning Naru-chan. That's great and all, Pansy, but you used one at Christmas and another now. You're out of potions. Pansy just smiled at him, which made him sweat a little. Oh Whiskers, Daphne said in a sing-song voice as she stared at him. She took out another vial of the potion. I bought some too. Now Daphne and Pansy laughed and forced the potion down Naruto's throat. Nuo. Naruto yelled as he reverted to his sly chibi form. No fee. Slytherin, duh, Daphne answered for both of them. Then he was hit by Hinata. Revenge. She yelled, doing what he did to her a moment ago. Many of the women noticed when they saw the 2 chibis rolling on the floor. I'll save you, Whiskers. Daphne yelled, pulling him into her arms. You won't get away that easily, Naru-kun. Hinata said as she began to lift Daphne up. Soon, Daphne was knocked down as the 2 chibis struggled with each other. Soon, more girls joined the pile, and then there was a huge pile of bodies, struggling to hold one of the transformed chibs. The potions were soon finished, and everyone headed to the Quidditch pitch to watch the impromptu Slytherin house trials, which Marcos decided to do early so he could have more training time at Hogwarts. Since the entire house was already here and there with a convenient toss-up, he was Slytherin after all. Those cheap bastards. Daphne and Pansy groaned. They were supposed to last all day. Hinata sat up front with Konohamaru and the others, while Naruto and Draco headed to the middle of the field. Draco was going to try out for the team, and Naruto was choosing another position to play. Alright, before we get started, Marka said to the group of Slytherins trying out for the team. He turned to Naruto, are you sure you don't want to continue being a seeker? No, it was boring just watching that little ball fly around without doing anything else. Well then, what position do you want? We have goalkeeper, beater, or wide receiver. Naruto laughed, sending a chill through the group as Naruto raised a beater bat. Let's take a flight, he grinned. The group of prospective Quidditch players, and even some of the team members, seemed a little less confident with what they witnessed last year when he attempted the beater position earlier. The crowd cheered as the team set up a skirmish game to test their potential. Naruto, on the other hand, was casually flying around the field, hitting bludgers here and there. Each time he hit one, he hit just enough to spin it and knock the quaffle out of the players' hands, even knocking 3 players off their brooms with a single bludger. The entire time, Marcus had a sinister grin plastered on his face. The Gryffindors were in for a world of hurt. Draco was trying out for the secret position, wanting to show Potter up when they played each other. Not for the first time, he cursed Flint for pushing him past his limits. Now he was weaving and swerving, hoping not to get hit by one of Naruto's bludgers. He was taking them out so quickly. Many sat on the side of the pitch and gave up, not wanting to face Naruto. Who could blame them? The guy was a sadist. Every time he came close to catching the snitch, one of Naruto's bludgers would swoop in and knock it out of reach, forcing him to go and get it again. Draco looked over at Naruto and saw him grinning at him. "Damn ninja," he muttered. Suddenly, another of Naruto's bludgers appeared, hitting him right in the face, knocking him off his broom. He woke up 5 minutes later to find Naruto standing over him, grinning. "I heard that," Draco groaned. "Alright, everyone gather around," Flint said. Everyone hobbled over and formed a rough line, since Naruto was the only one who looked refreshed. "This concludes the tryouts. If you made the team, it will be posted on the first day of school, so we can start practice early and beat the other houses and reign supreme." Everyone cheered, only to groan a moment later. After everyone was able to use the hot springs, they were surprised at how refreshed they felt. As if they could take another round on the field, a shiver ran through them all at the thought of doing that again with Naruto as the striker. They returned to the giant ballroom so Pansy could open her presents. She received many gifts from her friends and some from the others, but she wasn't really interested in what she was given. She was surprised when Hinata gave her a dark purple silk kimono that looked absolutely beautiful. "Wow, thank you, Hinata," she said with an awkward smile. "I'm glad you like it." Hinata smiled sincerely back. "What did you get me, Whiskers?" Pansy suddenly asked, turning to Naruto excitedly. She made sure hers was the last. "Well, since you like Neri-chan so much, I made you," with a dramatic pause, he pulled out a display with 4 different dolls, all of them resembling Neri-chan. Naruto's entire squad. He smiled at the spark of excitement in her eyes. He pointed to each of them and named them after her. "This is Na-chan." Na-chan had a single whisker mark on each cheek. His facial features looked serious, and he wore an Anbu uniform consisting of a skin-tight black sleeveless undershirt and a grey chest plate. He also wore black Anbu pants taped at the bottom with black Shinobi sandals. On his arms were long sleeves that went past his elbows and arm guards that matched the chest plate, and on his back was a tanto. There was no mask to go with it. "He's the cool one of the group and he's really strong. This is Nar-chan." Naruto pointed to the second doll. This one had a long, spiky ponytail that reached halfway down her back. She was also wearing an orange guy with a blue belt and a short-sleeved red coat that reached her ankles and had black flames around the edges. Lastly, instead of Shinobi sandals, she had clogs and a black bucket hat with orange stripes. You could see a smile on her face, and if you looked into her eyes, you could see a small twinkle. Nar-chan is really smart and comes up with really interesting ideas that sound impossible, but she makes them work. "Now then, since you already have Neri-chan," Naruto said, pointing to the next doll. This one was wearing the standard Shinobi uniform worn by most Chunin and Jonin. It consisted of a blue body-hugging jumpsuit and a green vest with lots of pockets. She even had her hair in a high, spiky ponytail like Anko. This one had 5 whisker marks on each cheek. "This is Ruto-chan. She's a mother hen. She worries too much, but she's very loyal. He's put a lot of thought into this stuff. So what's with the weird names? He's super clever, you'd think he'd be able to think of at least better names," Theo whispered to Blaze and Draco, all 3 of whom snorted in laughter. Click, click, click. After Hinata lulled them to sleep and Naruto mummified them with duct tape, he turned to Pansy and the large group of women who were listening in raptures. You could see the squeals in their eyes. The last doll looked very different from the others. This one had 6 whiskers on each cheek and wore a small smile and looked a little shy. This one, however, had silky-looking crimson-red hair that framed its face with a ponytail that fell halfway down its back. It was wearing the Hogwarts uniform with a Slytherin tie and everything. Naruto took out his wizard trading card, which showed a moving picture of his mother Kushina. "After seeing a picture of Ka-chan, I always wondered how cool I would look with red hair. So now the last member of Naruto's team is 2-chan. 1. Pansy squealed, hugging 2-chan. "That's so cute, thank you, thank you, thank you," she shouted, tackling Naruto with a hug. "I want a Naruto squad," Daphne murmured, a little jealous of her friend. Many of the other girls shared her sentiment. Naru-kun, where's Ru-chan?" Hinata asked, noticing one was missing. Naruto quickly looks around. Where did that little son of a hitch go? "Oh, well, if I find him, I'll give him to Pansy." "Who's Ru-chan?" Pansy asked, even more excited to get another one. "Ru-chan is Naru-chan's twin, but he's more mischievous and a little cruel when it comes to playing tricks on someone," Naruto tells them. "Sounds so cool," Daphne sighs. "Yes, but I'm worried about that." Hinata spoke a little worried. "Why is that?" Pansy asked. "Well." It was midnight when Pansy suddenly woke up. Hey Pans, wake up," a voice whispered. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Naruto standing next to her. "Wah, it's Whiskers, come hug me," he said in a sleepy tone, not yet fully awake. He laughed at that. "No, wake up, there's one more thing I want to show you." She woke up to find Draco, Daphne, Theo, and Blaze waiting for her by the door. Hinata and the others were still asleep. She followed Naruto as he began leading them to his personal garden. "What are we doing here?" Draco asked as they stood in front of the door. "This is Pansy's last surprise, so I thought everyone could share it." With that, he opened the doors. As they walked toward Naruto's garden, they immediately gasped in shock. There were 6 bonsai trees that grew much larger than a normal bonsai would. These were gigantic, and each glowed with a different color. Colorful lights dripped from each plant, making the garden look like a fantasy world. Blue, green, red, purple, yellow, and orange lights cascaded from each tree. "That's beautiful," Pansy said in an amazed voice. "How did you get them like this? They're magical." Blaze asked. He had never seen a bonsai like this, his grandmother had some, but none looked like these. "This actually happened after I started applying chakra to them as they grew. Eventually, they started absorbing the natural chakra around them, and the light falling off them is the excess chakra they can't retain. So every night at midnight, they start shedding the excess, and this is the result." "Is that amazing? They even have chakra? So they can use chakra like you?" Draco asked her as they started walking around the trees. "No, although they can use chakra to grow faster and stronger." They sat on the edge of the path that bordered the entrance as they watched the cascading lights falling from the giant bonsai trees, fascinated by the fairy tale atmosphere they created. "I'll be back, grab some tea and snacks," Naruto said, leaving them in the garden. "I'm glad Naruto showed you his garden. It's very precious to him and he only shows it to people he trusts." A voice sounded behind them. Everyone turned and noticed Hinata standing at the entrance with a soft smile. "Oh you," Pansy said, her mood now sour. "What do you mean, just people he trusts? We're his friends, I'm his best friend." Draco was stopped by everyone snorting. "Hey, stop. It means he's starting to trust you. Naruto is very cautious, but when he trusts you, you can always count on him when you need him the most. You'll never have a friend like him." Hinata said, smiling at everyone, even Pansy. They all smiled back. "Oh, and if you ever hurt him or break his trust in you, I will kill you in the slowest and most painful way possible, and Anko has a lot of ideas that were forbidden in Konoha," Hinata said in a sweet tone. They could sense the truth of that threat and shuddered. "She's scarier than Naruto," were their collective thoughts. "Okay, I'll end there. Now for the fun shit. Omnic 1 story time." It was late at night when Hinata and her best friend Naruto were lurking around the Hyuga mansion. They couldn't fall asleep because they were too excited to sleep. Naruto has been attending the academy and doesn't have enough time to always spend the night like he used to. So, when they can have a sleepover, they are both too connected to sleep. She wanted to play with her friend as much as she could before they both had to train or attend school. They slowly slipped into her father's office and Naruto secured the door. When they played pretend, Naruto had her play clan head and he played Hokage. They would fight evil and Hinata protected her clan and brought them closer together. "Lord Hokage, I wish for you to pass my law to get rid of the bullying in my clan," Hinata said, trying to look serious like her father. "Bush, I approve." Naruto waved his hand. They cheered, jumping up and down. They had fulfilled Hinata's dream and Naruto became Hokage. "What do we do now, Naruto?" Hinata asked. They looked around the room for ideas on what game to play next. Hinata found a key in her father's desk that opened a secret compartment in its bottom drawer. There were 3 orange books hidden there. "Naruto, can you read me a story? Please?" She blushed, picking out the first book. He sometimes read stories to her once they learned to read. His voice always made her fall asleep. She just felt safe around him. "Oh, a new one? Ichigo Paradise, I've never heard of it. Okay, let's go back to your room." He opened the book to see a signature and a note. "I'm going to give my restless student some ideas with Hitomi, he'll love it, signed Gama-senin sensei." While reading the book, they were both confused about many of the terms used and even argued about whether the position in the book was possible or not. This continued every time he came over and I read the book to him. The story was quite good and the letters were funny and engaging. Some parts of the book had puzzled them both. "I'm telling you, Hinaheim, the human body can't contort like that. But Momo-kun likes her because she can do things others can't, that's what makes her special to him. If I try hard enough, I'm sure that position is possible," Hinata replies. "No, ha. No. Aha. I'll ask Iruka-sensei if it's possible, he knows a lot." "That's good, I still say I might show it to you someday." Hinata smiled back. "Hey, Iruka-sensei, I have a question." "What's wrong, Naruto?" Iruka smiled at his favorite student. Since Naruto was 4 years old, Iruka took it upon himself to look after him until he became a ninja. He grew close to the boy and cared for him greatly. Naruto was a good student and seemed to be advancing quickly in school. At this rate, he'd graduate in just 1 year, breaking the academy record. I was reading a story to Hinata when we came across the heroine contorting her body. Hinata said it was possible. I don't believe it. Will you tell me if it is? He asked, holding the orange book up to the page. Naruto, where did you get that? Iruka yelled, snatching the book from him. From Hiyashi-sama's desk. Oh. Grab Hinata. I think it's time you two learned about the birds and the bees and also keep Hiyashi-sama in mind. He said with a smile that promised retribution. Hi sensei. And that's where babies come from, Iruka explained to the 6-year-olds. Hiyashi was forced to look there and listen as well. Iruka blamed him for letting them read his private books, knowing that Iruka could be scary. Naruto tilted his head to the side. That doesn't sound so bad. What about you, Hinaheim? He asked, turning to Hinata, who had fainted. Her face was beet red, a smile plastered across her lips, and a trickle of blood was leaking from her nose. Hiyashi noticed his daughter and sighed. Just like her mother. I still have to thank sensei for the books. Hitomi really liked them, he thought, a blush escaping the room. A week later, Hinata saw 3 orange books on her bed. She blushed as she picked them up, wondering if Naruto would continue reading the story. You can't borrow mine anymore, it's signed first edition, a voice spoke from behind her. She turned around just in time to catch her father walking away. She quietly thanked her father and then smiled. Now she and Narukon can finish the story. Later, Iruka was reading a copy of said book, tilting his head to the side. Is that possible? He asked, reading about how women contorted their bodies to help give Momo more power so she could defeat the evil general. Oh, it's possible, do you want to find out? Said a sensual voice in her ear. What do you mean, Anko-san? Irik said, a little intimidated by the women in front of him. That position you're reading about. I can show you it's possible, she said seductively, licking her lips. Okay Anko-sama. Anko smiled even wider. Jiraiya sat in a hot spring, and for once, he wasn't spying on women. Instead, he sat in the water watching a moving picture of one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. She had long, golden brown hair with a hint of red tied back in a bun. The folds in her chest were large and perky, and when she leaned back, they became more pronounced. Her beautiful, long legs contorted in such a way that it looked like a dream come true. Her piercing green eyes stared back at him as if daring him not to grape her. She and he explored many Highschool adventures with each other. He was shocked to see that she was even kinkier than he was. He loved it. Oh Minerva, why did you leave me? All the escapades you and I have had, the endless hex and orgies you and I have participated in, you even started one once. I miss you. He sighs, looking up at the stars. One day I will see you again. Amiktu taking a break. Boy, Iro-senin, why did you abandon me? Weren't you going to help me with my Fuinjutsu? Naruto asked as he approached Jiraiya, who was looking through a hole in the fence. Shhh, brat, I'm investigating. Jiraiya whispered. He let out a chuckle as a blush appeared on his cheeks. Oh, that looks absolutely perfect. He laughed as he saw a very beautiful woman drop her towel and enter the bathroom. He could see her breasts floating a little in the water. Blood trickled from her nose. What looks perfect? Naruto asked, wondering what was on the other side. Oh yeah, the brat's here. Shit, if I turn him into a pervert, both Tsunade and Iruka will kill me. How can a Chunin be as terrifying as Tsunade? He shuddered at that thought before turning to Naruto. Oh, nothing, just the hot springs on the other side looked perfect for our break from training, but it's way too expensive to stay at this place. What are you doing? Jiraiya said, confused by Naruto stripping. Entering the hot springs. Naruto said casually, now towards his boxers. But I just said it's too expensive to stay. Ninja, said Naruto, jumping over the fence and throwing his boxers off as well. He was so young, he had so much potential. Jiraiya cried. Hey, Iro-senin, I think it's a mixed bath, hurry up or you won't get to see all these beautiful naked ladies. Naruto shouted over the fence. Jiraiya tensed, waiting for the hey pervert. Voyeur. The hot spring women chased Naruto over the fence. Oh, you're Kunoichi, that's good to know. Jiraiya said, activating his cloaking jutsu. Good luck, kid. To be a strong shinobi, you must face the most terrifying thing in the world. Female fury. Was that brat Naruto? Said a familiar voice from the other side of the fence. I think it was Tsunade-sama. Another voice spoke. Yep, I thought I was in Hot Spring County for the gambling event. That's the complete opposite of Waterfall Town. He panicked. If she caught him, there's no telling what she'd do to him. I always knew she'd kill me someday, he muttered, petrified. Oh yes, Jiraiya, and that day is today. A voice spoke from behind him. He turned slowly only to come face to face with something that had haunted his dreams for years. A very pissed off Tsunade. Jiraiya waved his hands, trying to protect himself from the beating he was about to receive. I told him not to. I did, I swear. He jumped all on his own. He pressed his face against the ground, begging him not to go through with it. I see. Suddenly, he swiped his hand out and caught Naruto by the collar of his clothes. "Hey, Hiro-senin, I lost them, come on, is Oba-chan here too?" "Yip." He suddenly realized the danger he was in. "Hiro-senin did it," Naruto said, pointing at Jiraiya immediately. "No, it wasn't," Jiraiya replied. "You did it all on your own, I just took a look." He snorted, crossing his arms. "Hey brat." "Yes, Oba-chan." "Don't call me that," she yelled, slamming her fist into his face. It caused a crater to form, and as she raised her fist, she tilted her head to the right in confusion. "Jiraiya." Apparently, Naruto switched with him to avoid her fist. "Get his brat back." She chased him across the land, causing craters to form and destroying hills. Every time she thinks she has him, it turns out Jiraiya gets the better of her. 3 people learned a lesson that day. Naruto, look before you jump. Tsunade. Naruto is impossible to capture and had completely reinvented the replacement jutsu. Jiraiya recognition and verification is vital to survival. Omnic 3 Final Battle. At noon on the Borrowing Road, Percy Weasley stood on the rooftop in shorts with his Gryffindor tie around his forehead. The plans were set. It was time to expel those little bastards from his land. Those bastards kept coming into the house, humiliating them to no end. They kept pushing them around, but the next day they were back. On the plus side, Ginny has been expanding her collection of Harry Berry dolls. They protected her from those evil Naruto-chan dolls. She now carried them everywhere with her and hadn't been bothered by those things since. She couldn't wait to go to Hogwarts to meet a real-life Harry Berry. She'd get him to fall in love with her, then give him her first kiss in her 3rd year, barely, or she'd be seen as a loose woman. Then, when he takes her virginity when she turns 17, he'd propose to her in front of all her friends and family, and they'd be married and live happily ever after. "And if any girl tries to come between us, I'll smash her face in," she thought with a sigh. When Charlie and Bill came to visit over the summer, they were ambushed and sent flying over the house in skimpy underwear. The twins seemed to be compiling notes on what was being done. Their reconnaissance actually helped them come up with a battle plan. Now that the Weasley clan was all together, with 4 people capable of using magic, they were ready for the final push. Molly, the matron of the family, stood with her second eldest son, Charlie, defending the front porch and the entrance to the house. Bill was placing runes and charms around the back entrance to keep them out. Arthur, the family patron, took the twins and circled around the enemy to surprise them from behind. Once Bill joined his mother and brother at the front, they would move to place them between the 2 groups. Ron and Ginny moved through the house to the different windows, providing support for the rest of the group. Ron carried a crossbow that Arthur conjured and provided him with an endless supply of crossbow bolts. Ginny was given a hairpin so she could prevent them from climbing the house. The family of 9 looked down at a sea of blonde, whiskered dolls, all laughing at once. Standing on a tree stump sat a Naruto-chan doll that was different from the rest. She wore a bright orange and blue jumpsuit with a white Uzumaki crest on the back. This one also had 4 whiskers instead of the usual 3. This one was the leader. If they could destroy that one, the rest would fall as well. Percy raised his garden hoe over his head. "Yululululu," he yelled. "Yululululu," came her family's response. At that moment, the sea of laughing dolls charged. 1 day later. There was silence. There were no birds singing in the sky, not even the wind dared to blow. Scorch marks covered the ground, and great flares of fire lit up the bushes around a building that miraculously remained completely unharmed, except for a few stains. And something white was raining from the sky and falling softly to the ground. It wasn't snowing. "Brah!" Percy yelled, killing a Naruto doll. He stopped to look around the clearing. How could it all go wrong? It started with Ginny. As they gained ground, Ginny spotted one of the blonde dolls holding Harry Berry hostage on the roof. "No, Harry Berry, I'm going to save you." "No, Jin, we need you here," Ron shouted. When she left, Ron was soon overtaken by the horde of giggling furries. "No, no, damn it," he yelled, being dragged away. "Ronaldo!" Molly screamed. Her face twisted into a furry mess, and she soon waved her wand, eliminating large clumps of the giggling dolls. Molly was the next to fall. Once she demonstrated her power, they seemed to swarm straight toward her. It seemed like Charlie went a little crazy once they were pushed back. They're still wondering how he was able to summon the dragons to set the place on fire. He ended up on the back of a Chinese fireball laughing like a maniac. "Burn them all, ha 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 ha." He was soon knocked off his feet by the dolls, which were catapulted into the air toward the dragons. With the dragons out of the way, they took the high ground. The twins and Bill began setting traps for the bastards, while Arthur sabotaged the enemy. He was eliminated when he got caught in a trap designed to catch him before he could sabotage them again. Bill followed him when one of his own traps was used against him. Percy and the twins developed hit-and-run tactics. They would set up ambushes for small groups, wipe them out, and retreat before others appeared. They found themselves surrounded as they set another trap, standing back to back with their weapons raised ready for the final battle. Percy stood there watching the twins take out the stranglers, somehow winning, with all their plans going out the window and still winning. He picked up the head of the four-whiskered puppet, which they assumed was the leader, and held it above his head by its hair. Bilulululululu. Bilulululululu. His family repeated. Now they were free of the vermin and could enjoy the rest of their summer. At night, when everyone had had the best sleep since summer began, Ginny slept surrounded by all the hairy berry dolls she had collected so far. Snuggling up with one of her dolls while fast asleep, she didn't wake up when a doll left the room and came down the stairs into the family room. The little hairy berry doll had a mischievous grin on his face when he suddenly turned into a puff of smoke. And in his place was an orange jumpsuit wearing a blonde, 8-whiskered doll who still wore that mischievous grin. Biggle. Chapter 9. "Hello," said a cheerful voice as the door opened. Mrs. Granger stared at the most adorable 12-year-old girl in front of her. She had spiky, sun-kissed blonde hair and the bluest eyes she'd ever seen, seeming to suck her into them. 3 whisker marks on each cheek. That's what made her squeal in her mind. "Hello, how can I help you, young man?" She smiled at him. She resisted the urge to reach out and stroke those whiskers, but she held back. Just barely. "Oh, you must be Hermione's mom. I'm Naruto, I'm a friend of Hermione's from school. I just came to visit her because she invited me to visit her for the summer." "Oh, you're Naruto. Hermione and her father are in the library, they'll be back in a moment. He's been going on and on about you ever since he got back. Come in, come in." She ushered him inside and prepared tea and snacks for him. "So, Naruto, tell me a little about yourself. Where are you from and what are your hobbies?" "Well, I'm an orphan, I like reading with my best friend Hinata. I love ramen, though I hate the 3 minutes it takes to cook instant ramen. Why do they call it instant when I have to wait 3 minutes? I like gardening, especially bonsai trees, they're so cool. I like hanging out with Jiji, Haruka-sensei, and Kakashi-sensei. Though I spend more time with Hinata reading or playing pranks. Don't get me started with pranks," he went on and on and on. He rants like Hermione does sometimes. With his looks and his intelligence, it's no wonder my little girl is so smitten with him. "My goodness, you live a busy life," she said, sweat dropping at all that information. She stood up to refill her tea when she clutched her back in pain. "Are you okay, Mrs. Granger?" Naruto asked, looking innocent. I'm fine, just a little spasm. If you want, can I give you a massage? It would really help." She smiled warmly at him. "No need for that, dear." Although Hermione did say he gave her an amazing massage and that he was Hermione's first friend. With Hermione. Hermione looked through the stack of books she was using for reference. She was looking for similarities between the story Naruto told her and legends about ninjas around the world. She soon learned that ninjas played in major events all over the world. She wanted to try to find where the elemental nations were on the map, but she was stumped. She hated being stumped. She stood there wondering where to look next when she was interrupted. "Hello, my little bookworm," a woman's voice spoke from behind her. Hermione squealed and turned around to hug the woman. "Aunt May. What are you doing here?" She was excited to see her secretly favorite aunt. Her aunt is a tall, slender, fair-skinned woman. She has green eyes and ankle-length auburn hair styled in a pattern at the back, a bun tied with a dark blue sash, and with 4 bangs in the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 are long, crossing at her bust, just below her chin. She is wearing a long-sleeved dark blue dress that falls just below her knees. Hermione hoped and prayed that she could grow up to look as beautiful as her aunt. "Why am I here to visit my favorite niece and see my little sister?" "Darling, it's time to go, you," Mr. Granger said as he turned the corner. He never liked his sister-in-law. She always looked down on him. "Horseface." May greeted him. "I see you're still around. My sister could use an update right now." "Am May enough?" Mr. Granger snarled. As they checked Hermione's usual limit of 7 books, they headed home. May squeezed into the back while Hermione rode up front with her dad. "So, how's it going so far, Mayan? Any guys catching your eye?" May asked playfully. "Well, there's this guy." "Oh, details," squeals her aunt. "Just because you don't have a man of your own and the rest of them scare you doesn't mean you should force one on Hermione," Mr. Granger said angrily. He suddenly felt a pang of fear when May squinted at him through the rearview mirror. You weak piece of shit stuck to the sole of my precious little sister's shoe, and now you're corrupting my favorite niece." "I thought I was your only niece," Hermione interrupted. "And now you're corrupting my precious niece too. Why don't you kill yourself?" May continued without pause, smiling brightly the whole time. Mr. Granger choked on his saliva. Hermione just shook her head and sighed. Her father and Aunt May never got along. Aunt May kept asking her mother to take Hermione and return to her country. When asked, her mother would just dodge the question, and that would be the end of it. Her mother was good, so she tried to trace her mother's heritage, but she found nothing. All she knew was that it was a terrible place that should be forgotten. It would be amazing if it were the elemental nations. She thought with a squeak. She was still reading the book Naruto gave her. It talked about how Shinobi have had a huge impact on the rest of the world. She had gone through his huge collection of history books and compared them to Shinobi history. She was fascinated by the new perspective she now had on history. She also learned about ninja ranks and what they meant. She learned that most jonin or higher were assigned missions that took place outside the barrier surrounding the elemental nations, hiding them from prying eyes. Hermione quickly changed the subject and spent the rest of the ride home talking to her aunt. She avoided mentioning anything about magic or Shinobi. She knew she couldn't reveal magic to muggles, and she didn't know if Naruto was okay with sharing information about the elemental nations. They pulled into the driveway and Mr. Granger got in first, while Hermione and May hung back to talk. She heard a noise coming from the living room as she entered the house. "Honey?" she asked, but there was no answer. She walked into the living room only to widen her eyes as she began to hear the words clearly. "Oh, yes, harder, go deeper, oh, I've never been touched there before. This is oh so much better than having sex with my husband." Mr. Granger readjusted his trousers as he rounded the corner. "Yes." His wife screams in pleasure. There she is, lying face down fully clothed, with a blonde boy Hermione's age sitting on top of her, giving her a massage. "Hey, honey," he said tentatively. This time she seemed to have heard him and her eyes widened. "Honey, I can explain." She tried to get up but for some reason Naruto wouldn't let her. She turned to ask him to get down when she was hit by the sudden killing intent heading her way. Her eyes filled with fear as she saw Naruto's grinning features staring back at her. Looking up at him, she saw his death in a way she thought was impossible. Even her former best friend Zabuza wouldn't be capable of some of those things. She felt guilty for cutting ties with him, but she wanted to purge everything from her past. If it weren't for him, she would have been killed during the graduation exam back in the cursed mist. Flashback. The room was silent as the only sound was the hysterical laughter of an 11-year-old boy. The future Mrs. Granger stared in absolute terror at the blood pooling on the floor. She sat in a pool, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Haha, now that only 2 remain, I can kill her and be certain I pass. Or you let us both pass and make me an apprentice to one of the 7 swords. If necessary, I'll kill one of the apprentices since there's no vacancy." Zabuza smiled menacingly. STBM Granger squealed in fear. "You've already killed one," the supervisor said, pointing at the body. "He jumped in to try to stop you." "Oh? I guess that's settled, thank you, and please take care of me, master." Zabuza smiled at the wielder of the Kubikurumjm. In the stands, May smiled at her new apprentice. "I always go with the bloodthirsty ones." STBM Granger thought, closing her eyes. Soon they were both laughing maniacally and she shuddered in terror. End of retrospective. It seemed her husband sensed the excess of this boy's killing intent and leaned against the wall trembling. There's no way a child so young, even a genin, couldn't produce that much killing intent. She was petrified and couldn't move. Her body, even after years of training as a shinobi, didn't help her. It only made Chunin. She saw him draw a kunai and mentioned it. His life flashed before her eyes and she just hoped he would forgive Hermione and her husband. The kunai swung down and Mrs. Granger closed her eyes and had one last thought. What happened to that poor boy? At that moment, the sound of her daughter's voice seemed to freeze the entire room. "Naruto." After a few seconds where Mrs. Granger waited to die, she slowly opened her eyes and almost shuddered. Inches from her eye was the kunai in the boy's hand. She didn't hesitate as she stared at Hermione. She didn't dare move, knowing full well that he could kill her before she could escape. "Hey, my darling little sister, your magnificent and beautiful big sister is here to see you," May sang, spinning around the room and stopping in a pose. She blinked as she looked around the room and then at Mr. Granger. "You weak little sissy. What kind of man are you?" "Hey, I know you. You're mate Rumi, man, the Mizukage has it out for you." Naruto spoke looking at her with that wide-eyed face. She was a cage-level shinobi on par with the 4th Reikage. He could probably outrun her easily. "She's not as fast as I, that was a close chase." "And I know who you are, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," May replied. "Damn news travels fast." Mrs. Granger's eyes widened at the name and Hermione looked a little confused. Why was she holding a kunai to her mother's face? How did she even know her aunt? "Naruto, what are you doing to my mother? How do you know Aunt May?" "Aunt May?" Naruto asked, his eyes widening slightly. He looked at Mrs. Granger and then back at May. There were many similarities in their gazes. Before anyone could blink again, the kunai disappeared and Naruto scratched the back of his head and tried to laugh it all off. There could have been a huge misunderstanding. "So let me get this straight. You and Aunt May are from the Hidden Mist Village and the 4th Mizukage started a bloodline purge and Aunt has too. You both ran away from the elemental nations and started a new life. Meanwhile, Aunt wanted to go back and free the Mist Village and you didn't want anything to do with the nations ever again, so you never told me. Now Aunt's a wanted criminal." "The most wanted criminal," May interrupts her. "The most wanted criminal in the land of water and leader of the resistance. I've got you covered, my little bookworm." Mrs. Granger smiled, hugging her daughter. And you? Hermione shouted looking at Naruto. Me? Naruto pointed at himself. Yeah, you sensed my mom had chakra and you didn't sense any from me and you thought there was an intruder and you did something to me and my family. Hermione said, putting all the pieces together, and came to the most logical deduction. That, and she was able to understand me when I reverted to my native language. It's only known in elementary countries. Wait. Does that mean I have chakra? If I have it then I can be trained to use it, and then Hermione began to mutter under her breath. And we lost her. Mei said, seeing Hermione mumble. So, Naruto, you're from the Leaf Village, looks like you just got out of the academy. How does it feel to finally be a shinobi? Mei asked, jumping up to take a seat. There was a loud urg from beneath her. Sister, please stay away from my husband, Mrs. Granger said, taking a sip of tea. But husband? Mei said, taking a sip as well. Oh, you mean this soft piece of shit that seemed to have stuck to you? Poor you, my little sister is plagued forever. So if it's a piece of shit, why are you sitting on it? It's softer than the chair, Mei said happily. As Naruto watched the two sisters come and go, Mr. Granger, still lying on the ground, decided to try and bring Hermione back from her mumbled rant. He waved his hand in front of her face and slowly brought her back. And then I'll use it to become Minister of Magic by eliminating the competition. Then I'll bring the wizarding world under me and eliminate some of those stupid traditions, and then I'll begin my conquest in the elemental nations. Muhaha. Cough. Cough. Huh. Hermione looked up to see Naruto looking at her. What? I wonder why the hat didn't put her in Slytherin. She'd fit right in, he thought. Hermione, I hate to break it to you, but you don't have chakra. What? She screamed dejectedly. I tested you, and you showed no signs of having chakra, Mei told her niece. Wait, when did you test me? Hermione and her mother screamed at the same time. You remember Ao, right? He visited him a few years ago, remember? He has a Byakugan in his left eye. Hermione was still confused until Naruto explained what the Byakugan was, and she did. If I don't have chakra, how am I a witch if mom was a shinobi? Wait, what's this about you being a witch? Asked her Aunt Mei. Hermione gasped and covered her mouth. She's capable of handling magic and she's going to Hogwarts just like me to learn how to use it. She's really smart and she seems to do it naturally. Naruto. You're not supposed to reveal magic to muggles, we'll get in trouble. Hermione said in a panic. They could be expelled from Hogwarts. It would be worse than death for Hermione. Naruto pointed at Mei. Ninjas. Slap. That's not an answer. He shouted after slapping his face for the umpteenth time. Good. She's a shinobi, not a muggle, so you're safe. Okay, if Aunt Mei and Mom are shinobi, how come I ended up with magic? Shouldn't it be chakra? I'd like to know that too, Mrs. Granger said, finally pulling her sister away from her husband. Naruto placed a finger to his chin. Well, I had a theory about you being a witch, but now that your mother was a kunoichi, I guess I can find out. He said before reaching into his infinity pouch, as he called it, and pulled out a massive black book that had every inch covered in seals that seemed to glow with an unknown light, and in the center of the cover was a red swirl that represented the Uzumaki clan. Hermione's eyes seemed dazed as she slowly walked towards Naruto, raising her hands, clenching and unclenching. Please, please, please. Uvi. Oh, why? Hermione moaned, rubbing her forehead. This is the only book you're not allowed to read. Naruto scolded her. Because. This is the journal of every Uzumaki clan head. Mei let out a slow, astonished whistle. That's a treasure. Where did you get something so valuable? Naruto looked at her. My mother. My grandfather must have given it to her when she came to the Leaf. Robin-chan had brought him the book, telling him what it was for. He was the new chief, and it was his responsibility to record his findings and the memories he'd had. Naruto opened his book and was flipping through it. There might be something in here about magic in the elemental nations. Hermione tried to peek over his shoulder, only to curse silently when she couldn't read the writing. It was in another language. She'd have to ask her aunt to teach her how to read and write in Naruto's native language. After a moment of flipping pages, Naruto stops at one and examines it more closely. What does it say? Hermione whispered, still looking over his shoulder. Well, according to one of my ancestors, magic had somehow become fused with chakra, leading shinobi clans to possess a bloodline limit. A bloodline limit is made of magic that transmutes a shinobi's chakra-infused genetics, creating a bloodline limit. Sometimes, children born into a clan with a bloodline can exhibit magic and not chakra if there is enough magic present in the bloodline. It's an extremely rare occurrence. Since our family has two bloodlines, there must be enough magic to turn Hermione into a witch, Mrs. Granger theorized. Could it be? Naruto agreed. They continued their theories, and Hermione learned a lot about how clans operate and function. She was horrified to hear about the Hyuga clan and how they subjugated members of their branch. Naruto was invited to stay for the week and Mei decided to stay a little longer, much to Mr. Granger's chagrin. Hermione rented Godzilla for Naruto and had to hold back her laughter as he stared at the television, watching the giant iguana wreak havoc. "I want one," Naruto said with stars in his eyes. Hermione couldn't hold it in any longer and started giggling at him. They would sit and read their books, and Hermione would ask him more questions about the shinobi world. All in all, the week was perfect for Hermione. Friday arrived, and the two were sitting on a sofa reading, Hermione with her library books and Naruto reading about the adventures of his ancestors. Mrs. Granger was pouring tea at the table while Mr. Granger read the newspaper, all the while being ridiculed by his most despised sister-in-law. "You know, my precious sister, why don't I join you guys when you go magical shopping?" Hey, throw away the crap and let the ladies do the shopping," May asked excitedly as she jabbed her thumb at her sister's thing when she mentioned getting rid of something. She refused to think that that thing was her sister's husband or even a sentient being. "We don't need you meddling," Mr. Granger said, turning a page. "No wizard in his right mind would go after a crazy, immature woman like you. You're better off returning to your solitary existence once you arrived," he said, reading an article about an explosion in the shopping district. It was probably May's work. Smell. Clout. "Oh, what was that for, honey?" he asked, rubbing the back of his neck where his wife hit him. "Be nice to my sister. You know how she is when someone mentions her single life. By the way, Naruto, did you get any letters from Harry? Ron and I have been sending him letters twice a week and he doesn't reply. Hey, when did you get popcorn? Where did you get it?" Hermione asked, drawing Naruto's attention from the comedy that was taking place. He had traded his book for popcorn, eating it as she watched. Hermione couldn't remember a time when her parents had that in the house. "Hermione, let's get back to the topic. Yes, actually, he and I exchanged letters for a while and I told him I'd come visit." Just then, Kaneko chimes in with a letter. "See?" Opening it, Hermione grew curious and read over his shoulder. "Save me from my family. I can't stand it. My uncle thinks he can stop me from coming back. I need to go back. It's become important to me. You can also think of this as my birthday present. You promised and you'd never go back on your word. Right? I never should have told him that." "Okay?" Hermione asked, looking at him. "That? Aren't we going to check on him?" "Us?" "Yes, now let's ask Mom for a ride," he said, standing up and walking toward his mother. "Is it just me or is she more energetic than she was at school?" Naruto wondered aloud. Hermione takes her education very seriously. She opens up more when she's surrounded by people she feels comfortable with, May said from behind him. He turned to her and stood there looking at him with a smile. "You know you're quite cute. You're simply adorable," she squealed as he buried his head between her breasts. "But Mom, why can't I come? Naruto can keep me safe and I can make an itinerary so you know where we'll be." Hermione tried to negotiate with her mother. They had to work and Harry lived a good 12 hours from their house. "It's too far away and besides he's just a genin," she was interrupted by a scream. They turned around and saw Naruto sitting in Mr. Granger's chair eating popcorn and reading the newspaper. They then looked over at the couch and saw May pulling Mr. Granger off her chest and starting to slap him rapidly. "You, get this disgusting piece of shit off me. Kill him, burn him, let me melt him, this perverted piece of shit needs to die," she yelled, throwing Mr. Granger away from her. He looked like he had been knocked out and they could tell he would be fine if he wasn't beaten up a bit. "Auntie May." Hermione and her mother shouted simultaneously. "Stop abusing my husband. Why can't you two just get along? I love him, get over it." Mrs. Granger scolded her sister for a good hour about May's dislike of her husband. "So that's where you got it from?" Naruto said, eating popcorn. "And what's that supposed to mean?" Hermione asked, looking at him. Luckily for him, they were interrupted when May appeared in front of them and pointed at Naruto with narrowed eyes. "You?" she snarled. She lunged at him again and held on tightly, as if she were trying to choke him to death. Hermione turned to the couch to see Naruto standing where her mother was. Suspicious, she turned and found her mother being choked by her older sister. "That's how you were able to switch with others on Hogwarts grounds. It's a jutsu, not a spell. That means the wards don't work with chakra or that jutsu doesn't teleport you." She then went into another of her rants, letting herself be carried away by muttering. "Slap. Oh, don't hit your wig," Sister May pouted, rubbing her sore cheek. "I told you to stop that and you." Mrs. Granger frowned at Naruto. "There shouldn't be jutsus in my house. How were you able to perform the Kawarimi jutsu so perfectly? I didn't feel any flares or anything pulling me when you switched us." She was impressed by how fluidly he performed one of the most basic jutsu every shinobi knows. It was May's turn to widen her eyes. She stuttered before bursting into laughter. This puzzled both Hermione and her mother. "What's so funny, Auntie?" Hermione asked, moving closer to her mother's side. I can't believe your kid." He burst out laughing again. "Your Anbu, that chase you did with the rakeage was legendary." He burst out laughing again. Naruto laughed with her. He picked up a pillow and fluffed it a couple of times. Then, suddenly, Mrs. Granger felt killing intense surge again from the boy who kept fluffing the pillow with a grin. Just as she was about to fluff him a third time, suddenly the pillow disappeared and in its place stood Mr. Granger. He held him with one arm and held a kunai to his throat with the other. Naruto, stop threatening my parents. Hermione yelled. May looked bored. I'm sorry Hermione, but your aunt knows my codename. She could reveal it to anyone. The only way to keep her silent is to threaten her loved ones. Naruto said, tightening his grip. Now, May Terumi, I ask that you do not reveal that information to anyone. He emphasized this by tightening his grip and drawing a small drop of blood from Mr. Granger's throat. Naruto. Hermione yelled again. Mrs. Granger was in shock. This boy had just used the Kawarimi Jutsu to switch two objects instead of himself. Impossible. Oh, please do, that unwanted piece of shit isn't even her. May. Mrs. Granger shouted desperately to her sister. May quickly fell silent. Naruto looked between the two sisters and with a sigh, he let go of Mr. Granger, who slipped unconscious. I suppose there's no other option. He sounded resigned. No. There's no other option for what? Hermione asked, afraid to hear what he might do. Facing May completely, Naruto spoke. If you reveal my identity to anyone, I can expel Hermione from Hogwarts and erase all memories of magic, Shinobi, and all her friends. She would return to being an ordinary citizen like Mr. Granger. He gestured to the unconscious person at his feet. No. Aunt, please keep her secret. I really enjoy Hogwarts. I fit in and I even have friends. I'm at the top of my class. She continued as she clung to her aunt. May could see tears forming in Hermione's eyes, with that May quickly melted. I won't tell my little bookworm, but you can't tell anyone about my family here, okay? She directed this last part toward Naruto. Please, Naruto, for me? Hermione asked, looking at him. He saw the tears in the corner of her eyes too. He could never stand to see such weird friends cry. I promise. And you never go back on your promises, do you? You read my letter from Harry, right? Naruto asked with a sweat drop. I looked at him. Hermione then turned to her mother, pointing at Naruto. Since he's an Anbu and not a genin, he can watch over me while we head to Harry's. I'll go pack. She headed upstairs to pack for the road. Naruto blinked and looked at Mrs. Granger and May in turn. She just took advantage of all of us. How come she's not in Slytherin? On the road. Hermione lifted her head into the wind as her hair flew behind her while she clung to Naruto, who was driving his father's moped. He had gotten it during his midlife crisis and regretted the purchase. It only went 40 miles per hour. It was also the only ride Mrs. Granger allowed Naruto to drive. After packing Hermione's trunk, Naruto locked it with a storage scroll that taught him how to use his wand to retrieve the items inside. Naruto on the other hand was agitated. This damn thing only goes 40 miles per hour, he could outrun this, but he had promised Mrs. Granger that he wouldn't use jutsu in front of Hermione until they got back to Hogwarts, unless it was a life or death situation. Hermione was pretty annoyed about that part. It was the only way she would allow them to leave. So here they were, by the time they got to Harry's, his birthday would be over and the promise Naruto had made to him would be broken. It would be a cold day in hell before Naruto broke a promise. The problem was that, right at that moment, they were in the countryside. It was just a long stretch of road and railway. So his attitude was as expected. I wish there was something faster than this stupid moped. I want to return this in a pile of fire to his door. Just then, he heard a train go by and suddenly smiled. Perfect. Okay, Hermione, how about we take a train? We'll get there faster. There's no train station until King's Crossing and we won't arrive for another 8 hours. Ninjas. Slap. Naruto caught Hermione before she could fall after slapping her. Now, whatever you do, don't let go of me. He said as he pulled off the road and drove toward the tracks. Naruto? Hermione asked, a little scared. You promised mom no jutsu. This isn't a jutsu. Naruto smiled as Hermione tightened her grip. Her legs wrapped around his waist as he stood up on the motorcycle. Hermione turned her head and saw the train. Naruto. She yelled as she found herself in midair. The world spun and then they were on the train. She still didn't loosen her grip until he spoke to her. Now we can enjoy the train ride there. Stay in this little corner and I'll take care of everything. Do you even know how to operate a train? No, never mind, I know what you're going to do, but Harry's house isn't near a train station. Naruto just looked at her and blinked a few times. I should write to Ibiki about her. Am I that predictable? That just won't do. He thought as he pulled out a large tome and handed it to Hermione. Here I was going to wait until your birthday, but… I'll take it now. Hermione interrupted him, grabbing the book. She was always willing to accept a new book she hadn't read yet. She looked at the book and her smile brightened. It was a book to help her read and write Elementarian. That was the name given to the language and script of the elemental nations. The moment she opened that book, she was lost in the world around her. With Hermione distracted, he was ready to get to work. He promised not to use jutsu in front of Hermione until Hogwarts, but she never said he couldn't use jutsu around her without her noticing. The first thing he did was create a dozen shadow clones and assign them various tasks. He tied up the crew and began calculating where they would need to reared. "Faster!" Naruto shouted, and his clones got to work. They were approaching their turnoff. They needed to turn left, but the tracks veered right. He grinned. "Huh, isn't this deja vu?" he asked, recalling his first train ride. Flashback. "He's got a tank, what the hell are we going to do with these little cars against a tank?" Roman Pierce yelled into the walkie-talkie as they all sped down the road chasing Owen Shaw and Dom's ex-girlfriend Letty. "And where's my favorite little mustachioed friend?" He and Naruto hit it off almost the instant they shook hands. Naruto was by his side throughout the entire mission, except for when he was ordered to follow Brian and Dom. "The last time I tried to teach him how to drive, it ended in a lot of trouble. So no, he won't be joining us," Dom replied. The terror he went through teaching Naruto how to drive was more than enough to keep him from coming this time. In fact, Hobbs, did you do what Yugao told you to do to keep Naruto busy? "Yes, of course," Hobbs replied. Yugao rode with him, continuing to spy on him from afar, wondering why he made a contract with the Shadow Society. He was very professional and fought like an angel. However, his other two teammates. In another car, Han was launched into the air just as the tank shot at his car. "Oh shit," Han said just as he began to fall toward the rapidly approaching road. Someone caught him and quickly pulled him into the driver's lap. The next thing he knows, he's facing the barely concealed breasts of the craziest girl he's ever met, Anko Mitarashi. Anko began to sing, "It's raining, men," before she suddenly kissed him. She extended her tongue and deep-throated him with her tongue. "I can't let you die on me yet, not until I've tasted you." She smiled at him. "Hey, Hans, are you there?" Dom asked after seeing his car flip over and explode. Han looked stunned as he looked at Anko with a stupid smile on his face. "I think I'm in love." "Damn it, Anko, not another one," Yugao yelled. Hobbs looked a little surprised by her outburst. She quickly composed herself and turned to him. "So you did everything I told you to the letter?" Hobbs nods, "Yes." "Did they tie him up with wire cables?" "Yep." "Did you take him out of the country?" "Yep." "Did you make sure he was fed?" Yeah." She squints at him. "Somewhere." After escaping the pitiful attempt to restrain him, Naruto looked around the green fields with sheep running around. "Where the heck am I?" Looking at the map in his pocket, he raised an eyebrow and then smiled. I can still make it, but I'm going to need a ride." Looking around, how am I going to make it in time? Just then, the sound of a train reached his ears and he smiled mischievously. "Believe it." Returned to Hobbs. "By the way, you emptied his pockets, right?" Yugao asked, looking at him as the tank narrowly shot at them. "Yeah, oh, I left him a map of where we'd pick him up," Hobbs said, seeing Yugao glaring at him. "Damn, I wasted my chance with her," he thought. "Hey, I saved us time trying to find him anyway. Besides, I don't think for a second I'll be able to get all the way here to do anything in time." Hobbs finished when suddenly, the tank was jazzing Roman. "Choo-choo." "I don't think so. There's a train on the highway." Those were everyone's thoughts, even Shaw and Letty, except for Yugao and Anko, who just slapped each other. This was going to happen eventually. Naruto always tends to escalate things. Yugao turned to Hobbs, and he turned to her before she could speak. "Believe it." Roman, who was staying ahead of the tank, saw a head of spiky blonde hair and yelled when he recognized Naruto. "Hell yeah, there's my boy." Somehow, both Naruto and Roman could read what the other was going to do, just like Dom and Brian had a bond as deep as brothers. Shaw fired at the train and it seemed to veer to the side. He missed the shot and kept going. Another shot and it veered to the other side. Roman pulled off the road and as he passed, he looked at his friend when he saw the side of the train. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Hogwarts Express." The train won the chicken fight with the tank. Flashback ends. Hermione was too deep in her book to notice anything happening around her. There were a few knocks, but she still kept reading. She only came out of her trance when she was picked up. "What, Naruto, what are you doing?" Naruto looks at her amused, then realizes his surroundings. He knew they were on a train, but the train wasn't on the tracks. "Naruto. Calm down, Hermione. We're almost at Harry's. Just hold on tight again." Once again, Hermione found her world spinning as Naruto jumped off the train and landed on Private Drive. She watched as the train continued on before disappearing into the lake. Naruto starts walking down the street and Hermione chases after him. "How did you do it?" she asked as he smiled at her, making her blush. "Ninjas." Slap. "By the way, Hermione, your elementalist is doing very well." Hermione couldn't help but smile at that. "So, can I read that book now?" she asked in her innocent voice. "Ninjas." Slap, "You did it on purpose." Hermione yelled behind him. Crossing of Kings. Philip Jenkins was on high alert. Ever since that disaster a month ago, his superiors told him another big screw-up like that could cost him his job. So now he's so vigilant that the Hogwarts staff was worried he might catch the Hogwarts Express entering. If so, the statute of secrecy would break. Philip Jenkins looked at his pocket watch once more and frowned. He had just struck the time for the next train to arrive. Just at that moment the train arrived only for him to cast a look of horror as it came to a perfect stop, the passengers disembarking, unaware that the engine had gone. Well, what an unlikely miracle, Dumbledore commented, peering through the magical gateway into the Muggle world. Beside him, Snape just frowned hard, then it reverted to a normal frown. 100 Galleon says this is the work of Uzumaki. No bets. Dumbledore said fairly quickly. He knew the rule about betting against an Uzumaki. It was instinctive because this brought up an incident a few years ago when the mischievous Weasley twins were first years. With Harry. To say Harry was ready to snap was an understatement. First, neither Ron nor Hermione had written him a letter. He'd sent them two each before Uncle Vermont forced him to lock Hedwig in her cage. That's when he threatened to use magic on them before a little house elf named Dobby ruined it and he received a letter from the Ministry of Magic about underage magic. From then on, his aunt and uncle grew crueler in their already cruel abuse. They locked his Hogwarts supplies in the cupboard under the stairs. They gave him the smallest room upstairs and kept him so busy that he might not be able to finish his homework for the Hogwarts teachers. If he wasn't cooking, he was cleaning. If he wasn't cleaning, he was gardening. They gave him even less food and now he's always hungry. The only thing that kept him going was the chance to go back to Hogwarts. Naruto had written to him and he'd replied. Unfortunately, he'd had to use Kaneko instead of Hedwig. Naruto wrote to him promising to visit him on his birthday and he never breaks a promise. He sure hoped so. He heard knocking on the front door. His uncle Vermont opened it. He swore it was Hermione. Vermont opened the door only to see a girl with bushy brown hair. Hello, my name is Hermione Granger, I'm a friend of Harry Potter's, are you available? She asked the store directly. He glared at her and closed the door in her face. Well, that was rude. Hermione knocked on the door again. Once again, Vermont answered. That was very rude of you, sir. I was just asking if my friend Harry was available and you slammed the door in my face. She would have continued, but he slammed the door in her face a second time. Did he just Naruto, can you believe this, Naruto? Hermione turned to find her whiskered friend gone. Great. She sighed and ran around the house and saw two windows, one of which had bars on it. Climbing up the side of the vine garden wall, she was able to grab onto the bars and knock on the window, alerting the occupant. Hopefully, it was Harry's room. Harry heard his uncle close the door and he was confused. That sounded like Hermione, but why would she be here? Go back to your room, boy. His uncle shouted and he quickly did as he was told. Turning around he was startled when a column of smoke appeared in front of him. When it dispersed an absolutely beautiful girl appeared wearing a blue kimono that ended just above her knees and wooden sandals. The thing barely covered her assets, in fact, the only thing she had on was a pair of red panties and an orange sash keeping the kimono closed. Slow music played from somewhere as the girl slowly walked towards him. Harry finds the woman's soft, delicate hands pressing against his chest and ends up in the chair next to his desk. The woman quietly sat on his lap in front of him and gave him a serene smile that made him blush. She began to rub against him. Happy birthday to you, her voice was sweet and his already red cheeks grew redder. Happy birthday to you, she sang as she hugged his head against her chest. Now Harry could feel himself getting aroused and slowly raised his hand to her bum. It was glorious and looked so soft and bouncy that he just wanted to feel it. Happy birthday, Harry dear, he continued crooning as he stared into her green and deep cobalt blue eyes. She pressed harder against him and just as their hands were about to make contact, he froze. He couldn't help but admire her beautiful, silky, sun-kissed blonde twin ponytails. Her heart-shaped face and soft cheeks with a hint of 3 cute whisker marks on each side. Wait, whiskers. Leaning back from the girl, his eyebrows shot up in confusion. Happy birthday to you. Naruto. The blonde bombshell giggled cutely. Nope, I'm Naruto-chan. She giggled again and kissed him, rubbing herself against him. She invaded his mouth with her tongue and used a jutsu she learned from Anko-chan, her tongue stretching out and now deep-throating him. Raising her head, Naruto couldn't help but giggle at the happy days Harry seemed to be in. Standing up from her lap, she walked towards her bedroom door, her mesmerizing rear end swaying. You're leaving? But it's my birthday. She could see the distress in his eyes. Oh, she walks up to him and gives him a chaste kiss. Maybe next time we meet I'll get you something a little more special, she whispered in his ear and licked it, making Harry shrivel slightly. Smiling, she swayed her hips giving him a show as she walked out the door and into the hallway, closing it behind her. She headed towards the bathroom when the door right in front of her opened and out walked a chubby boy who looked to be about a year older than Harry. This must be Harry's cousin, Dudley Dursley. He took one look at the barely-dressed blonde bombshell in front of him, she winked at him, and he turned around and closed the door. As she passed by the door to Dudley's room, she heard a soft click signaling him to lock the door. She couldn't help but smile mischievously as she pressed herself loudly against the door and spoke just enough for it to reach his ears. "Make sure you think of me," she said with an erotic moan. There was a squeak inside the room and she laughed as she went to the bathroom. Harry sat there still stunned by the beautiful women. He went outside when he heard a knock on his window. Walking over, he flipped the latch and raised the window, peering through the bars, trying to see if Kaneko was coming back. "Harry." Harry squealed like a little girl, only to realize it was Hermione. "Hermione, what are you doing here? How did you get here?" he asked as she grabbed onto the bars. It looked like she was climbing Aunt Petunia's vine garden. She was going to kill him for it. "I came with Naruto. Why didn't you send an owl to honor me?" "Naruto?" Harry glanced toward his door before returning to Hermione. "I was in. I didn't get anything from you too. A house elf named Dobby has been blocking the incoming and outgoing mail. The only one I could still keep in touch with was Naruto." "Dobby, what's Draco's house elf doing here?" A voice spoke from behind Harry's shoulder. Both Harry and Hermione screamed, only to find Naruto standing behind Harry. Unfortunately, Hermione let go of the bars and began to fall down the side of the house. "Hermione!" Harry yelled, only to find one of his pillows on the floor instead of Hermione. Hermione screamed, only to find herself in Naruto's arms. She blushed as he put her down. "Thanks, Naruto." Sorry for the scare, I really didn't mean to scare you," Naruto said, scratching the back of his neck. "But how did you get here in the first place?" she asked him. Harry looked towards his bedroom door, wondering if Naruto really was Naruto-chan. "Ninjas?" Slap. "Now then, get dressed and pack your things for Hogwarts, Harry, we're going out to celebrate your birthday," Naruto encouraged, looking through his wardrobe and drawers. He noticed that all of Harry's clothes were too big for him, his socks had holes in them, and the only pair of shoes Harry had were on his feet and looked like they were about to fall apart. He hung his head and his bangs covered his eyes. Both Harry and Hermione were alarmed when their blonde friend suddenly went silent. Before either of them could blink, Naruto was upon Harry, pulling his cousin Dudley's outstretched shirt down with his hand, as if removing all his clothes, revealing his pale, malnourished, and bruised form. Hermione gasped and Harry shuddered, while Naruto remained silent, his bangs still hiding his eyes, but his smile had been replaced by a neutral expression. A small burst of killing intent filled the room along with part of the room next door. "Let's go, haha." Dudley sat on his bed with his eyes closed, imagining the most beautiful women he had ever seen. He remembered the erotic sway of the blonde bombshell's hips, jazzing his fantasies, and the sound of her voice driving him over the edge. His arm pumped up and down, and a soft moan escaped his mouth. It got to the point where he couldn't stop. He needed this release. He could feel the finish line approaching quickly. His hand sped up, his back arching, just as he could feel the release of a wave of killing intent wash over him. He suddenly froze in fear, his release stolen from him. He looked down only to see himself limp. Tears appeared at the edges of his eyes as he couldn't get hard for the moment. "Poor Dudley." Naruto raised his head and smiled with his eyes closed. Neither Hermione nor Harry believed him for a second. "Then why don't you and Hermione pack your Hogwarts things and I'll meet you both at the front." With that, Naruto casually left the room and went down the stairs. Harry looked at Hermione, who looked pale. "Harry, you have to tell Dumbledore about this. He'll keep you away from these bad people." He looked like he wanted to say another word, but hesitated. "I know mine, but they're still my family." Naruto would agree that even if you don't like them, they're still family. "I still think you should tell Professor Dumbledore." Hermione snorted before they both heard a shout coming from the stairs. "Naruto." They both shouted as they ran down the stairs to find Naruto about to stab Harry's Uncle Vernon. "Naruto, you can't kill them." Harry hoped he heard him. "Oh, what's wrong with him?" Naruto approached the fat man he'd pinned against the wall with shurikens. Harry actually tilted his head in thought before Hermione nudged him with her elbow. Sighing, "No, you can't kill him either," he told Naruto. Naruto stared back at him for a moment before they were interrupted by a voice from the hallway. "Hey, what's going on with her?" "Oh cool, hey, Naruto, can you show me that?" Dudley asked Naruto excitedly, pushing Harry out of the way. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, wondering how their cousin knew Naruto. Naruto?" Harry asked. "Yes, Harry." "How do you know Dudley?" "I'm enjoying these flashbacks." 1. "I'm the king of the ninjas," Dudley shouted from the top of the mound of dirt he and his friends were using as a battlefield. After watching a few ninja movies with his friends, they fell in love with ninjas. Instead of King of the Hill, they renamed him King of Ninjas. Dudley had just issued the final threat to his reign from the hill. "Hello." A cheerful voice spoke from behind him. Turning around, Dudley saw a short boy with spiky blonde hair and whisker marks on each cheek. "My name is Naruto, what are you playing? Can I join?" The redeemed now called Naruto asked with a friendly smile. He looked to be a year younger than him, Harry's age. His friends were bigger and heavier than this little boy. He smiled in his mind, another minion to add to his group. "Sure, we were playing King of the Ninjas and I'm the Ninja King." "Age?" "What?" Dudley asked, not understanding what the boy had just said. The ones who rule the ninjas are the cages. Depending on what country you come from, will depend on which cage you are. For example, Britain is ruled by the queen, so you would be considered the actual cage or the queen's shadow. Because of the way ninjas don't operate in open warfare. They work in the shadows, therefore, cage, they also strike silently and don't shout battle cries or roar in victory. We strike silently and disappear without a trace. At this, Naruto's grin widened as he looked behind Dudley's back. Dudley turned to look and found his two friends tied up with duct tape. Cool, hey, do you want to come over to my house and play? I have some toys you might not have, he said, trying to look impressive. Okay. End of the retrospective. Let me down from here, you rascal. Vernon shouted from his place on the wall. Sorry, I was trying to show my friend Dudley my ninja tools when I accidentally tripped. Naruto pouted as he retrieved his weapons. But I saw you throw them at me. You can't believe this little monster, can you, Petunia? Which? Monster, get your little friend and get out of this house now and go terrorize someone else. Which? Naruto turned to Petunia and unleashed his puppy dog eye jutsu to its fullest. I only threw them away because I didn't want any of them to hit him. She never stood a chance. Vernon. Don't insult one of Dudleyson's friends. He was just trying to help. She walked over and hugged Naruto who looked like he was about to cry. But putting alone, and the freak said, he was going to kill me. He roared. That was probably the worst thing he could have said. Petunia moved away, squawking at him like a bird she resembles. While they were distracted, Naruto returned to the children. Okay, let's go. We have a few more stops than I thought. Naruto told them cheerfully, grabbing Harry and Hermione's hands and heading for the door. But Naruto, I still need to pack. He was interrupted when Naruto held up one of his storage scrolls. Already packed. He smiled at them as they passed a cubbyhole under the stairs. It was already open, and they confirmed that Naruto had indeed packed everything for Harry. But how? We're watching you all the time? Harry asked. Ninjas? Slap. Dudley followed them to the front door. Oi Harry, can I come? He asked as the trio stopped. Harry looked back at his cousin. I let you come with us on my birthday. He didn't actually invite Harry. The Dursleys only brought him when the old cat lady down the block couldn't look after him. Hermione nudged him with her elbow and gave him a stern look. I guess so. Awesome. Dudley said excitedly. The moment the front door closed, Naruto burst out laughing. Oh, that was good. Dudleyson. He laughed a little more before stopping at the bend. Only my mother can call me that, did you understand, shrimp? Dudley tried to look threatening, but Naruto looked back unfazed. Try it, Dudleysons. Before Dudley could reply, a sleek black car rounded the corner and stopped at the bend Naruto was standing on. The driver's side window rolled down, and a bald middle-aged man in a suit stared at them or rather, Naruto. I'm here, now get in. He demanded, the three children taking a step back, thinking they were in danger. Naruto just smiled at him. Hello, Deku. It's Decker, now you said you had some interesting information I'd like. So come in. Naruto, do you know this man? Hermione asked, looking at the expensive-looking car. Yeah, I called him along for the ride while we were traveling. After a few more inquiries, Hermione was satisfied and everyone piled in. Harry ended up in the middle between his oversized cushion and Hermione. Naruto took the front seat after simply picking up Dudley and throwing him in the back. Ever since then, Dudley had become obsessed with becoming as cool as Decker Shaw. Okay, what do you have? Decker demanded almost immediately after they left. Then he looked up in the rearview mirror, who are they? Hi, I'm Hermie. She was interrupted by the sound of tape being ripped. There, school friends. Naruto replied casually, avoiding any confusion. Doing so ensured that Harry and his cousin wouldn't try to talk too nicely. They weren't ready for this yet. Decker snorted. What the hell are you doing in a school? It was where my mother went when she was my age. As he spoke, he looked down at his lap and let out a hint of a genuine smile. Harry was the only one who noticed Naruto's mood. I see, but you're a damn hitman. The three pairs of eyes in the back seat widened in surprise. Naruto, to his credit, didn't make it. Instead, all he did was let out a small chuckle, which scared the other occupants of the car. So, you know our old friend Hobbs. Well, it turns out he's in town and is meeting someone in a busy area. It could be important information that could sell for quite a high price. Naruto explained to Decker with a wide grin. Harry could just make out a twinkle in Naruto's eyes. He only saw the twinkle coming from someone else he knew. Hobbs. Decker growled the name as his hands tightened on the steering wheel. Ever since Hobbs and his gang took his little brother to the hospital, he and Hobbs have been at each other's throats. Where to? He didn't need any more. Hobbs was involved. That was enough to ruin his mission. Naruto only smiled wider. Looking at Naruto, Decker couldn't help but comment. You know some of your smiles are creepy. All Naruto did was laugh again. Mall. Entering the mall, the group of four made their way over two maps of the mall. Okay, where is this meeting taking place? Decker asked Naruto. Luckily, Hermione had learned to keep her mouth shut. There are some things and some people you don't want to draw attention to. Naruto had delivered a pamphlet here during the trip. It talked about disorientation and how to extract information without being noticed. In fact, she was quite excited to see if some of the techniques suggested in the pamphlet would be tried out. I want to go to the game shop. Dudley complained before anyone could speak. Hermione tried to share the leaflet with Harry and Dudley, but he didn't seem to bother reading it. Harry skimmed through it, wondering how he could stay out of the spotlight when he returned to Hogwarts. Decker turned to them, "We're not here to go shopping." Both Harry and Hermione took small, gentle steps back until they were a step or two behind Dudley. The pamphlet talked about how to get someone else's focus on someone else while freeing yourself up to move. The trick was to look around for that brief second. That's when you take a step. It's a slow process, but it works wonders. Dudley was big and they were both still small, so it was easy to use him as a shield. To their great delight, it worked. Decker's gaze seemed to zero in on the big boy, making him shiver. "We should split up. Decker, grab a minion here," he gestured to Dudley. "And a bookworm." He gestured to Hermione. "I'll take Scarhead here and we'll explore them all. When Hobbs shows up, we'll follow." As Naruto turned to walk away, grabbing Harry in his wake, Decker made his feelings known. "Hell no, you take the kids, I'll go myself, they'll give away my location." Naruto didn't even bother turning around, instead he simply said fine and gestured for the others to follow him. Once they were out of sight, Hermione couldn't hold it back any longer. Harry, you saw how easily I mastered that 1-0, it's supposed to be inconspicuous, so you probably didn't see it." She quickly turned to Naruto holding the pamphlet. "I forgive you for taping my mouth shut in the car because you gave this to me. Now I know it's early, but can I have this for Christmas now?" She said all this in one breath. Naruto was impressed with her lung capacity. Considering who her aunt was, she might not be. He'll have to ask Hinata to take a look at it sometime. Her Byakugan might not be able to see as far as the other members of her clan, but her Byakugan could see much finer details, even parts of the human body that others couldn't make out. Nothing escaped her. What Hermione talked about was at the bottom of the last page of the leaflet, written in very small kanji. For more information, read Silent Steps by Yuga Yuzuki. This goes hand in hand with Yujito Nai's The Hunt. "No, I already gave you your birthday present early, but if I promise you'll stop asking for more books, you'll start feeling like you're just my friend to get information from me." He held up another booklet. Hermione's eyes widened in horror. She'd never intended to use Naruto that way. She was delighted to be his friend, but when he told her a little about the elemental nations, she was hooked. It simply became her new obsession with learning, just as she is with magic. Naruto's features softened. "I know you mean well, Mayan-chan." Hermione rushed over to him, wrapped her arms around him, and buried her head in his shoulder. Naruto was the only one who heard a small sniffle from her. He looked up at her with a small smile. He could see a few tears on her face. Now he felt bad for making her cry. "Are we still friends?" he asked softly in his native language. "Of course we are, there was no doubt about it. It will take a lot more than this to break our friendship." After that, she wiped her tears and they continued. She still took the pamphlet. She was no idiot, she'd take what she could get. Looking down, it was about meditation and lessons in patience. She squinted at his back as they walked. Did he manipulate me and plan this encounter? She wondered quietly. At that moment, she heard a scream in front of her. "Hey, Hermione, I think this shirt is perfect for you." It was Naruto holding a pink jacket. He was showing her the back that said, "Ninja." Slap. They continued through the clothing stores trying on outfits. Even Naruto got into it, but deliberately wouldn't match colors, making him look foolish. They went to the ice cream parlor and the arcade. Hermione had never played video games in her life. Harry had only recently been able to sneak into his cousin's room to play his video games while everyone else was out, which was rare. Within 3 hours, Hermione ended up with the second largest stack of tickets. The three of them were baffled when they saw the tower that was Naruto's stack of tickets. Calling it a stack wouldn't work, it was a tower. Naruto had destroyed every record on every machine in the place. If they could, Harry would bet they would continue counting if the number spaces weren't maxed out. "How did you do that, Naruto?" Hermione asked, as surprised as the other two by Naruto's luck at the games. "Ninjas." Slap. As they headed to the awards area, both Hermione and Naruto were smart to pick up notebooks, pens, and pencils for their year at Hogwarts. Hermione thought, because she might not be able to afford much ink, quills, and parchment. It was a great idea. After the games room, they had lunch and continued walking through the mall. They ended up at a sports store where they ran into the large brash man, Salmon. "Hey, buddy." Naruto's eyebrow twitched as the man picked him up. Decker continued walking through the mall, just as he spotted a familiar figure sitting on the bench right outside a store selling sports equipment. Of course the muscle head would be there, he thought as he blended into the crowd to hide. Hobbs sat there with a small package placed right below him on purpose. Naruto called him to meet him here, he hadn't expected to see him with other children his age, he had expected Yugao to come. He helped them pack their bags into the trunk. When Naruto asked him to leave a small package for a friend, he agreed just for the chance to see Yugao again. Once he was sure this was the place, he stood up and walked towards the exit. He happened to turn to take a quick look behind him when he saw his old nemesis, Decker Shaw, grab the package and turn to look him in the eye. Decker ran toward him, and Hobbs quickly followed. Just as Shaw was about to leave, Hobbs pounced. Decker got within 6 feet of the door when he felt a boot on his back, sending him sprawling. Looking up, he saw Hobbs retrieve the package he'd dropped and start running. Growling, he gave chase. He was gaining on Hobbs. Due to the crowd, the larger of the two was having a harder time getting through. He soon caught up with them with a diving tackle, which sent them both crashing through a small shopping stand. There was some shouting, but both men got to their feet, ready for a fight. Well, look what a dog dragged, a used condom. Hobbs grinned. He and Shaw never saw eye to eye. They worked together to help Dom and his crew, but that was as far as they would go. Decker didn't hesitate and dived for the package on the ground between them. Hobbs moved too. He wasn't fast enough. Decker rolled past him and jumped to his feet, quickly followed by Hobbs. Hobbs watched as Shaw dodged and jumped over people, benches, and bleachers. He looked like a naked ape jumping like that. What frustrated him was the fact that he was losing distance between them. Thinking fast, Hobbs reached into a passing boy's bag and pulled out the ball and speared it. His years of service had honed his aim to near perfection. Decker was hit in the back of the head hard enough to knock him off his feet. He popped up again, but it gave Hobbs enough time to snatch the package and run the other way. This had continued back and forth before they were both found being herded into a pile by police officers. After being led outside, the officer in charge approached them holding the torn package Naruto had given to Hobbs. "I heard you two were apparently fighting over this," he spoke loudly, most likely ex-military. He held the package up, making sure to catch their attention. "Who does this belong to?" "Mine." They both spoke at the same time. "Oh, what's inside?" the officer asked. Neither of them could answer that. Well, then there's only one thing to do. Opening the thing, the three of them looked inside to see a battered wallet with a bunch of prescriptions stuffed in the money pocket with a note. Decker's face turned red when he recognized his wallet. The opening for the ID was snatched away from Decker before the officer could get a better look. "It's mine," he said, holding the photo at his side before the officer could react violently. Pulling out the note and reading it, he couldn't help but let out a groan. Hobbs walked over and read it from behind Decker's shoulder. "Dear Mr. Shaw. Thank you for celebrating my 12th birthday, and I would also like to thank you for the wonderful gifts. Sincerely. H.P." Hobbs burst out laughing. At that moment they both saw Hobbs' vehicle drive by. The three children who were with Naruto were sitting in the back seat, and Naruto himself was sitting in the passenger seat. Neither could see who was driving. He stopped laughing then, and this time Decker smiled while shaking his head, just like Dubai. "I've been holding back this flashback for a while." Dom and Brian had just opened the vault and stood there in awe. In front of them was a crimson and black like in Hypersport. Dom almost got a boner on the spot. As they approached the car, the driver's side window rolled down to reveal blonde hair and whiskered cheeks. "Hey, Naruto, are you here too?" Brian asked, who seemed happy to see the little guy. Dom, on the other hand, looked like he had something stuck up his ass. "Yeah, I had some business in town when Hobbs called me for a favor," Naruto replied. Walking toward the car, Dom looked at the chibi blonde. "I don't ride, hitch." At that moment, the sound of the passenger door closing. Looking over, she saw Brian in the passenger seat, putting on his seatbelt. She was about to tell him to sit on Brian's lap when they all heard a commotion in the room behind them. Looking at Dom, Naruto smirked, "Get in, hitch." With no time to reply, Dom got in the passenger side with Brian. It was roomier than they expected. "Okay, hang on a bit." Naruto tells them they hit the accelerator for only a second before slamming on the brakes. It was enough to shatter the glass in front of them, and Naruto sent the car pitching down, both Dom and Brian's asses clenched. Naruto discreetly coated the car's tires in chakra to help keep them stuck to the building. Soon they were driving straight up the side of the building. About halfway there, Naruto began to skid the car, so it was now parallel to the high ground. The passenger side door seemed to open on its own. "Naruto." Both Brian and Dom yelled as they felt some kind of string go taut and pulled the now open door free. Naruto pressed a button to close the door, pointed the front of the car down, and headed for the meeting spot he and Decker had chosen. Dom found that Brian and himself appeared to have been dragged backward through the broken glass and the feet of the prince whose car they had just stolen. Shit. Decker couldn't help but laugh as he looked through the hack security cameras while watching Naruto play Toretto and O'Connor like fools. Just then, the sound of an engine cutting out made him look up. There was the same like in Hypersport he saw on the small screen, and he saw Naruto walking up to the seat next to him. As he handed him the keys, the boy just smiled. "Okay, Deku, I did what you asked, now I have to go, oh, and tell Queenie Abachan I said hello." Naruto said, handing her the keys to the hypersport and walking towards the shadow of the building. It's Decker. He grunted, narrowed his eyes. The boy seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It could have just been the heat. He got up and got in the car, smiled, it looked pretty good on him, and drove off. He was glad he'd listened to his mother for once. He was reluctant to contact the Shadow Society because he didn't trust them and never works with people he doesn't trust. But his mother kept nagging and slapping until he contacted them, or rather, she did it for him ahead of time. Apparently, she's had dealings with them before. Did N''T she mention something about her current boy toy, Jari something with no last name? I couldn't find anything on him, except that he's an erotica author. He shuddered at the memory of his mother. Shaking his head of that horrible thought, he continued driving. He had just entered the shadow of the building Naruto had driven into when the car suddenly stopped and the driver's door opened. He looked at the opening suspiciously when his seatbelt tightened and his arms were tied to his chest. He couldn't move a muscle when the seat was ripped out of the car along with him. But Hobbs. Look, I'm sure there's some huge misunderstanding, we're the good guys. Hobbs tried to reason with the angry prince, who wanted to torture Dom and Brian. The prince even contacted the Shadow Society, and Anko stood between the two tied-up prisoners, licking her lips. Anko, are you even working for him? You gals here? She said, suddenly happy that those two were caught. No, she's back home on vacation. And I took this job for free. You know how rare a job like this is, almost never. Before anyone else could speak, Hobbs' phone goes dead. Wait a second. He saw he had a text message from Naruto, whom he hired to help catch Shaw. Apparently, it got to Naruto first. As a friend. Subject: exchange of favors. Look out the window. Looking up from his text, Hobbs glanced at the prince, then at Anko before turning around and peering through the broken glass Naruto had driven through. He looked back at his phone as it rang again. Now you owe me a favor. They all heard a sound at that moment, and it grew louder. They soon realized it was coming from the window. A familiar figure appeared, wrapped around a seat. Hobbs smiled. His little friend had truly lived up to his contract. See, your majesty, this is the real culprit. The prince gestured for Dom and Brian to be released, much to Anko's grumbling that she wanted to try something her employers wouldn't allow her to do around others. Though when the prince offered her the tied-up man, she smiled before her own phone rang. It was Naruto's. Whatever it was, she didn't like it, but she sighed and led Decker away. The retrospective ends. Hermione looked at the new person driving the car over the history book she was reading. She hadn't said anything since Naruto greeted him and allowed the man to drive for them and gave him the next address they would be going to. Her brows were furrowed because she could see Naruto's and the man's mouths moving and forming words, but for some reason she couldn't hear what they were saying. Naruto must be behind this. She was curious about the dark-skinned man driving for them now. This might be a mission he was finishing up, so she didn't want to distract him. She made sure to take notes on the books Naruto had given her so far. He also mentioned that one thing any witch, ninja, or simple muggle should carry is a notepad and a pen-pencil. You never know what new information you might find out. Both Harry and his cousin fell asleep a few minutes ago, and Dudley thought his shoulder would make a comfortable pillow. It was heavy, and she was sure her shoulder would hurt after this drive. Maybe Naruto will massage it for me. Well, Naruto knocked out Harry and Dudley and placed a silencing barrier between the front and back to prevent her from hearing their conversation. So I showed up like you asked, tell me tree hugger, why should I waste my time with a munchkin like you? Asked a large muscular dark-skinned man with closely cropped black hair. He received a summons from the short-leaf ninja next to him, the only reason he came was because it came in the form of a pure black scroll. It meant that all 5 cages were involved, this could be his chance to return to the nations and return to his home in Kumo. Diggle. They arrived through an open field. Naruto had his friends get out of the car while he finished his meeting with the man. He pulled out an old battered helmet with a cloud print on it. It was the man's old headgear from before he was exiled. I've been authorized to offer you the chance to return to your village. You just have to complete the mission. With that, Naruto handed the man a briefcase and a satchel. Reading the profile, he looked back at the short ninja, so you want me to kill this mister? Nobody, but what's the point? He asked, holding up the case Naruto gave him. That'll be your ticket to getting close to him. I'll push his gaze toward you, and you take care of the rest. Naruto explained, unlocking and getting out of the car. Just before closing it, he turned around. Oh, Brixton. Yeah? This mission cannot fail, do whatever it takes. The look on the boy's face was that of a battle veteran. The man now called Brixton nodded, protecting the nation's his top priority. After he left, Naruto turned to his friends, right, who's ready for some paintball? Hermione didn't seem to get into it until Naruto explained that it was a learning experience, especially if you wanted to be a shinobi. You must be agile and stealthy, this was a chance for her to learn firsthand while being safe. She reluctantly accepted the explanation and followed the boys to receive her gear. Orange team, you're ready. The referee shouted. The 4 children let out a battle cry. Red and blue team, you're ready. Yululu. Naruto, that sounded like there were 8 of them, Hermione commented. Good work, Hermione. Naruto cheered, hugging her, causing her to smile at the praise with a blush. You learn to identify the sounds around you. She blushed deeper before shaking her head to answer, unfortunately the referee interrupted her. Start game. Okay, listen, Dudley, turn right, Hermione, turn left, and Harry, center. Naruto spoke quickly and seemed to be in mission mode. What are you going to do? Harry asked, nervous about getting hit by one of these paintballs. Biggle. I'll be in the trees covering them from above, it'll also give me a good sniper position to take out targets. The other team won't be expecting that, and I'll be able to take down 2 before either of you make contact. Think of this like playing ninja, it's a popular game kids play at home, at least until they become full-time ninjas. The 3 looked towards the forest where they knew the larger team would be, but Naruto was a trained ninja, so that would even the odds. Turning to speak to Naruto one last time, they found the spot he occupied not a moment ago completely devoid of their friend. Wow, is that Batman? Dudley got excited and ran across his side of the field. Harry really couldn't help himself, ninja. Slap. Naruto watched from his elevated position as the other team huddled together while making battle plans. They would easily spot him if they just looked up. He found it funny that most people outside of the nations didn't look up. He was close enough to hear their hushed conversation, hence his current position. He wasn't surprised to find that all 7 of them seemed to share the same trait. Red hair. Okay, listen up. The apparent leader spoke in a whisper. Bill takes Charlie and heads left to flank, the twins will take the right. Dad, back up the twins if they come under heavy fire. Ron, Ginny, and I will head for the center. Everyone nodded at his plan. This should be easy. The referee told me the other team was doing well with 8 against 4, so we should be able to overwhelm them in numbers. They'll. Biggle. The 8 heads snapped up, looking around wildly. Up, down, and around, their instincts to fight those damn evil dolls kicking in. Say. They. Gulp. Followed us here. Ron cowers behind the twins, who also look a little paler. They didn't see anything, but they knew that didn't mean they weren't close. They've killed Harry Berry, Yululu. Yelled the youngest of the Redeeds, and the only woman in the group who ran down the center with a thunderous scream. Damn it, Ginny, everyone who knows what to do, go, go. Percy shouted as they all split up and Ron ran to catch up with his sister. Lifting his mask, Percy wiped his face with a handkerchief he always carried with him. Biggle pop pop. Bill took the lead. As a curse breaker for Gringotts, he was good at detecting traps. Charlie covered for him. Taming dragons is hard work. You'd need quick reflexes. He knew a few coworkers who'd lost a limb or 2. Charlie stood a few feet behind Bill as his brother was stopped in the trees. Biggle pop pop. Charlie looked up in fright, swinging the paintball gun in every direction. Unfortunately, Hermione chose that moment to round the bend and ducked when she saw him. Aiming, she fired, pop, pop, she was going to be a good spellcaster. The sound of a choke and a thud reached her ears, making her smile. The twins split up to circle the target they saw still coming down a hill. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, we got him. Fred and George cheered, running toward the fallen enemy. As they looked down, their faces changed to one of surprise. Instead of a plump easy target, what lay at their feet was their knocked out father, who had 4 blue dots, indicating he'd been hit by friendly fire. Pop 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 giggle. Harry moved forward slowly, moving from end to end, searching for the nearest enemy. He had just passed a daredevil when a red rocket shot down at him from above. Hallelujah. He was carried to the ground, his mask and glasses falling from his head. The figure stopped as they stared at his face. Harry Berry. The figure removed his mask to reveal Ginny Weasley. Pop pop. Without his glasses, Harry couldn't see very well, so his first thought was to pull the trigger. As he turned to reach for his glasses, he heard a thump, indicating his opponent was down. Finding his glasses, he put them on just as another opponent rounded the corner. He pointed his gun up Harry. He recognized that voice, but why would he be here? Ron? He asked just to be sure. Sure enough, when he removed his mask, his intuition was correct as his best friend's face was revealed. What are you doing here? He asked. Did Naruto plan all this for his birthday? I should be asking you that, mate. Damn it. Ron turned to look at Ginny, a red dot on his forehead. Good shot, though she's not going to be happy with you when she wakes up. So how did you end up here? After being helped to his feet, he replied, Naruto and Hermione came to my house and asked me out for my birthday. By the way, today is my birthday. Happy birthday, mate. Did you say Hermione and Naruto are here too? Pop pop. Alright, I've got one. Harry's cousin Dudley clapped behind him. The game is over, the orange team wins. Shouted the referee. Harry, it's good to finally meet you. The boys told me a lot about you. Happy birthday, too. Mr. Weasley greeted him cheerfully, shaking his hand. And Hermione too. Now all we need is for Naruto and the whole gang to be back together. He laughed playfully. Hello. A gruff voice spoke from behind them. Turning around, they found themselves staring at a masked boy with blonde hair. He had a single red smudge on the right side of his glasses. "Naruto?" Mr. Weasley shouted, "Why so sad?" Naruto took off his mask and looked at Dudley with a frown. "I was hit by friendly fire." Her friends couldn't help but laugh at her situation. Although both Bill and Charlie had a different reaction. They screamed in a high-pitched voice that could have come from a little girl before shooting a look at me and hexing all the muggles around. Charlie used a spell she knew as Dragon Tamer and let out a magical roar. It was used to call dragons back to them. A beautiful red dragon the size of a large truck swooped down and picked Charlie up. "Don't forget me," Bill shouted. A back foot also caught him before taking off into the clouds. As they soared through the sky, Charlie looked at Bill. "Where do you want me to drop you off?" "I have a job in Egypt, so head over there." Charlie was soon able to climb onto the dragon's back and helped Bill up as well. They let the wind blow through their hair as they flew off into the sunset. That was great. Naruto jumped up and down, his bad mood from before evaporating. "What was cool?" Dudley asked, confused as he felt like he had just woken up from a trance. "Hey, would it be possible to have a sleepover at your house since it's Harry's birthday?" "I don't think that's a good idea with Dudley and all." Harry was interrupted when someone approached from behind Naruto. Before anyone could speak, the woman placed her hands over her eyes. "Desu. Patty Nichan," Naruto yelled, turning around and hugging her. All the men looked at the hot blonde hugging Naruto and got a little jealous. The only ones who didn't react were Hermione, Ginny who was too busy staring at Harry with stars in her eyes, and Harry who was only thinking about Naruto-chan. "So, Whiskers, what was it you had for me that made me drive all the way here? I mean, I'm happy to see you again." "Oh well, I'm celebrating my friend Harry's birthday," Naruto said, pointing at Harry. Hattie Shaw, the youngest of three, met Naruto when her mother's current boyfriend Jiraiya met her for the first time. Naruto was there with him. The adorable 8-year-old looked so small and shy that she couldn't help but want to spend time with him. She would laugh a lot at some of the things Naruto had done to her two older brothers. They wanted to kill him on the spot until both her and her mother explained that Naruto made sure none of them died. Decker understood after Naruto rescued him from the prince who he himself gave Decker to. Owen understood when he didn't die in the collision with the train and the tank. Patty walked over to Harry and kissed him on the cheek, making him blush. "Happy birthday, kid. By the way, Hattie Nichan, do you know that suspicious guy you asked me to keep an eye on?" "Brixton, yes. Well, I happened to see him making a trade at the nearby mall. I overheard their conversation about transporting something dangerous." Naruto handed her a file with photos of the trade, though the other person wasn't in any of them. It also had a date and time stamp. "Thanks, mustache, I owe you one." She hugged him again and kissed his forehead. "Well, I know why one can pay me." Naruto smiled innocently. "Oh, what's that? Can you take Dudley home?" He also whispered something in her ear. "Why can't I stay with you?" Dudley complained. Hattie walked over to him, put an arm around his shoulders, and guided him to her attractive-looking car. "Come with me, I'd like to meet one of Naruto's friends." Once they took off, Naruto turned to Harry. "All sorted?" Everyone blinked before trying not to think too much about it. Hermione, of course, couldn't help it. "But how, when?" "Ninjas." "Slap." "Burrow." The group stopped in the courtyard and Naruto saw the Weasley house. It looked like haphazardly stacked boxes that seemed likely to fall at any moment. The only answer he had was that they used magic. Just like Shinobi use seals to secure their differences. As they walked through the courtyard, Harry and Harmon noticed that Ron and his family looked nervous and ready for a thought that occurred to Harry. "Hey Ron, how did you end up in a Muggle game?" Mr. Weasley answered. "Well, you see, it was the cowardly thing ever. A coupon for a group of 7 to play paintball for free for an hour. I looked it up and found it was a Muggle-made game. I thought it was interesting, so I took the kids." Everyone seemed to have enjoyed their time, even Hermione, who had been reluctant at first. Although she couldn't help thinking that Naruto might have planned this whole day, she shook her head at the thought. Naruto couldn't be that good. As they headed inside, the 3 non-redeeds were quite surprised by the feast on the table. A plump redeeded woman was working on something at the stove before turning and smiling and walking forward to greet the 3. "Oh, Hermione dear, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Harry, you look so small, but don't worry, I've prepared plenty of food so you can eat as much as you want." As she spoke, she gave each of them a hug. She then turned to Naruto, but before she could speak, he latched onto her in a hug. "Molly Aubison, you made all this food. It smells so good. Did you know that today is Harry's birthday and we even ran into them when we were playing paintball? This place looks great." She continued to ramble on while Molly giggled as she hugged her back. "It's good to see you again, dear. And Harry, happy birthday, but before dinner everyone must bathe first," she said, placing her hands on her hips and looking at the group with a stern look. Naruto spoke to her in a low voice about Harry bathing last to give them about an hour to prepare something special for his birthday. Harry was carrying his toiletries toward the bathroom when Naruto came out with wet hair and dressed in a long green shirt, black pants, and sandals. All yours, Harry. Go ahead and take your time. I think Molly still has a few things to bake. Naruto smiled at him, patting him on the back as he left. When Naruto came downstairs, he saw the second oldest Weasley boy sitting at the table. He must have come back after a while. This time, when Charlie looked at him, he only flinched a little. I'm Charlie, I'd like to know why you unleashed those hellish creatures upon my family. He frowned at her, wanting answers. In fact, the rest of the Weasley clan, says Ginny, who was helping Hermione unpack in her room, crowded around to hear his answer. I'd like to know that too, Naruto. Mrs. Weasley spoke up, frowning with her hands on her hips. Naruto simply tilted his head to the side in confusion. Release what, Hellspin? Biggle. The Weasleys jumped back as they all looked over to see a four-whiskered Naruto doll on the mantelpiece. There you are, Richan. Naruto grins, walking over and putting the doll away. Turning around, he was greeted with frowns from a room full of redeeds. He looked at Molly with a teary look as she pointed an accusing finger at the twins. Sniff sniff, you ruined my first Christmas with my new friends and slipped an unknown potion into my Raymond. Sniff sniff, my poor Raymond. He mumbled the last part as a tear slid down his cheek. Molly gasped and Charlie smacked Fred and George on the back of their heads, telling them their little prank had gone too far. Molly walked over to her sons and grabbed each of their ears. You've gone too far this time, boys. You'll apologize right now. She continued to rant as the girls got out as well. Ron filled them in, and Hermione hugged a tearful Naruto. Ginny was still a little upset about losing her collection of Harry's buried dolls. They were the victims of his war with the possessed Naruto doll. At least Harry's real berry was within reach. But Harry was surprised by how big the Weasley bathroom was. The rest of the house seemed cramped, but in here it looked like the whole clan could fit. Undressing and putting on his swimsuit because for some reason Naruto suggested it. He was starting to learn that when Naruto suggests something to you, you should pay attention or it could lead to a very humiliating situation. Wading in the giant pool of perfect warm water, not too warm, but enough to relax his muscles. When he sat down, two long, slender tanned arms wrapped around him from behind. They were holding soup and a loofah. I told you I'd do something special the next time we met. He recognized the voice and smiled, turning around and meeting Naruto-chan's beautiful face. She was dressed in a simple white bikini and continued washing his body, pressing her breasts against his back. Harry closed his eyes as she ran her hands through his hair, gently washing it. He wondered if Naruto planned this. He wanted to ask Naruto-chan out as well, but something in the back of his mind told him not to. He let out a moan as Naruto-chan began massaging his body, her aces and bruises that were still tender being gently rubbed until she felt relief. He sat there with his back against her as she continued to run her hand through his hair. When they finally got out, Naruto-chan quickly put on her kimono and sandals and headed for the door. Pausing, she turned to him and smiled. I have one more surprise for you, but you'll have to wait, giggle. Then she went outside and Harry quickly dressed and followed, although when he opened the door there was no one there. Heading for the stairs with nowhere to go, he jumped as the dining room erupted in noise. Happy birthday, Harry. The entire Weasley clan, Hermione and Naruto cheered, and sitting right in front of them was a cake with the words happy 12th birthday spelled out in icing. At least this one wasn't sitting on it. They would eat and rake and Hermione and Molly would scold the boys. The kids would wow their parents with some of the stunts Naruto pulled last year. Mr. Weasley just laughed and Molly was dumbfounded. Every person had a smile, even Naruto let out one of his rare true smiles. As it was getting late, everyone was ready for bed. Harry was sharing a room with Ron, Hermione was with Ginny, of course. The girls sat on the bed and were talking. Hermione promised to help her study and look after her during her first year. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. Come in, Ginny told them. The door opened and a shy-looking Naruto walked in. He had a small dusting of pink on his whiskered cheeks. Ginny turned around and Hermione smiled. Is there anything we can help you with Naruto? He just nodded, walking over to her bed. She was a little worried now, Naruto wasn't acting like himself. Ginny now turned around looking curious as well. Naruto kept blushing and steepling his fingers like Hinata used to do when they were younger. What was that? This is Naruto. Well, I have a favor to ask of Mayan-chan. Hermione blushed at his use of the Elementarian language suffix used for some deers. Anything? His repetition might have come out too quickly. Naruto seemed to have taken a deep breath trying to get it out. Will you let me sleep with you? He said looking at her instead of her hands now. Both girls' faces were now as red as Ginny's hair. What did Naruto say? Just ask her. What? Can I sleep with you tonight? Ginny then laughed at Hermione as her face turned even redder. I don't know, I don't think I'm ready for this, I'm too young, I mean we've only known each other for a year. I mean, it's not that you're not beautiful. I'm not saying you're not, I don't mean you're not handsome. Hermione continued rambling making Ginny laugh at her more. Naruto just looked confused before realizing she'd entered one of her ranting trances. Snapping his fingers in front of her face to bring her back into focus, he spoke again. Mine, I'm asking if I can sleep with you in your bed, nothing more. It would just help me sleep better. Her cheeks dusted pink again. Oh, yes you can, but may I ask why? Well, it's just that I sleep better when I'm next to someone. Hinata usually spends the night at her house or mine. I have nightmares, and when I sleep next to someone, it helps keep them away. He looked even smaller at that moment. Both girls gasped and hugged him. Wait, what about when you spent the night at my house? Did you sleep alone? I didn't sleep. You haven't slept in a week. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. It's no big deal, mine. I went 10 days without sleeping because I was in the middle of enemy territory. I was completely surrounded and had to hide in a small room for 10 days with little food or water, hoping to escape. He said it so casually that neither girl believed him. Eventually, Ginny started to warm up to Naruto, and soon the three of them were in a single bed, with Naruto in the middle. They continued talking throughout the night until all three of them fell asleep snuggled up under the blankets. That night, Naruto was able to sleep dreamlessly and get a full 8 hours of rest. 8 hours in the arms of 3 women. With Harry. As everyone settled into their beds, Ron fell fast asleep faster than his head could hit the pillow. Harry lay there listening to Ron snoring, but he couldn't sleep. He was thinking about what Naruto-chan said while she was bathing him. I have one more surprise for you. He blushed at the thought of the bath scene, though he had a big smile on his face as he got out. She rolled onto her side facing Ron, trying to fall asleep. It was then that she realized she could no longer hear Ron snoring, just as she thought 2 now familiar arms wrapped around him. He smiled a moment later as she spoke. I told you I'd be back. I'll be here until midnight, so I just want you to get a good rest, okay? But I don't want to go to sleep if you're only here until midnight. For some reason, he didn't want her to go. I'm just here to celebrate your birthday. I have to go. I have other things I need to do. She snuggled up with him in his bed, asking him to rest his head on her chest, which was soft and pillowy. He couldn't think of anything that could make this better, so she began to sing. Her voice was soft, combined with her hand running through his hair, and he quickly fell asleep. Baruko-chan promised to stay until midnight but decided to stay a little later, aka early morning. She laid Harry's head on the pillow and tucked him in before quietly slipping out of the room and into the hallway. Walking toward the staircase, she saw 3 doors opening at once. Ron's older brothers came out, all bleary-eyed and yawning. The twin standing closest to her had the exact same messy hair, and their movements seemed to be in sync. Perfect Percy, as the twins sometimes called him, looked like a wreck. He was in his boxers with a white tank top that looked like it was falling apart and had drool near the neck, as well as some still running down the side of his chin. Like the twins, his was just as messy. Charlie, on the other hand, looked like he had stepped out of a fashion show. He was wearing gold shorts and went shirtless, showing off his sculpted body. There was little fat, and he seemed to have a good tan. His long red hair resembled the mane of a ferocious lion, framing his face perfectly. Many women had thrown themselves at him, even at Hogwarts when he attended. His years of dragon taming had left his body in shape, but there were a few scars here and there, all showing evidence that they were caused by a dragon. Biggle. Their heads snapped up and they looked directly at her. They were stunned by the beautiful woman in front of them. She had a perfect figure, long blonde hair and 2 ponytails, blue eyes, and a heart-shaped face. She wore a dark blue and black kimono that fell just above her knees and sandals. The kimono was loose enough to notice she was wearing nothing but a pair of pink panties. 3 faces turned red as Charlie leaned against the doorframe and ogled her. All of her younger siblings blushed and the twins shared goofy grins. The beautiful woman just smiled at them, making the younger woman blush even more. As she walked past them, their gazes continued to follow the sway of her hips before reaching Charlie. He smiled at her as she approached. Would a fine woman like you like to spend some time with me? He seemed confident and had never had trouble seducing women before. His smile grew wider and he placed a hand on her bare chest, sending shivers through him. He had butterflies in his stomach. Biggle, you can't pay me, she whispered in his ear as she walked past him and down the stairs, followed by 4 pairs of eyes. They were quick to follow, but when they reached the bottom of the stairs, the woman was gone. They saw their mother preparing breakfast, along with Naruto and the girls. Oh, good, you're all awake now. Your father had to run to the office really quickly and should be back before breakfast is over. Now go wake Ronald and Harry up for breakfast, Mrs. Weasley ordered as she turned to finish cooking. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi sat in his chair, looking at the 3 12-year-old boys standing in front of him. He was smiling as he spoke. As you know, Konoha has established contact with the magical world hidden outside the barrier. The council has carefully selected the 3 of you. He was interrupted by the opening of the door. The Hokage's mood changed, but as a trained shinobi, he showed no outward change in his expression. What can I do to help you with Danzo? The 3 boys couldn't miss the displeasure in his voice. The man completely wrapped in bandages, one eye bandaged and his black hair sticking out the top. He was the same age as Sarutobi and a member of the Council of Elders who were leading this interaction. He walked with a cane and his frown, said to have been there since birth, was what Sarutobi had said when they were both much younger. No one other than the third Hokage, also known as the god of Shinobi, ever stopped frowning. I came to talk about the exchange with the mage school. I know the council has agreed with these three, however, I thought it would be a good opportunity for Naruto to share his new experience with his best friend. Bucking finally, damn it. Disclaimer. Again, I don't own anything, I think we established that. And of course, I didn't forget Omnic time. Omnic Shaws. Boy, Iro-sanin, what are you doing here? Asked a small boy next to the old toad sage. Jiraiya had decided to take Naruto on a training trip, showing him how his spy network works and helping him make contacts abroad. They entered a small-looking building hidden in an alley. I want to introduce you to someone. You better not be another boy you're in love with. Naruto mutters before Jiraiya smacks him in the back of the head for that comment. Naruto saw an older-looking woman with short blonde hair who looked regal like Gigi. Next to her was a younger blonde woman who appeared to be her daughter. The woman stood up and walked over to Jiraiya and gave him a hug and a kiss. Jiraiya, I'm glad you could come, and are you this adorable young man? She asked, smiling at Naruto. He blushed at the comment. He never received many praises back home, it was nice. Jiraiya pushed the shy-looking boy forward, encouraging him to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki and Iro-sanin here is training me. Mother and daughter smiled at him. Iro-sanin? Hattie asked. Biggle. It means perverted sage. He smiled at them. Both women laughed a lot, much to Jiraiya's annoyance. Eventually, Hattie decided to go out with Naruto for a while to get to know him, while her mother spends time with her new boyfriend. Then, Jiraiya, I'm surprised you're training such a young child. It's not like I can see anything, hell, all my children are trained to kill. He's my godson. Was all he said, and she gasped before smiling at him. So he's Minato's son. Your student who was like a son to you? He smiled and nodded. Smiling back, she leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Blood trickling from her nose, Jiraiya picked her up and, in a move that defied his age, carried her to an empty room. In his head, he was creating a new masterpiece. Ichigo Paradise, the spy who loved me. Omnic Rival's first night. Hinata was a devoted and loyal owl to her master. She was responsible for delivering and receiving letters and reports for her beloved master. He would give her treats and clean her feathers while petting her and keeping her happy. He also taught her how to defend herself when attacked. He was currently delivering a letter from his teacher to his friend, a boy named Harry Potter, who would not fail his teacher. As he flew, his sense took over and he quickly veered left, evading a blast of magic. Narrowing his eyes, he saw a small big-eared figure standing on the roof of his target's house. It looked almost like the Robin-chan creature that serves its beloved teacher. It dipped so that it couldn't block. Abi was a good house elf, his master was cruel, and all he wanted to do was protect Harry Potter from the danger that would come to Hogwarts this year. That's why he was patrolling Harry Potter's house to prevent him from contacting his friends and from returning to Hogwarts. He did everything he could to get Harry Potter's relatives to lock him up along with his magical supplies. Abi was doing a great job so far and he was smiling at the sight. He saw something moving in the night sky. He couldn't quite make it out, but as it got closer, he could see a small piece of gold. He fired a stinging hex to bring down what was likely an owl. It was heading for Harry Potter's window anyway. Owls usually can't evade magical attacks very well, but to his surprise, this one easily dodged his spell and dived low and out of sight. Abi ran to the edge, trying to see if he could stop the owl from reaching Harry Potter's window. Just as his head peeked out, a talon lashed out and grabbed his face. Ah! Dobby thrashed as he was lifted off the roof and thrown into the air. He was shaken violently to the point where he was dizzy and too dazed to use magic at the moment. He was then thrown into a very thorny rose garden, where he was pierced by many thorns that stuck to him like ticks. He heard the unmistakable voice of the great Harry Potter. Who are you? To me. Oh, it's from Naruto. Harry's mood seemed to have improved. Would you mind waiting so I can give you a letter to take home? Harry was happy when the dark owl nodded. As Harry turned to quickly write a letter, he noticed Hedwig looking in Kaneko's direction. He smiled. Hedwig was smitten. Harry woke up the next morning happier now that he could finally communicate with a friend. Why weren't Ron and Hermione writing to him? He sent them letters. He was interrupted by his aunt coming in and yelling about a ruined rose garden. Omnic Rival's Night 2. Abi was ready when the Night Fury returned. Harry Potter had seen it, but after it destroyed his aunt's desert for her important guests, they had put bars on his window, so now there was a way for the owl to deliver. He waited for it to return. He needed to regain his honor and kill this foul beast. He hid in the trees a short distance from the barred window. Perking his ears to listen, he suddenly turned to the east when a hissing sound came from there. There was nothing there, but he felt something beyond his other side. He heard nothing and jumped, looking around like a madman. Oh, Kaneko, you're back. The sound of Harry Potter's happy voice at seeing his owl friends again. This time Harry at least got Hedwig out of her cage. While writing a letter to Naruto, Harry watched as Hedwig slithered up to Kaneko, trying to woo her. They were jeering at each other, so Hedwig might still have a chance. Handing the letter to Kaneko and she left, he looked at Hedwig, who was sitting staring out the window at Kaneko. How did Kaneko get through the bars? He asked suddenly. The door burst open, and a very angry-looking Uncle Vermont came stomping in, yelling at him to keep his damn owl caged and quiet. Omnic Rivals Night 3. Kaneko enjoyed the night winds blowing through her feathers as she flew through the night in search of another delivery for her beloved master. That pesky thing that keeps trying to stop her from fulfilling her master's wish, and she was hoping someone would stab it. Sensing something coming above her, she folded her wings and dropped, dive-bombing towards the ground. She didn't need to turn around to know who was chasing her. They were above the clouds, and as she burst between the sheets she heard laughter from behind. "I've got you now, my pretty one, ha 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 ha," a maniacal voice of the cursed plague. Dobby was going to do it, he was going to catch that bucking owl. No more letters for Harry Potter. Harry Potter's friend is a bad friend for wanting Harry Potter to return to Hogwarts. The owl let out a war cry before opening its wings. She slowed down and he shot past her. He wasn't good at riding a broom, he went to stop and realized he wasn't on his broom anymore. He looked back and saw the owl snap his broom in half before flying away. He smirked, he'll just use his magic and teleport to Harry Potter's window before he can get there. He turned and held up his hands ready to teleport away when he noticed the floor was slightly closed in. Harry placed Hedwig next to Kaneko, though this time he had to leave him in the cage. He watched as Hedwig continued trying to woo the beautiful owl beside her, but she continued to stand there waiting for Harry to finish his letter. When he left, Hedwig looked dejected. "Don't worry, you'll have all year at Hogwarts to try and woo her," she said, trying to cheer him up. It didn't help that he was caged for so long, but it did cheer Hedwig up a bit. Omnic Tarumi. Zabuza ran through the trees to reach someone, and that someone was one of the two people he truly cared about. One of his sensei who taught him his silent killing techniques. The other, the only woman who could reach his heart, he forgave during the graduation test. As they grew older, he found he couldn't bring himself to kill her or leave her for dead. He was the demon of the bloody mist. How could he care about someone like that? Passing through the snow-covered trees, she saw the large ship loading passengers. She saw a head of auburn hair walking toward the ship with her older sister. June. The now-named June turned her head just as he landed in front of them. "Zabu? What are you doing here? You said you had to kill Mizukage." "I was, but your sister sent me a scroll saying you were leaving the nations forever. You can't do that. Please stay with me." It was the first time either woman had heard him speak so softly. June didn't withdraw her hand as he gently held it in his own. She looked at her sister May with betrayal, but Zubu's voice made her stop. "I'm sorry, I can't stay here anymore. All the bloodshed and killing, the endless wars, I can't take it anymore, I have to go." Looking into Zabuza's eyes, they held a sweetness that was only reserved for her and only her. She lunged at him and kissed him with all the feeling she could muster and hoped he understood. Once she was done, she turned and continued toward the ship, which left the harbor and headed for the outside world. May joined her sister as they stood on the port side of the ship, facing where she knew Zabuza would be watching them. "Are you sure you don't want to ask him to come with you?" she asked her sister. She knew how they both felt about each other and didn't want them to be separated. "He knows his place is here. He couldn't stay still without bloodshed. He's a shinobi through and through." May nodded and walked away. June Tarumi placed her hand on her flat stomach as she continued to stare at the spot where Zabuza, the love of her life, vanished into the mist. Chapter 10. Fred and George Weasley were excited about their first year at Hogwarts. Their mother, Merlin bless her soul, was quite worried. The reason would be that these two were natural pranksters. They would pull off any prank they could manage, or at least unleash it before their mother caught them. Their older brother, Percy, whom they nicknamed Perfect Percy, gave them a lecture on how to behave at Hogwarts. After that, they were left alone on the Hogwarts Express and started wandering around until they found another first year. He had dark skin and very short black hair. He was talking to some older students. The twins walked silently to listen. They couldn't help but smile when they saw Lee Jordan's hand, heard his name as he spoke to what they now knew were Slytherin prefects. They put on each other's robes and walked out with some coins and other tricks. The two older students didn't suspect a thing. This went on for 20 minutes. Merlin's balls could talk to Lee Jordan. It was when the two prefects shooed him away that the twins saw what else Jordan's hands were doing. Just as they opened another first-year compartment, this time filled with girls, his trousers fell to the floor, causing the girls in the room to scream loudly. One, who they believe was named Angelina Johnson, unleashed accidental magic and pinned them both in the crotch. The twins knew what was coming next and grabbed Jordan and ducked into another compartment. Everyone listened as the two prefects ran past, cursing about what they would do when they got their hands on Jordan. The three boys let out a sigh before bursting into laughter. The twins introduced themselves, and Jordan introduced himself, and within minutes they were friends. They talked about how they pulled several pranks before they left and what pranks they came up with. They were looking out the window when they saw a small figure in the grassy fields that stretched for miles. They laughed at the muggle getting lost. That went on for probably all of 10 seconds before they got bored and started thinking of new ideas for pranks during their time at Hogwarts. The three of them stood together as they got off the train, though when Percy approached them, they saw him staring back with his jaw unhinged. In fact, all the older students and even the three teachers at the station were staring behind the trio with their jaws wide open in shock. Curious, the three first years turned around only to gape in shock as well. They all agreed that whoever stole the Hogwarts Express steam engine needed to find them and learn everything they could from this master prankster. They were gushing over how cool this prank was when Percy burst in and grabbed the back of their uniforms. "What have you two done?" They weren't the only ones. The two prefects even blamed Lee Jordan for the theft. The three shared a look. Who? Blah 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 disclaimer blah blah I own nothing blah 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 coo. Burrow. The Weasley house was full of excited children and smiling faces. It was almost time to head back to Hogwarts, and the children weren't depressed at all. Even Ron didn't mind that he was going back, his friends were with them and they played and hung out. He was more than happy to be back, in fact it was his second year, and he was going to try out for the Quidditch team. His older twin brothers made fun of him, but Naruto even offered to help him train, along with the others of course. Biggle. Harry hadn't seen Naruko-chan since her birthday, but he wasn't sad. She'd given him a great birthday present. He wished he could stay here every summer. Hermione was as happy as could be. Not only did she discover he was half elementary, but she learned a lot about Naruto's house and even more about his ninja friend. He was sticky when he slept and you couldn't get him out unless he wanted to let go. He said it was a defensive messenger he makes to prevent secret documents from being stolen at night. She and Ginny laughed and she thought the nightcap he wears when he sleeps was silly. He blushed when they made fun of him for it. She promised not to tell anyone who didn't know. He made it up to her by telling her a secret of his. Flashback. Hermione, Ginny, and Naruto were all curled up in one of the beds. She was reading Beetles the Bards aloud to the other two occupants. Naruto, of course, was between the girls and Ginny was stroking his whiskers, making him purr. That was her payment for letting him sleep here. The first time she heard him purr, he squealed so loudly that the whole house came running into the room. When they saw their predicament and allowed them to explain themselves, Naruto had to threaten to unleash his 6 dummies on them if they spoke. That worked like a charm. She finished her story and turned to Naruto. "Look, since your sweet secret's out, I'll tell you one of mine, but you can't tell it to anyone." "Same here." Ginny intervened, stopping her administration of the gel to his cheek. Naruto readily agreed. Ginny decided that since she was the one who yelled and alerted everyone, she would go first. "I'm in love with Harry Potter." She covered her blushing face. "We already know that." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Yeah, you're not very subtle, though I guess Harry doesn't notice." "Don't talk about Harry Berry like that," Ginny threatened. Hermione covered her mouth to keep from laughing. She remembered that nickname for some good Harry jokes. Naruto rubbed where he was pinched. "Try another one." "I'll go," Hermione interrupted. She knew the next secret would probably involve her and Harry in a chapel. She should have warned Harry about Ron's sister, but for some reason she decided to wait. Naruto has been catching on. "When my parents are at work, I like to sneak into their room and read my mom's naughty books." She covered her face while matching Ginny's hair color. "This book isn't orange, is it?" Naruto asked curiously. "No, why?" "Nothing." "Naruto." She warned. "Ninjas." Slap. Naruto turned over and cuddled up to Ginny, closing his eyes and falling asleep. End of the retrospective. Their morning was interrupted by a knock on the front door. "Are you expecting someone, dear?" Molly asked her husband. "Don't you?" She shook her head and headed for the door. She was stopped by a trembling Naruto, who grabbed her apron to prevent her from opening the door. "What's wrong, honey?" She was interrupted by the front door, which cut through the house and out the back door. The wizards jumped and the adults drew their wands. The person who walked in was a very busty blonde woman with 2 pigtails and a green coat with a kanji for bed on the back. "Lady Tsunade, you shouldn't do that to other people's houses." Tsunade's apprentice, Shizune, yelled, running through the now open door. "Nah. Ru, too." Tsunade spoke as she looked at Naruto. "Hey hello Abachan." Naruto spoke, still trembling. After everyone was settled, Molly walked over and hugged Tsunade. "Oh, it's been so long." "Too long?" Tsunade hugged him back. Molly introduced her and her apprentice, whom Naruto referred to as Shizune Nichan. Hermione babbles on about what she knew of Lady Tsunade and her status as one of the 3 legendary Sannin. After the introductions, Tsunade ended up hugging Naruto to her chest, to the envy of every man in the room, except Harry. "Why didn't you write to me about Hogwarts? I wanted to take you shopping for your first year, no matter what school you chose." "What, there's more than one magic school?" Naruto asked, confused. Tsunade talked about the different schools and revealed to the rest of the Weasleys that she was Naruto's cousin through his grandmother, Mito Uzumaki. She even talked about her time at Hogwarts. She was a Ravenclaw. Well, you may have missed it last year, but we were going shopping today. Perfect. Tsunade said, squeezing Naruto tighter until he let out a yelp before letting go. By the way, we'll have to stop by Gringotts first, I need some funds. She told them with a Naruto-sized grin. Everyone looked at her in confusion, Naruto and Shizune just groaned knowing her habits. Hey, Naruto, why were you shaking when she first arrived? Fred whispered to him. Fred and George didn't miss Naruto's first reaction and wanted information. Naruto just stared at the pair with wide, horrified eyes. Flashback. Alright brat, I'm going to show you something every man should enjoy after a hard training regimen. Jiraiya told Naruto as they bathed in the hot springs in Hot Spring Country. After running for his life in Waterfall Country, he led Naruto across the continent to Hot Spring Country to escape Tsunade and her wrath. What's that, Iro-sanin? A curious Naruto asked, tilting his head and smiling at her. First of all, stop calling me that. Second. He smirked as he created a minigun on the tip of his finger. He used this mini version to pierce a decent-sized smooth hole in the divider separating the men's side from the women's side. He quickly removed his towel and pressed himself against the wall, grinning at Naruto. Now we wait. He was determined to make sure his chibi apprentice knew everything there was to please a woman. Someone took the bait because he could feel a soft hand running up and down his shaft, sending tingling sensations up and down his spine. His face turned red as the hand began to fondle his balls. He was well endowed, so he wasn't afraid to give it to the women, he just wished he knew who was on the other side of the divider. Their hands were soft and gentle. Aspelalalalalalalala Lady Tsunade, what are you doing with that thing? A very blushing voice spoke from the other side. Oh, don't be so shy, Shizune, it's impressive, hey buddy, you have a nice one, you know. A very drunk Tsunade shouted. Both men froze, Jiraiya remaining stoically where he was, still receiving one of the best handjobs from his former teammate. It had to be all that training in the medical arts. There was only one other who could match her in these erotic arts. Jiraiya made a mental note that a drunk Tsund is a horny Tsunade. He turned to face the Gaki only to start sweating when he saw that shit-eating grin on his face. That bastard wasn't even trying to hide it. Jiraiya was close, but that grin made it take longer than usual. Just as he felt himself about to peek out, he relaxed to enjoy this. It might never happen again. If Tsunade ever found out. Diggle, is that what you call a glory hole no jutsu Iro-senin? That short blonde bastard asked loudly with an innocence that those who knew him would know it was him all along. Look. Jiraiya felt the hand on his shaft, which was also holding his balls, suddenly tighten uncomfortably, causing Jiraiya to let out a squeal. Now Tsund had been hitting on him for years ever since they became a team. Even when he left for Hogwarts for his magical training. His grandmother had drilled it into him. With that came the many sounds she memorized that she was able to get out of him. Naruto, would you like to finish your bath with Shizune and me? She asked sweetly, she hated it when Jiraiya tried to turn her little Naruto into a pervert, she was quite protective of him, he was her godson. Soon, Naruto's shit-eating grin turned to horror as Tsunade proceeded to pull Jiraiya out through the hole she created with her trash. Naruto became very obedient to her after that. End of the retrospective. Just as the extended group was preparing to leave, they were interrupted again, this time by the green chimney, signaling someone asking permission to enter. We're having quite a few visitors today, Mrs. Weasley commented. Her husband just nodded and let them in. Two figures emerged from the floor. One was a young woman with reddish-pink hair and a nose ring. The second looked like a one-eyed pirate. Orni, Pirate-san. Naruto cheered. Nymphadora Tonks and Alistair Moody greeted everyone before turning to look at the other two guests. It's good to see you again, boy. The ministry would like to speak with you about a small matter this year. Before continuing, he looked at Tsunade. Alistair let out a girly squeal while Tonks giggled as she jumped into his arms. Hey, keep that beast away from me. Who are you calling a beast? Tsunade asked, cracking her knuckles. The loud crack made Alistair groan. Catching her breath from laughter, what made you so afraid of him? Her mentor just stared at her as if she should have known already. Flashback. Ah, I tell you, Jiraiya, there's nothing better than sake in a hot spring. Alistair Moody spoke to one of his oldest friends. He and Jiraiya were relaxing since he was on vacation as he was visiting. So he sought out his old friend Jiraiya to get something to drink and take a dip in the hot springs. How's your leg? Jiraiya asked, indicating he was listening to Moody's mood swings, pun intended. Alistair rubbed the healing leg that Tsunade reattached for him when he and Albus made their way through the triple alliance between the Stone, Cloud, and Mist villages, with Kushina in tow. They learned that the Uzumaki clan had fallen and Mito and Kushina were the last of the clan. He lost his leg when they reached the Land of Fire and were intercepted by a combined force of 5 enemy ninja. They tried to escape, but a shinobi took one of his legs off when he brought Kushina to him when an enemy got too close to her. Albus thankfully summoned a powerful shield around himself and sent a patron to call for help. "It will heal," he muttered as he remembered the Second Shinobi War. It was brutal. Albus had driven him back to London after leaving Kushina with Lady Mito. This wasn't their war and they couldn't drag the wizarding world into a war. They had no business being involved even if it was the Uzumaki. No one but the two of them needed to know what started this war. Biggle. He just rolled his eyes. He knew that kind of laugh. "What's got you so stiff?" Pun intended, he chuckled. Jiraiya backed away from the hole in the divider that he knew wasn't there when they came in. Now, he wasn't a pervert like his friend, but as a man who's always watchful, he has an extremely unhealthy case of curiosity. So, indulging a little, he pokes his left eye into the hole. What he saw would forever fuel his patrons until his dying day. They were magnificent. The size could only have been achieved by magic. He's seen a few fake witches in his youth, and none of them could match these beauties. Jiraiya told him they were all natural. He once accidentally confirmed it, lucky bastard. The perky pink tips just enticed him to suck on them. The pale, blemish-free skin looked so smooth, even the finger coming towards him was well manicured. Wait, finger. Ah, my eye. No, not the leg, you knew. That day, both Jiraiya and Alistair claimed they had never been closer to death. End of retrospective. The group was walking down the hallway of the ministry when they came across a group of mages surrounding 4 children, a man with a scar across his nose and his hair in a ponytail, another man wearing a red haori with a spiky white ponytail, and wearing wooden sandals that clacked as he walked. Even the Hokage himself was there. "Gigi!" Naruto yelled with a megawatt grin. When he was thrown, there was a poof, and when he stepped out, his wardrobe had changed. He now wears black pants and a sleeveless undershirt. Over that, he has on a red haori bordered with black flames. It reached down to his mid-thigh and was held up by a blue sash. It also has arm sleeves that fasten through the palm of his hand and between the thumb and forefinger. The sleeves tuck into the long sleeves of the haori. "Naruto-kun." The Hokage shouted excitedly as he caught Naruto and spun him around in a circle before hugging him and setting him down on the ground. Turning around, Naruto shyly grabbed the next person in line, his cheeks flushing. Hello Hinaheim," he stammered. Hinata looked at him for a moment before returning the hug. "Hello Naruto-kun, oh, this must be the Weasleys, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, correct?" They all smiled and indeed, although they were quite confused by the 180 expressions Naruto took. "Hey Naruto." "Hey hello Shikamaru, Choji." Naruto smiled at them. "Whiskers." Soon his Slytherin friends surrounded them and introductions were made. Well, all except for the last person, who kept staring at Naruto. He looked to be Naruto's age with short black hair and black eyes. He was wearing black pants, sandals, and a sleeveless shirt like Naruto's. Over that was a long-sleeved black jacket unbuttoned. For some reason, his stomach was left open like a muggle teenager would wear. The boy continued to ignore everyone and continued looking at Naruto, who looked back at him, albeit shyly. "Hey Sai." The now-named Sai finally reacted, blinking rapidly as if waking from a trance. "Oh, we're using our real names this time, alright." Turning to the rest of the group, he smiled. It wasn't a smile that showed any emotion. His eyes seemed to be a void that the others avoided looking at again. In fact, everything about that smile could simply be termed fake. "Hello, I'm Sai. Nice to meet Naruto's new friend since I'm his best friend. I hope you don't break like the last batch." For just the briefest of a second, his smile changed slightly before turning back. This sent shivers down the spines of the wizards and witches around them. "I apologize, partner, but that's already been taken." Draco spoke, walking towards Sai. The ninja only looked at him for a second before turning back to Naruto. "If they're your friends, would it be fair to assume I can give them nicknames depending on our ties? The book you lent me talked about being familiar with people close to you, one would give them a nickname, like the one I gave you in Hyuga, Stalker-chan and Dick." Takara enhanced soft fist. Sai coughed as he bowed to Hinata's quick jab. Fred and George couldn't help but smile as they each put an arm around Naruto. My dear brother." "Yes, dear brother, our poor snake. Such a swallow. Finish this little game of yours and I'll name you both, Weaslet 2 and 3. Naruto's dangerous whisper echoed in their ears as he held a kunai to each of their groins without anyone noticing. "Why 3? "Because Ginny is Weaslet 1. "Ah, okay. Are we okay?" They nodded quickly and he released them. They listened as Sai stood up and looked at Draco again. "I think I'll call you Crybaby Fared." The others laughed as Draco's face turned red with anger. Then he turned to Ron and gave him a creepy, lazy weasel look. "Why you?" Was being held back by Harry and Hermione. He went on and on, "Harry, cowardly lion." Harry almost got him in the face, or so it seemed. Hermione barking Beaver-chan was now being held back by Harry and Ron. Ginny and Ear-chan thought it was cute, although no one knew what that meant, not even Hermione. Percy Prune-kun. Crab and Goyle scored Baka 2 and 3. "Why 3? They were quite annoyed when he laughed, it sounded eerily like Naruto's. "Dio Slavery-kun." Anzi, Horny Hitch. Another chakra-enhanced soft fist. I was coughing on the ground, there was a bit of blood, he must have used a bit more chakra. Everyone looked at Hinata as she smiled softly at them, while Naruto continued blushing and walking away from some adults who wanted to shake his hand. They were interrupted by Iruka Yamino. "Naruto, you did it." He gave him a hug. "Hey, Iruka-sensei, why did you come?" Naruto asked, smiling at her as he grabbed her pant leg, causing some of the older witches to swoon at how adorable he looked and how handsome Iruka was. There were blushes, and Hermione's cheeks rose as she introduced herself to Iruka. "Well, Naruto, the Hokage has assigned me the duty of teaching a small class on how to train students, as the curriculum is already well known throughout the rest of the continent." At that, the eyes of the Hogwarts students widened, especially Hermione's. "We will also be allowing 12 wizards and witches who have successfully completed the class, and 3 of them will be chosen from among the adults who wish to learn more about our culture." Apparently, the other 2 European schools filed a complaint that you weren't given a choice as to which school you would have liked to attend. Therefore, we have proposed an exchange, where we will send some of our brightest genin, and each of the 2 schools will send a dozen students each as well. Class I. As they made their way to the auditorium, Naruto was introduced to the Durmstrang headmaster and Bobaton headmistress, Madame Olympe Maxim, with a thick French accent that sounded familiar. "It's very nice to finally meet you, Mr. Uzumaki." Even as he bowed, he still towered over them. Naruto scratched the back of his neck and blushed, looking shy and clutching the Hokage's robes adorably. Shaking her hand, he said, "I am pleased to meet you too, Madame Maxim." He smiled, and her heart melted. "You must quickly meet my beautiful girl, Fleur, and her youngest sister, Gabrielle Delacour. They were orphaned and I would not accept them being placed in an orphanage. Their parents were good friends of mine and even helped me become headmaster of Bobaton. They will be attending Hogwarts for the exchange, though I am concerned about Gabrielle starting school this year. By the way, Fleur is in her owl year, though she is intelligent and I have every confidence she will please you." Flying colors. With all the praise she heaped upon Fleur and Gabrielle. The Hogwarts students watched as Naruto was taken away and Hinata chased after him to help Naruto, leaving them with the 3 male shinobi. Troublesome, even when he promised an easy year, he still ends up causing trouble. Troublesome. At least he stuck by her side and brought you along. Shikamaru looked at his close friend beside him, who nodded. "Where do you think he put Ino?" Shikamaru chuckled. "I'd bet a day's hard work that she set him up with her crush." "He wouldn't be that cruel, you think?" The other side of Shikamaru's smile side turned a little creepier. Team 7. This couldn't be happening to him. Sasuke almost ran away when his stupid sensei told them that since Shikamaru and Choji were chosen for an exchange program, they'd be working with Ino. Now he had 2 of the most important members of his fan club on his team and they wouldn't stop fighting over them. He couldn't train, couldn't sleep, because they were always there. He asked Kakashi to stop them, but he told him it was a team bonding experience, though he said it with sweat dripping down his face. Bobaton. Fleur was packing trunks for herself and her sister, while Gabby ran to get her toiletries. She was really looking forward to this year. Not only would she be spending her owls, but also the chance to go to the hidden countries where her biggest idol, Kushina Uzumaki, was born. Rumors had it that the Uzumaki attending Hogwarts was her son. She'd be lying if she didn't say she was a little nervous. As a quarter Vila, her attractiveness would attract a lot of male attention. She hoped he was strong enough to resist. She didn't know what he would do if he had another Andrea on his hands. He might not be able to say no to an Uzumaki. After all, they were royalty, and the wizarding world bends to their whim. She read about the Uzumaki saving all magical beings from the hatred the Muggles had for them, especially the Vila. Vila were seen as the most beautiful women in the world. They were children of Hephaestus. Many believed they were children of Aphrodite, but when Hephaestus caught her and Ares sharing his bed, he marched into the depths of his forge where he engulfed himself in its flames and created. He used clay and used it to shape her similar to Aphrodite, and then stopped. The best way to get revenge on his adulterous wife would be to create a woman more beautiful than her. He gave her the ability to wield fire like him to protect herself, wings to fly through the sky, and a charm that would even attract a god. Though he didn't want his creation to turn out like his wife and do to her husband what he did to him, he poured all the love he once had into the goddess Aphrodite and created a soul bond. Once a Vila has found a mate, they would wish to be with no one else and would cherish and protect their mate. Once this was done, he introduced the first Vila. Unfortunately, their desire for revenge had made life difficult for the Vila, always being pursued by gods and meant to keep them as slaves, or by women and goddesses, except Hera, to kill them. Hera gave them the appearance of a vixen to scare their pursuers. Unfortunately, that only applies to full-blooded Vila. A half or quarter Vila has some power, but cannot turn into their vixen counterpart, so when men found them, they were subdued and enslaved. When Aphrodite discovered that Hephaestus was responsible for creating something more beautiful than her, she cursed the Vila by making her mate immune to her charm and glamour. Although sometimes there are those who are strong-minded enough to resist such charm. Fleur hugged her mother's shawl. It was the only thing she had left of her. She could remember sitting by the fire while mother rocked little Gabrielle to sleep. Her mother sang lullabies and told stories of how she met father. Then, a man who had been lusting after mother because she was half Vila had murdered her parents. Luckily, one of the house elves had taken them to Olymp Maxim, headmistress of Bobaton. She had been friends with her mother for a long time and they had even attended school together. She was able to easily sign the adoption papers because it would be difficult to find homes for Vila orphans. She left the shared room she had with her sister. As Vila, they took precautions and gave them a room to share with 3 other girls. This was to protect the students from her charm and to keep them safe from being attacked by the males. There were only a few students currently at Bobaton for the year's Hogwarts trip. Gabby would be the only first year going because Olymp couldn't let her even though she's not participating in the program. Dumbledore had already approved her to attend classes there and return to Bobaton the next year. As she made her way to her sister, her path was blocked by the one person she hoped wasn't here. It wasn't too far-fetched, her father was the Minister of Magic and always said so to everyone's face. He believed it was God's gift to women and always pursued her since first year. Hello my beautiful dove, I see we were both selected for the exchange. After all, only those as gifted as us could receive such opportunities. He was the last person she wanted to run into. But the frustrated huff, she kept walking. He followed her and continued talking. Andrea, she finally acknowledged, not looking in his direction. She was the top of her year, well he was a senior, thankfully. He was only allowed to go because his father threatened Olymp if he didn't let him go. Don't be so cold. I know you're nervous about meeting me. You don't have to be shy. He spoke as he tried to slide his arm around her waist. She skillfully moved out of his reach and he narrowed his eyes just a little. Now don't be like that, my delicate flower. You're disturbing my space, Andrea begs. Flower. She was interrupted by her sister Gabby running down the hallway toward them. You packed everything. I'm so excited. It's my first year and I'm already going on a foreign exchange program. She was jumping up and down excitedly and Fleur couldn't help but giggle. Calm down, Gabby, or you'll use up all your energy before we can get out. By the way, congratulations, little Belladonna. Andrea smiled, putting an arm around the 11-year-old's shoulders. Gabrielle stepped back and Fleur grabbed her, pulling her behind her and narrowing her eyes at him. You know you're not supposed to touch her. He just threw up his hands at her snarl, but he was still smiling. Now, I was just congratulating her on being on the list of students going to Hogwarts, although as the only first year going, one couldn't help but think it was just because that half-blood played favorites. Don't call Olymp that. Gabby yelled at him and he sneered. He looked at Fleur and his smile turned bloodthirsty. See you, Hogwarts, my dove. He walked away and both Vila quarters closed. That boy had no control over his desire for Fleur. He scared her, if she was honest. It's not uncommon for most men to lose control and attack. We're back. What are you talking about? Hermione asked, walking over to the trio. You 3 are talking as if Naruto planned all this. Naruto mentioned this when he came back last year and asked if I wanted an easy year without Ino. I only agreed to go if he could bring Choji too. But we all just found out about that a moment ago. What? Whoa, she was interrupted by Sai, who stepped forward. Do you really think Naruto didn't plan everything? Hermione couldn't. No, I don't think so. Hinata couldn't help but laugh, everyone looked at her when Sai spoke. I think it all started the moment he left Konoha last year. His smile seemed to become more real, they could see he was excited to reveal Naruto's master plan. Just then a large portion of the ceiling fell down and ended up crushing Sai, sending black liquid all over everyone. Somehow, Hinata, Shikamaru and Choji ended up hiding behind one of the others, keeping them clean from the black mess. They all screamed in fear as several adults approached to see what was going on. Well, it seems Naruto-kun doesn't like others revealing his secrets. Sai said as he stepped out of the shadows. The magic students were startled when he appeared. It can't be Naruto, it was just an unfortunate loose tile, Hermione argued. This place is held together by magic, Draco told her when his heart rate finally stabilized after that incident. It still doesn't explain. Ninja, Sai interrupted her. Slap. They were soon pushed into the auditorium, unfortunately the Slytherins and Gryffindors ended up sitting next to each other. Molly and Narcissa sat next to each other to separate their husbands, who were staring at each other. The children sat at the front at the edge of the stands. On the stage were the Shinobi delegates and the headmasters of the 3 schools, the Genin decided to sit with them. Naruto had to sit on the stage with the delegates. He looked small since everyone's attention was focused on him. Thank you all for coming. Minister Fudge spoke cheerfully, excited to be considered the minister who united the hidden continents and the wizarding world. I'd like to introduce you to Lord Hokage Harrison Wasabi. He mumbled his pronunciation of the Hokage's name and title, but no one noticed the miniature mark on the shinobi's forehead. Taking the minister's place, Sarutobi smiled a grandfatherly smile that seemed to put everyone at ease. Thank you, Minister Hornist Fungus, for the introduction. Sarutobi spoke with a very thick accent as he pronounced the minister's name. It seemed to the Magi that he really tried to pronounce it but couldn't quite get it out, though quite a few laughed at the minister's displeasure. Good morning, I am Saratobi Hiruzen, 3rd Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. We contacted the ministry over the summer and arranged an exchange program for you to learn about each other's cultures. A class was added to the curriculum. This class is voluntary. There are no requirements to take it, just like attending the Shinobi Academy. There are 12 spots for students. Because there will only be 3 spots available for adults, those who pass will also receive a trip to the Land of Hot Springs, Phoenix's famous hot springs resort for the last week of their stay. They will also receive backstage passes to the concert of the Land of Fire's biggest idol, Naruto-chan, who will be performing at the resort. The Hokage smiled as cheers rose, raised his hands, and they gently fell silent. There was a hand raised in the air that was waving frantically. Yes, ma'am. Standing up quickly, hello, I'm Hermione Granger. Do you know the required reading material? She began rattling off question after question until Ron and Ginny pushed her back into a seat. Harry's eyes lit up. He mentioned Naruto-chan, the girl who visited him on his birthday. All excellent questions, Ms. Granger. Hermione blushed. All the books can be purchased at Flourish and Blotts, while the equipment you'll be using will be provided to those attending classes. It wouldn't do to hand a kunya to someone untrained in its use. Oh, lucky me. Choji pouted when he heard that. Who's Naruto-chan? Harry asked her. This caught the attention of the others who were listening. When Choji opened his mouth, he looked dreamy. Naruto-chan is the most famous idol in the elemental nations. She was born in the Land of Fire, and the daimyo was so enchanted by her beauty and singing that he declared her a national treasure. Many nobles, daimyo, kings, and queens have paid her to perform for them throughout the elemental nations, and Lord Jiraiya, Choji pointed at the old man with long, spiky hair. He's her manager. At that, the Hokage introduced the man. Lord Jiraiya stood at the front smiling at everyone and even looking at some of the witches. Suddenly, music starts to play throughout the hall. Lovely wizards and witches, allow me, the great Toad Sage of Mount Mamboku. Draco snorted at the mention of the Toad Sage part, only to receive a slap from his father, which made the Gryffindors laugh out of his measure. As CEO of, I am pleased to give you a taste of what to expect, please welcome Naruto-chan. Smoke appeared covering the stage lights came on from somewhere high up, and they could see the silhouette of a beautiful young woman with a perfect Hercules figure, wearing a bright blue kimono, held up by an orange sash. She had 2 long ponytails that were swept behind her as she danced mesmerizingly. Scream. Both Choji and Shizune jumped out of their seats, surprising everyone else. Come on, let's go to the front, she's here, she's here, she's here. Shizune dragged Iruka and Hinata out of their seats, and once their parents gave them permission, they were followed by a cascading wave of magical children. When they reached the edge of the stage, they could see Shikamaru already there receiving an autograph signed by the idol herself. Unfortunately for the others, that was all the time she had before she stood up and started singing. Choose your own Naruto song. Her voice was beautiful and enchanting. Tsunade gasped at the song Naruto-chan started singing. Is this it? She turned her head to look at Jiraiya, only to see him standing there with his hand outstretched towards her. Would my wife Haim mind dancing with me? His eyes widened and his face turned red. Don't call me that, pervert. She muttered, but to his greater joy, she took his hand and they were led to the dance floor, where they proceeded to tune out everyone but the song and each other. They both had their flaws. Tsunade was a drunk with a gambling problem, and Jiraiya was a self-proclaimed super pervert and drunk. So she allowed him his girlfriends, as long as they understood that she was his top priority. While she was allowed access to his vast fortune, he had made it through his books and being Naruto-chan's manager. She shyly looked into his eyes and saw the look he had only ever given her, smiling at him, she reached out to pull him in and kiss him passionately. Flashback. Land of Hot Springs. Thinking quickly, Jiraiya offered to pay for the 4 of them to the most luxurious hot spring resort with him if Tsunade would drop his tool and not kill him. That would be amazing, believe it. Shizune laughed and led Naruto through the now broken barrier to the women's side to finish their bath. Apparently, after suspiciously catching Lord Jiraiya spying on them at various hot springs throughout the elemental nations, Tsunade told him about the letters Naruto had sent her about where Jiraiya would be taking him on his little training trip. Apparently, each stop was some sort of resort where Jiraiya would try to use Naruto to get women. Tsunade was worried about this and had made Naruto promise to send her a letter at each stop. Tsunade sent Jiraiya skipping away and proceeded to wash Naruto. After constant warfare and losing Dan and the Wakey, Naruto became her light. He constantly continued to surprise her whenever he set his mind to it. To graduate in a year and the speed at which he could learn surpassed his father. He was one of a kind and always knew some way to encourage her and keep going, she believed in him and that he could accomplish anything. There were very few in Konoha who could see that Naruto was born a natural ninja and a deadly opponent. She could crush her former sensei for what he did to Naruto. She tightened her grip on Naruto slightly as a small tear fell from the side of her eye. Naruto looked at her as if he sensed her emotions and smiled. It wasn't one of those smiles he plastered on while strolling through the village. After leaving the hot springs, they headed to the best rooms the resort had. The best part was that Jiraiya would pay for everything. As they relaxed in their rooms, Naruto excitedly ran up to Jiraiya. "Hello, Hiro-senin. I told you to stop calling me a brat." Instead of answering, Naruto just gave a one-handed signal and rose up in a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya's eyes bulged as he took in the new figure before him. At first, he thought Tsunade had finally lost it and used her special genjutsu to make her look even younger. Kami was absolutely beautiful, maybe too beautiful. He tried to dispel the jutsu, knowing Tsunade would kill him for dispelling her genjutsu. Nothing happened. Fine, now he was confused. So confused he didn't even look at her with his eyes. She frowned at him, her cobalt blue eyes narrowing in thought. Her twin ponytails were much like Tsunade's, but these seemed to move like actual tails. He could see just a hint of himself in her nose and the way she held herself, relaxed and unconcerned with what was going on around her, but like Konoha. The greatest spy master still has the photo of Tsunade laughing while saving Danzo Shimura from an aneurysm, could tell that this young woman was very aware of everything around her, even if he couldn't say he knew she could be a powerful censor. It was as she squinted a little, just able to make out a hint of whiskers on each cheek, that she laughed. It was Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the girl in a soundproof room. When Tsunade saw them having a staring contest, she almost killed Jiraiya for the second time today. If it weren't for the girl clinging to his raised fist, looking so much younger and more beautiful. When he called her Aba-chan, that's when she knew what was going on. Apparently, they were planning a surprise party for her birthday in a week. She called herself Naruko-chan. She looked so innocent, a proper little girl. What amazed her even more was how solid this transformation was. After buying clothes and dresses, getting pedicures and manicures, and getting a haircut, it was all real. Neither Jiraiya nor she had an explanation for this. Here's the plan, he can charge an entrance fee for those who wish to enjoy a live performance by Naruko-chan, and the proceeds will go to Aba-chan for her birthday. There will be sake and a buffet to enjoy. Hiro-senin will then become my manager for any further performances that are requested of me. Konoha cannot interfere. They both eagerly agreed and signed the contract without reading it completely. With that done, Naruko-chan, Naruto, and Shizune signed as witnesses. Naruto sent out a summons to the Hokage, but not before Naruto stole a hanged clone into a leaf that he planted. With that done, Naruko-chan, Naruto, and Shizune signed as witnesses. Naruto sent out a summons to the Hokage, but not before Naruto stuck a hanged clone into a leaf that he planted. With that done, Naruko-chan, Naruto, and Shizune signed as witnesses. Naruto sent out a summons to the Hokage, but not before Naruto stuck a clone hanging on a leaf he planted. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi excitedly signed the contract. This would bring even more wealth to the village. He placed it in his signed pile and took on the next in his endless paperwork battle. He was having a conversation with a little toad, so he didn't notice the tiny switch with the document in his hand. Without looking, he signed it and placed it in the box, only to fail to notice another change. The summon said their goodbyes and left. Some belated instincts kicked in, causing Sarutobi to look again at the recent document he placed in the outgoing box. There was a recommendation to move Naruto to the root. It was well hidden behind fancy words to make it seem like Danzo was the only one capable of controlling him and turning him into a weapon. It was unsigned. Laughing, he tore the paper apart. "Hoo, thought you could slip one past me, Danzo. I may be old, but my mind is as sharp as ever. I think this deserves a gift." Taking a break from his ever-ballyhooing paperwork, he opened a secret hiding place and retrieved his gold edition of Ichigo Paradise. The wickedly flexible witch's castle. He giggled and blushed when he got to the part where the princess finally took control of the relationship between her and Momo, even though she has the wicked witch tied up in her dungeon. He couldn't wait for the next chapter. I wonder how daring the princess will get with her. Ooh, maybe they could include the Hexy nurse to join them. Performance day. Shizune was standing in front of the wheel when the smoke cleared and three figures emerged. She recognized the first two as Mr. Jiraiya and Mrs. Tsunade, but she didn't recognize the beautiful blonde girl standing next to them. The girl stepped up to the microphone and when she spoke, Shizune found it beautiful. "Welcome to my first performance, I'm the new cute and Hexy Naruko-chan." Everyone cheered at her smile. "I'd like to dedicate this first song to the newlyweds Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju Gaketsu Momogatari." Hey. It seemed like even the newlyweds couldn't believe the news. Although everything was soon forgotten the moment Naruko-chan sang, Shizune became her biggest fan. Come on, she was able to bring together two of Konoha's most powerful ninjas. It was quite an achievement. End of the retrospective. By the time Naruko-chan's song ended, many of the magical people had become fans, and the competition grew fierce. As they left the auditorium, many of the richer children asked their mothers to buy them some Naruko-chan merchandise that was outside the doors. Ministry officials rushed to send letters to students this year, while those who attended with their tutors received their letters and the required reading list. In her excitement, Hermione opened hers to read what books she would be reading. If all went well, she would be several chapters ahead tonight. Looking at the reading list, her eyes widened. I already have all of these. How? Looking at Sai, who stood motionless as everyone passed undisturbed, it was as if she had placed a concealment spell or jutsu. He mumbled the words, believe it. You know Molly, since we're heading diagonally, why don't we go shopping together? Narcissa Malfoy asked Molly Weasley. Both women were wearing a Naruto-chan hat. Narcissa insisted on buying it. They bonded over their love for Naruto-chan singing, and a spark of friendship was ignited between them. That sounds absolutely wonderful. Come now, we still have to stop by Gringotts. Molly ignored the wine and the complaints of her husband and children. Darling, I still need to make a stop, and I can't do it with all these people around, Lucy's whispered to his wife. Then make your stop while we're at the bank, she whispered back. Nodding, they all headed to the Flu Network, followed by the 4 genin Shinobi and Tsunade herself, along with her apprentice Shizune. Troublesome. Do you really expect us to jump into the flames? This joke may be going too far, Naruto. Shikamaru looked at the green-colored fire. Of course it works, look. Naruto threw a handful of flu, diagonally. Just as the flames erupted, he grabbed Shikamaru and jumped. Diagonally. Where's Harry? Naruto asked as they all went through the fireplace. Stupid idiot, he mumbled. Draco laughed as he walked over to him. They'll show up eventually. They headed towards the bank when Naruto looked towards Nocturne Alley, only to see Hagrid walking with Harry. Hagrid, Harry. Naruto beckoned to them. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Rubies? Tsunade asked as she looked at him. Nade. Hagrid shouted, throwing his arms around her and practically lifting her up. It was Tsunade's turn to hug him, practically tossing him into the air and then catching him by spinning him around a few times before pulling him to his feet. The others, except those who knew about his super strength, had their jaws touching the floor. Oh, Ruby, look how much you've grown. This made Hagrid blush. How do you know, Hagrid, Lady Tsunade? Molly asked. Tsunade's expression turned depressed. He went to Hogwarts with my little brother Nawaki. Hagrid looked down, a small tear slipping from his eye. I heard he died in the wars. Hagrid mentioned being friends with Nawaki until the year he was expelled. Years later, he was sent a letter after a war in the Elemental Nations, telling him his best friend had died. He was devastated for weeks before Dumbledore helped him get over Nawaki's death. They were standing there by the steps of Gringotts when a familiar voice reached their ears. Tsunade, is that really you? Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, descended the steps to look at Tsunade with a frown. I thought you were drinking yourself into a stupor and running up gambling debts and paying them off with your giant false pronouncements. There were gasps. Professor McGonagall had been a teacher to all of them and had never heard anyone insulted unless they deserved it. She was always fair and stuck to the rules like Hermione in her books. Tsunade looked at Minerva, she still looked thin and lithe, only because she looked old, but she knew what she was capable of. They've had a rivalry since their owls. Jiraiya somehow snuck in on both him and Orochimaru. Then Minerva McGonagall had already slept with half the school. Jiraiya and her had gotten along so well that they had a year-long hex frenzy after she graduated from Hogwarts, after which she became a professor and eventually deputy headmistress. She smiled at the green-clad witch, the jokes on her won her over. Tsunade burst out laughing as she pointed at Minerva, whose face was turning red. I can't believe you actually slept with Dumbledore, yet you decided to teach some hex education to some of your young students. More shocked faces. Tsunade lifted her tits. And just so you know, all natural. It was when Tsunade raised her hands that Minerva saw the glint of a ring on Tsunade's finger. Her eyes widened. Tsunade wasn't the type to be calm. What kind of man would marry you? You just abuse them, use those pronouncements of yours to keep them obedient. Tsunade only raised an eyebrow and smiled. Years of attending Hogwarts and also being in a rivalry with Tsunade had given Minerva a sixth sense of who she was. Wide-eyed, Minerva's eyes watered slightly, causing Tsunade's smile to falter. But he turned down my marriage proposal. He said he couldn't be tied down to someone when he knows their life could end at any moment. This time the gates couldn't hold back the tears. He said he couldn't put anyone through the pain. Tsunade's face softened as she hugged the older witch. Oh, Minnie, why don't we go have some sake and tea and catch up on old times? They shared a smile when she agreed. Although I would prefer whiskey. You're still banned from Gringotts after losing an entire Uzumaki vault in a card game, aren't you? Tsunade looked a little embarrassed by that. Oh, that reminds me, I need to get some food for Norberta. Hagrid said. Norberta? Harry asked. Yes, apparently Norbert's is her, so Norberta. As the two older women left with Shizune and Tuntun following them, Lucius used that time to slip off and run some errands while the rest of the group headed inside the bank. Only 5 pairs of eyes saw Reed follow a blonde down Nocturne Alley. This was their first time at Gringotts with Naruto, so they were unprepared when they were led to a waiting room with refreshments. Narcissus was pleasantly surprised by the special treatment. The goblins must have worked on their personalities. They smiled, bowed, and even offered refreshments. When a vault manager entered, the rude goblin almost ignored everyone in the room except Naruto. "My lord, welcome back. We're so sorry to have kept you waiting." The goblin practically played at his feet. Narcissus wasn't the only one to find his jaw on the floor. Goblins were proud creatures and could be a terrible enemy. She was born in the old black house, but no goblin ever acted that way toward her sisters. Naruto looked a little uncomfortable with this, scratching the back of his neck and blushing. "You really don't have to do that every time, and we'll only wait 5 minutes." "I apologize, my lord, but we can't do that. It would be disrespectful to someone like you. These little munchkins really adore you, don't they, idiot kun?" Griphook stared at Sai's emotionless smile. Hearing his comment, he was about to attack when a piece of the ceiling collapsed and splattered everyone with ink when it hit Sai. Sai stepped out of the shadows smiling as if nothing had happened. The goblin looked up at the ceiling in puzzlement. This building was built with goblin magic and engineering, no part of it should fall down. He also found it odd that the piece that did fall, fell faster than it should have. He jumped as the same man who was crushed stepped out of the shadows. "We need to be careful with this one," he thought as he looked at Sai, who looked back at him with a smirk. It was then that he finally noticed Lord Uzumaki's companions and growled, none of them worthy of being in Lord Uzumaki's presence. "Will your entourage be needing help as well, my lord?" He bowed to Naruto once more, ignoring the others. "I need to make a trade, please." Hermione approached first, taking out the money her mother had packed for her. Her mother was always adamant about never being in debt to anyone. Some of the Slytherins snorted when the goblin traded Hermione's money. Naruto and company followed the goblin into the depths where they would sidestep one of the mine carts. Hagrid looked a little green. He always hated riding those damn things. The adults shared his opinion. It was as if they had been purposely made to be uncomfortable. When they reached the mine carts, the small goblin stopped to press some runes on the wall next to him, causing the empty mine cart to take off down the tracks. In its place came a much more elaborate cart. Opening the door, the goblin bowed to Naruto. "After you, my lord." After letting Naruto in, dragging Hinata along, Griphook ran after them, leaving the rest with their mouths agape. "Hurry up, boys." Naruto poked his head out. It looked like the goblin was watching them from behind Naruto. How dare they keep Mr. Uzumaki waiting? Overcoming their shock, they went in after him and had a second shock. It looked like it had been remodeled since Naruto was last there. The interior of the luxurious mine cart seemed to be expanded on the inside, with silver and green decorations. There was a full-service bar with the same goblin standing behind the counter serving raiment to Naruto and Hinata. The benches looked plush and comfortable. Once they found a seat, Griphook snapped his fingers and off they went. The third surprise, albeit a pleasant one, was that they could barely feel the sharp twists and turns. Hagrid was grinning like a madman, not getting motion sickness from this ride. "Why don't you put this on all your carts at Gringotts?" Narcissa asked the goblin kindly. "You don't have enough to even be considered," was the rude reply from the ugly little thing. It searched for a few seconds before returning to its seat next to Molly. "First vault, Weasley." Griphook sneered. Molly got up to open her valve. There were only a few sickles and knots, just enough gallons to buy Ginny's wand. Draco and the other pureblood children laughed at Ron and his brothers, whose faces were tinted red. Draco rubbed the back of his neck where his mother hit him for his rudeness. They went back inside and left. Potter Vault Harry jumped up and quickly opened his vault. The Weasleys and even Draco were shocked by the wealth that was accumulated. Blushing, he grabbed a couple handfuls of gallons and put them in a small bag Naruto gave him as a birthday present. Naruto told him about the pocket dimension that was placed in the bag. He dozed off a little while Naruto rambled on about other applications. It was more of Hermione's kind of thing. "Malfoy, vault." The small goblin reached out seemed to sneer even more. When Narcissa opened the vault, the Gryffindors and even Shika and Choji's eyebrows rose in surprise. Draco smiled at Ron and Harry as he took a handful of pure gallons to place in his bag, while Narcissa chose some as supplies for Draco and his Slytherin friends, though Naruto declined the offer. He told her that a shinobi should acquire other people's debt, never their own. They all repacked and left. This time it took much longer and more depth before the next stop. Hagrid had a lot of fun. He didn't get sick like all the other times he'd ridden in these little minicarts. There must have been some charms that helped stabilize the inside while traveling at high speeds and taking turns that would normally end with someone coughing up a lung or two. Tsunade told him that the goblins made the underside of the tracks almost impossible to traverse. He never actually visited their vault. The goblin said he wouldn't survive the ride. He saw why now, but why didn't he just get a cart like this? Vault Hagrid. Griphook spoke through gritted teeth in disgust. How does Hagrid have such a deep vault? Hermione finally spoke. Every jaw except for 3. Inside were large pieces of gold and jewels, as well as some books. This vault was made to hold part of the Uzumaki fortune, as the original vault overflowed at one point. The horde had to swim through the sea of gallons. Oh, that was a glorious day. Griphook spoke in a happy haze. No one had ever seen a happy goblin before. Haha, when I was a boy at Hogwarts, Tsunade was in 7th year and I was in 2nd. Hagrid laughed at the memory of Tsunade's weakness. Flashback. Damn cow, you still haven't learned your lesson. Oh ho ho ho, I can't wait to see what your gran does to you when she finds out. Minerva laughed, rolling on the floor. Tsunade swore she had him. Her hand was really good. Her brother sat opposite her, grinning as his best friend Hagrid played the one hand she dreaded. Awaken and Hagrid were in their 2nd year, while she and Minerva, that disgusting Hitch, were about to graduate. Seriously, Hitch, why don't you go suck Professor Dumbledore's hawk? Tsunade found it frustrating that she always seemed to attract perverts. To this day, she still wonders why she ever became friends with Minerva. She reminds her of her secret crush, even though she would never tell him. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Oh yeah, why don't you cover those meat sacks you call breasts? Cows don't even have pronunciations that big. Min, the fox, replied. Ever since Team Tsunade visited in her 5th year. Whenever Drea and Minerva meet, they've bonded ever since. Otsutsuki and Minerva ducked as Tsunade blasted towards her. She missed, but shattered a stone fireplace bathing them in darkness as they were using it as a light source to play with. Bloody hell, cow, not again. McGonagall shouted while Hagrid and Nawaki laughed as Tsunade took out her wand and cast Respite. Instead of repairing the fireplace, she simply blew up the wall making a window to the outside instead of a chimney. This time her face turned beet red as the other three burst out laughing. I still can't believe you've made it this far at Hogwarts, cow. Hiding the answers in those udders. Minerva continued to giggle as she took out her wand and repaired the wall and fireplace, lighting it again as she smiled in Tsunade's direction. What's with your obsession with my breasts? I didn't ask for them to be that big. Before Tsunade could say anything else, she was kicked out of Gryffindor and taken to the Ravenclaw common room. She heard crying coming from the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Curious, she peeked inside to see a younger Ravenclaw girl crying in one of the stalls. Walking up behind the girl, she saw that it was the 3rd-year girl who seemed to follow Nawaki around everywhere. Myrtle, are you okay? The girl snorted before telling her about some Slytherins bullying her. Sighing, Tsunade picked the girl up and headed to the common room where she coddled the poor girl until she fell asleep. End of the retrospective. How rich are you, Naruto? Theodore asked. If what the goblin said was true, that the half-giant vault is like a shelf for the main vault, then how big was it? I don't really know, there are several others around the world. Naruto replied, trying to think of an estimate. Several. Where thoughts shared around. Uzumaki vault. That damn goblin said in an awestruck voice as if it were a sacred place. Well, in a way it was. Narcissa and everyone excitedly walked through the deep tunnel until they came to a beautifully carved vault door. Looks like you guys polished the place up. Naruto smiled. They'd made modifications to the cart and even taken his idea for a minibar and surpassed it. Now he can eat ramen while making the long trip next time. We hope you're satisfied, my lord. Narcissa covered her mouth with her hand to hide her smile. She wanted to laugh at the thing scraping the ground at little Naruto's feet. She looked at Naruto, who seemed uncomfortable with the situation. Sometimes she forgets how important Naruto and his family are to the wizarding world. Not just wizards and witches, but magical creatures, good and bad. The Uzumaki protected them all indiscriminately. It's a good thing Lucius isn't here. He'd blow up a coffin because goblins don't treat their family the same way they're doing to little Naruto. Narcissa whispered to Molly behind her hand. Molly laughed, it's also a good thing Arthur ran away. He wouldn't be able to keep quiet and would upset the poor thing with the lowest depths. They both laughed at that. Where is your husband? Narcissa asked. She didn't see him disappear, hopefully Lucius would finish his business quickly. He said something about running an errand at work or something. When Naruto opened the vault, every jaw wizard, witch, ninja, and goblin fell open, with the exception of Naruto and Sai. Inside was a sea of gold and jewels. Ancient swords rested atop the great wave like a pile of gold. There were emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and a variety of other colored diamonds and crystals mixed in with the gold, making for a remarkable and mesmerizing sight. Griphook and the rest of the goblin horde always enjoyed seeing the contents of the Uzumaki vaults. It always brought tears to their eyes when they saw all the riches the Uzumaki themselves had entrusted them to protect. What had left their jaws agape was a copy of their lord's spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker-lined cheeks. Huh. Boss, I've got everything here. The clone spoke cheerfully, handing over some gold worth of scrolls. We also found this key that said 713 on it, so some of the others and I snuck into the vault. Damn, you wouldn't believe the security in this place. It's well armed, but there are a few blind spots we took advantage of. By the time we got in, it was empty. After searching thoroughly, they found a seal under the podium. Once they were able to disable it, they opened it, only to find a small blue book. Why my lord, were you the one who broke into the vault? Sorry, but this key was found in my vault, which means whatever's in that vault belongs to me. Naruto took the small blue book and looked at the title. The magic of the chakras. I'm an autonomicus. Naruto's eyes widened, he turned the book over, and there it was, the Horatian seal. "What is that, Naru-kun?" Hinata asked, walking up to him. "It's a book my father wrote about the techniques of the Flying Thunder God," he whispered, hiding the book. He didn't want news of this to reach home yet. Hinata nodded in understanding before Naruto quickly led everyone into the cart as his clone rose up in a puff of smoke. They finally left the bank and walked down the steps just as figures emerged from the alleyway on their left. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy looked like they'd been in a war zone. They tore their clothes off their noses, and some sort of beetle started coming out of Lucius's hair, causing him to smack him as he backed away. They both had their wands out, and both had wide eyes. "What happened to you two?" Naruto asked with a tilt of his head and an innocent look on his face. Flashback. Arthur ducked into Nocturne Alley, determined to find out what evil plan Malfoy was plotting. He quickly hid behind a stack of barrels while Lucius looked around to make sure he wasn't being followed. Once inside, Arthur crept up to the shop window and quickly glanced up to see the name Borgin and Burks. He could barely see anything through the dirty window. All he could see was the top of Lucius's head talking to someone else, most likely the shop owner. He saw them pass something back and forth when Biggle. He turned around, pulling out his wand and raising it in a defensive position. It sat on a crate across the alley. How did they get here? They followed from the house. They couldn't have taken the flu. If they'd somehow thought of working on the flu network, then every wizarding house would be overrun. "What are you doing here, blood traitor?" A snobbish voice said from behind, dripping with disdain. Turning around, Arthur found himself face to face with Lucius Malfoy. "And get that damn wand out of my face," he said, the Redeed's arm sweating down. "Well, you answer me." He was cut off as Arthur whirled around to face the little terror, knocking Lucius to the ground. "Merlin, you bloody weasel, I swear I'll curse you to death." He stopped when he noticed the Redeeds either looking around in horror or twirling their wands around in horror, either searching for something or scared of something. He hoped they wouldn't find out about the dairy. "What are you looking for?" he asked, pulling out his wand as well, just to be cautious. "Biggle." Lucius's head snapped to the side to see one of those popular dolls that some young and old witches seemed to enjoy. Sighing that it was just a doll, he turned to Weasley only to duck as he smacked the doll away. "Damn it, stop pointing that thing at me. Careful, if you take your eyes off them for even an instant, they'll attack before you can find them again," Arthur explained as he looked down the alley, wondering where he might appear again. "Watch my back." Lucius looked at him as if he had finally gone mad. Being as poor as he was, he had finally lost his mind. "Biggle." Both heads turned and saw the thing sitting next to a box beside Lucius. Curious, he reached out, but not before Arthur had given him a brief warning. Just as he was inches away from grabbing it, there was a sudden snap of a cable. Arthur let out a squeal, and Lucius felt his outstretched arm being yanked. He was pulled off his feet and carried deeper into Nocturne Alley. "Don't worry, I'll save you." Arthur ran after him while Lucius cursed with every word he would never let the public know he knew. Caractacus Burke came out of his shop to see what in Merlin's sack of dangling balls was making a racket scaring his customers. "Biggle." He turned to see a marked doll with blonde hair and whiskers, wearing a bright orange and blue jumpsuit. It looked very cute. He picked it up and studied it for a moment. "I think I'll keep you until I find out how much you're worth," he said to himself as he walked into his shop, receiving a giggle from the doll. End of the retrospective. Mr. Malfoy and I ran into a bit of trouble, but nothing we couldn't handle. Lucius just grumbled before wiping away the dirt and grime, though he didn't bother offering to help Arthur. "By the way, Mr. Weasley," Naruto spoke innocently, now those around him beginning to see his not-so-innocent face, which consisted of Naruto closing his eyes and lifting his eyelids in a smile and a large grin that revealed slightly larger canine teeth. "I found this in my vault. I guess my mother never gave it to you." Arthur handed him a large scroll and he waited. "What's inside?" "Apparently, it's his compensation for all the property damage, the trauma he may have caused you, as well as ruining your reputation and stealing your family's fortune." That. What? "Oh, how much is there here, Naruto?" Molly asked. She was furious. Kushina had told her that she had already given the money to Arthur. She knew she should have seen her do it herself. "Well, not much really, about 2,676,004 gallons, 32 cycles and 12 knots." Naruto replied without missing a beat. Arthur, wide-eyed, rushes to the bank to deposit and take out a few hundred to spoil his family and not look so poor in front of Lucius Malfoy, the snob. Heading off at their first stop, they walked through the door to see Mrs. Malkin finishing measuring a familiar face. "Neville." Hermione greeted the boy as Harry, and the Weasleys joined her. The boy let out a small girlish squeal, but spun around in a fighting stance, forgot he was standing on a stool, and slipped, landing on his bottom. Sai looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow in question. He got no answer, but didn't need one to understand. The door rang again. "Yogaki, this is where you are. I was hoping Tsunade was with you." Jiraiya approached, stroking her head. "Hey, Iro Senin," he left with Professor McGonagall. Jiraiya's face lit up at that. "Is Minnie here?" he asked excitedly. "Hello, you perverted little cockroach." Turning around, she found herself face to face with probably the last person she wanted to run into, which was why she avoided the wizarding world. Augustus Longbottom was a prudish woman with a horrible fashion sense. Who in her right mind dresses like a peacock? She remembered her when Tsunade attended Hogwarts in her 7th year. Jiraiya snuck in to surprise Tsunade on her birthday and maybe visit Minnie while she was there. She ran into Augustus and she, for some unknown reason, decided that she didn't like him one bit. "Now look, bag of feathers, I'm not a cockroach, I'm more of a toad and I'm a super pervert, not one of those minor perverts who can't control their own libido. What are you jealous of? I won't sleep with you. I would never debase myself by sleeping with such a lowly filth as you. You slept with every girl from 5th to 7th year, including the teachers. I'm glad Tsunade and I had enough decorum to not submit to your rudely beautiful charms." She snorted, looking away with red cheeks as she remembered the last part of his rant. "Didn't your mother Druella and her sister-in-law Walburga attend Hogwarts with Augustus Longbottom and McGonagall?" Lucius whispered to his wife. "And what are you implying, Lucius?" Narcissus whispered in a dangerous tone that made him straighten and say nothing. "I believe so, and yes, I've heard stories of Kushina." "Yeah, well, I still have women all the time. Well, you gather dust in the meantime, don't get angry," you let out a puff of smoke. "Don't insult my Grams," Neville yelled, running at Jiraiya and kicking him right between the legs. The older man fell to the ground groaning. "Oh, good work, Neville. I'm so proud of you for standing up and showing that Longbottom courage of yours." His grandparents hugged him, causing the boy to blush with all the praise. "Hey Neville, would you like to finish your shopping with us?" Naruto asked, stepping over the Iro-Sennin. Turning to the boy speaking, Augustus found a boy with blonde hair. His Neville told him about a blonde-haired bully. It was that Malfoy boy. He's just like his father and grandfather, snobbish. "And you, young man, you must stop bullying my Neville. I don't care how pure your house is, I will curse you until your ancestors are ashamed of you." Looking at Draco behind him, Naruto turns to the woman in front of him and gives her a closed-eyed smile. The room was silent, Neville trying to tug at his grandmother's robes to keep her from yelling at Naruto. "Grandma, that's not Malfoy, it's Naruto, the friend I told you about who helped me last year and saved my broken arm." "Oh, Naruto, wait, as in, Lord Naruto Uzumaki." Her face suddenly changed to one of absolute horror. He had just laid hands on a member of the beloved Uzumaki family. "I apologize, my lord, please forgive this miserable sinner." She was on her hands and knees, acting like goblins do. "Biggle, don't worry, it's okay, I know you care a lot about your grandson." Naruto scratched his cheek in embarrassment. "You're a saint." Augustus bowed. "No?" Naruto said, getting their attention. "If you ever threaten me again." Before anyone could react, Naruto removed Neville's head from his body. There were screams and gasps of surprise. Augustus was crying over his grandson's decapitated body when it suddenly turned into a puff of smoke. Everyone except the shinobi were confused, only to see Neville standing over Naruto just as shocked as the rest, if not more. After all, he had only seen himself die by his friend's own hand. "I'll make all your nightmares come true." Giggle. The group was a little scared of their young friend. "Naruto. Don't you remember that you promised no jutsu until Hogwarts?" Hermione scolds him, she continues to do so, while the rest watch fascinated as a mortal ninja was subdued by the bushy-haired bookworm. Realizing he had just broken a promise, Naruto pouted in a corner completely dejected, rocking back and forth as if something terrible had just happened. Hinata sat down beside him, hugging him to cheer him up. "What just happened to Naruto?" Blaze asked as she took advantage of the empty stool and jumped in to measure herself first. "Naruto always keeps his promises, but if he ever breaks one by accident or not, he gets very depressed." Sai replied with a smile. "You know, Naruto-kun, you could make it up to him by buying everyone supplies." He said with such a serious face that everyone thought he would suddenly burst out laughing, but he didn't. Naruto just nodded solemnly. The wizards and witches let out small chuckles at his antics. It was interesting to see their young friend transform from a deadly ninja into a solemn pup. Everyone finished their measurements and gathered their robes for the next stop. After they left, Jiraiya finally recovered and stood on wobbly legs. "That kid," someone cleared their throat behind him. Turning around, he found Mrs. Malkins holding a prescription for all the robes, including Neville's robes, which were on the bill. Bloom paid for them. "Damn Gaki for always making me pay his tab." He decided to try and woo her with a very large discount. As Naruto's group headed to the next shop, Neville's grandparents allowed him to join them and said he would be at the Leaky Cauldron as he needed a stiff drink after he failed to hear her. Molly turned to him, "Naruto Uzumaki. It was cruel and wrong to frighten Mrs. Longbottom like that." Narcissa soon joined her in criticizing his poor public behavior as well. "What do you have to say for yourself, sir?" Molly frowned at him with her hands on her hips. Pointing at Hermione. "Hermione, what is Shinobi Law 223? There is no Shinobi Law 223 Naruto. Naruto was confused, he was sure he had read it. What's this about a young man? I haven't gotten an answer yet. Molly's face was starting to turn red and her family began looking for hiding places to avoid her wrath. Naruto-kun, you must refer to Shinobi Law 2, Section 2, Paragraph 3. Sai provided the answer. Oh, you mean any threat against a shinobi, said shinobi can reappear in response to said threat in any way they deem necessary. Hermione smiled, pleased to be ahead of her reading. As a shinobi and a lord in the magical world, I cannot take any threat to my person lightly, many shinobi have died for that very reason. Molly and the others were surprised to see Naruto talk about death so casually, they knew what a shinobi is and what they do, but seeing a child talk like that was something else. That was still pretty rude, plus the ministry would break your wand and you could end up in Azkaban. Only the worst end up there, do you really want to take a chance with your future young man? Molly's rant was cut short when Naruto cleared his throat and pointed at Lucius, who seemed to have something to say. Yes, what is it, Mr. Malfoy? She said angrily putting her hands on her hips. Narcissa and Molly had bonded over Naruto-chan's mini-concert and a friendship had started to form. Since Molly was a half-blood, Narcissa decided to help her and her family gain more influence among the purebloods and in return, when life and politicking with all the other purebloods and politicians got to her, keeping Lucius and Draco in line and worrying about her family falling apart. The Uzumaki clan has sovereign immunity in the wizarding world. They generally don't bother the ministry, except in times of trouble. Where were you during the last wizarding war? If you had been here, maybe you could have saved Harry and Neville's parents. Ronaldo? Hermione whispered harshly, digging her elbow into a rib. Gesturing to Naruto, Ron finally understood. Sorry, mate. It means that if Naruto-kun wanted to, he could kill everyone here. Sai said with a smile. Well, not quite, but still. I think. He mumbled the last part as they walked into another store. Ah, welcome, and I mean, I'm also excited to find Mrs. Weasley's wand. Everyone stared at Mr. Ollivander, while Ginny's cheeks turned as red as her hair. Oh, the Weasley family has always produced males, this is the first time a girl has been born, you must be very proud, Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Ollivander smiled while Molly beamed with pride. Why yes, I am. He said, hugging Ginny excitedly. Now let's begin. She finished her measurements and quickly grabbed a wand box and opened it. 8-inch redwood and dragon heartstring. Thin and hissing, good for quick charms and hexes. How do you collect them? Naruto asked, smiling his ever-persuasive smile. Naruto always enjoyed learning new things. Sometimes he was just impatient. It seemed that the only thing Mr. Ollivander was more passionate about than finding wands for young witches and wizards was wand making. He pulled out a giant tome from somewhere under the counter and handed it to Naruto. The wand for everyone. Eric Ollivander. Well, that was helpful. Hermione peeked behind his shoulder to look at the book. Can I borrow it when you're done with Naruto? He agreed, sealing it and turning back to find the wand. Just as Ginny reached for the wand, he jumped in before she could touch it. Now that was interesting, Molly, Ginny, Hermione and Naruto were the only ones in the shop. He especially needed to buy the wand, ugh. Well, not that one, let's see, oh, this one looks fun. Ash with unicorn hair is 12x inches, so it's thick, so make sure you get a good grip on it. Naruto felt a sense of deja vu the moment Ginny reached for the wand. He took a step back, dragging Hermione with him just as the wall he was standing near burst into flames. Grabbing the wand maker sprayed a geyser of water from the tip and extinguished the fire. Well, 2 years in a row, this will be fun. Naruto didn't like that look. The owner ran back to grab a case, which Naruto recognized immediately. Elderwood and phoenix feather. He said, elated at what might happen. Eyes wide, Naruto grabbed Molly and Hermione and dived behind the counter just as Ginny's hand made contact. Boom. The entire storefront blew out into the alley. Once the smoke cleared, the heads of her friends and family peeked around the sides. I thought for sure she'd be the one. What the hell, didn't we have a conversation about giving powerful wands to untrained children? Naruto snapped. All he got in return was a smile. You forget, young one, it is the wand that chooses the witch. As? Ginny started to cry thinking that she would never get her wand and that she wouldn't be able to attend Hogwarts with Harry Berry. Ow. She jerked as something gently bumped her side. Looking down, she saw a wand at her feet. She went to pick it up and a whisper ran through the room, I choose you. She felt the power rush through her veins, the excitement was incredible, this must be how all witches felt when they found their wands. She let out a long pleasurable moan, making Hermione blush remembering finding her first wand, Molly smiled even wider at her daughter's first wand, and the old wand maker grinned victoriously at Naruto. 17-inch U, with dragon heartstrings. Naruto's ear twitched as he heard a few boots running towards them and recognized 1 or 2 sets of footsteps. A group of 5 people ran through the destroyed tent, all wearing trench coats, and Naruto recognized the lead figure. Frenchie. Dora Nichin. Naruto greeted, hugging the pink-haired Aurora. My lord, it's good to see you again. I see you had another bad one testing Garrick. Maxwell Scattervane greeted, restoring the tent to its original form. Is there anything we can help you with, my lord? Tonks had to hold back a laugh at the face Naruto was making at her. Actually, you can. Maxwell completely missed the twinkle that crossed her eyes. There's a big party with me, and since we still have a few more stops to make, would you mind requesting the entire top floor of the Aspen Inn for my party? Would you also mind if I took Aurora Tonks along, you know, as a personal escort? He spoke quickly as he grabbed Tonks' hand and led the others out of the tent. It would be an honor, my lord. Thanks Trenchy. But Scattervane. When Maxwell looked up, he noticed the shop was empty. Someone cleared their throat behind him, and he turned around to find himself face to face with Mr. Ollivander, holding out his palm. That'll be 7 gallons. Max looked toward the door Lord Uzumaki and his entourage had just left. As Naruto's group met up with each other with Tonks in tow, Ginny ran over to her family to show off her new wand. Hello Aunt Sissa. Tonks greeted her aunt. Wait, you're related to Narcissa. Naruto whipped his head back and forth between her and Narcissa. Hello Nymphadora. Narcissa greeted her mutually. It seemed something was going on here. My older sister, Andromeda, is her mother. She was disinherited because she chose to marry a muggle instead of a pure-blood wizard. Even though her sister was disinherited, Narcissa still cared for her and her niece. She had to hide her feelings from the rest of her family since they all saw Andromeda as a blood traitor. By the way, Dora, did you sign up for the Shinobi arts class? Naruto smiled as they walked forward. Their next stop would be the Quidditch supply store. Draco and the other Slytherin boys wanted to buy their own broomsticks to play Quidditch with this year. The new 2001 Nimbus were already available, and Draco desperately wanted one. Yes, I did, and Moody told me that he was asked to assist the class's Shinobi teacher in helping integrate magic into the Shinobi arts. Do you have your own broomstick? If you check your letter, one of the highly recommended supplies is a broomstick. When Hermione and Neville heard this, they shuddered. Neither of them liked flying on a broomstick. Is it optional? She asked for both of them. Yes, but you'll be at a disadvantage in the practical exercises in class. The store was much more crowded than usual. What kind of practical exercises are we talking about, Fred asked, since he and George wanted some clues about what to suspect in the classes. Naruto was a little proud of his little plan. They would get far in class. Both Sai and Naruto laughed, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The only kind of practical exercise that counts, he said, leaving them speechless. They still needed practice to give him one. After what they dared to do to his Raymond last year, he'd make sure they reached their full potential. It's good to see you, boys, come meet Mr. Uzumaki. A thick Bulgarian accent shouted as many young people arrived and surrounded the red and black-clad Hogwarts group. It seemed Headmaster Igor Karkaroff had decided to take his students shopping in Diagon Alley. The headmaster quickly shook Naruto's hand off while showing multiple rotten teeth. Nice to meet you all. Naruto scratched the back of his neck as he was introduced to each of the people he'd selected for the exchange program. And this is my prized student, Victor Crumb. He's an incredible Quidditch player, being recruited by professionals, and he's only in his 5th year. Victor turned his head slightly with a smile. He enjoyed Quidditch. It's such an adrenaline rush that he feels alive, but lately it's been boring. Naruto raised his hand to shake it, his smile growing a little wider. Nice to meet you, Victor. Perhaps we can play a game of Quidditch together this year. I could include you on my team since I'm the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Shaking his hand, Victor smiled. Perhaps he could find some excitement this year. Grinning, he shook Naruto's hand. When did you become captain? Draco muttered, clearly remembering Marcus Flint displaying the badge. Hey, Naruto, did you just claim to be captain? Last time I checked, Snape himself gave me the captain's badge. Marcus Flint approached with half of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Professor. Naruto corrected. Oh? It's Professor Snape. Besides, how can Professor Snape give you the badge when I already have it? Naruto held up the green and silver captain's badge. But you were there when he handed it to me. Marcus argued, trying to get his badge back. Well, I guess you can be captain. He was interrupted by the shop owner. My lord, Naruto's eyes twitched. I have your order for a dozen directly from the Nimbus 2001 line and new equipment for your Quidditch team. Also, some of the broom companies would be honored if I could try out some of their other brooms. He was a super fan of Quidditch, hence the shop. He showed him 2 new brooms, one was black and had a green light called a thunderbolt, and the other was also black and had red clouds all over it called a red dawn. The man who suggested the name was said to put Violet to shame. Why, thank you very much. He said to the man, who took both broomsticks, secretly handed the lightning bolt to Draco, making the boy smile widely, and gave Ginny his firebolt, making her squeal. But I was just going to buy this for the team to celebrate me receiving the captain's badge. I wanted us all to match our uniforms. I suppose I should cancel the order. Oh, maybe the Gryffindor Quidditch team can use some new gear. He tilted his head as if in thought. Everyone's eyes widened and the twins had big matching grins. Marcus knew he was making a power play. It was up to any Slytherin to take any advantage they could get. Not only that, but as in Uzumaki, he's nearly untouchable. With a sigh of defeat, he handed over the captain's badge. At least he got a new broom out of this. Congratulations, Naruto, on being made captain. He forced a smile, showing his rotten teeth. Igor smiled as he watched Victor being easily accepted by the Uzumaki. This would increase the chances of his students being chosen. Headmaster Karkaroff. Please, Mr. Uzumaki, call me Igor. Then call me Naruto. I was wondering if you joined the class too. Igor's eyes widened. They didn't tell me I could. I'm the tutor for most of the students attending and I'll be traveling to your house with everyone. It doesn't mean you can't still attend classes, in fact, I highly recommend it as it will really help you understand my people and our culture, plus the women of Konoha really like strong men. Karkaroff blushed a little and promised to enroll. He seems very nice. Victor spoke next to him as they watched them leave with their supplies. Igor was about to say something, but was interrupted by a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he saw the owner handing him a bill. Naruto Uzumaki. A stern female voice spoke from behind the group. Turning around, they saw a beautiful woman with long curly black hair, red lips, and crimson eyes. She narrowed her eyes at Naruto, hands on her hips. Kurenai-sensei. Hinata happily stood up, running over and hugging the women. That's when she saw two more people with her. Kiba-kun, Shino-kun. She greeted her teammates and even picked Akamaru up and let him lick her a little. After greeting the student again, she turned around. I heard Asuma was given the rest of the year off since his team was sorted to attend Hogwarts. I understand Hinata was switched for Ino, but then I was left waiting for her only to find out she was assigned to Kakashi. She continued, yelling at him about how unfair it was. She handed him a scroll. I spoke with Hokage-sama and he agreed that since Hinata is already there, her teammates could join her as well. I'll be given the rest of the year off. Okay, Naruto's voice was cheerful. Is that all you have to say? Now Kurenai looked a little worried. Aren't you going to argue? No, you're right, when the plans were made, the council should have thought of you, but I bet they just want to please their little pet team because their team only has 2 genin and to receive a C-rank mission they need a team of 3 plus Kakashi. Naruto had learned that Kurenai could be persuaded if he had a logical argument. By the way, Shizuka-chan sent me these 2 tickets to a hot spring. Naru-kun, I thought you kicked that Hitch's ass. Hinata drank and clung to his arm. Everyone gasped at Hinata's reaction to that name. Well, she also sent a ring with some kind of seal, but it didn't look like something I'd use, so I returned it with thanks anyway. Everyone's sweat dropped as Hinata snarled at that. No doubt those seals were made to trap him with her. Kurenai just chuckled, but accepted the tickets. Once she disappeared into thin air, Naruto didn't move for a minute before a huge grin spread across his face. Pay dog breath, I told you I'd get you in. Naruto did a victory dance, while Kiba complained about hanging out with senseis. I don't know how this would work, only 6 young shinobi would be sent, if my count is correct, there are 7 of you. Lucia said, frowning, not caring to add more. Yeah, Naruto, idiot. Kiba laughed only to get hit in the back of the head courtesy of Hinata. Well, Mr. Malfoy, when the council decided to send their shinobi, they intended to include me as one of those shinobi in the program. By doing so, they are denying me my heritage. With Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Alburane now her with the Hokage. Signature, I am excluded from the program, but because the wizarding world is part of my heritage, I can continue my studies. If they have their way, they might be able to prevent me from coming next year. The adults were horrified by that idea. You know you're going to be punished, right? Sai spoke to Naruto. Surely they wouldn't do that to you, Naruto? Arthur asked. 90% of Konoha despises Naruto-kun. They'd do anything. At that moment, a tile slammed into Sai at high speed, killing his ink clone. Both Hermione and Percy walked up to the crime scene. After Tonks slowed her heartbeat, she spoke. You should report the loose tokens. I might need to reapply the reinforcing charms. She jotted down in her cute pink notebook. Doesn't explain the speed at which it fell. Percy said in confusion. They weren't under anything, and the nearest roof was far enough away that a falling tile wouldn't hit them. Once I rejoined them, much to their chagrin, they headed to their final stop. Upon entering the bookstore, it was packed with people, and there seemed to be a book signing taking place, where they were taking pictures. Both Naruto and Harry shrank to the back of the group. It looked like the author of their Dada books was signing books. Mr. Lockhart, The reporter was interrupted by said man turning to her and giving her his famous smile that had earned him the best smile in the wizarding world for 5 years running. It made her blush and even wet her panties. Why, beautiful lady, what was the question? Her mind went blank for a moment as he spoke to her. What are your thoughts on the possible reappearance of the last member of the Uzumaki family? Gilderoy Lockhart blinked. He expected her to ask him about his hair care products or how he can smile so beautifully. Most of all, she didn't mention his new book, Magical Me. As you probably already know, I used to date a girl at Hogwarts. I think she was, yes I remember now, Kushina Uzumaki. Sadly I had to leave her because my greatest calling had arrived, to vanquish all evil in the world. There were some gasps as everyone had started writing. Harry looked at Naruto, who lost his smile and had his hair covering his eyes. Harry? Naruto asked softly to listen. Yes Naruto. Will you help me with something? What should I do? Just do it, laugh. Naruto simply dragged him around the crowd and approached the man at the front. Hello. A cheerful boy's voice spoke from Lockhart's left. Looking over, he saw a boy with spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and 3 whiskers on each cheek. The other boy standing next to him had black hair, green eyes, and then he saw the scary lightning bolt on his forehead. Merlin, it's Harry Potter, you must be young Uzumaki. He quickly led them both to a Photoshop that smiled. Smile, boys, this is a great honor and one that may never come again. Ladies and gentlemen, when Mr. Potter and Mr. Uzumaki came in to pick up your reading material, you didn't know you would be leaving with the complete set free and signed by me, Gilderoy Lockhart. While the masses ate his words, Harry looked to Naruto for advice on what to do next. Thank you very much, sir, but we can't accept this. It wouldn't be fair to our friends. Naruto greeted the others in the back. They all had confused looks, except for the ninja. Harry just nodded, repeating his words. Naruto wasn't very forthcoming with his plan, but said to just follow him. Don't worry, guys, just follow the manager back. Once they were escorted to the back room, the owner spoke. Okay, guys, go ahead and write down your friends' names. Mr. Lockhart will take care of the check for you and your friends. She left after that, and Naruto chuckled. Harry's friends had just finished writing Ron and Hermione's names when he looked up and blinked. There were 4 different Naruto writings. Naruto. All their heads turned to him. Yes, Harry. Naruto continued writing names, it seemed like he had 4 lists. Why are you writing all those names? There can't be that many people in our group. They said to write down your friends' names. I've made friends with many people. You should write down as many Gryffindors as you can remember. Naruto went back to his lists and continued listing names. Harry looked over his shoulder to see if he could recognize anyone. He'd practically written down most of the student body and more were being added. He couldn't help the chuckle that erupted and set to work writing down all the Gryffindor names he could remember. When they came to the front, they saw Sai standing next to Lockhart grinning down at Naruto. He felt a sick feeling when Sai raised his voice at Naruto. You know Naruto-kun, if he dated your mother, could it be possible that he's your father? Giggle. Naruto froze as if petrified, his eyes shocked and mouth slightly open in horror. For the first time Harry saw something appear in Sai's eye, satisfaction. Sai stepped to the side avoiding the part of the ceiling that collapsed. Grinning even wider, the floor behind Sai gave way and it looked as if he had been pulled down. In the hole, a jet of ink that shot out indicated that it was an ink clone. The room gasped as the owner ran over not again, he needed to upgrade the reinforcement wards. When Sai appeared next to Draco, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Could be, I mean that beautiful smile must be coming from me. Gilderoy grabbed Naruto and started chattering. Now I know there are plenty more books to sign, but I just discovered my possible long-lost son. At the word son, Sai, who was standing next to the twins, suddenly exploded into a shower of ink. Dear brother. Yes, dear brother. What happened? I don't know. Sai, what happened? This was directed at the boy who suddenly appeared on his left. Ninjas. Slap. Lockhart had dragged Naruto out the door still in his petrified state, leaving the others to try and catch up. Unfortunately, they lost sight of them and were to meet up with Naruto at the Aspen Inn. The adults first took the children to the ice cream parlor before entering the inn. When they entered, the Weasleys, Harry, and the Shinobi were amazed by the elegant decorations, the carvings, even the chairs and tables, they were works of art. As they walked toward their destination, the caretaker looked up, saw them, and smiled tightly. Welcome back, Mr. Malfoy. I see you had a wonderful time in Diagon Alley today. Lucy smiled as he addressed her properly. I think adjustments have already been made for us, he said in his aristocratic tone, never failing to make people listen. Looking down at his books, the man smiled again, his eyes twinkling. Yes, you're in Lord Uzumaki's retinue, staying in the penthouse on the top floor. It has the best view of Diagon Alley. Penthouse? Lucius asked. He'd never heard of a penthouse at the Aspen Inn. If he'd known they had one, he would have bought it. Well, yeah, we just remodeled the place last year and the penthouse was the crown jewel. The man seemed excited by the fact as well. If you just follow the bellboy, he'll escort you to the East End, Michael. The man roared and Michael Fudge came running. Hunks burst out laughing. Hey Fudge, what happened? Shut up, Nymphadora. Michael blurted. He was being punished by helping the Aspen Inn with its remodeling and sentenced to serving as a bellboy until the day Mr. Uzumaki returns to Hogwarts. He had somehow offended Mr. Uzumaki, but the point was, he had never met the boy. "It's Tonks." She growled at him. "What?" He led them to the attic. When the penthouse doors opened, the children ran to explore what was available, and the adults entered, taking in the view of the alley. Lucius was captivated by the details and the amount of effort that had gone into this. This was definitely done to impress an Uzumaki. "You know, Molly, I remember when the Aspen first opened." "Oh, didn't it open when Kushina was attending Hogwarts?" The two women soon became lost in old memories of their time at Hogwarts. Soon another knock on the door and everyone was curious as to who it would be. When the door opened, everyone gasped. There stood Naruto, still in his petrified state and completely covered in blood. At first, they thought something bad had happened and he was injured. That wasn't the case as he walked towards the bathroom, placing a kunai through Sai's chest as he passed, destroying the clone and making everyone jump at the action. When Sai rejoined them, something clicked in Percy's mind. Was Naruto trying to kill you this whole time, Sai? If so, he's not a very good friend. In that sense, you've been extremely rude to everyone here, including Naruto. You keep saying that you two are friends, yet he keeps trying to kill you, and you seem to try and ruin his reputation and insult him every chance you get. Percy continued his rant. For the first time today, Sai blinked at him. I was created just for Naruto-kun. If Naruto-kun wanted to kill me, he could. Besides, we were playing a game to pass the time while we shopped. It's a very popular game in Konoha. In fact, children, teenagers, adults and even shinobi still play it to pass the time between missions and school. I'm surprised Naruto-kun didn't introduce you to the game last year. It's one of his favorites. Perhaps when we have free time at Hogwarts, we can play together. Everyone looked up and around as Sai tilted his head in confusion. This was the first time he'd gotten more than a sentence out before something tried to kill him. Nothing. It seems Naruto-kun doesn't want to play anymore. Sai pouted, but it didn't convince them for a second. What's the name of the game? Ron asked excitedly. He had always loved playing games, whether it was Wizard's Chess or his favorite, Quidditch. Ninjas. Slap. Come on, what's the name of the game? Ninjas. Slap. Find it, keep it to yourself, git. Ninjas. Slap. Troublesome, the name of the game is called Ninja, it's a game that helps train children while entertaining them. Honestly, I don't like it that much, I prefer shogi or just taking a nap. Shikamaru explained that he got annoyed by all the noise. So there are ninjas who play ninjas. The twins were holding back laughter. By the way, Beaver-chan, if you're going to take the class and travel to Konoha, you'll have to work on that problem. Ninja. Hermione consciously held her hand back from reaching her forehead. My name is Hermione, use it. She narrowed her eyes at the fact that Sai didn't like her at all. Alright, children. Molly spoke up as the adults entered the living room. Since this is such a large group, we decided to go ahead and order. She ordered food as Naruto soon joined the others. She insisted that the Malfoys and Weasleys split the cost and went to get their orders. So, Whiskers, what happened that you ended up coming back here covered in blood? Did you really just kill someone? Tonks asked. When he appeared covered in blood, everyone nearly had a heart attack. She was more worried about what Moody would do to him if she failed to keep Naruto alive. Naruto turned around while blushing, confusing everyone except Sai and Hinata. Sorry, he said in a cute tone while holding a severed head. Everyone jumped back screaming, though Tonks was surprised. Naruto, do you know who he is? No, but he tried to bite me on the neck. More gasps. Nah, Naruto, that's Fenrir Greyback, the most wanted werewolf in the wizarding world. No one could track him down or corner him. How did you do that? There's a huge bounty on him, we're talking thousands of gallons. Tonks was getting excited. If a kid like Naruto could do something so amazing, she could only imagine what an Aurora like her would be capable of if she could get in. At the mention of werewolves, Draco let out a girlish squeal and leapt after Pansy. I don't actually remember killing him at any point. I didn't even know I had his head until I checked my bag. Naruto replied, scratching the back of his neck while still blushing. He sealed it for the bounty later when the group began to settle down. After eating, the adults went to their rooms to go to bed, while the children took over the living room for a giant sleeping space. As they prepared their sleeping spots, Pansy ran next to Naruto while Tonks took the other side. She went to smile at Hinata only to turn back to Naruto and come face to face with the youngest member of the Weasley family. What are you doing in the Whisker place? She narrowed her eyes at the younger girl. Nah, Naruto asked me, back at the burrow he said it helps him sleep and he doesn't have so many nightmares. Wow, looks like you've been replaced as his stalker-chan body pillow. Hinata hit him hard, ending up on the floor unable to move. She shut down her chakra and his ability to move for the time being would disappear, but until then, he was stuck. Naruto-kun is a secret snuggler. Sai said as he took his place in front of Naruto. Whiskers, can I sleep with you? Pansy asked. Sure, tomorrow night is fine if that's okay with you. She nodded vigorously. Looks like you have some competition, Stalker-chan. Gentle fist, sizing clone exploded, everyone just ignored him as he stepped out of the shadows. Whiskers, why didn't you tell me? What about last year, who did you sleep with then? Pansy complained. Naruto pointed at Daphne, I asked her once, I thought I'd pass it on to you, and you didn't feel comfortable sleeping with me. Daphne, why didn't you tell me? When did he ask you? She was yelling at the blonde in front of her, who for some reason continued to stare at Sai. He asked me that night, Blaze and Theo tied me up and gagged me, and then proceeded to stuff me into one of the mustache chests. When he pulled me out, that's when he asked me. With his opinion on the matter made, he turned to look at Sai. Sai was confused by the girl's attitude toward him. He may be socially awkward, but Naruto-kun had given him some books to help him. He had a feeling in his stomach he didn't know he'd have to be careful with her until he could figure out her motives. Maybe Naruto-kun would help. It was a beautiful afternoon as Gilderoy Lockhart wrote to the last of his fans. He sat in the back of the bookstore, having a room and board agreement for his book signing there. He always found a way to avoid spending his money if he didn't have to. He heard a knock at the door and got up to answer it. Ah, Mrs. Blotz, what can I do for you? He asked, giving her one of his charming smiles. She smiled back, but handed him a receipt for the small group of Uzumakis, watching, not expecting much, only for his eyes to widen significantly. As she disappeared, he groaned. How am I supposed to pay for this? I'm broke, I owe so much money, there's no way my book sales are going to cover this. Another knock on the door, groaning he got up to open it again. Was there anything else you needed, Mr. Principal Dumbledore? Ah Gilderoy, how are you this beautiful evening? He asked, smiling his grandfatherly smile, his eyes twinkling. I'm fine, Director, I'm just thinking of my next big adventure. May I ask how I might be able to help you, since you've come all this way? Chuckling, the old headmaster spoke, since you're aware of the exchange program, it seems I need another teacher, and with your vast experience, it would be an honor if you could take the place, what do you think? You say. This chapter is finished. It's been a while now. Father-son bonding part 1. Lockhart had dragged Naruto to a small dingy bar hidden deep in the alley. He sat there drinking a pint of beer and was recounting some of his travel adventures. Naruto sat there with a full glass of juice Gilderoy had ordered him. He was still petrified and had a horrified look on his face. And then I waved my wand and cured his gibbering curse. Well, look, lads, Gilderoy Lockhart has graced us with his pristine presence. A gruff voice spoke from behind his chair. Turning, Gilderoy paled at the sight of the rough filthy men who looked like they hadn't bathed in months. The leader was a tall, imposing man with a more savage look than the others. When Gilderoy looked up, he realized who was surrounding them. Naruto was still in shock and horror. Fenrir Greyback, leader of the werewolf packs in Britain and one of the most wanted criminals in the wizarding world. Standing up from his chair, Gilderoy decided to play his trump card. Gesturing to the young man sitting with him, this here is young Uzumaki of the great Uzumaki family, are you really going to attack your sovereign ruler? I think not, aha. He drew his wand only for Greyback to snatch it out of his hand and throw it out the window. Lockhart left Naruto as he ran after his wand. With Lockhart out of the way, Greyback and 3 of his packmates surrounded Naruto, grinning. So you're the Uzumaki everyone's been talking about? Naruto didn't give an answer. He just stood there petrified. Laughing, he continued. You know, it's a lot more fun being a werewolf than a wizard. You're not as bound by laws, and soon the wizarding world will be under werewolf control. Fenrir placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders. So, what do you say, one small bite and you're welcome into my pack? None of his comrades had seen what happened. One moment, their leader was lowering his head to bite the young Uzumaki. The next, he seemed to lean too far forward and his head rolled off his body and landed on the table in front of Naruto. The last 2 wolves jumped back and ran off. A moment later, Gilderoy returned, his wand swishing, only to find Naruto was the only one in the room. He was covered in blood and Fenrir Greyback's head was sitting on the table in front of the young man. Looks like I was able to cast a spell before he could snatch my wand, aha. He laughed and led Naruto back to his inn and left before anything else could happen. The Golden Witches. Tsunade and Minerva sat in the leaky cauldron in one of the booths while Tsunade drank some magical sake and Minerva soon switched the tea to fire whiskey. It was like the old days when they would sneak around Hogwarts drinking, gambling, and gossiping about certain people. So, you guys just decided to accept the contract. You know you could have avoided it. Surprisingly, even when Minerva was a little tipsy, she was still able to keep her sentences together. We were both attracted to each other, I guess it's official. I just want something for myself for once. Minerva nodded, she knew Tsunade had always been attracted to Jiraiya, even when she was with Dan. And when she spent time with Jiraiya, she knew he felt the same, she already knew he would, so when he asked her to marry him, she wouldn't follow Tsunade anywhere. She was his princess and he was her shining knight. She was happy for them both, even though it hurt to lose Jiraiya. Their conversation was interrupted when a figure covered in birds glided into the booth. She was holding her own bottle and glass and smiling at Tsunade. "It's so good to see you again, Tsunade, you really should visit more, oh how I've missed you." The woman said quickly, poured herself a glass of her drink of choice, and downed it in one gulp. She then spotted Minerva across the table. "Oh, Minerva, you're here. I'm still surprised you haven't been expelled from Hogwarts yet for your Highschool deviancy, just like that perverted little cockroach Jiraiya. Did you finally break down and sleep with Dumbledore? A great wizard like him would never fall for Highschool advances." The woman took another gulp. Ever since that incident in the shop with Mr. Uzumaki, she hadn't been in the mood to be polite today. "No, I am a respected member of staff and vice headmistress of Hogwarts, and I will not allow you to question my professional doctrine. In that sense, you joke, I know for a fact that you always wanted a chance with Jiraiya, you were just too much of a prude to let him go, and why bring it up anyway?" He appeared in Mrs. Malkin's. Then it clicked, Augustus Longbottom. "Did Naruto play a prank on you?" "I'm sorry if he did. She was one of the 3 girls he'd interacted with the most during his time at Hogwarts." Minnie snorted as she tried to take a sip. "No, and speaking of young Uzumaki." She took another gulp and began explaining the confrontation. Minerva gasped when Tsunade simply took a sip of imported sake. "He was a sweetheart at school, I never imagined he'd do something like this." Tsunade drank the rest of her cup before speaking. "How's school going, Minnie? Is he keeping up with his studies? Has he made any friends?" Minerva smiled when Tsunade asked her about Naruto's academics. She always enjoyed this part of her job when she could secretly brag about her secret favorite students. Unlike her old potions master, Slughorn, who openly showed favoritism. Silent boy. She didn't know where she was. Did she fall into the sewer? No, the last thing she remembered was sleeping in her bed. Looking around, she saw glittering nuggets, moldy walls, and water up to her ankles. With no other choice, she chose a random direction and started walking, hoping someone would notice her absence and come rescue her. But she wasn't going to wait. She was already scared. But she held her breath and channeled her mother's strength and movement. As she walked, she noticed the air and even the water getting warmer. Soon, she began to sweat. He reached a chamber and stepped back at the sight. The water was on fire, surrounding someone in the middle, but what made his heart stop and start shaking uncontrollably was the giant crimson, 9-tailed fox-like beast. It roared in pain and rage and seemed to be trying to kill the figure, but some invisible force was holding it back. She wanted to scream and run, but when she looked closer at the figure, she saw it was a blonde boy. Something in her must have snapped because the next thing she knew, she was running to help the boy. Thanks to her genes inherited from her grandmother, fire never actually burns her. It might get uncomfortably hot, but it still wouldn't burn her. She was able to drag the boy along, and he seemed to get what she wanted him to do. The next thing she knew, he picked her up like a princess and started running. She was amazed at how fast he ran. It also seemed like she wasn't weighing him down at all. When they left the chamber, something must have snapped because when she looked over his shoulder, she saw the beast break free from whatever was holding her and give chase. She screamed, or rather, tried to. No sound came out of her mouth. She instantly closed her eyes and hugged the boy tighter as she ran, hoping they were somewhere safe and warm, where nothing bad could happen to them. She saw a small open door appear at the end of the hallway, glowing with light. The boy must have seen it too, because he started to speed up. The beast behind them was still chasing, and he didn't know if they would make it. The beast was closing in fast. Just as the beast was going to swipe at them with its claws, the boy jumped through the door. It was too small for the beast to fit through, and it roared in frustration. Breathing a sigh of relief, the girl stood up to look around and gasped. It was beautiful. There were fields of bright green grass, the sky was the most beautiful blue she had ever seen, and clouds that looked fluffy and white. She saw a tree in the distance and smiled at the beauty of it all. When she turned to the boy, her cheeks turned red. He was cute with spiky blonde hair and eyes that matched the sky. His most noticeable feature was the 3 whisker marks on his cheeks. Without thinking, she reached out to stroke those whiskers. She smiled widely and let out a quiet giggle as she still couldn't make a sound when she heard a purr coming from him. He leaned into her touch as she led him under the beautiful tree. Parselting. Riddle was peeking around the corner looking at Tsunade. She was beautiful, intelligent and best of all pureblood, or at least had enough Uzumaki blood to wield both magic and other power that shinobi in the elemental countries wield. She was standing next to the former shinobi Minerva McGonagall. The girl seemed to have no shame, and even the stupid-looking white-haired boy standing next to Tsunade made no secret of the fact that he was staring at the girls and those who passed by. The school nurse blushed as she passed by Jiraiya, and Tom shook his head in disgust. You'd hardly believe shinobi with how loud they are. An eerie voice spoke from behind him. Startled, Tom spun around with his wand about to prepare. His opponent was much faster and stronger. Before he knew it, his wand was in the hands of a pale-skinned boy with long, straight black eyes and slanted yellow eyes almost like a snake. He had a small purple liner around his eyes and as he spoke, he hissed. Wouldn't you agree? He spoke Parselting. Tom thought it was almost impossible, except for himself. Cuckoo. Let's talk and get to know each other better. Maybe I can even help you with your little problem. By the way, the name Orochimaru. The boy, now called Orochimaru, placed an arm around Tom's shoulder and led him away. The cuckoo. Amik. Knock. Hello. Hey, wake up, who are you? Who was that voice? He doesn't remember anything until now. He knew his name, but who named him? Opening his eyes for the first time he could remember, the world was blurry. First, he noticed he was in some kind of liquid tank, then there was the world outside the tank. There seemed to be a lot of machines covered in dust, meaning whoever put him here hadn't visited in quite some time. Hey, down here. He was on some sort of raised platform, so he had to look down at the source of the voice. There, through the glass was a boy he didn't know, though he didn't know many things, so that didn't mean much. Wanna play? The boy asked. He smiled at him, though he didn't understand why he was smiling when his eyes clearly said he was in a lot of pain. Looking at the boy's bright blonde hair, the brightest blue eyes he'd ever seen, though they were filled with pain. He saw 3 whisker markers on each cheek, somehow it suited his smile. He didn't know what it was about this boy, but he seemed to be drawn to him and decided that he might actually have found something called a friend. Chapter 11. Crossing of Kings. Look, I know we've had our moments, but there's no way you can convince me to run headfirst into a wall. Kiba wasn't convinced even when the mages agreed, his senses detecting nothing from the wall that was placed in the middle of the train station. Fine, you can go last. Naruto shrugged, while Kiba watched in fascination as one after another, the others disappeared into the wall, even their scent disappearing. Magic, great if it can alter his senses, then he's in for a miserable year. As Sai was the last to pass, he spoke to Kiba, you know, if you keep acting like this, you'll end up being the omega of your clan. Aren't they raised to prevent them from spreading their genes? Your mother and sister might be rejected too, maybe killing you would be simpler. Kiba lunged at him, but when Sai stopped right in front of the wall, he stopped to the side dodging Kiba. At that moment something happened that surprised everyone, Kiba's face slammed into a solid wall, the same wall everyone but the 4 of them walked through. Nice idiot Kun. But Naruto was just as surprised as everyone else. Harry walked beside Naruto, fearing that they wouldn't take the train to Hogwarts, surely they would notice Naruto's absence. There was a screech and a screech, as if a bird of prey had found its meal. As Naruto walked over to the wall to investigate, something crashed to the ground in front of him. As he stood up, Naruto studied it for a moment before smiling. The creature resembled Robin-chan, but male, covered in dirt, and wearing a potato sack to cover its body. It was indeed a house elf. He also knew this particular house elf through acquaintances. Picking up the little guy, he gave it a squeeze. How's it going, Dobby? Did you volunteer to help out at Hogwarts because of all the extra assistance you'd be attending? Ooh, can you make ramen? I love ramen. He continued as he tapped the wall, only for his foot to pass by, quickly. Where have you 3 been? We're going to miss the train. Where's Naruto? Molly ranted when she finally spotted the remaining few years of keeping track of 7 children, giving her the instinct to keep track of them all. Naruto-kun said he'd meet us at the train, I wanted to avoid that crowd. Sai replied, gesturing to the crowded platform. Okay, maybe he went to save us a cabin. Anyway, let's continue on our way to the train. Mom, are you coming with us? Ron groaned. They'd never be able to do anything fun with their parents breathing down their necks. Yes, we are, son, how else are we going to take the class? Arthur replied to his son, groaning when the twins smiled at each other, they were always themselves, even in the presence of their parents. The train was much more crowded than they expected, and more carriages were added to help carry the larger crowd. As they made their way toward the head of the train, they were sometimes called over by others who wanted to speak to Lucius or Narcissa, while Molly and Arthur kept the children together. Just as they approached one of the last carriages, they were blocked by one of the conductors. Forgive me, but you wouldn't be Malfoy and Weasley's group, would you? He lowered his voice once they nodded. Lord Uzumaki asked me to escort you to your private cabin so you could avoid this crowded train. They were led further on to a door with a Uzumaki crest on it, located beyond the conductor's station where the kind old woman used to pack her cart. As they entered the cabin, they were amazed by the decorations. There were chandeliers, shining gold and silver, the seats were a mix of green and red, and were spread out along the entire carriage. Near the front was a mini bar with cups of ramen and sweets for them to enjoy on the long train ride, or at least half of the cups of ramen were gone. The perpetrator sat on one of the benches consuming another cup. The first was a small creature with pointy ears wearing silk robes, while the second, taller than the first, was barefoot, wore a grey guy, and wore a long-sleeved red haori adorned with black flames. They were surprised to see him wearing square-framed glasses. He had one of his notebooks open and a pen as he took notes. Wow, Whiskers, you look really cute with those glasses. Pansy hurried to take a seat next to him. She looked over at the house elf eating a cup of ramen and staring at her. Why do you have a house elf with you? Is that Dobby? Dobby? What are you doing here? Draco demanded of the elf. Now, there's nothing to worry about. I ran into him just outside the barrier, he offered to help Hogwarts with a larger than usual crowd. I can't wait to try his ramen. Naruto replied excitedly. That house elf prevented all my mail from reaching me or my friends. Harry growled, causing Dobby to back away. Don't yell at my house elf, Potter. Draco snapped. I'm sure it was all a misunderstanding. I'm sure Dobby is truly sorry for doing that and promises never to do it again, right, Dobby? Naruto asked, turning to the elf. Dobby seemed to flinch at the undertone in his voice. Dobby is truly sorry, and Dobby promises not to upset the great lord of Harry Potter. You don't see anything to worry about, everything's settled, why don't you head to Hogwarts now, Dobby? It takes a minimum of 6 hours to prepare the broth for the ramen. With that, Dobby walked away to begin. The entire time Naruto spoke, he was smiling with his eyes closed in front of Lucius. But why was he wearing nice robes? Theo asked, taking a seat on the other side. I gave them to them. Naruto replied. But Naruto, a house elf is free when you give it clothes, Narcissa explained. Actually, only when the house elf serves frees it when they give it clothes. Did you know that you can tell how prestigious a wizarding family is by looking at their house elf? You see, house elves live a symbiotic lifestyle with wizarding families. By sheltering and welcoming a house elf into your home and allowing them to stay, you give them a small access to the wizarding family's family magic that allows them to survive. In return, the house elf would look after the family by serving and remaining loyal to them. Their friends and associates would usually give the house elf clothes that would bring honor to their family. Was interrupted by Ron. That's good, and do you need those glasses? I never saw you wear them last year. And your mother didn't free your house elf. Theo chimed in as well. Yes, but when Robin-chan made the vow, it bound her to the family, allowing her greater access to the family magic, and… He tapped the side of his glasses, causing seals to appear all over them and swirl like the ones on the lenses. I put seals on these to help me process information at a faster rate. The downside is the aftereffects, but this bit of Huinjutsu allowed me to pass my 6th mastery. What is Huinjutsu? Seals are, as the magical world calls them, runes. Bill here had gotten top scores on his newts in ancient runes. Molly smiled and grabbed Bill sitting next to her. I thought there were only 5 rune domains. Bill asked. I only made it to the 4th last year, and Hogwarts only goes to the 3rd. Naruto nodded, yawning, causing Hinata to narrow her eyes at him. Well, most shinobi will have a 3rd mastery for, yawn, when they graduate, usually high chunin, yawn, and above would usually reach their 5th. The 5th Fuin mastery is just the ability to use Fuinjutsu in combat, yawn, after that you get into the higher levels of the sealing arts. They were surprised by his knowledge on the subject. Naruto yawned once again. You know, if you want to reach your 5th mastery, I can administer the test as I am currently on my 8th mastery. Yawn. Hinata had enough and stood in front of Naruto with her arms crossed in front of him. Naruto-kun, how long have you been wearing those glasses? Exactly how much sleep you had last night, don't lie. Naruto averted his face, muttering. What was that? Sounds like Mum, Ron whispered to the twins, both of whom nodded in surprise at what they thought was a shy, timid girl. 2 hours, but Iruka-sensei contacted me for help since he doesn't know how magicians wield magic. So I had to help write a curriculum and plan training seasons and divide up classes since there were so many enrollments. I don't remember signing anything. Percy spoke up. When we were at the ministry, a slip of paper was passed out to those who wished to sign up, which you all did. Owls were quickly sent out during the concert for those who didn't attend. Gigi also told me that she had spoken to the director about allowing us to share some of our festivals throughout the year. She said it was a clever idea to share the culture of the entire continent. What festivals are taking place? Hinata asked curiously, forgetting her anger at him for not taking care of himself. She discreetly pushed Pansy aside. It was easy enough, and the look on the other girl's face showed she was surprised by her strength. What about the Kyuubi festival? Sai asked, the train car silent. You can't forget one of Konoha's most important festivals, can you, Naruto-kun? Naruto said nothing, though now everyone was curious as to why he didn't mention the festival. Besides, we can't forget the day you were born. Sai smiled. Oh, your birthday is on the same day as a festival, lucky you. Troublesome, it really depends on who you ask. Shikamaru spoke from his prone position on the bench. He had one knee bent with the other resting on it and his hands behind his head. Choji allowed him to lean on his thigh as a pillow while he munched the provided snakes, careful to stay away from the sour sodas when Hinata told him to. First experience with magical sweets. What do you mean it depends on who you ask? Hermione asked. 13 years ago, on October 10th, a 9-tailed demon fox, Kyuubi, attacked the Hidden Leaf. It was taller than Hokage Mountain and was said to cause tsunamis and earthquakes with a single swipe of its tail. Its roar was ear-splitting, and if it was up close, it could make your head explode, and all of this without even using any of its chakra. It was considered a natural disaster. As Shikamaru continued to explain what was taught at the academy, the faces of everyone around turned pale and sickly. A beast so powerful that it killed thousands of shinobi and had even eradicated clans entirely. They couldn't even imagine the destruction it would cause in the outside world. And to hear that their fourth Hokage had defeated the thing by sacrificing himself. Naruto had his head in Hinata's lap in front of her stomach as she ran her hands through his hair. She placed her feet in Sai's lap, who just placed his hands on them as he spoke. That's right, we celebrate every year for the defeat of the Kyuubi, and the only time Naruto-kun was held by his parents, it was in their dead hands and soaked in their blood. There were gasps all around. That wasn't nice, and you call yourself his friend. Friends don't say that to each other. Hermione ranted for a few more seconds before stopping, and she realized she still had that creepy smile on her face. Sai simply tilted his head, similar to what Naruto would sometimes do. I read some books about interacting with friends, and one said that when two friends are very close, they insult each other without getting angry. Yeah, but that was a bit too much, she muttered back. I have a question, how did you become friends with Naruto in the first place? Draco was a little annoyed with Sai. Munch, Shino, Kiba, Shikamaru and I met him when we were in the academy, Munch. Yeah, he usually hid in our class after he pulled a prank or hid from his D-rank punishment missions for so-called pranks. Kiba laughed. He helped us progress in our studies as compensation for disrupting class. Shino's bugs consumed a cauldron, much to the other bugs' disgust. Oh, so he helped you study for your classes. Hermione was already planning to ask him for help with ninja class. Flashback. Thanks again for helping us study for the exam, Hinata-san. Shino greeted her as he, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and Kiba were invited to the Hyuga compound for a study session for the upcoming test at the academy. Yes, Hinata, thank you. If I don't get good grades on this test, my mom said she'd make me sleep with the puppies. Kiba spoke as he walked with Akamaru on his head. I'm glad to help Kiba-kun. Hinata also let Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino in. It's only natural to ask her for help. She's the best in our class, even in front of her, and Sasu-kun are behind her. What are your secret study techniques? Ino sidled up to Hinata as she brought drinks for everyone. Hinata, why did you bring an extra cup and what's with all the cups of ramen? Kiba asked, looking around the room. Hinata turned her head to her bed where Kuchan was, her fox plushie Naruto gave her to protect her when he wasn't around. Just as 8 o'clock struck, Kuchan disappeared and in her place was her Naru-kun. Sorry I'm late Hina-hime, I just finished my missions for the day, are you ready to study? He spoke quickly as he jumped on her, hugging her before traveling with the rest of the group. Naruto, are you the reason Hinata has been excelling in her exams? Kiba asked in disbelief. The boy may have graduated ahead of everyone else, but he acts so childish and oblivious to the things around him that no one would believe he was actually a ninja. Naruto had just finished the last of the prepared cups of ramen, yeah, when I'm not on a mission or training, I help Hinata with her studies. Great, so I was thinking we could start with chakra theory, since it's one of my worst subjects. He said as he pulled out the school books he normally never bothered to read. Naruto shook his head as everyone looked at him expectantly, except for Hinata. Now you can put those things away. As he spoke, he pulled out a few sheets of paper hidden in his clothes. I have the answers to the tests. Everyone looked at him with wide eyes. Isn't that cheating? Ino. Kiba let out a laugh, ha, I don't care, handsome man. As he reached for the papers, Naruto slapped his hand away. It's not that easy to cheat, especially with Iruka-sensei as your homeroom teacher. You can't just copy and paste your answers. That's a sure way to get caught and fail the test, Naruto said, taking out books and pens. If it's so complicated, shouldn't we just study for the exam? Kiba asked. Naruto turned to him with a serious look, I've been watching you all year, are you sure you can pass even with all the studying you did tonight? Kiba opened his mouth to reply, but Naruto raised an eyebrow before closing it. So what do we have to do? Ino asked, liking this idea much more than the idea of studying all the way to tomorrow's class. Well, first you should know that as your sensei, Iruka-sensei would have gotten to know you quite well during your time at the academy. So he would be able to recognize whether you are cheating or not. When writing your answer, you have to write in a context that he would believe you actually thought of on your own. Your handwriting is another matter, if you write your answers confidently or quickly, he might be able to point you out. Putting some hesitant tremors in your handwriting would make it look like you were hesitating on the answer. Soon, even Shikamaru and Shino were interested in Naruto's deeper explanation for tricking others with information they thought you wouldn't have. They really had no worries about failing the test, both of them were smart enough to pass without cheating. Flashback ends. You seem to really like studying, Beaver-chan. Sai said to Hermione, who glared at him. My name is Hermione Granger, use it. Secondly, yes, I enjoy studying. It will lead to a good job, and eventually, I might even become a minister. Doing well in your education could open many doors. Hermione continued for another minute explaining her love of books, until Harry and Ron placed a hand over her mouth to calm her down. Ow, damn it, Hermione. Ron jerked his hand back as he was bitten. Don't do that. Hermione looked at him, her eyes narrowed, but she was at least silent. I agree, Beaver-chan. Knowledge can give you many advantages, but school isn't necessary for learning. In fact, it can stunt one's growth. Hermione gasped at his comment. School isn't necessary. What twisted mind would think that? School allowed one to make friends and acquaintances. She wanted to scold him for even thinking that, and she did so with all the anger of the biggest idiot at Hogwarts she could muster. Surely you enjoyed your academy days? Molly asked. Sai looked at her with his creepy smile. I never attended the academy. Everyone gasped except for the Shinobi. Shikamaru and the rest of the clan children knew it most likely came from Root, an organization that supposedly doesn't exist. What? Then how are you even a Shinobi in the first place? Hermione received a glare from the supposedly kind Hyuga heiress, who was covering Naruto's ears. She blushed apologetically. Sai seemed to be in a more talkative mood and replied, there are many ways to become a shinobi, the academy being just one of them. In the nation, only the 5 great villages have an academy, while other countries try to imitate us. Yeah, but don't be fooled, the ninja academy is very difficult to graduate from, although Hinata was the kunoichi of the year we graduated. Kiba boasted to his teammate who blushed. Naruto must be a prodigy if he graduated in just 1 year. Narcissa was interested in how Kushina's son lived while growing up. Naruto-kun cheated on his ending before he could say more, a toe was pushed between his lips. Sai paused for a second before closing his eyes and began sucking on said toe between them lovingly. After fully sucking each toe, his tongue traveled down the foot and around the heel and back up. The others were all red-faced because they wanted Sai to practically kiss Naruto's foot. Daphne had steam coming off her and passed out with a smile and a little bloody nose. Just as Sai's tongue darted out between her toes again, they clamped down on his tongue hard. The foot was then ripped away from Sai's face, taking his tongue, esophagus, and innards with it. Everyone screamed for a minute before the body and mess turned into ink and flowed into a dark corner where Sai appeared. Naruto got up from Hinata's lap and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Sai-kun, you're too loud. He complained. You really shouldn't try to distract the others from the fact that you're cheating. She smirked as Naruto crossed his arms, puffed out his cheeks, and turned his red face away from everyone, murmuring that it wasn't his fault. Before Hermione could start ranting, Sai glared at her, making her stop. Yeah, why else would I have pulled it off, especially when sensei was actively sabotaging your education? What? How could an educator sabotage the education of one of his own students? Hermione was freaking out, that wasn't right, although Naruto's cheating wasn't right either. Flashback. You failed. Come on, Mizuki-sensei, just because he didn't do the clone jutsu well, I mean he's pretty useless in a fight. It doesn't matter. Did you see his transformation jutsu? That was a solid transformation. He completely rewrote that entire jutsu. And he performed the Kimawari jutsu in rapid succession faster than anyone I've ever seen perform that jutsu, and you can't deny the usefulness of that jutsu. Look Haruka, right now you're just an assistant sensei, and next year you'll be in charge of an entire class on your own. You can't afford to be lenient with your students. We teach them these jutsu to help them form a foundation for custom jutsu in the future. I can't have a 6-year-old slipping through the net and getting killed because he couldn't perform a jutsu. How would you feel if you had to watch a student die because you didn't? I don't teach them, do I? Irik looked down. He knew Mizuki-sensei was right, looking towards a sullen blonde 6-year-old. She looked so sad that there were small drops in the corner of her eyes, but it was all in her power to hold them back. She wanted to run up to the boy, hug him, and tell him that everything would be okay, that he had another 5 years at the academy. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but Mizuki-sensei is right, you failed. His heart broke when he saw the little blonde ball of sunshine that always brightened his day, running out of the room with her head down covering her eyes. You did the right thing, Haruka. Mizuki came over and patted him on the shoulder. Did I do it? Haruka never noticed the smile that formed on Mizuki's face. Hey, Naruto, close your eyes for a moment. Haruka coughed a little, causing blood to fly from his lips. He had taken a large shuriken to his back, courtesy of Mizuki-sensei. Apparently, he had convinced Naruto-kun to sneak into the Hokage Tower and steal the forbidden scroll, learn a jutsu, and bring the scroll back to Mizuki. What amazed him the most wasn't the fact that Naruto beat Mizuki-sensei, he was strategic and unpredictable, a very lethal combination. Smiling, he finished, now open your eyes. Opening his eyes, Naruto looked at him holding his forehead, or whatever covered it. Congratulations on passing the Shinobi Academy in record time, Naruto-kun. Haruka said, missing his own headband, but with a big smile on his face. Naruto, with teary eyes, hugged him tightly, tears streaming down his face. End of the retrospective. And when we went to deliver the traitor to the Hokage, there was a flash, and he may have accidentally used magic to turn him into an ugly goldfish that Gigi decided to keep as a creepy pet. They were dumbfounded by his story. A kid like him going up against what's considered a fully trained assassin and winning. Before anyone could speak, Sai turned to Naruto and held up 5 round lollipops. Each one was a different color ranging from yellow to black, though they noticed specks of black dots on each of the colored candies. Unfortunately, I didn't bring enough for the whole year, but I think we can stretch this out, pick one. As Naruto narrowed his eyes at the popping sounds, he finally settled on blue. As Naruto sucked on his treat, Sai patted him on the top of the head. What are those, can I have one? Ron asked, only to be scolded by Mrs. Weasley about manners. Sorry, but these are just ninja candy. I wouldn't want to accidentally kill someone. He smiled at them, yes, still creepy. Crunch. Sai turned to Naruto, that's cheating Naruto-kun, don't bite. It didn't really matter if he did it or not, he just enjoyed watching it when the effects kicked in. What do you mean, not accidentally killing? Hermione asked hesitantly for everyone. Ninjas. Slap. You know Beaver-chan, if you ever hope to pass this class, you'll have to learn to kick that habit. Sai said, turning to Naruto watching as a bit of steam rose from him and he stretched quietly letting out a small meow, this caused many in the room to develop small red blotches on their cheeks. Sai crawled over to the bench and hovered over him leaning in close. Ready to play. Why do you always use that one in every game? Naruto moaned as he placed a hand on his chest and pushed into it slowly. Because I like what Naruto-kun does to you. What's going on? Tonks asked, confused. Ninjas. Slap. That. Ninjas. Slap. One more time. No. Hermione screamed. You're playing a game called Ninja. It's absurd that ninjas are playing Ninja. Is that the only game you play? Her rant continued about calling a game Ninja when the ones playing were ninjas themselves. Naruto seemed to have ignored her in favor of turning around on his hands and knees on the bench and looking at Hinata, who was blushing madly. Troublesome, I'm starting to regret our deal now. Ninja isn't just a game we play, it's also training, what you see as a fun activity, and it is, we use it as a training exercise. For example, etiquette is training in capturing and evading and so on, when you become a shinobi, it's less about what the name of the game is and more about making ground rules. The most elite shinobi sometimes play much more dangerous games with a no-killing rule. Wow, lazy-kun, you're quite talkative, more so than usual. Sai chimed in, earning a glare from the lazy ninja. So you wouldn't mind letting us in for the rest of the game? At that moment, Naruto and Hinata were standing face to face. Hinata was as red as a Weasley, but couldn't wipe the smile off her face. Naruto was getting closer as she prepared to be kissed in front of everyone when Sai interrupted their moment. Not your Naruto-kun, too easy. That earned him the infamous Hyuga glare from Hinata and a sultry pout from Naruto looking over her shoulder. Naruto-kun was given a small dose of a lethal aphrodisiac. To win he not only has to fight the poison in his system, but he must seduce as many people as he can before the effects wear off or he succumbs to the poison. He will lose if he allows himself to be undressed or seduced. This explanation horrified everyone. What are you thinking? Molly Weasley squealed. Ninjas. Was her only response. Harry and Ron looked at Hermione, who didn't react to the word. Blinking, he looked at them both. What, you're training to become immune to poisons? I read that once a ninja reaches a certain rank, it suggested they train to resist most common poisons using their chakra. They don't have access to a bezer. Of course. Harry smiled, he had seen Naruto continually provide her with books all summer to induce her to do things she would normally never agree to. Naruto moved on to his next target, sitting next to Hinata, Pansy, who was already red-faced. Crawling over Hinata, he made sure to rub against her as he passed, making her blush even more, and she let out a small moan as he did so. Naruto was now face to face with Pansy. Pansy's mind went blank as Naruto leaned closer before coaxing her into his arms. Her face reddened further as Naruto gave her a throbbing smile before moving closer. She could feel his breath on her lips, her eyes still locked on his as his slightly glazed blue ones drank her in. She let out a small eep as his lips barely brushed against hers and her eyes rolled back in her head and she fainted. Point. Sigh. What? He hasn't done anything to her yet, how does that count? Tonks asked, although she was blushing and her hair reflected it by turning pink. Bad move, giggle she said, she reacted to him, and by the way, I'm still confused as to how Naruto is so attracted to pink. What? Before Tonks could say anything else, she met Naruto's gaze. She seemed to be drawn to them, how could eyes be so blue, and how could she let a 12-year-old boy make her heart beat rapidly? He sat down in front of her between Hinata and an unconscious Pansy, he looked so tempting, and when he stood up to walk down the hallway, which was only 5 steps, but every step he took towards her did weird things to her. First step she held her breath. Second step. Her heart leapt towards him. Step 3. His breathing quickened. Fourth and fifth. Her hair deepens to a darker pink. She gulped as Naruto straddled her lap, hugging her and making her stiffen, wondering what he was going to do. Naruto simply hugged her and looked down at her with a smile, the whole time not leaving her gaze. Hey, buddy. She stuttered. You know, Dorani, you're so beautiful and have such a great body that I'm surprised you hide it under baggy clothes. You really should show it off more often, not only will you be even more beautiful, but in combat you could easily distract any opponent. The entire time he spoke his hands ran down her back before sliding a single finger down her spine, making her let out a small moan, moving up her neck to her pink hair. He gave it a quick tug, not enough to hurt her, but enough to make her tilt her head up, breaking eye contact at last. Turning his head to the right, Naruto smiled at Hermione, who was sporting a blush on her cheeks. You know, Myon-chan, I spoke with the headmaster and he gave me permission to claim one of the unused classrooms as a study hall. Maybe we can study together sometime, there are still some things I'd like to research. Hermione sucked in a breath. It was her dream to research together. Her eyes glazed over at the prospect of everything she could learn just by helping Naruto. When Naruto slid a hand down Tonks' back before releasing her hair and stroking Hermione with it. When Tonks' head rolled forward, it seemed like she was out. Hermione closed her eyes with a smile, waiting for her study group to return. Soon enough, she fell unconscious. There was a small leap from his left and he turned to see Ginny leaving as well. Double points, plus triple the multiplier for getting all three at once. How did that work and how many points is it at? Fred asked. This was getting exciting, maybe he would pass the knowledge on to Grad in him. She received 2 points for Beaver-chan and Toy-chan, another point for Yandere-chan, and since she didn't even have to touch Yandere-chan, she multiplies her points by 3 since they all fell at the same time, bringing her total to 12 points. After Sai's explanation, the twins shared a look before smiling and turning to Sai. What if our dear friend? Fred. What if? Jorge. Was he seduced by a tag team? They both asked, smiling even bigger. They sat next to Ginny, watching their poor sister steaming from her head. They swore she looked at Harry for a moment before fainting. Oh, a challenge then. If you win, you'll earn double points equal to your current points, not including what you already earned. Sai smiled as he watched Naruto slide off of Toy-chan and started crawling on top of Yandere-chan and climbed onto the first twin's lap and smiled at her. The first twin smiled back at Naruto but seemed nervous. Naruto sat on his lap for a good minute before moving to straddle his right leg as he moved to the second twin's left leg and straddled one leg of each twin, and his smile turned sensual. The red face didn't move for a minute and Naruto just sat there smiling invitingly, even going so far as to grind a little in their laps, letting out a small noise that made them match the color of their hair. WWW, why don't you go first, bro, are you scared? The second twin spoke to the first. Great talk, why don't you go first? I asked first. I thought you were Gryffindor. Where did all that anger go? They continued arguing about who would go first when Naruto slid down on the bench as the first twin knocked the second to the floor and rolled. Red George, stop this behavior now. Mrs. Weasley shouted as she stunned both of them to break up the fight and knock them out. 24 points, Sai announced. You're now at 36 points, Naruto-kun. Percy couldn't help but laugh at their misfortune. In a way, it was a kind of justice for going through year after year of frustration dealing with them at Hogwarts. His train of thought stopped when a pair of feet landed in his lap. He turned to see Uzumaki sitting on his hand so casually before making eye contact and raising a delicate blonde eyebrow. It only occurred to him when Uzumaki slowly slid into his lap. He never realized how feminine she was beneath her school robes. Frowning to hide his discomfort, I'd rather not play. All he got in response was a wider smile. So, Percy, I heard you wanted to work at the ministry after graduation. Ooh, are you going to try for the minister's position? You could totally do that, you know. Maybe Mr. Malfoy could teach you the inner workings and how to navigate the political circles you'd need to run as Minister of Magic, you know. I mean, your chances of holding anything but a seat on the Board of Governors and a seat on the Wizengamot are 0. You're top of your class and head boy, I don't see why you wouldn't agree. Seriously, you think so? Percy asked excitedly. The more excited Naruto was to help him plan his campaign as minister, but Lucius Malfoy, some known for moving in powerful circles if not directly leading them, the only dark spot in this was the suspicion that he was a Death Eater, Lucius himself. Began to choke. Percy. Naruto's suddenly shy voice made her look at him again, he had a red blush and was scratching his whiskered cheeks. What is wrong? He asked worriedly. Will you please move your hands? Looking down, Percy found his hands had found their way to Naruto's back cheeks. He gave an involuntary squeeze that made Naruto moan and press himself firmly against him, his last thought before everything went black being that no boy should have such a nice ass. Spot. Charlie was next in line, but he kept laughing at his younger brother's mishaps. When Naruto slid into his lap, he smiled at the small threat and made the first move. He wrapped an arm around him and pulled him closer. Charlie was always a ladies' man, and as a dragon tamer, they always kept him interested. His mother constantly pestered him about her various friends. Well, little snake, shall we see if you can take on a real lion? He winked. Naruto turned to look to his right. Rohan, is this the brother who works with dragons? Ron gulped as Naruto's attention shifted to him. He just nodded, but caught his breath when a smile lit up Naruto's face. So caught up in the look of happiness on his face, he forgot to breathe and promptly passed out towards Hermione, waking her up and pushing him away from her. The Slytherin side seemed to enjoy the show, laughing as Naruto went over the entire Weasley clan. Turning to Charlie, Naruto's smile widened. What's your favorite type of dragon? Would you teach me how to tame dragons? Ooh, oh, can I have a dragon? As he went on and on asking about dragons, he was showing his age now in his excitement. As this was happening, Charlie felt a small tingle in his chest from where Naruto was slowly stroking his chest continuously. The tiniest hint of red graced her cheeks as she tried to answer his question, not even looking like she was trying to do anything with him. Ooh, I guess I could, but I have to get ready for shinobi classes. The cute snake's pout melted his heart and made his face redden a little more. Naruto leaned into him and wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in close to whisper. Can you take me for a ride on your dragon? She asked in a sultry voice, which she did as lewd thoughts ran through Charlie's mind and she passed out with just a little red hue under her nose. Spot. As Bill looked at him as Naruto slid into his lap and they stared at each other. Biggle. Bill fell back, hitting his head on the windowsill hard enough to knock himself out. Spot. Molly was just rubbing the back of Bill's head to make sure he didn't get seriously hurt. Once she was satisfied, she turned to the grinning culprit currently sitting on her lap. She smiled at him. Now Naruto, I'm a happily married woman, don't try any funny business now. It's okay, Molly Boss-san. Naruto chirped as he hugged her and buried his face in her shoulder. He gave a small pop as a puff of steam came out of him. What was that? Molly asked as she ran her hand through Naruto's hair. She was amazed at how soft and warm his hair was. It was like running her hand through warm sunlight. Game over, I told you not to bite Naruto-kun, the effects don't last that long. Remind me never to play ninja with him. Theo laughed with the others, gulping when Sai's creepy grin turned on him. But Bondage-kun, you already are. This did not comfort those who were still awake or those who were once again aware of their surroundings. Naruto's body began to tremble, and Molly felt his hands tighten their grip and his head sink further into the hollow of her shoulder. Naruto dear, what's wrong? She asked worriedly as she hugged him tighter. She glanced at the dark-haired young man sitting next to Hinata, who looked worried. Is this a side effect of the siphon you gave him? The door to her car shuddered 3 times as if something was slamming into it. Everyone jumped and looked towards the door with the exception of Naruto, who was wrapped around Molly Weasley, and Sai, who just stood up and walked towards the door. Before opening it, he turned to Molly, who was busy fussing over a trembling Naruto. She studied Naruto for a moment. Even as he trembled and clung to the obese woman, he was ready to either bolt or attack, depending on how Sai handled him. This infuriated him slightly. So, without further ado, he opened the door to look at the 6 individuals on the other side. The first one he noticed was the nervous driver standing up front. From the sound of the knocking, he wasn't the one to do it, he looked like a wimp. Turning to his right and up, he saw a tall woman whose head was sliced off by the doorframe. She was wearing a bright purple and blue robe with faux fur lining. She was hunched over due to the space around her. It was probably the headmistress of Bobaton, Madame Maxim. Knocking on the door, he absent-mindedly remembered it was a scruffy-looking man with a pointy beard. Sai instantly identified him as a follower and a rat, wondering how he became the headmistress of Dumbstrang, Igor Karkaroff. Stepping through the door and closing it behind him, he turned to face them and waited. No one said anything for a while, which gave him more time to study the last 3 youngest members of the group. The only male, whom he vaguely recognized from Diagon Alley, Victor Crumb, a 5th year at Durmstrang, seemed to be growing in popularity, and the headmaster seemed to be peppered with him. Interesting. The boy seemed to be stone-faced, but Sai picked up on his suppressed shyness and nervousness. Next in the middle and the youngest was a blonde, blue-eyed girl. She looked about the same age as Yandir-chan, but she seemed to smile at everyone, including him, much to his confusion. Even if he dismissed her as a possible threat, he would keep an eye on her. Naruto-kun might possibly want another adopted little sister. He always wondered why Naruto-kun wanted a big family when he already has Stalker-chan and him, why the need for others. The second son of the Hyuga clan and the grandson of the Hokage, Konohamaru, was not spared either. Naruto had declared that each and every one of his precious people's younger siblings would be immediately adopted by him as one of his precious younger siblings that he could dote on. With this, Baka-kun and Dal-chan were ahead of their classes. The last of the 3 was the anomaly. She seemed to be an older version of the youngest, but roughly the same age as Crumb, meaning she was either raped, impregnated, and gave birth, or her sisters. He's more inclined towards the former if he had to invite. She was also the one he sensed performing some sort of genjutsu. This must be the person disrupting Naruto's senses, it explained his reaction to her presence. Naruto was an extremely powerful sensor ninja, thanks to several events that shaped him. Naruto was powerful enough to sense people's emotions and intentions. He was still wondering if Naruto could also manipulate the emotions of others, but he hadn't received an answer yet. They seem to be here to try and grovel at Naruto-kun's feet and intend to show off his prized students, predictably. He can't allow that to happen now, can he? The first one he addressed was the driver, you know, driver-san, that in the elemental nations, if a servant brings uninvited guests or strangers into their master's presence without permission, they would be punished, if not outright killed for endangering his life, sir. The driver's face paled as he backed away before shooting down the hallway, tripping over himself. Karkaroff burst out laughing as Maxim narrowed his eyes at him. Wasn't that very polite, young man? The tall woman spoke up. Now that was entertaining, wasn't it? Karkaroff spoke, controlling his laughter, only earning him a look. I was just stating a fact for him, since he seemed to lack proper protocols. Sai then turned to the older of the two blondes. You know, if you wanted to be gangbanged so badly, there are wagonloads of men I'm sure will help you scratch that itch. Both the giant woman Maxim and the blonde growled at him, the blonde with blue wisps of flame dancing around his fingers. She didn't seem to be aware of the action. Young man, that's no way to talk to someone. Fleur is a great student and top of her class. Maxim yelled at her as Karkaroff and Victor studied the blonde while she studied the three of them with narrowed eyes. After the insult he had just thrown at her, she wanted to burn him alive. After Maxim finished, the girl herself spoke. Who are you to judge? What you feel is my charm. It's a defense for us, part Vila. We should inform Dumbledore of your behavior, young man, what is your name? Maxima demanded, no way this idiot Abraxane would get away with insulting her charge. I also demand that you apologize properly to Zofleur Oz. The giant of a woman continuously berated him while the blonde Fleur breathed deeply while her younger sister held her hand. He noticed the silver feathers on her arm before they disappeared. It seemed that he was the only witness to the small event. You know it's really rude to ask someone's name before introducing yourself first. Apologies, Drumstrang director Igor Karkaroff, here's Victor Krum, my star student. Is it natural to play favorites with your students? Sai asked before turning to Victor, nice to meet you, Mute-kun. Aren't I mute? Victor said, confused. I assumed your clearly biased headmaster has been speaking for you ever since we met in Diagon Alley. With that, Sai turned to Maxim with his creepy grin. Would you introduce them to Slutty-chan and her younger sister, Mongrel-san? The headmistress's head turned red with rage, while Fleur's hand burst into blue flames. This time, the two wizards took notice and stepped back. Gritting her teeth, which everyone could hear, listen, little tyke, I'm the headmistress of Olympe Maxim de Beauxbaton. Her French accent grew thicker as she growled her reply, followed by Fleur, though Gabrielle smiled hesitantly before ducking behind her sister. May we please have her name? Options, to be honest, I expected them to storm off, now you have to give some information. Nice to meet you. I'm Harry Potter. Now, if you don't mind, you're interrupting me and my friend Naruto Uzumaki. With that, he got into the car and shut the door in their faces. Who was that Sai? Harry asked when he saw him come in. Just some insignificant little creatures who interrupted our fun and wanted to talk to Idiot-kun. By the way, why do you keep calling Naruto an idiot all the time? It's a nickname. I understand, but why do you call him an idiot? Flashback. Sai stalked the backstage halls of the arena. The rapidly becoming famous idol, Naruko-chan, had just finished one of her concerts. She had to travel from Konoha to the land of ramen. It was a new country that emerged after the prince of the land of noodles fell in love with the princess of the land of broth. The two countries were constantly at each other's throats. They reportedly met at one of Naruko-chan's concerts and stood up to her parents and got married. He was going to investigate Naruko-chan and report back, and he thought he would get her autograph so Naruto-kun could return to Konoha from his year-long trip with Lord Jiraiya. He'd already eliminated the two guards guarding the entrance behind the stage and stuffed the bodies into a secluded utility closet. He kept to the shadows of the ceiling tile at the intersection and edged closer into the shadows when he saw two large figures standing guard in front of his target. They weren't shinobi, so with two super fast flicks of his wrist, I fell like a sack of potatoes. That was it. He pulled out a small scroll and a pen and, placing it in one hand, used his free hand to turn the doorknob. Locked. Pressing his ear against the door, he tried to listen for any movement inside. He heard the water running, which meant Naruko-chan was most likely in the shower. That was good. It gave him time to pick the lock and he entered quietly. Once the door was closed, he opened a bouquet of flowers and placed it on the coffee table. He decided to wait until Naruko-chan finished showering. He sat down in a chair and studied the room. It was sparse, with a sofa and a chair, the one he was sitting on, and a table. In the corner was her shiny blue komodo with an orange sash. He saw her in it not long ago during her performance. You soon heard the shower turn off, and then a second later the sound of feet hitting the floor reached your ears. You stood up and was ready to introduce yourself when Naruto said it was polite to do so. The bathroom door opened leaving a pool of steam on the floor. Sai was quite backing into the spot in front of it. Standing there with a towel wrapped around his waist was one other than Naruto, who looked at you in confusion before smiling. "Hey Sai, how did you enjoy the show?" I could tell it surprised him, but Naruto managed to recover and act like he knew I was there. Sai started to smile. "I wanted to get your autograph when you get back to the village. If you don't mind Hickless." He smiled, now holding the scroll and quill. The retrospective ends. When the train pulled into the station, Draco never got his answer. When everyone stood up, it was Blaze who noticed the change in the room. Mrs. Weasley, when did you pick up Potter?" Then it was probably noticed that the shock of blonde hair was replaced by black and blazing blue eyes were replaced by emerald green. Harry lifted his head while Molly and he looked at each other in confusion. He had never been hugged or treated kindly before when he was younger. It felt nice, warm, comforting, and protective. Her eyes slowly moved to close, her head rested on his shoulder, and he was out. "Point," Sai announced as they left. "What?" was the general question. Sai just smiled, deciding to give them this one. Naruto-kun went ahead to avoid the large crowd outside the train that will probably ambush him when he gets off the train. He switched with Harry and Molly-san's arms to help protect him from the crowd as well, he's just as famous as Hennisless. Lucius was surprised by the tactics Naruto used, it was quite cunning of him. First time, this way." A voice boomed from the crowd. Hagrid waved his lantern, indicating where to look. "Well, see you at 6 o'clock at the feast, go on ahead with Mr. Hagrid, your first time seeing Hogwarts should be spectacular." Molly led the way for the first years and the guests from the other schools. Harry had slipped away while the rest headed for the carriages. The five Genin and Sai followed the rest to the lake shower, where small boats were ready to take them across. "Alright, 5 to boat, we have some bigger boats to take you all." Hagrid grins, inviting them to board. As the five Genin started towards one, they stopped when Sai stood in front of them with his eyes closed and that grin on his face. Sai, can you move so we can leave?" Choji asked. "Unfortunately for you, your sensei of the year has decided to start the year with simple chakra control exercises." "What, wait, who's your sensei?" Kiba asked. It might be Iruka sensei, but he was a Chunin, he didn't have the credentials to face Genin. As Kiba screamed, attracting the attention of those around them, he finally hit Shikamaru, and now the other spectacle fell to the ground. "Shit, it's Naruto." The other four turned their heads towards him in fear, and both Kiba and Choji remembered the study sessions they were forced to go through. Apparently, his parents had commissioned a D-rank mission that Naruto-sensei had accepted on his behalf. Naruto tended to take his frustration out on his work. As a shinobi who was encouraged to a point and Naruto breaks that 3 times, Hinata wasn't spared either. Naruto promised to make her strong like she wanted and had to bribe him with ramen if he didn't do everything in her power. Missions were different. "I didn't know Naruto could be a teacher?" asked Hagrid. "A Chunin is only qualified to teach academy students until they graduate. Once they do, a Jonin takes over as sensei and guides them through their shinobi career and forms familial bonds. Shinobi sensei are held in the highest regard, sometimes more so than the Hokage. With only Naruto-kun and I holding the proper rank, Naruto gave your senseis a romantic getaway to the land of love. They will be there for the lovers' festival." "I didn't know Suma-sensei was dating Kurenai-sensei," Choji asked Shikamaru. Shikamaru couldn't even bring himself to say troublesome, so he just gave a deep sigh, which he knew he'd be doing all year. A deal with Naruto was never simple. Naruto was shinobi 24/7 and could outrun the Energizer Bunny, which he did, he still couldn't figure out how that happened. "Guys, it's inevitable, we might as well learn what we can. What does Naruto want us to do?" I smiled, I decided to start with a simple chakra control exercise. Before he continued, there were groans from the shinobi. "What's going on?" Ginny asked as she went to the front of the crowd to watch. "We'd better make this quick, as if we're going to get to the party in time," Hagrid told them, gesturing for the rest of them to get on board. "Banquet?" Choji perked up and started salivating. Sai smiled wider, his instructions were clear, if you wish to join the rest for the party, you simply have to cross the lake to the castle, without the aid of a boat or other living beings. "Can you give us a demonstration?" Shikamaru smiled. If he didn't show himself, they might be able to get through this. Beside him, Ginny sneezed. As the crowd drew closer, Sai simply turned toward the black lake and walked toward it. He reached the shore, but didn't slow down. His next step touched the surface of the water, and he went no further. He continued with his hands in his pockets and crossed the lake as if he were strolling along a dirt road. They soon lost sight of him in the fog. "It's just around the corner," shouted Hagrid, hopefully hearing him. "Alright, I guess I'll see you at the party, onward." The ship sped onward and were soon out of sight. "We have to hurry or all the food will be gone," Choji said in a panic, running toward the lake. Choji wasn't as stupid as many of his classmates might think. It was similar to the tree-walking exercise Asuma-sensei had made them do before coming here. By pushing chakra into his feet, he was able to stay on the surface for at least 5 steps before diving into the cold water. Cold, cold, cold. He shivered as he pulled himself out and walked back to dry land. "Nice try, man, but now let me show you how it's done." Kiba took his turn and ran towards the lake. He pushed as much chakra as he could and ended up launching himself into the air. He gained a good distance, and once he started down towards the water again, he tried the same trick. Unfortunately, he slid across the surface. Even though it was cold, he fell as soon as his momentum slowed. Once he'd made his shivering way back to the shore, Shino was next. Thanks to his insect allies, they continued to buzz towards him, helping him walk along the surface. Instead of a continuous flow like walking on a tree, you need to fluctuate your chakra to stay above the ripples and waves. He gave them more advice while his allies helped him. Soon they were making progress. Just as they reached a bend Hagrid told him to watch out for, Shino froze when he felt something large swimming beneath him. "What's wrong with Shino-kun?" Hinata asked, coming up behind them. That's when something sucked Shino underwater. Everyone's eyes widened. Holy sage balls, what did Shino just catch? Kiba almost lost his concentration and fell if Hinata didn't catch him in time. "This has become more problematic, let's retreat and come up with a plan." "We can't leave Shino." Kiba yelled at him. "We can't help him if we don't know what we're up against. Remember, this is Naruto's training." That shut Kiba up. Before they could take 7 steps back, a group of something small that looked like a cross between an octopus and an anglerfish surrounded Hinata and pulled her underwater. "Move." Shikamaru shouted as he pulled out 2 kunai ready for battle. Hogwarts. The group of returning and alumni made their way to the Great Hall. When the doors opened, they were greeted by the sight of the head table. On his throne-like chair, the headmaster sat smiling in the bright purple robes he liked to wear. He was gesturing for them to enter. "Come in and take a seat while we wait for our first years and guests. I would ask our senior students to sit further back, as this is a school, after all. At least until all the announcements have been made." Sitting on his lap was Naruto in his school robes, but he was wearing Dumbledore's ridiculous hat. The 3 of them seemed to be in cheerful conversation. The chair to Dumbledore's left was empty where Deputy Headmistress McGonagall normally sat, but mysteriously she was gone. After that, Severus Snape sat next to the empty chair, still wearing his patient grimace. Next to him was Gilderoy Lockhart. He must have been hired for the defense professor position. He was talking animatedly, waving his arms around trying to attract the attention of the entire table. Poor Snape and Flickwick were sitting next to him, taking their seats before chatting away. Naruto was sent to his house stable, but not before being told to return the hat to the headmaster. "What were you talking to the headmaster about mustaches?" Pansy asked as everyone took their usual seats, with Naruto between the girls and Draco sitting opposite him with Theo and Blaze to his right and Cab and Goyle to his left. Naruto blushed as he looked at the table. He wanted him to sign a conduct contract. They couldn't help but laugh at that. Some families do that when their children get out of control. It was like a bribe. The child had received a reward for good behavior, after all. "What did you do to earn that?" Theo asked. "There were incidents last year, and Dumbledore wanted to cover all his bases so it wouldn't happen again this year." More laughter. "What did you get out of that at least?" This time coming from Goyle. Naruto simply smiled at them with his eyes closed, but before he could respond, the doors opened, drawing everyone's attention. They expected Professor McGonagall, or the first years and their foreign guests, to come running. Instead, a single figure walked in, easily recognizable by his emotionless eyes and creepy smile. "Sigh dear, where are the others?" Molly, who was sitting near the door, asked him. "It seems I'm ahead of them. They should catch up any moment." Before they could continue speaking, they heard the hurried click of heels. Coming through the doors was a disheveled missing Professor McGonagall. He was tucking his hair into his hat and smoothing down his robes. "I apologize for being late. I had to run some last-minute errands in the alley, and it came out later than usual," he said quickly, approaching the sorting hat. "Alright Minerva, though out of curiosity, why are you wearing the same robes you were yesterday when you left for the alley?" Dumbledore asked innocently, though he was quiet enough that only she heard. She froze, her eyes wide. He knew it, and he was reprimanding her. She was no longer a student where he had to constantly chastise her for inappropriate behavior to the point where he instructed her in transfiguration. She bowed her head and turned towards the doors. Finally, the doors opened, and the crowd of foreign guests and new first years entered the Great Hall, though once again the genin were absent. Dumbledore rose from his throne-like chair to address the Great Hall. "Welcome students, new and old, and I'd also like to welcome our sister schools. Since we'll be sharing classes and living spaces, in the spirit of cooperation, we'll be sorting all new guests into each of the houses." The headmaster sat down and gestured for McGonagall to begin. "Abiram Shino." McGonagall shouted. There was silence as everyone wondered where the missing ninja had gone. A large figure crashed through the giant windows behind a staff table. Snape reacted quickly and shielded everyone. The figure landed causing a small tremor. At first everyone thought it was a giant, before it began to shrink, until it was the size of a large 12-year-old boy with brown bones and swirls on each cheek. Following it was a giant ravenous white and brown wolf, which flew in through the broken window carrying its owner and his teammate. Behind them was a buzzing swarm of insects, riding that swarm was a trench-coated genin wearing sunglasses. As they all landed, the shadow they created spun for a moment before another figure was thrown out. Unlike the others, this person rolled a little before coming to a stop on their back. While the others were wide awake, bruised, cut, soaked, ready to fight, and in desperate need of a change of clothes, he was all of that except he was passed out and snoring. As the giant white and brown wolf shrank back into its pup form, the great hall lit up with chatter about what they had just witnessed. Dumbledore clapped his hands and smiled, a wonderful entrance. I wish we had thought of doing something like that, but it was ruled out. Perhaps next time, he remarked to Snape and Minerva. I see you've finally finished the simple exercise, Sai said, walking over and joining them. This made him glare. Even the gentle Choji looked ready to crush him into the ground. Hiba had gone berserk, you call that simple? That giant squid swallowed us whole several times, not only that, don't think we didn't figure out those traps you set, you sick sadistic bastard. I'm not responsible for your training, and if you can't handle a simple exercise, how would you survive the year? Hiba. Haruka burst out, his head growing to the size of Hagrid's as he spoke. Watch your language. Kiba immediately cowered and shut up. Turning to the headmaster, he gave a slight bow. Sorry about that, he rubbed the shock out of his nose. Alright, Professor Yumino. I must say your entry was quite interesting. The headmaster just flashed a smile, and Haruka swore he thought that expression was familiar. Now that everyone is present, let the sorting begin. He waved his hand at Minerva. Classification. Aburum Shino. As the vice headmistress put on the sorting hat, it began spewing out house names at a rate they had never seen before. Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, you damn women. Slow down. I can't keep up. She finally lost it after the 700th mark. McGonagall just looked at it with a shocked expression, though the rest of the hall looked on with interest. This was the first time the hat had ever spoken besides sorting each student. Many thought its only function was to sort and didn't have a thought of its own. We're still on the first student, McGonagall replied in shock. The hat looked confused as it looked under its lip at Shino. Huh, Ravenclaw? It was really hard to say with everyone talking at once. Shino took off his hat and walked over to the table that seemed to be cheering him on. Akamichi Choji. Just as the hat was placed on his head, a loud gurgling sound came from the hat. Blinking, the hat turned to McGonagall, that's a new sensation. I'm glad there's a feast. Do you think they'll serve meatballs? We can have the house elves bring you something, right now we need these people to get ready. Okay, you don't have to be so squeamish, of course he's headed to Hufflepuff. McGonagall looked ready to set her on fire, so she decided to continue. Fleur Delacour. She was sorted into Ravenclaw without incident. Minerva and the hat exchanged glances once she left. What, I'm sorting here, call the next one. She swore something was wrong with the sorting hat today. It's not usually this talkative. As Fleur made her way to the blue table, Sai stood in the line of young students and older guests waiting to be sorted. He could guess which houses the young genin would go into. He watched Slutty-chan walk towards the blue table now called Ravenclaw across from the Slytherin table that Naruto was sorted into. Looking towards said table, he could see Naruto's head slightly tilted, so his hair covered his eyes, and he was twitching a little. He must still be able to feel her charm. What's wrong, Whiskers? Pansy asked worriedly once she saw him start to squirm in his seat. This made the rest of her group look over to take notice. Skipping over others, Hyuga Hinata. Everyone turned around as another of the shinobi approached the stool. Gryffindor. The hat shouted, but Minerva didn't immediately take off her hat, instead staring at it. What? Asked a hat, noticing her scrutiny. Inyazuka Kiba. Just as the wild-looking ninja took a single step forward, the hat shouted from far away, Gryffindor. They haven't even placed you on its head yet, how else would you know which house it would fit into? McGonagall scolded the hat. This wasn't how traditional sorting was done. Oh, come on, he obviously belongs in Gryffindor. That, and I remember being told to sort him into that house. Who told you that? The assistant principal demanded. This hat was breaking tradition. Never mind that, he might have fleas too, I didn't want to take any chances. McGonagall looked at said person scratching his head as he shrugged and headed to his home table. More students crumb Victor. Many were either disappointed or excited when the sorting hat placed him in Hufflepuff. Nara Shikamaru. Everyone looked at the still sleeping genin when Sai decided to help. Don't stop the line now, lazybones. And without any remorse, he kicked him onto the stool. It's urgent, Shikamaru muttered, rubbing his side and sitting up. Just as they placed the hat on his head, they both seemed to fall asleep. In Shikamaru's mind. The sorting hat sat there in a cool green field with a single tree providing shade atop a hill. There was a gentle breeze to cool him off in the heat. It wasn't oppressive, but a pleasant warmth. In the sky, he could see the clouds floating by, and every now and then they changed shape. Everything was so detailed that he could feel everything, and he was a hat to boot. Looking to his right, he stared at the boy he was about to select. He lay there comfortably with his hands behind his back, one leg bent while the other was straight, and his eyes closed. The sunlight radiating warmth only reached waist level, while the shade of the tree shielded his eyes from the light. Looking around again, the Sorting Hat's gaze fell on the young man again. "So, are you thinking about a nap? Wake up." The Sorting Hat snorted awake and looked at McGonagall. "How? You fell asleep in the middle of the selection ceremony. What's wrong? Are your charms falling apart?" Her face was red and she was fuming. They were being embarrassed in front of their sister schools. "I want you to know I wasn't sleeping, I was just trying to find the right house to sort him into." He trailed off before yawning. "Ravenclaw." The teacher moved on before she did anything to the hat she might regret. Sigh. She had a confused look on her face as the surnames seemed intentionally smudged. 30 minutes later. There were murmurs around the tables about some sort of stand. The Sorting Hat was waiting there, wondering and hungry. She noticed the deputy headmistress bandaging her foot, her lips pressed into a thin line. "So, shall we get this party started, or is there someone else I should order?" This earned her a glare. "We've been standing here waiting for you to sort the last student. Would you please do it now?" The headmaster raised a hand to calm her, but she looked ready to give them both a light. This statement made the Sorting Hat blink. Whatever doesn't exist, there isn't. "Yes, you've been sitting on his head for the last 30 minutes. Many here are tired and hungry, so take your time." By this point, McGonagall was becoming irritable and more irritable than Snap usually was. If the hat could look skeptical, it did. Lifting its brim, it peered underneath and blinked. There was a boy beneath it. Didn't I sort you already?" Said boy had a blank expression and a creepy smile that shouldn't be there. "Not this time." "Munoz, it's not you, so which house do you want to be in?" Since he couldn't really get into his mind, he opted for option 2, letting the child choose. "You can't do that. You're the Sorting Hat, you're supposed to be the one sorting them." "Minerva, perhaps you should sit down and rest," the headmaster suggested. "But Albus." "Minerva," he said sternly. This seemed to intimidate her, and she fell silent. When the Sorting Hat asked again, Sai simply pointed toward the green and silver table, or more likely directly at Naruto. Whatever house Hickless was sorted into. Slytherin. Those who knew the young man weren't surprised by the sorting, but those in Slytherin stepped forward. Walking over, Sai sat directly across from Naruto after pushing Draco aside, earning a glare and a hiss from the blonde. Once everyone was seated, the headmaster stood up. A few announcements before the feast. "First, I'd like to welcome you all to Hogwarts for the first time. We have an exciting year ahead of us, starting with our new challenge against the dark arts professor Gilderoy Lockhart." The room erupted in applause as said man stood up and smiled as he greeted them, many women swooning over him. Smiling, the headmaster continued. Yes, I'd also like to introduce the professor who will be teaching a new class this year, Haruka Yamino. He's a teacher at the Shinobi Academy in Konoha." A man to the headmaster's right stood up to greet and smile nervously. He had brown hair tied back in a ponytail and a very noticeable scar across his nose. He wore blue jumpsuits with a green flak jacket with many pockets. "These classes will teach you the history and culture of the elemental nations. However, I advise you to take these classes very seriously if you sign up to take them. Shinobi are masters of their art, and the skills they are willing to share with you will save your life one day." The hall was silent. No one had ever seen the headmaster so serious. They always saw him as the jolly old headmaster of the school. Some now remembered that even to this day, Albus Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of his time. "The door at the end of the third corridor in the left wing is forbidden to all who," grumbled those who were around last year. "They are not shinobi. It is for their use during their studies. Sometimes a shinobi must keep their studies a secret." As everyone started on their plates, Sai studied Naruto, who was still squirming a little while Pansy fussed over him. "Come on, Whiskers, what's going on? You can tell me. I'll do my best to make it better." "I see Slutty-chan is still getting to you, even from across the room." This earned her several pairs of eyes. "Who is it?" "Horny-chan." Sai pointed to one of the French schoolgirls sitting at the Ravenclaw table. "I met her on the train. She was the one who interrupted our game. She said she couldn't control her charm because she's half creator or something." "That explains the boys." Daphne gestured to Theo, Blaze, Draco, Goyle, and Kreb. "She must be part Viola, then." Daphne spoke up. "They're known to lure men in and eat them like a succubus." "She doesn't look like a succubus, and they don't eat their prey." That comment broke everyone's trance. Blinking, the boys looked at Sai. "How would you know what a succubus looks like?" This came from Blaze, who smacked Theo on the back of his head to get him to pay attention instead of staring at the cute Viola. "That's because Naruto-kun has one in his harem." "But what?" They all cried out in surprise. This caught the attention of some of the older Slytherins. Soon there was a bit more confusion and a crowd surrounded the two for a good gossip. Wait, are you telling us that little Naruto here has a harem? One of the Quidditch players asked, the boys patting him on the back while the girls looked at him. Well, there's the Kunoichi from the hidden waterfall village. Who is more like a little sister? Naruto muttered. Oh, then what about Shizuka-chan from Nadeshiko village? What is Nadeshiko village? Another Slytherin asked. It is an exclusive Kunoichi village, and any male found within its borders is executed on the spot. They choose their mates by fighting them, and if they lose, they submit to the strongest and bear their children. If it is a male, they send him outside the village to be with his father, and if they are female, they keep them and raise them as a Kunoichi. And should I lose my temper? Theo asked nervously. Turning to him, Sai's smile deepened. They're killed, of course. So you're saying Naruto beat up one of them and lost his virginity? Flint asked Jinning. This, for some reason, infuriates both Pansy and Daphne. She didn't become a Kunoichi until a few years later, so it didn't really count. Naruto is still red. So what about the high priestess of the demon country? Xion has a whole country to run and priestesses to do, she's too busy and just wants my help creating a new priestess when the time comes. Naruto said this as if it were nothing, he actually liked Xion and considered her a friend and would help her with anything she needed. This comment, of course, left many of his companions with their mouths open. Yuki Fujika's? Naruto simply tilted his head, hiding half of his face. Who is she? Pansy asked, noticing Naruto's red face. She's a famous actress in the elemental nations. She's made many films and is the daimyo of the land of snow and spring. She's almost as popular as Naruto-chan and… At this, they leaned closer. She currently has the highest bid for Naruto-kun's virginity. There were gasps and blushes, and some of the boys booed Naruto. Are you saying Whiskers is a paid prostitute? How much for her time? Daphne asked, laughing. Sai studied her for a second before deciding he liked her. Only those who joined the S&I division can accept such contracts. Blinking, the group approached, not believing what they were hearing. Ooh, I didn't know Whiskers was into that sort of thing. Daphne licked her lips as her gaze turned to a red-faced Naruto. Those around laughed. It was a rare occasion when they could tease Naruto. Last year, many had learned that Naruto could even outnumber the Weasley twins by a fairly wide margin. Well, beautiful Chan, Daphne blushed when Pansy frowned at her. Why do you call her that, and yet you call me a horrible name? Well, Hitch-chan, I read that giving nicknames based on memorable attributes, here Ferret-kun. At this he gestured to Draco, who glared at him. To answer your question, though Naruto-kun likes it rough, it stands for Seduction and Intelligence Gathering Division. Naruto-kun has been trained to please anyone, but when one enrolls in the division, if they are a virgin, their virginities are sold to the highest bidder. The money from that goes to the shinobi with a small percentage going to the village. When a request comes in for a trained escort, those selected are drawn from this small group of specialized ninja. There were gasps and giggles from the group around them. Why would you join if you're forced to do things like that, Naruto? I mean, it sounds like a dream job pleasing women all day. Flint and Pusey's eyes glazed over their fantasies. Do you think you could introduce us to some of your friends? Flint laughed and blushed. As long as you pay the fee, and he joined because he failed his exams to join Anko-sen in the T&I department. What's going on down here? Lucius asked, followed by a few other adults. As he asked, he looked to his son for the answer. Laughing with the rest of the group, Draco explained. Who in their right mind trains a child to do that? Naruto-kun was trained by Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He took Naruto on a training trip through the elemental nations and visited all the hot springs and brothels. Who in their right mind takes a child to a brothel? This Jiraiya sounds disgusting. Jiraiya is a self-proclaimed super pervert and Naruto-kun became his apprentice. Now we want to go back to that exam you failed, Whiskers, what is the T&I department you kept failing in? Merlin Daff, that's a little cruel. Theo spoke here, even if he was also interested. It means torture and interrogation. Sai saw some faces go pale at that. I see, and Naruto failed, so why couldn't he bear to cause extreme pain to others? Sai's smile deepened, and his eyes never wavered from their blank stare. Not at all. His biggest problem is that the subject keeps dying before he can extract a single bit of information. In his last examinations, I saw him take out a heart and eat it in front of its owner, causing the male co-conspirator to be so scared he had a heart attack and died with an erection. He joined the seduction team because it was much easier to extract information from him than to torture him. The group fell silent and pale at these words. I only did that because you challenged me. Naruto snapped. Sai just nodded at that. By the way, Naruto-kun, since we're here, let's play a game. If you win, I'll give you a prize. What's the prize? Naruto asked almost as soon as the question came out. Sai pulled out a small, yellow, cylindrical cup with a yellow lid and writing they couldn't read all over it. Naruto's eyes lit up with pure joy and he nodded enthusiastically. Okay, let's do this. Smiling now, he sat up straighter. What is it anyway? Draco asked. It's the perfect cup of ramen. Sai replied, causing the group to laugh. Naruto had made a name for himself this past year as a ramen addict. There are many different types of shinobi, one type we call funin. The group laughed. Really, funin? Theo grunted between laughs. The funin is a ninja who risks their lives to find the rarest and most delicious ingredients from around the world. Each one strives to perfect a dish that is unparalleled. One such ninja has retired and owns a ramen stand that Naruto-kun visits every day. He only makes 3 of these a year. One for a raffle, one for a sale, and the last one, specifically for Naruto-kun's birthday. Which one is that? I got this from a merchant who won the bid. Unfortunately, he came into contact with some high-ranking men and was killed in the process. We chased them, and that's how I acquired the ramen. Now Naruto-kun, since I was the one challenging you, you have to go first. Everyone started to back away, not knowing what to expect in a game of shinobi. Naruto started by placing a cup filled with some kind of oozing black liquid. Without hesitation, Sai simply lifted the cup and drank it all and placed the cup on the table. They looked at each other before Sai nodded. Not bad, what was it by the way? Did you drink something without knowing what it was first? Lucius asked, these games starting to sound pretty crazy. That's what makes the game fun, Sai replied. It's tarantula venom. Naruto answered her previous question. The group simply stared at him in horror before turning to Sai. Where did you get the stuff? Teo asked. There's a nest in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid sometimes enlists my help to keep it from overpopulating the entire forest. My turn. Sai said, placing a glass filled with a dark red, almost black liquid. Naruto tilted his head. Too easy, you seem to be losing your touch, Sai-kun. He proceeded to drink the glass, going so far as to taste every drop in it, making it look flawless. He did it in such a way, making it look like an erotic form, that many of the boys found themselves bent over the edge. Huffing and puffing heavily, her cheeks flushed, Daphne seems to be shaking with excitement. What was that? I just watch you eat ramen like that. When did you meet a Hazuki? Naruto asked. What's a Hokkai? Is it some kind of drink? That was the blood of the last member of the Hazuki who turned their bodies into water. Everyone looked a little horrified that Naruto only drank blood. Are you some kind of vampire? Crab asked, looking green. Naruto-kun and I were once snowed while escorting a caravan. There was a huge blizzard and it lasted 3 months straight. We ended up having to consume caravan members to stay alive. We failed that mission, but I'm alive. That did nothing to ease the growing tension at the table. Your Highness' turn. Naruto was starting to get a little annoyed with Sai, so the thing he placed in front of him made the group around him back away and cover their noses from the smell. You're not really going to eat that, are you? Draco asked him. Even some at the next table were covering their noses from the smell. Sai simply stabbed it with his fork and proceeded to eat it. Many turned away from their plates with upset stomachs at the sight of the two. Once she was finished, she turned to Naruto. My turn. Sai placed a bowl in front of Naruto, filled with half a dozen eyeballs. Looking up from the bowl, Naruto glared at his friend. I don't understand what you're doing, he said as he casually popped one eyeball at a time by chewing and swallowing. Those around him turned green. How could Naruto have casually eaten that? With one last round left, Naruto placed a veil in front of Sai, who looked at it curiously. Without asking, Sai simply opened the cap and drank it. Soon everyone waited to see what Naruto gave them. After about a minute of nothing happening, they looked disappointed. Whiskers, what was that? Daphne asked. Pointing at Sai, what happens when you mix tarantula venom with sapphire beetle dung and a vial of bone-mending potion? You're saying you've been experimenting with potions, that's extremely dangerous, Lucio told him. As shinobi, we make our own poisons, the potion is like this. Do you happen to have those poisons with you? No, he said dejectedly, after the troll incident and that time in the Great Hall, and Professor Quirrell's accidental death, the headmaster and staff put stricter regulations on potion experimentation and ingredients. They don't want another incident like last year. So what's going to happen to him? Draco asked, pointing at the motionless eye. Oh, not much really, I created a paralyzing potion that wizards can easily replicate. Professor Snape said that he would be happy to teach this potion to your class due to its usefulness and the fact that it wouldn't be too dangerous if something were to go wrong. Looking at Sai, they could all see him sitting there still, he couldn't even open his mouth to speak, his muscles refusing to move from their current position, and most of all, he watched as Naruto extracted his prize from him. Since you can no longer continue with the game, it's my victory. He cheered, holding up his prize. After preparing and pouring the hot water inside, Naruto replaced the lid, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands as if in prayer. There was a sudden gasp from the Hufflepuff table. With surprisingly graceful speed, Choji stood in front of Naruto, staring into the yellow styrofoam cup. Is that what I think it is? Yes. Sai replied. Soon, a crowd of other tables began to file past. It was a time for socializing anyway. Sai's creepy smile grew as more and more witnesses looked on. But determination burning in his eyes, Choji hovered his hand over the lid of the ramen cup. I challenge you for the right to taste this heavenly dish. He ignited his chakra, and as he raised his hand, a glowing seal remained. Gasps came from some, and others cheered. Naruto, for his part, didn't react to Choji, but remained in his stance as if he had never heard him in the first place. Choji, what are you thinking? You have to give up now before it's too late. Shika told his best friend, who had no idea the danger he was in. Soon, even Hinata and Shino were trying to reason with him, but when it came to food, Choji always followed his heart. What's going on here? A pair of confused red-haired twins joined in, soon Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and Harry, along with the Weasley parents gathered around. The others looked confused before a panicked Iruka ran over to the table. Once he saw what was placed between the two, his face paled. He knew Naruto better than anyone, and when it came to ramen, well, the only thing worse you could do was turn traitor. Choji, you must surrender now. It is essential that you do not pursue this any further. I can't do that, sensei. As a shinobi I must represent and fight as the future greatest food ninja in the entire world. There was fire in his eyes. Iruka sighed and stepped back. He turned around and found Snape standing behind him. You might want to call a nurse or a doctor. Snape could see the sweat trickling down his forehead. Acting quickly, he sent a message and turned to Iruka. Would you mind explaining exactly what's going on here? It was astonishing to see Severus Snape's famous cowl work even on a ninja like Iruka. Many leaned closer to listen to the conversation, while Naruto never moved. He was like one of the statues standing around the castle. Well, only 3 of those cups are made each year. One will be presented as a prize during the Ramen Festival, while another will be auctioned off to help fund the Foodnin's restaurant. The Foodnin who created this dish placed a stasis seal on the lid to keep it fresh for whoever the winner is. He retired and opened a ramen shop in Konoha. Snape gestured to Choji, who was staring at Naruto, who still hadn't moved. Well, because of ramen's rarity, many shinobi struggle to even try it. I still don't understand the obsession with that. Lucius joined them along with his wife. Well, you'd have to try it to understand, although I didn't get the chance to try it either. At that moment, Choji decided he'd waited long enough to make his move. Lurching forward, his hands mere inches from the glorious cup, he laughs. Aha! Choji screamed, tipping backward and falling off the bench. Those around him jumped back screaming. Choji's arms looked shattered from fingertips to elbow, bones seemed broken in several places, and hands looked like they were crushed by something heavy. Naruto had never moved from his position, but at that moment, he opened his eyes and looked around the room as if confused before resting on top of Choji. He closed his eyes once more and smiled at him. Oh, Choji, did you want to try ramen too? Go ahead and enjoy. He pushed the cup of ramen closer to him, and the seal on top disappeared. Pop music. The nose that indicated the ramen was ready to eat. Choji looked from Naruto to the ramen and finally to his arms. He would have to go to the infirmary to heal them. Sniffing his arms, he knew what was going to happen next. It's okay, Naruto-kun, I'm not that hungry, you can have it. He was sweating by the end, he felt nervous, and the way Naruto smiled at him indicated there would be no other conclusion. Smiling bigger, thank you, Choji-kun. Clapping his hands together, Itadakimasu. Plunk. Naruto put his hands back in position. Itadakimasu. Clunk. He moved his hand to the left. Clunk. He moved his hand to the right. Clunk. Clunk clunk clunk. Naruto finally opened his eyes and looked down. He searched high and low on the table, but couldn't find his yellow heaven cup. Looking around at the faces he saw was mostly shocking for what he did to Choji. He shouldn't have done the challenge, simple as that. Others looked a little gleeful at the violent display. He made a note to remember those faces. The ninjas looked as if everything was normal. When Naruto's gaze finally landed on Sai-kun, he knew where his heavenly cup went. Why? Because to everyone around them, Sai's expression looked blank and his creepy smile unnerving. However, to Naruto, he was beaming with excitement, he could feel it and continued to stare. He then noticed Sai-kun's eyes weren't looking at him, but instead were passing over his shoulder. It was then that he heard slurping directly behind him. Slowly turning around and looking up, Naruto found himself face to face with Gilderoy Lockhart. He drank a little more before noticing Naruto's steady gaze. Well, little Naruto, I noticed your fight with your classmate and decided to confiscate the reason you were fighting. No need to thank me. He took another bite of the cup before the cup disappeared and what was left inside as well, Naruto noticed, as did Sai, whose smile continued to grow. I don't see the big problem with this ramen, it's just a little too salty and over-seasoned. As he continued, he never noticed Naruto's frozen state of shock or the small tremble coming from Sai. Why not? Shouldn't we do something? Lukyui's asked the head of Slytherin and the new ninja professor. The two men exchanged a glance and seemed to come to the same conclusion. Naruto-kun is more than capable of taking care of himself. I don't want anything to do with that eccentric idiot. While Choji was being led to the infirmary, the other houses were being shown to their common rooms. Along the way, they were told that the houses had been expanded to accommodate the additional bodies in the castle. Usually, the prefects lead the way, but this time it seemed the head of house had more announcements. Gryffindor. As the red and gold-clad students made their way to the common room, Professor McGonagall stood in front of the fireplace, waiting for everyone to fit before beginning. "Hello," laugh. The entire room jumped at the voice coming from the window. Turning around, they saw Naruto sitting there with a wide grin wearing his red haori with black flames. "Naruto, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in the dungeons with the Slytherins?" Hermione asked. "We are, but 3 of us were chosen to give the rest of the announcements while the chief is away." This statement confused the room, so Naruto continued. "Now then, first of all, welcome and good luck to all who choose to accept this class. First years are more than welcome to join the class, though they are not eligible for a place in Konoha." As he spoke, the red pillow he was playing with in his hands was replaced by another red-haired object, Ginny Weasley. As she and the room looked on in confusion, some looked at the spot it used to occupy, only to find the red pillow occupying the spot. He ran his hands through his hair as he spoke. Ginny began to lean into his curses, her eyes closing due to drowsiness. Secondly, since there are students taking this class among their regular class and those who have already graduated, there will be 2 heads of household. The first will be Professor McGonagall, who will be in charge of the students, and Pirate San will be in charge of the adults. Everyone looked at him in confusion, wondering who this pirate was. The few remaining Auroras in Gryffindor laughed, connecting the dots. There was a loud snort as a man with one leg and the other ending in a claw made of wood stomped forward, using his cane to assist him, his single wild-eyed eye swirling. "Alistair Moody, and while you're not in class, you'll be training with me and the rest of the houses." He smirked at the last part, making many of his subordinates uncomfortable. "True, since there will only be 3 spots available for those who have already graduated, it will be fierce competition to secure a spot and more time to train, while there are 12 spots for students. Lastly, Quidditch tryouts are held the last 2 weeks of September, and this year's winning team will have the opportunity to travel to Konoha and introduce the game to the students of the Shinobi Academy through an exhibition match." The room filled with cheers and excitement as he declared Gryffindor's victory. "Okay, that will be that, see you in class tomorrow, Jonna." With that he disappeared in a puff of smoke, waking Ginny from her pleasant trance. "What just happened?" he asked, looking at the faces around him. Moody merely creaked as McGonagall gave her usual speech and led them to bed. Hufflepuff. "So, Choji, how are your arms? I can't believe Naruto would do something like that." Choji was being teased by 2 second-year girls, Susan and Hannah. "I'll be fine. The nurse said everything should be fixed by tomorrow morning. Don't eat too hard on Naruto-kun. I challenged him, and as a warrior, I did what I had to do." Susan and Hannah swooned at his forgiving nature and kindness. Since he was still recovering and had his arms bandaged, the 2 girls offered to feed him some of their baked goods. He was in heaven. "You're quite forgiving, you'll fit right in with Hufflepuff," Tonk said from her chair. She was able to attract a few people she knew and some who were younger while attending. Even Victor Crumb was invited to join the group. Everyone was welcoming and smiling. "So, Choji, can you tell us anything else about Naruto, any hidden secrets or the girls he likes?" Tonk asked, making the girls around her laugh. "Well, there was that script last year." "Last year? Wasn't Naruto at Hogwarts last year?" "Oh, there you are, Susan, hello everyone." A new voice broke into their conversation. Turning around, they saw the head of law enforcement, Madam Bones. "Aurora Tonk." She nodded to the pink-haired girl. "This is Bones' aunt. Just call me Amelia while we attend classes together, Nymphadora. Just call me Tonks, please." "Okay, I don't mean to be rude, but can I join your conversation? I'd like to meet Choji here." "Sure, no problem." Choji replied just as Susan offered him a bite of her homemade chocolate brownie. "We were just talking about an incident Naruto was involved in right before he came to Hogwarts. It's something about a girl." Tonks told him as the girls laughed again, and Amelia smiled as she took her seat. They all turned to Choji ready to hear the story. "Well, the day Hinata-san graduated," Choji chuckled, feeling a little nervous. "Hey guys." A cheerful voice spoke from the middle of the group. Everyone jumped in fright, Tonks being pinned to her seat by the sudden weight on her lap. "Whirlin's beard, Naruto," she shouted before taking deep breaths. Naruto looked at her in his gray guy and hori that were yellow with black flame decorations. "Biggle, I came to make some announcements before you start your shinobi classes." He continued before Victor raised his hand. "Yes, Vic." Naruto smiled at him, making him smile back. "Will students from other schools try too?" "That's a really great idea, we should do that for all the houses," Cedric suggested, and soon Professor Poppy left to talk to Dumbledore. "Now then, Dorani, don't forget to come to the principal's office tomorrow at 5, okay?" "Why so early?" she groaned. She wasn't a morning person and had even tried to hex Moody when he woke her up early, but she always ended up regretting it. Laughter few. Blinking, everyone was confused when Naruto suddenly disappeared. Wait, he can apparate, but how can he do it at Hogwarts? Tonks was vomiting before Emile shook her calmly. It must have been one of his shadow clones. Choji answered the question as he leaned forward to gobble up the remaining piece of candy in Hana's hand, stopping mid-flight when Naruto appeared. Shadow clone? Yeah, unlike the clone jutsu at the academy. At that moment he made the hand signs and a second later and in a puff of smoke, a second Choji stood behind the original. Wicked, can we learn that? Tonks asked. Some of the aurors in the house were also impressed, it was hard to make a solid illusion of oneself. Maybe I don't know what Naruto has planned for you, but his shadow clone, unlike mine, is solid and can also perform jutsu. To make a single shadow clone you have to split your chakra in half and extract it from your body and mold it. Isn't it dangerous to split your chakra like that? Amelia asked. Yes, it's extremely dangerous, and if you don't have enough chakra, you could end up killing yourself. That's why the jutsu was placed in the forbidden sealing scroll. So Naruto isn't breaking the law. No, forbidden jutsu aren't exactly forbidden. How are they not forbidden if they are forbidden? This came from Amelia, as the leader of the magical law enforcement. This was a good time to learn about the laws related to the elemental nations. The forbidden jutsu really comes down to two components. One is power, if our chakra gets too low we can die, so we're training to grow our chakra network to hold more chakra. The other is control, we need a certain level of control over the amount of chakra it would take to perform a forbidden jutsu. Without control our chakra can turn against us, causing damage to the chakra network. Where did you learn all this? Surely the academy doesn't dispute this. Naruto, our parents would hire him every chance they got to tutor us. Choji shuddered as he remembered some of those tutoring sessions. Ravenclaw? Well then, everyone is welcome to Ravenclaw. Now before you all go to bed, there are a few more announcements. The small form of Professor Flitwick spoke as he stood on a pile of books. Hello. An eerie voice spoke from behind. Everyone, including the teacher, jumped, the poor teacher falling off his pile. From the shadows stepped a young man with black hair, eyes, and clothes, his face devoid of any emotion, making the smile on it seem out of place. Boy, that was quite a scare you gave us. Flitwick spoke after calming his heartbeat. I thought Mr. Uzumaki was coming to make announcements. Yes, but unfortunately Slitty-chan was sorted into this house and her vixenhood is a bit disturbing to him. Some people were horrified by his language, but many looked at him in confusion as to who he was talking about. Young man, I don't know who you're talking about, but we don't use that kind of language at Hogwarts. Flitwick's small form tried to reprimand him, but all he got was a blank stare. Oh, I was talking about the Vila half-breed there. Sai pointed to the right toward a blonde fifth-year from Bo Baxton. She looked like a real assassin, but most of the children and some men around her had glassy eyes. Before Flitwick could reprimand him again, he jumped and let out a squeal as a large boot landed next to him, barely smaller than him and fitting into one of Hagrid's. Professor Flitwick, I demand that this young man, Mr. Potter, be punished for his rude behavior towards me and my student. I was too lazy to try to emphasize it. That's not Harry Potter. Oh hello half-giant woman, I see they put you with the rest of the half-breeds. This made more of those in the room become a little more hostile toward him. By the way, I came to make the announcements I originally came to make. Afterward, the same explanation was given to the other houses. Sai took out a black necklace with a blue gem in the middle. Running along the necklace were golden swirls that looked like runes. By the way, Slutty-chan, since you can't control your lust for being ravaged, it will still interfere with other student studies. So Uzumaki made this necklace to suppress that allure until you have better control. The girl looked completely livid, that blue feather-like fire sprouting from her arms and some weaving into her blonde hair. Sai didn't understand why she was so angry. After all, it was the truth. The blue fire was new and he tilted his head in interest. I've had enough of you and your insults, who do you think you are? I can't control what I am, if this Uzumaki is so distracted, why doesn't he wear that? I'm no one's pet. She squealed. This made everyone back away from her until Sai was the only one left. I'm Uzumaki's best friend, Draco Malfoy, and Uzumaki already has control over his abilities. The problem here is you and your uncontrollable promiscuity. By the way, how is your ability to summon fire related to your charm? Flitwick was about to speak again to say that he wasn't Mr. Malfoy either, but apparently he was the only one who remembered him from the sorting, curious, but no one was listening. Well, Mr. Malfoy, I will speak to your parents, as I am sure they are attending Hogwarts right now, about your behavior. Madam Maxim scolds before stomping away. My name is Fleur, remember that, and yes it does, it's what makes me part Vila, and my charm is my strongest ability, and I'm trying to control it. Fleur finally calmed down after her headmistress stomped and knocked some students to the ground due to the tremors. I see, Sai said, putting the necklace away. In that case, the necklace would only hinder you at the moment and a specialized one would need to be made. I'll add you to the list of those who will be instructed to refine their skills, though no time has been set, but a note with the time and date will be given once it's done. And how many are currently on the list? She didn't want to be alone in a room with a guy smitten by her charm. Currently unknown. By the way, any help or questions you need can be directed to your shinobi, even if he pretends to be asleep, he will listen, if Lazy Khan knows what his sensei would do to him if he didn't. Sai said flatly before turning towards the door. As he opened it to leave, they saw the knocker that protects the common room crying loudly. Sniff sniff, I'm real, you bastard, you hear? I'm real. She yelled at his back, continuing to cry before closing up. This Uzumaki sounds like a cheapskate. A voice that made Fleur shiver. Apparently, Andrea was sorted into Ravenclaw. Annoying. A voice spoke from the dark corner. Shikamaru muttered under his breath to avoid being noticed. He headed toward where he saw other male students going to change, hoping to reach his bed. You have nothing to worry about, Uzumaki-san is very kind and can really help you control your abilities. Shino approached, stopping next to the small teacher. He doesn't sound like that coming from Malfoy, and how can he teach me if he's affected by my charm? I see, there's a misunderstanding. Shino pushed up his glasses and continued. Naruto-san belongs to a rare group of shinobi called sensory ninja. When a shinobi's body can't contain all of their chakra, it continues to exist outside of and around their bodies. Anything that enters their chakra sphere allows them to track their chakra and even identify the person by their chakra signature. The fully trained sensory ninja can manipulate their spheres and spread them in any direction. The downside is that they become more sensitive to genjutsu. Not only that, Hinata-san had talked about Naruto-san being an empath who is enhanced by his sensory abilities. I take it your charm is emotion-based, and it's spread throughout the Great Hall and his entire chakra sphere. Slytherin. As Snape led his snakes to the dungeon, Lucius and some of his old school friends caught up with him. So, Severus, any surprises we should be aware of? It's just like old times. Lucius and his friends smiled at each other, but Snape continued without a change in his expression. Teacher? What? Lucius asked, confused. Well, you are at Hogwarts and attending classes here, you are registered as a student. Since I am a member of the staff, you will refer to me as Professor Snape, as appropriate. But aren't you taking classes too? Asked another of his classmates. They had reached the entrance when Snape turned to speak before being interrupted by a cheerful voice coming from another corridor. Ah, Severus, I'm glad I caught you before you entered the common room. I found that a crow had carried off one of your little snakes. I had to remind Professor Lockhart that he's not allowed to take students off campus. The headmaster walked towards them carrying Naruto, who was licking a lemon sorbet ice cream cone. Thank you, headmaster. After putting Naruto down, the headmaster smiled and said goodnight to everyone and went to bed. Snape stared at Naruto for a moment, standing there as his friends surrounded him and continued licking their frozen treat. Where's the other one? He asked, looking at the mustachioed blonde. It was then that the rest of the group realized they had lost one of their ninja. Hello? A voice spoke from the shadows. This made everyone except Naruto and Snape jump in fright. Many of the Auroras and adults had their wands pointed in all directions, the voice seeming to come from every angle. Sai walked out of a shadowy place that many swore was a solid wall. He ignored everyone around him, walking straight up to Naruto, who finished the last of his treat with a large bite. Instructions have been given to the rest of the houses. He then took out the necklace he was supposed to give to the half-Vila. Also, Slutty-chan can't wear this because it would interfere with the rest of her abilities. So you'll have to either use it or make a new one tailored for her. With that, he handed the necklace over and proceeded to stand behind him. Snape was opening his mouth to speak again, only to be interrupted once more by the opening in the wall, and a figure stepping out only to blink when he saw everyone standing there. Oh hello. He greeted them in a cheerful tone. Turning to his twin who was wearing a furlong gaze. Oh boss, we've just finished the paperwork and are now waiting for the supplies which should arrive within the week, and the announcements have been distributed to the other houses. Anything else? Everyone seemed lost between the two blondes. My whiskers, I didn't know you had a twin. Daphne finally spoke, approaching Naruto at the entrance and pushing him to make sure he was real. Though Hickless-kun doesn't have a twin, that thing is his shadow clone, just a creation that uses chakra, it's actually considered a forbidden jutsu. Snape's eyes widened and he turned to Naruto. Why are you performing forbidden jutsu at Hogwarts and putting others in danger? He looked angry and the students backed away and hid behind the adults. Naruto just looked at him and tilted his head. I thought you already knew about shinobi culture. It's been many years, why don't you give me a refresher? Snape demanded. The forbidden jutsu isn't actually forbidden, but rather restricted to those who meet the criteria to perform the jutsu. For the most part, it's jonin shinobi who meet the criteria and are therefore allowed to learn and perform said jutsu. But idiot, didn't you steal the scroll and learn the jutsu after failing the graduation exams? Splat. A piece of stone fell, crushing him into a black puddle. Well, I'll see you guys later, said the second Naruto before leaving. Sai stepped out of the shadows and approached Naruto as if nothing had happened. Entering the Slytherin common room, they were met with another surprise, as the chamber looked completely different. The ceiling was a white circular window 7 stories high at the top looking down onto the black lake. The back wall was also a glass window, but it climbed all the way up to the ceiling on the 7th floor. Silver vines with emerald leaves wrapped around spiral staircases. A soft glow came from these vines, lighting up the room perfectly. There were hallways and other areas to sit and mingle on the other floors, but they looked like circular pits filled with fluffy pillows and cushions to sit on. Every story. Why were the last 2 numbers switched? Blaze asked, noticing this while everyone was still amazed by the new common room. They all followed the silent Naruto round the central fireplace that burned with a green fire. There were also Otis on this level, but they had comfy chairs instead of cushions. As everyone looked around in astonishment, Snape began to Naruto. Was this the reason I couldn't get into the Slytherin common room over the summer? Blinking at him, Naruto tilted his head. Didn't you spend all summer gathering potion ingredients from the Uzumaki garden to stock up for the year, and you've only been here for less than a week? Snape turned to address the crowd, but not before Naruto received another knock. By the way, how did you like your new potions room? Without looking in his direction, Snape nodded curtly before giving the final announcements. The club from Konoha will also be present at Hogwarts this year. The only way to join is by invitation only. Murmurs ran through the crowd. With a single frown, the room fell silent. Sai tilted his head thoughtfully. Now then, in addition, a request board will be posted inside Professor Yamino's classroom. You may make a request for one of the shinobi staying here at Hogwarts. You will also need to include a reward of monetary value upon completion. Since they are attending classes with you, these shinobi must still earn a living and bring income to their village. You may request anything from tutoring to running errands around Hogsmeade. You may not ask them to harm or sabotage another student. But that since we have the lowest attendance, the graduates may arrange their sleeping arrangements amongst themselves, as it should be obvious to the students. Ignoring Blaze's raised hand, he turned in a swirl of robes and left for his potions room, without anyone seeing the excitement in his eyes. Sai opened his mouth to speak, only to have a finger placed on his lips to silence him. Naruto wasn't looking at him, instead he was looking at the door where Snape was leaving. When he was satisfied, he lowered his finger from his lips. I didn't hear him say you couldn't help them cheat. Was that intentional? As these two continued to sit in the Slytherin crown, they watched, and some even gasped. Why would you help someone cheat? This came from one of the first years. Sai looked at the first year, ignoring Blaze's raised hand. He'd had it raised for the past 5 minutes. We are ninjas. We don't fail, and we'll do whatever it takes to complete the mission, even if it means our lives. Never go against a ninja unless you're prepared to lose everything. He said in such a dead tone that he sounded like Snape. He must have gotten used to saying this so often that it became rhetoric. Since there are so few adults, 2 will be assigned to each level, okay, Blaze. Naruto pointed at him. Finally, letting go of his numb arm, he spoke. Why did the last 2 numbers at the top change? Did you really raise your hand all that time just to ask the question? Naruto blinked at Blaze. Yeah? I figured you had a reason for that. Staring at him, Naruto nodded. My armory is on the top floor and I wanted to stay close to it. Plus, I still have to put together the kunai and shuriken sets for when everyone starts weapons training. Excited whispers swirled around the room. Turning, Naruto grabbed a stack of papers. I was also able to finish our schedule for the year. It includes everything from classes to the festivals we'll be having throughout the year. As they flipped through the schedule, the Slytherins looked at them, wondering what the year would hold. Naruto, what's this? It's in my weekly planner. Narcissa asked, pointing at a piece of her planner. In fact, several people had the same thing in theirs. Naruto glanced at what she was talking about before his eyes lit up. Oh, that's to help you out after a week of classes. Most of the class will be practice, and you'll end up with very sore muscles. So I schedule Slytherins in slots to help out. If you want more than what's already scheduled for you, then you'll have to pay 3 sickles for it. There's a sign-up sheet with times and dates. All you would have to do is write your name in one of the slots. Anzi squealed as she ran over and hugged Naruto. Thank you, Whiskers. She and Daphne were happy because they had scheduled 3 a week in their diary. Looks like Naruto-kun is adding 2 more to his harem. This made both girls blush and giggle from the crowd. Everyone dispersed to go to bed, but before the adults could start talking about sleeping arrangements, Naruto grabbed Lucius and Narcissa's hands, grinning and laughing, and dragged them to the top floor. He acted like a child dragging their parents with them. When they reached the top, he let go and turned in the direction of the second years and the Malfoys. Okay, girls to the left, boys to the right. Since my armory is the last door on the right, Mr. Malfoy and Narcissa Aubusson can take the one on the far left. Oh, and Mr. Malfoy, since you've been chosen to be second head of house, you should report to the headmaster's office tomorrow morning around 5. May I ask what this is about? For your final fitting, of course, you and other people in the house must represent each house, so I had specialized material made into outfits and designed and measured them for you. Everyone blinked at him. Did you buy me new robes? No, it's a battle outfit, it's supposed to go with your new staff I gave you last year. You'll have to learn how to duel, how to wield your wand and staff sword, but I've already signed you up for some kenjutsu tutoring. He went on for a while explaining what they should expect in class. Alright, that would be that, good evening everyone. As they entered the boys' dormitory, the others noticed Sai following Naruto to his bed. In fact, when they looked around, there were no extra beds. Where are you going to sleep, Sai? Draco asked as everyone got dressed for bed, even laughing when Naruto put on his nightcap. With Naruto-kun, of course. Whenever we leave the village, we share a bed together. Whenever he's in the village, Stalker-chan catches him, we are best friends after all. For once, Sai actually smiled, but it was when he turned his back on them. Finally finished, well, now Omnic time. By the way, some people said I made too many of these. The reason for this is because I don't have any place in the main story to put them. Omnic suitors. Congratulations, Hinata. Naruto cheered, hugging Hinata and spinning her around. She had just walked out of the academy with her hide around her neck for the first time. When she looked up, the first thing she saw was Naruto's grinning face. Thanks to all the torturous training Naruto-kun had helped him go through, he was able to pass his test with flying colors. Hey, Hinata, we're going to Ichiraku to celebrate your graduation. There's also something I need to tell you. This last part was said to be tenuous, which started to worry Hinata. Arriving at the ramen stand, they took their usual seats as Amai gave them, well, Hinata a menu, she just yelled to her father in the back that Naruto had arrived, that was the only order they needed. So, Naruto-kun, what was it you wanted to say? Oh, are you going to choose me to be one of your students? Hinata was excited, she could spend the whole day with Naruto and even get stronger together. What? No. Although Inu did say he'd leave the team and pick up a group of genin to train with. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but maybe this means you'll have more time to train with me. About that, Hinata. He chuckled, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Their conversation was cut short when the lid behind them opened and someone joined their duo sitting on the other side of Naruto. Hinata studied the man who turned to face them. He had shoulder-length greasy black hair, a long pointy nose, a constant frown on his face, and he wore long black robes, even in the heat of Konoha's summer, where temperatures reach as high as 180 degrees. It didn't seem to bother him at all. Naruto seemed to have recognized him, as he turned and smiled as he addressed him. Hinata, this is Severus Snape and… Teacher? That? You will refer to me as Professor Snape as you would to everyone else at Hogwarts. Hogwarts? He thought curiously. What is Naruto-kun talking about? Well, you see. She went on to explain that she would be going to a school to master the limit of her family bloodline and exactly what that was. She was amazed that magic was real and that her Naruto-kun would soon learn it, but she was sad that he would be gone for months. I'll meet you at the gate at 5 o'clock. I'd like to hurry as we have a few things to gather before classes start. Snape told Naruto as the three left them to face him. With that, he turned in a swirl of robes, cutting a picture as he strolled down the street. After meeting one of Naruto-kun's teachers, he walked her home like he did every day when she left, unless she was on a mission, always leaving her a note before leaving. Naruto-kun, since you're leaving tomorrow, will you spend the night? She blushed, now that she was a ninja she shouldn't be asking for nonsense. Of course, Hinata, besides, I have to talk to your old man anyway. She looked at him suddenly confused. Why would she need to talk to her father? She'd never done so before unless absolutely necessary. What do you need to talk to him about? She asked timidly as they walked toward the Hyuga compound. If possible, Naruto's smile seemed to have finally eclipsed the sun, not that it hadn't already in his opinion. Come on, you can come too. With that, they ran off, laughing all the way home. Hinata sat down in her chair next to Naruto, squirming under her father's intense scowl. She looked down at the floor, her face as red as ever. Let me understand your reasoning, Uzumaki, Hiashi Hyuga said in an even tone. Since Hinata here has graduated and become a shinobi, you decided now would be the best time to ask for her hand in marriage. Are you still a little young for that? He always welcomed her when she visited the Hyuga. Ever since that night when they were 4, the two seemed inseparable. Add to that the fact that the Uzumaki child was a prodigy who had outlasted both Kakashi and his own sensei. One of the added benefits of this friendship was the vast improvements in his daughter's techniques. At first, some of the elders grumbled about her teaching a stranger her fighting techniques, but when he observed her training, the movements Hinata made were not traditional gentle fist movements. She seemed to be moving better and improving by leaps and bounds, thanks to her friendship with the boy. So this proposal hasn't been thrown out the window just yet. Hinata gave a small squeal at that. Inside, she was thinking about the room's decor, the meals she planned to cook for him, and a little blood came out of her nose, and she discreetly wiped it. So this proposal hasn't been thrown out the window just yet. Hinata gave a small squeal at that. Inside, she was thinking about the room's decor, the meals she planned to cook for him, and a little blood came out of her nose, and she discreetly wiped it. So this proposal hasn't been thrown out the window just yet. Hinata gave a small squeal at that. Inside, she was thinking about the room's decor, the meals she planned to cook for him, and, a little blood came out of her nose, and she discreetly wiped it. As you know, Lord Hyuga. Hiashi was surprised by the amount of respect being shown to him. You are aware of my service record and have been a guest many times. We know each other well. I hope you will entrust your beautiful daughter to me. Hinata's face grew warmer at being called beautiful. If the Hyuga clan is looking for pedigree, fine. Hiashi quickly raised his hand to stop her from saying anything else. Are you saying Hokage-sama has unlocked your heritage? And now I'm going to learn and master the limit of my family's bloodline. Eyes wide, Hiashi quickly controlled his features, though with this child, that was redundant. I understand, but since she will be the next leader, this will need to be discussed with the Hyuga Council. He didn't get as far as the proposal before all the elders went berserk. The audacity of that beast. No way will we allow that monster into our clan. We'd mark that hitch with a curse seal and raise a new Hyuga or rent her out to our allies. Hinata was the only one who flinched when Hiashi revealed Hyuga's final scowl, causing the old man to collapse to the ground from a heart attack. It was a secret of the Byakugan that so far only he had mastered. Hinata was on the verge of tears, but she tried to remain calm and not appear weak. Though many feared Hiashi would turn on them, they still agreed with less vigor. The only one who had spoken yet was Naruto, whose hair covered his eyes and formed a thin line with his lips. When everyone had settled, they turned to him waiting for some kind of response. When he finally looked up, he smiled widely before hugging Hinata tightly and rubbing his whiskered cheek against her purring voice. Well, Hinaheim, I guess we'll go with plan B, giggle. This sent a shiver down Hiashi's spine. This was not going to go well. You, Hinata Hyuga, agree to allow me to be your champion. He said this, kneeling down as if he were proposing marriage. And any suitor you find unwelcome would have to duel me to the death before I would allow them to take your hand. Red-faced and nearly fainting from happiness, he agreed. Everyone felt something in the air then. After the first dozen suitors were piled into a 10-gallon container, many others stopped stepping forward. Omnitrix and I attempt 1. Ibiki stared behind a two-way mirror watching what had to be the youngest applicant in his class. Anko had recommended to him right after receiving his completion certificate, since women had bigger balls than most of their men anyway. Naruto Uzumaki sat across from the test subject, his mission to extract information about a particular person Konoha was interested in. Ibiki could tell this was the fastest failure he had ever given. One moment the man sat there confused as to why there was a kid in front of him, the next he went up in smoke and was replaced by a strange-looking duck. Anko was on the floor next to him laughing. Omnitrix and I tries too. Ibiki rarely gives second chances to candidates, but between being amused by Anko's pleading and a little annoyed that the puppy dog look the blonde brat gave him actually had an effect on him. So here he was with Anko, and the brat was late. The door to the interrogation room opened and a spiky blonde-haired brat walked in playing with Shinobi collective battle cards in his hands. They're popular with both civilian and academy kids, but once one becomes a ninja, they're usually quickly dropped. The man they placed there looked perplexed, why the hell was there a kid at an interrogation? He had prepared himself to face the hexy but super sadistic Anko Mitarashi, though he hoped the devil himself Ibiki wouldn't show up. He had heard stories from some friends who knew a guy who saw a guy who knew a guy who had a friend who knew a guy who was a teammate's cousin, got caught by Ibiki, and had to be sacrificed by his own brother. What he never expected was a boy younger than his son who had just graduated from the academy. He was so proud of him that whenever he came home, he had to take him out to celebrate. Hi. He chuckled. His thoughts were interrupted by the giggle of the boy now sitting across from him. Hey, kiddo, you really shouldn't be here. He couldn't help but feel a little worried about the boy. After all, he is someone's son. It's okay, Anko Ni-chan and Ibiki said I could hang out here. Hey, are you being integrated or tortured? If you are, then Anko Ni-chan should visit you. She's really cool. He continued, and the man couldn't help but laugh. They need to integrate me for information that I won't give them. Can you tell me I can keep a secret and that's a promise? I can't, kid, if I don't break up for Ibiki, I can't break up for you. Diggle, the guy swore, just as the boy looked away, there was a flash of red. So, while we wait for Anko Ni-chan, why don't you play with me? He asked, smiling at him as he held out an impressive stack of cards. I'd like to joke, but as you can see, I'm a little tied up, he said, holding up his chained hands. Okay, you can still play. Hey. Let's play for bets. Said the boy, vibrating in his chair. Sure, but you might not be able to pay the premium. Oh, and what do you want if you win? I want to go out. The blonde boy actually took out a set of keys. Anko Ni-chan wanted me to keep this while she sneaked out for some dango. Which has actually happened before. The captured ninja smiled inwardly. This kid was so gullible, he almost felt sorry for taking advantage of him. Tell you what, kid. We'll play a game, and if I win, I get those keys. Laugh well. Now, what do you want if you win? Well, since this is an integration. Oh, so you want answers that interest them? Nah, that's boring. The man swore he heard two hands slapping each other. Instead, I'll rip off each of your toes. He said this in such a cheerful mood that the man might not have heard him properly. Can you repeat that? This is how we'll play the game. I have 1,000 lives. If you get me down to 0, you win. He nodded at that understanding. Now, if I attack you and land a direct hit, I'll take one of your toes off. He chuckled. The man paled slightly. Was he Anko's crazy little brother? How are you? He was interrupted when the blonde boy placed 2 decks in front of him. Do you want to go choose the deck first? The man was sweating. If he knew one thing, it was that he couldn't let the boy have the upper deck. There always was. I'll pick. The boy nodded. Placing a hand on top of a deck, he kept an eye on the boy's expression. He could already tell this boy was very expressive, which gave him an advantage. At the first deck, the boy continued to smile. Moving to the second pile, he noticed the slight lift of the boy's lips. Turning back to the first deck, he said, I'll take this one. When everything was ready, he gestured for the boy to begin. He placed 3 jutsu cards face down and ended his turn. When the man drew a card and saw he had quite a few powerful players, his power level rose to 60, sometimes 80. He even saw a catalyst card in his hand. These were legendary and their power was above 100. Each catalyst card represented one of the 9 biju. This boy was lucky, and his escape was almost assured with this in his hands. I'll play my ninja on defense and place 2 jutsu cards face down. End of turn. There, the fighter has a great defense of 62. Alright, the boy picked up a card and smiled. I use the Will of Fire jutsu card, which allows me to play any Hokage card in my hand directly onto the battlefield. He placed a 4th Hokage card in attack mode, then proceeded to flip one of his jutsu cards face down. Play the Thunder Kunai, which allows my fighter to attack you directly. He smiled wider. At first, he felt nothing, though his right shoe began to feel wet. Looking down, he kicked off the shoe with his other foot and his eyes widened at the sight of his missing pinky toe. That's when the pain set in. He gritted his teeth and groaned. My turn, your turn, the blonde said, his mood even more animated. Shaking, he picked up a card. I play my ninja on attack and play my clone jutsu card, he said, flipping one of his cards face down. This allows me to play multiple copies of the ninja, and I attack with all of them. The first one died when confronted by the boy's Hokage card, but he opened it up for the rest, reducing his life to 1200. The cheeky brat clutched his chest as if he had been physically injured. He couldn't help but remember his missing pinky finger as it throbbed. Wow, that was an extremely powerful attack. You could finish this faster than I can take your toes, giggle. Drawing a card, the boy's eyes lit up, which meant he should be prepared to grit his teeth. I play summon. This allows me to play my Tsunade card and my Jiraiya card whenever there is a Hokage present on the battlefield. I also used Tsunade's rejuvenation special ability. This returns my life to full, and I play Jiraiya's special ability that paralyzes any combatant on your side of the field for 2 turns. The man's face paled with every step. Now I play my own clone jutsu card and use it on the 4th Hokage, and because I used this jutsu on the 4th he gained 3 additional clones, bringing the total to 10. Now I attack with my Hokage and clones, and because they are all his clones, they share his ability and attack you directly. The man screamed as his other toes seemed to have fallen off, but the cut was too clean to be used with a blade. This brat was a ninja, and this was a torture session. Wait, it's not over. My other 2 attack your fighters and are destroyed. Turn around. Eventually, the boy moved on to slashing him and always seemed to sever the right nerve to cause maximum pain. He lost his tongue in the middle of one of his attacks. Finally, the man had taken his final turn and put an end to this nightmare. He didn't care if he was killed at this point. He wouldn't have to play this game again. True to his word, the chains fell off and the boy was gone. Crawling across the floor toward the door, the man thought about hugging his son and making love to his wife, whom he hates. Just as he arrived, the door opened and the blonde demon returned. What are you doing on the floor? I brought snacks, ready for round 2 of giggles. Amic virginity. Jiraiya couldn't help a stupid grin on his face as his beaming apprentice waved a piece of paper showing he'd passed his S&I exams, going to make him the perfect master spy. All the training they'd done on the trip had been worth it. His little Gaki was turning into the perfect pervert, something he hoped would one day become a reality. He looked at the administrators, who were responsible for administering the test. They too weren't pushovers. It was said that every shinobi who joined the S&I department was one of the most beautiful in the village. He knew how deadly they could be. After all, he ran the department, their organization rivaling Danzo's route, neither of them ever having to insert an agent into the others. It was basically a stalemate between the two. Agents were stationed in every nation and even the outside world, something no people gave a second thought to. It was one of the reasons the Land of Fire had prospered so much more than the other countries. Those who administered the test to his apprentice were his two top agents in his organization, Natasha Romanoff and Yelena Belova, plus nothing but the best should test their apprentice. Both women were left trembling on the ground in an almost pleasant coma. As Naruto's boss and teacher, he was allowed to view the test and was impressed by how quickly his apprentice had defeated his top agents. It barely took him an hour to extract the words he needed to pass from them, and most of that time he was playing with them. However, he laughed at it and received a red line across his nose. Who wouldn't? Wiping it clean, he looked at it with pride. I've never been prouder than the day I married my princess. Now that you're part of the team, the first thing you must do is train yourself in the carnal arts. I'll show you how to make every woman you meet feel as satisfied as possible, knowing that, as men, we have a duty. Pointing to his two trembling lead agents, who were now unconscious but had smiles on their faces. I thought we already covered that part. Jiraiya laughed and patted him on the head. Yes, and you've exceeded expectations. At his praise, Naruto smiled happily. But Naruto's face fell. You still have one very important obstacle to overcome. What is that, Iro-senin? Naruto asked, confused. Why must you lose your virginity now? I have several women who have signed up to spend a night with you. Both men froze as the ground in front of them erupted into a crater. Even before the dust cleared, the two were trembling in fear at the women who emerged. Ihihei Bachan. Naruto greeted with a nervous smile. Tsunade smiled and picked him up, hugging him. She seemed to squeeze a little tighter, accidentally burying his face between her breasts. Jiraiya looked on with a hint of jealousy before meeting his wife's glare. Chuckling, he still couldn't believe she kept the marriage going. They could have had it annulled by the Hokage, but instead, she chose to stay married to him. What were you trying to do to Naru-chan? Stop trying to corrupt him in your perverted ways. She continued to yell at him as her grip on Naruto tightened, eliciting a squeal from the lucky Gaki. If anyone was corrupting him, princess, it was you. He would never utter those words out loud until his dying day, judging by the look on his face, it wasn't long before then. Princess, he said sweetly, smiling and mentioning Naruto's test. Naruto passed beyond the highest scores on the S&I test, and you know what he has to do. That probably wasn't the right thing to do. He buried it in another crater, his foot between his legs to emphasize the point he wanted to make. How dare you, he's too young for that. I let you slip a lot, but this is crossing the line. Baba-chan. Naruto finally came out after freeing himself from her super tight hug. He'll need to heal some broken ribs, but nothing a good night's rest won't make. Don't think I'm not done with you, Gaki. You went along knowing full well what was expected. Her rant was cut short when Naruto spoke again. But Bachan, I have an idea that will help everyone. Still frowning at her, he decided to listen. Besides, the last one allowed him to pay off all his debts. Jiraiya sulked for a week without even looking at the waitress. I'm golden witches too. Thank you for your patronage. Madame Malkin smiled as she held onto the doorframe of her shop while Jiraiya fixed his Haori and waved as he walked down Diagon Alley. It had been years since he walked down this alley with Tsunade, many memories from when his younger brother was still alive. Making his way down the alley, he smiled as he knew a place with cheap drinks. Entering the leaky cauldron, he sat on a bar stool and ordered some drinks. The bartender, Tom, believed he handed him a bottle of fire whiskey instead of his order. Looking confused, the bartender answered his unspoken question. Lady Tsunade told me to keep an eye on you and told me to tell you, drink up and meet her in room 212. Jiraiya smiled and began to gulp down the bottle at an alarming rate. Tom and some of the customers around him suddenly backed away from him. It was never a good idea to drink fire whiskey. There was even a warning label on it. After filling the bottle, he stood up and Tom approached him. Are you going to be okay, sir? Jiraiya soon puffed up like a toad as smoke rose from his ears, he belched and let out a wisp of flame. My good man, today is a wonderful day. With that, he gave Tom a generous tip and headed to room 212. He remembered that room very well from his younger days. This thought also brought back an image of Minnie. They and she had many memories in that room, though it was strange that Tsunade would choose that particular room. In fact, why did she rent a room in the first place? Standing in front of the door on the right, he wondered if he should knock or just walk in. Testing the door, he found it locked. No surprise there, so he went with option 2 and knocked. He didn't receive a reply, but from the click of the door opening, he must have been invited in. Stepping inside and closing the door and locking it again, Jiraiya turned to see a beautiful sight. His beautiful blonde princess sat on the edge of a rather large king-sized bed. That wasn't unusual at all. However, she was only wearing her green haori and a pair of white panties. With a wide grin, he slowly approached the bed. Hello, Haim, he greeted in his husky tone that she favored. He was rewarded with a sensual smile of her own. By the way, how did you know what fire whiskey does to a sage like me? She didn't do it. Another voice spoke from behind Tsunade. Leaning to the side and resting in a rather provocative pose was another woman. She was wearing a green-tinted one-piece robe that was extremely thin and sheer, showing off her firm chest and slender body. She had a very fit body that would put most women in their 20s to shame, despite the slight wrinkles and blemishes. He noticed her long auburn hair falling onto the bed. It framed her face perfectly. "Hello, Momo." "Minnie?" Jiraiya couldn't believe after all these years that he would ever see her like this again, not since that year they went on a hex crusade around the world. "You look positively stunning, as always." They smiled at each other for a few more minutes before Tsunade cleared her throat to get his attention. "Minnie, stick to the plan." Minnie nodded, and that's when she noticed a slight red tint on both of their cheeks. They were drunk, smiling to themselves. She approached the bed with more confidence and kissed Tsunade. "Ladies, what can a gentleman like me do for you?" Minnie laughed. "I think tonight, we don't need a gentleman. Although a friend could use your experience, Momo." With that, both women moved to either side of the bed to reveal what or who was hiding behind them. What she saw would lead to the writing of her next 3 books and become bestsellers. He had finally fulfilled his dream of finding the trinity of femininity and hexuality. He discovered the former when he met Minerva McGonagall. She possessed such a hex drive that there were days when even he could be warned. Her casual exercises had been worth it. The latter was his very own slimy princess. She eventually grew into them, and he was glad he hadn't given up on his pursuit of her. Now swaying back and forth was the most beautiful bouncing butt he had ever seen. "You can touch it if you want," Tsunade told him, seeming to teleport right in front of him. Her eyes widened as he placed his hands on them. He felt just as they looked. That's when the fire whiskey ignited and his pants were ripped off by his own erection. He slapped her ass as it spurted out. He'd never been this hard since that time he and Min snuck into that nudist commune. Subconsciously, he leaned closer as his hand seemed to part her cheeks, tilting him to observe how slick her center was. He felt a pair of breasts pressing against his back. From the way they pressed, he could tell it was Tsunade. They don't call her Longbottom for nothing. His jaw dropped as he finally tore his gaze away from the heavenly creation and looked beyond them to see the owner. She was tied in a way that allowed him full access to her backside. He'd used these knots before. He also noticed a ball gag stuffed in her mouth and why, in Kami's name, she still wore that hideous hat. It was the only piece of clothing she owned. Aggie. Aggie was the nickname she'd given Augustus Longbottom when they'd first met. She hated it, which was why he always wore it. The figure appeared to the side before stretching a long leg over Aggie and straddling her back like a saddle. Looking up, he saw Minnie wearing a red corset. She was beautiful and only accentuated her body even more. "Wanna know a secret, Momo?" He throbbed at the nickname. Both Tsunade and Minerva leaned into him, sandwiching their bodies between his. "Aggie had a thing for you when we were younger, but she got really upset when you slept with her nemesis." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Wahlburger Black. Boo." It was then that he noticed Aggie's center slipping even further. She must really hate this Wahlburger Black. Minnie smiled and reached back, removing the ball gag. She arched up to give him a good view of her perfectly manicured body. This made him harder, and his mini-me slammed his hand against the goalpost, making the body possessing him jump. "Don't think for a moment that I would enjoy anything you do to me. My late husband, George, was the only magician who could rock my world, you'll never match him." Aggie squealed the moment her gag was removed, though everyone in the room knew she was just fuming. They were watching her body movements, because who wouldn't be fascinated by the most beautiful rear end any of them had ever seen. She was leaning back on Jiraiya's hands, and the small puddle betrayed her true thoughts. She doesn't deny that she loves him at least. Tsunade smiled. An omic for an omic. Jiraiya walked the halls of Hogwarts looking for one of 3 things. The first was Tsunade Haim. He always enjoyed spending time with her and usually found her in the company of Minerva McGonagall, who just so happened to be his second target. Minnie was, well, she was him if he was female perfection. He had lost count of the numerous times she had worn him down and sought out someone else to finish her off. Don't get him wrong, those were rare occasions and only because he had a few conquests of his own before running into her. He happened to pass by a girl's restroom when he heard a familiar cackling coming from inside. With a wide grin, he opened the doors and stopped. He expected to see Minnie, but instead of her school robes or the more sheer ones she wore around him, she was wearing an emerald green corset and boots that reached up to her knees. Even that wasn't as surprising as who was with her. The bound spread eagle was a dark-haired girl about his age, gagged and currently more open to his eyes. Now, Wally, there's no point in fighting now, just enjoy." With that, she sat down on his face, shifting a little to get comfortable. "Would you mind joining me, Momo? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.